Chapter 401 World Tree and the World. In the past, when the world trees fought against each other, everyone only focused on how to capture the cores of other world trees as a stepping stone for their own advancement. There are new trees. And of course, there are also those that are burned to ashes. At that time, no one cared what happened to the entire lost world. Today, the war no longer exists. And all the world trees are lingering on, preventing the human kingdom from cutting down the trees to extract their essence for various reasons. If someone of the same race finds a new way to advance, it will certainly attract the attention of the world trees. But just pay attention, because Wad will reveal the message that before he wants to advance through this method, he must first accumulate enough strength to advance. The purpose of seizing the cores of other world trees in the past was not only to obtain new landmarks, but also to seize their savings to strengthen themselves and make the path to advancement easier to achieve. The limitations of the new method make those old trees, which already have a very high starting point, seem to lack interest, because the progress of each stage is almost all the accumulation in the past, and the time it takes for them to accumulate enough strength to advance is far beyond what the new generations can imagine. Therefore, these world trees from the old era didn't even bother to ask. But if no other world trees are sacrificed, a certain world tree is promoted, and it will also slightly increase the level of the entire mysterious land. The direct impact on the other world trees is that the original threshold seems to have dropped a bit, and the limits that restrict oneself seem to be loosened. What does this discovery mean? What will be the subsequent impact? In order to discuss this issue, someone was invited to attend a high-table meeting. When talking about this, someone feels like he is submitting a report. In order to make the report more beautiful, and at the same time let himself take the main credit, he called the person over for a meeting. And at the meeting, naturally, there are all kinds of criticisms and guidance. And then all the credit is his own. But that was the high-level meeting of the Ikaruga Alliance. Maybe they are naturally at odds with the Elf Kingdom. But that doesn't stop the elves at the top of these kingdoms from knowing what's going on. It was a neutral consciousness space jointly created by 5 Dharma Saints and 8 Archdruids, and reinforced by 19 high-ranking allies, and imposed many rules to prevent this place from becoming a battlefield of spiritual thoughts. The reason for being so cautious is that before the High Seat Conference was held, and in the early stages of the establishment of the Turtle Dove Alliance, all the world trees did not have the mutual trust they have today. After all, they were fighting life and death before, scheming against each other, and aiming to destroy each other. Many habits are not easy to change. After everything was on track, the High Seat meeting was not only a space where the 19 world trees connected with each other and held talks, it was also a place to meet some special people. These people have important information, have made important contributions, or represent other countries of sufficient weight to negotiate with the high officials of the Ikaruga Alliance. Therefore, although it is rare for ordinary people to attend high-level meetings, it is not unheard of. This also indirectly proves that the knowledge someone possesses is very valuable to the world trees. However, according to people who had participated in the High Seat meeting, it was just standing in a dark space, being interrogated by beings sitting on 19 chairs surrounding him. And the chairs are usually not full. What no one knows is that a certain world tree that is dissatisfied with someone, although it does not prevent other high officials from inviting that person to attend, may deliberately want to look bad to others. Even if you come to this neutral space, it is just a ray of your own consciousness. But it is not a burden that ordinary people can bear. So he puts pressure on someone's consciousness at the moment before it is called to the High Seat. Of course, all the members of the High Seat were aware of it, but most of them chose to sit on the sidelines. And those who wanted to stop it were too late. At the moment someone's consciousness came to him, the space of the High Seat meeting experienced an unprecedented shock. It seems to tear apart the many consciousnesses that have arrived, and also seems to smash this supposedly unbreakable space into pieces. Finally, the space of the High Seat meeting returned to stability, and the invited person also appeared safely at the 20th seat, because it is a high-level meeting with World Tree as a member. And in order to adhere to the principle of neutrality, some of the rules in this space were formulated a long time ago and will be automatically detected and executed. One of them is the increase in members. In principle, this is not a god or an abyss lord who comes to have a seat in a high-level meeting, but it must conform to one of the characteristics of the world tree, which is to communicate with one or more worlds, or at least have such an ability. No god or demon meets the criteria for this trait. Only this group named after the world tree. But now, there is a human being who owns a chair in this place. Most of the world trees collapsed, and it was unbelievable. Even Waldwo's reaction was not much better. Only rarely present. But the ancient Fastness, who has lived for a long time, and has seen so many strange things that others can hardly imagine, can still maintain his usual composure. He ignores the extra chair, even though it means someone has left a mark on the space. The ancient man said directly, "Now that we are here, let's start today's discussion." A certain time traveler who entered the high seat meeting for the first time certainly didn't understand what the normal situation here should be like. He took it for granted that it was normal for everyone invited to have a chair. So he sat upright, cursing in his mind that this hard wooden chair was a bit awkward. Of course, he doesn't understand how rare it is for everyone to be present in this space. He just looked at the other high seats with interest, except for Wall, who used the image of a silver-haired and long-legged beauty he had seen before. There was only a mist in the other seats. Monochrome, erratic. The only thing that distinguishes them is their different colors. And the fruit hanging on their bodies? It was like a bubble, with an illusory world silhouette wrapped in it. And all visible silhouettes of the world have different characteristics. There are silhouettes of the world full of lava and bubbling. And there are silhouettes of the world like ice and snow. There are worlds full of water. And there are also the kind of world where only clouds can be seen, and the rest is empty. Is this the world connected by these high-ranking people? Someone thought. And it can be seen that the world we are connected to is not the same. Most of the high seats only connected to one person. And the one who spoke before and planned to go straight to the topic had the most connections to the world among the people present. On him, there are a total of 8 such bubble silhouettes. But someone didn't think much about it, and just thought that everything he saw in front of him was so ordinary. On the contrary, what surprised him was that he found that the characters of the world trees were also quite resolute. Instead of taking 3 days to say H, Lo, and a week to introduce themselves, which was a stereotype from a certain novel, since no one wanted to waste time, Lin, who was pulled into this special consciousness space, was naturally happy to get straight to the point. It was also during this kind of discussion that he once again changed his understanding of the meaning of the 3 words, world tree, instead of his original understanding that it was just a space bridge connecting different worlds. First of all, we need to talk about what role plants play in a world. As far as the Earth is concerned, the environment of the original Earth was full of carbon dioxide. So when organisms evolved from single-cell organisms to multi-cell organisms, the first thing that emerged were plants capable of photosynthesis. They continuously absorb carbon dioxide and then emit oxygen, giving animals a basis for survival. In other words, on the Earth, plants not only grow and reproduce, but also shoulder the responsibility of ecological balance. So what does world tree mean to lost land? Do they only need to consider their own advancement? In this regard, I have been listening to the opinions of the high-ranking officials present, and at the same time, I followed Waldwell's approach and put forward various data related to myself or the data they observed, trying to explain a certain phenomenon. However, other high-ranking officials presented evidence to refute it, and someone who spoke for the first time put forward a bold hypothesis. What if the current situation in Lost Land was actually caused by the world tree? The 8 powers of the Lost Land, the gods and demons born based on them, the warcraft and dragons that belong to a higher level of life than ordinary beasts, and the elves, dwarves, and orcs other than humans. These things that are not found on Earth are present in the Lost Land. Is it because there are many plants like the world tree in the Lost Land? Perhaps the Earth will be familiar to people who have traveled through time because in the twilight of the gods, the world tree was bitten off by the poisonous dragon Nidhogg, and the Earth ushered in the end of the law. Although it is just a fairy tale, when you witness something that appears in many myths and fairy tales with your own eyes, how could someone not think about the reasons behind it? The world tree accumulates power by extending its branches into other dimensions, relying on the energy tide brought by the gap between dimensions to continuously nourish itself. In other words, ordinary flesh and blood sacrifices are meaningless to them. The warrior training methods and magician meditation methods common in Lost Land are also useless against world tree. Now that we know the source of their power, where will the unusable remnants be discharged? When everything comes in and out, people will poop when they eat. But these filth will become nutrients for other species, and the ecology will cycle from there. This is true for animals, and it is the same for plants. Ordinary plants absorb carbon dioxide and release oxygen after photosynthesis. For them, carbon dioxide is the key to survival, and oxygen is just a waste product that is excreted. This is true for ordinary plants. But what about the world tree? What do they discharge after absorbing the energy tide brought by the dimensional gap? If the world tree is a vital link in the magical side of the world, then the overall improvement of the World Tree means the improvement of the world of the Lost World. Because the waste released by the World Tree must be consumed by other species. Perhaps by increasing the amount of consumption. Or perhaps by increasing the types of consumption. Once the consumption increases, the World Tree must absorb a larger amount of energy tides and convert them to make up for the deficit. In this way, an ecological balance and cycle are established. Then, magical civilization was established. Chapter 402, The Attitudes of the High Leaders. Someone's conjecture. In fact, he can't provide much evidence to support it at the moment. But ecological balance and circulation are ultimately arguments verified by the Earth. What he could not prove was the relationship between the World Tree and mana power. But who are the beings here? They understand many things. But they have never thought about why. It's like things will fall down. Everyone is used to it, that is. Isaac Newton, the great guy, thought about why. And then made the pain of physics for future high school students. In other words, the war between the magic towers and the World Trees was forced to stop. But they unexpectedly discovered a different growth path. Otherwise, it is almost foreseeable that it will continue to weaken in the Civil War. And eventually the World Tree will usher in extinction. And the Lost World will enter the age of end of law. Coming to this conclusion, Lin couldn't help but feel pity for the World Trees that had fallen into ashes in the past. If they were all still there, how strong would the overall strength of MIDI be today? But even if this matter has been known to the World Tree tribe for a long time, the outcome will probably not change. As long as it is a living creature, it must first consider itself, and then the entire group. When the two are measured on opposite ends of the scale, the nobleness or inferiority of character depends on the direction in which the scale tips. For World Tree, by plundering, the secrets of the dimension obtained not only ensured his success, but the accumulation from plundering could also shorten the time for his advancement. Who would really sacrifice the near for the distant, and choose to slowly accumulate their own strength? It can be said that the establishment of magic towers and the greed of magicians unexpectedly prevented, or can only be said to have delayed, the end of the era of magic in the Lost Land. Since the shortcut method of plundering is no longer feasible, taking a long detour does not seem to be unacceptable as long as the destination can be reached. Therefore, the 19 high-ranking officials present at the time came to a conclusion almost instantly. The attitude of the high-ranking members of the Ikaruga Alliance is to open the promotion method to all World Trees. In addition to the 19 high-ranking members of the Alliance, it also includes 4 World Trees on the surface and 2 trees underground. The world of Lost World is very small compared to Yggdrasil. Therefore, they know exactly how many people of the same race there are above. Even those who are in special circumstances. After attending the Alliance meeting and before leaving, Waldwall informed this only human being of what he knew about the situation of the World Tree outside the Alliance. And he hopes that he can serve as a matchmaker to contact other World Trees so that they can also join the Alliance. However, other World Trees established tribes that were not Wood Elves, and they were previously unwilling or unable to join the Turtle Dove Alliance's high seat. But there were various reasons. Therefore, such a commission is just a casual move for the high officials of the Alliance. Whether it would work or not, they never expected. Among them, the one who clearly showed desire was Fasnes, who already had 8 world bubbles hanging on his body. He also admitted that he had reached his limit for too long. At the last moment when he was still able to fight, the cores of countless young World Trees could no longer allow him to make any progress. At one time, he thought that he could only find his old rival, Yggdrasil, in the underground world. He needed that existence that was older than himself, and his core could allow him to break through the status quo. You know, there are rumors that the battle between the 2 ancient World Trees is the biggest reason why the elves split into Golden Elves and Dark Elves. It was only later that a considerable part of the Dark Elves joined the Spider Queen's camp. However, the successive promotions of Waldwo and Zoriana made him feel that the shackles called the limit were loosened. And this was the reason for this meeting. In terms of conclusion, all Alliance high officials are very satisfied. The establishment of the Turtle Dove Alliance is actually more like a place where a group of losers gather together to keep warm. There is no future for them. If a massive invasion by humans or goblins can be considered the future. But everything is different now. It is instinctive for plants to grow towards the sun. How could the World Trees ignore such growth opportunities? And it is obvious that the more World Trees participate in this matter, the better it will be for the entire ethnic group. Therefore, the high officials of the Alliance have an open attitude toward those of their own race who have not joined. Anyway, even if those trees don't help in this matter, they can't hold back. Unless he sets himself on fire. the number of world trees in Midland will indeed decrease. After understanding the attitude of the leaders of the Ikaruga Alliance, the senior leaders of the Kingdom Elves couldn't help but feel happy that they let the young people leave first. This kind of secret is too shocking. Most importantly, no one knows what choices those countries that cannot own the world tree will make. You must know that there has always been a saying among human aristocrats that they are trying to find ways to cut off all possibilities of achieving personal greatness. In this way, the state can truly override individuals, instead of being like now, where there are always individuals who can destroy the order that was finally established at will, regardless of the power of the state. All the old elves thought of this trouble in an instant and looked at the person in front of them worriedly. Luka Titov asked, "Have you told others about this matter?" "Of course I did," Lin said matter-of-factly. This shocked a group of old men with white hair and beards and asked, "Who have you told?" Someone pointed to the side. The Lich did not attend the high-level meeting with her at the beginning. Of course, she only found out about these things after recounting them afterwards. Sensing the attention of the elves, then said a little frivolously, "Don't worry about me. I don't care about these things." "Okay." Luka Titov looked at the harmless-looking person again and asked, "Besides Lord Tikal, has anyone else told you about this matter?" "Of course not. This matter has nothing to do with others. And they can't help me even if I tell them. How can I ask for trouble by asking questions?" "A certain person's usual attitude is that the matter has nothing to do with him. Hang high." After receiving the most ideal reply, the elves took a long breath. If the person in front of them wasn't still valuable, they would have considered the possibility of murder in silence. Maybe it would be good to do that afterwards? But that Demon King is also an insider. How can she silence her? The elves are in distress. But Luka Titov was the quickest to get rid of these meaningless thoughts. And he asked again, "Your Excellency, you said?" A certain old elf unconsciously used honorifics, although he did not notice it himself. Even if we know the method, we may not dare to use it. But it seems that the high officials of the Turtle Dove Alliance, we are optimistic about the success of this matter. So why shouldn't we use it? Because I only have a general understanding of your elves' attitude towards World Tree. So the following are my irresponsible guesses. Please listen to me first and correct me if I'm wrong. Drinking water. After clearing his throat, Len started a new topic and said, "What Wadwo and I designed is a series of methods. It's like a warrior learning various martial arts. But in actual combat, different situations will have different responses. And what can be used in different environments, the attack method is also different. To put it simply, it is not like a magician. As long as the ritual proceeds smoothly step by step, the final ritual will be completed." "What's the problem?" The elves were still puzzled. "Well, I heard that the world tree planet in the Elf Kingdom has been deprived of the opportunity to awaken consciousness, and can only be used as a source of various magic materials. And if you want to use that method, the calculation speed required can be it's not something that magicians can do. I don't know how fast elves can do it. Let's say it's 10 times faster than the strongest human. Do you know what 10 times means? That means an elf can be faster than the strongest human being. The speed of 10 human beings' cooperation. But even so, to be honest, the best way is to let World Tree control everything by itself. No matter what situation it encounters, it needs to be conveyed to others. And this requires liberating the consciousness of World Tree. But do you dare to do this? Or should you ask, is this appropriate? Maybe on Earth. Skynet only exists in the Terminator movies. But in the Lost Lands, the Silverbeard dwarves and their guardians are a living example that someone has seen with their own eyes. If the World Tree has only been regarded as a renewable resource for a long time and has been continuously harvested, as long as there is a trace of resentment, what will happen when this World Tree becomes conscious? Someone simply couldn't imagine it. But after saying these words, the elves looked at someone with strange expressions. After a moment, Luka Titov said, "The Wood Elves told you these things?" "Yes." "You believe that?" "Why not?" "And the situation I saw seems to support this argument. However, this does not mean that my mind cannot be changed. So I am also looking forward to your opinion. And then I will make my own judgment." "Okay. This matter will eventually fall on the man in front of him and Yggdrasil. If it is due to misunderstanding, malicious speculation is that the other party may be causing harm secretly. Or good faith speculation is that the other party misjudges due to insufficient understanding. It will not be a good thing for the next thing. So the elves have to explain. What's more, in this matter, no one has a guilty conscience. So naturally everyone can tell others. The crux of everything still lies in the World Tree's commandments. Perhaps for foreigners, it is just verbal commitment and self-discipline. But for the elves, it is a sacred oath that must be concluded with the world tree with the soul. And the consequences of violation will be very serious. But not all elves can readily accept that set of rules that are as detailed as work, rest, diet, behavior, and even sexual behavior. More importantly, those commandments are not conducive to the development of the country. Too many restrictions seem to choke the development of the elves. In desperation, the elves no longer let newborns directly make a contract with the world tree, but let them make their own decisions after they grow up. Chapter 403 World Tree Lottie. Homo sapiens is a very interesting creature. When the elves put the choice of making a contract with the world tree in the hands of adult elves, the number of elves who chose to make a contract became very few, or even none. It's normal to think about it. After getting used to a certain kind of life, someone would suddenly choose a more restrictive life, and such a change would have no meaning other than trouble. But when this right of choice suddenly changed, it became a privilege that only a few elites could possess. Only by becoming a member of the Shinmu Guards could they sign a contract with the world tree. Although once a pact is made, the precepts must be followed to the letter. There are countless young elves who seek to become members of the fixed number of guards. The benefit of the change in the relationship with the world tree is that it liberated the productivity, creativity, and destructive power of the elves. The elves even once ruled the world of lost land and established a huge empire. But the side effect that followed was that the world tree seemed to be degenerating. The incarnation no longer appeared, and even the elves lost the ability to communicate with the world tree. Only elves of a certain special bloodline can still communicate with the world tree. Maybe the branches are still thick and lush. Maybe people still dare not insult people under the shade. But except for the bloodline that became the royal family and a very few members of the sacred tree guard, the world tree seems to have closed its heart and become a tree, pure plant. In this regard, the elves in the kingdom don't know how to recover. At this point, I can only sigh deeply. The news I got from these old elves was completely different from what the wood elves said and what I imagined. As for the reason behind it, someone had a flash of idea and seemed to have some idea. But the sudden furry feeling at his feet scattered his nascent thoughts. Lin looked at the kitten rubbing at his feet in surprise. Meow dot! Reaching out to grab the uninvited guest that was calling in a milky voice, Lin asked curiously, Hey, little thing, how did you get in here? In my impression, a group of armed elves did not seal the outside tightly. Was there a mouse hole that led this kitten to chase it in? But the action of holding the cat with one hand made other people look puzzled. Lin smiled and asked, What's wrong? Are you also surprised to see this tabby cat? Let me tell you first. It is not I came here smuggled in. So you have to ask yourselves. No, sir, you have nothing in your hands, said Lukatitov. Is this Prime Minister of the Kingdom a liar? Or? Lin turned his head, looked at them sitting next to him, and asked, Didn't you see it too? The Lich looked at someone with an expression, as if he saw an idiot. No matter how stupid someone is, they should know something. He looked back at the kitten he was holding with one hand and said, Hey, little thing, what the hell are you? Meow. May I have your name? Meow. Meow. That's a pretty good name, Dot. A certain cat rolled his eyes. How did you get in? Meow. Where are your parents? Meow Dot. Hold the forelegs under the armpits with both hands and lift the kitten up. Are you a male or a female? Meow meow meow. The kitten swung its lower limbs uncooperatively, intending to scratch someone's face with its back paws. Okay. You want to ask me for help? If so, just meow. This mottled cat, who must still be at the age of drinking milk, has calmed down, tilting its little head with a cute look on its face, and meowing incessantly. It looked like he was going to play dumb to the end. There was some speculation in my heart. How could I let this kitten act stupid? Lin smiled and asked. Okay, I am very interested in what you are. So do you agree to let me dissect you? Oh, that is to cut it open and study it. If you agree, meow. If you strongly agree, keep meowing. The originally adorable calico cat looked at the person in front of him with a pair of lifeless fish eyes, not daring to make any sound. Oh, aren't you going to pretend you don't understand? Do you know how to speak human language? Meow meow. I don't understand. It's worthless. You'd better cook it and eat it. Cat meat. I heard Lao Guang said it has a very special taste. But it's a pity that I haven't had the chance to taste it until today. The calico kitten stopped barking this time and turned directly to bite the hand that held him. Don't look at this little thing's extremely small size. Its claws and teeth are strong enough. If someone is in pain, it will of course be thrown away. The kitten that broke away nimbly ran across the table, trying to run away. But how can someone easily let a small animal that has entered the field of vision run away? One flash, grabbing the skin on the back of the neck, another flash, and it returned to its original position. This one-man show certainly left a group of elves confused. They didn't understand the meaning of someone's actions at all. Especially the acting is so vivid, as if he really has something in his hands. But the last trick that suddenly appeared and disappeared still frightened this group of well-informed old elves. If such techniques were used in assassinations, who among them would be able to prevent them? Looking with interest at the empty space where someone was leaning on the table, Finn asked, "What's the reason for this? You can see it, but I can't. And I changed several observation methods, but I couldn't detect anything at all. Is it in consciousness? Or is it light of a specific wavelength? Frequency?" Of course she doesn't think someone is lying, and this kind of deception is pointless. Then the only possibility is that the thing in his hand has indeed avoided the sight of others in some way. He pressed the kitten in his hand on the table. The suppressed kitten lay down in recognition, motionless and not barking. Those black eyes were floating restlessly. Faced with Finn's question, Lin thought for a while and said, "This should be a characteristic of high-dimensional creatures. If it does not restrict its own information transmission, it will be like those indescribable things. Just take a look, and people will see it. Everyone will be driven crazy by redundant and unprocessable information. But if he restrains himself, then he really does not exist if he does not exist in other people's perception. Can't you touch it?" Finn reached out and touched under someone's suppressing object, but it turned out to be empty. But in Lin's eyes, it was the Lich's hand that swept past, and the kitten barked in displeasure. Finn asked doubtfully, "Then why can you?" "Well, because he conveyed certain information to me. He established a relationship with me, allowing me to observe the part he conveyed. Of course, in a way that I can understand the information he conveyed. But this connection is permanent. Once it is established, it can disappear if he wants to disappear from my knowledge again. So I wonder if he can remain in this state. Will he appear in more places? In front of others? You may need to consider it. But there are no other ways." Maybe most of the elves couldn't understand the conversation between the two magicians, but the part they could understand seemed to indicate that this human magician could see a certain existence. And it is very likely. "Can your excellency see His Majesty Lottie?" The unfamiliar name made Lin ask directly. "Lottie? Who?" When several old elves mentioned this one, they all said in awe, "Guardian of the kingdom. His Majesty the World Tree Lottie." He looked at the little kitten who was being held down by his hand and pretending to be well behaved. Lin said, "Is he your World Tree? I'm not sure. Maybe he is just a little thing running from other worlds along the passage of the World Tree. Meow dot." Regarding this uncertain guess, someone suddenly thought of himself. How did he come to the lost land? Can we go back the same way? Once you are distracted like this, your hands will naturally relax. Of course, the young cat who was being suppressed seized this opportunity and swooped out, watching someone warily on the other side of the long table. As for the escaped kitten, Lin looked at his empty hand and never thought about catching it again. Instead, he looked at the kitten with a smirk on his face, his forelimbs lowered and his butt raised high, ready to sprint at any time. Because you guessed why he was invited to the elf kingdom. Lin Yu made some preparations in advance. At this time, he took out a magic stone that he had prepared long ago, which contained introductory knowledge related to the innate magic array patterns of the World Tree, mainly some organized and summarized content, as well as explanations using mathematical methods. This was originally a gadget used to frustrate the elves and communicate with each other. If the other party makes any unreasonable demands, he will throw this magic stone to send the elf away. Now this magic stone is just used to seduce this unknown kitten in front of me. As soon as someone took out the magic stone, the kitten seemed to realize what was inside, staring straight at it without relaxing for a moment. As someone moves up, down, left, and right as if on purpose, the melon seeds in his little head rotate along with it. Seeing this look, Lin couldn't help but smile. He stopped teasing the cat and gently threw the magic stone. This action was not only watched by the kitten, but also by all the elves and Finn present. When the magic stone landed on the table again, and after a few bounces, it started to spin, and all the elves woke up and realized that they had been watching someone's one-man show for a long time. Only the relatively stoic old elf would yell at someone, but right before their eyes, The swirling magic stone stopped abruptly. They vaguely saw a colorful kitten, covering the magic stone with its short forelimbs. Then he lowered his head and pushed the magic stone into his mouth. Just when the kitten holding the magic stone in its mouth was about to raise its head and swallow it, it realized that it had become the focus of everyone's attention. Cognition is a mutual act. There is no way one side can see the other side without being discovered. People who have not established any connection with the kitten are just a background in its eyes. No different from stones on the roadside. Once a connection is established, the person who knows it seems to have come alive in its world, so it can also realize that it is seen, pretending to swallow the magic stone as if nothing had happened. The Sanhua kitten remained cute, tilted its head and meowed in that milky voice. Meow! Then he jumped towards the edge of the table. The short limbs kicked hard, and the figure of the kitten in the air gradually faded. Just before landing, he disappeared from everyone's eyes. At this time, someone said from the side, "In order for others to see things that do not exist, they must first have something they can observe as a medium to make people realize that something does exist. When the cognition is established, you can see the original something that doesn't exist anymore. Of course, that's not necessarily a good thing." Chapter 404 King Written 3. Regarding what they saw, several old elves with white hair and beards communicated in elvish language softly. Everyone saw different colors. The only thing that was the same was that they were indeed seeing a variegated kitten, regardless of whether the colorful cat is their majesty or not. Today's conversation with the human magician has far exceeded expectations. So the elves hastily ended the conversation and arranged for someone to show them around the palace grounds, if they so wished. The elves informed other colleagues who should know the inside story, because what they heard today was too big for them to bear on their own, and they had to share the burden with everyone, then report it to their young king, because after all, this matter is a national policy. Even though someone didn't have a great love for flowers and plants, the behavior of the white-bearded elves made him know that someone was going to have trouble sleeping today. Then the situation after that will either drive you away, or you may not be able to sleep well in your turn, and you don't know how long it will take for the hard work to end. That being the case, now is like the calm before the storm. Lin just wanted to relax and enjoy these countless types of piranha flowers. Okay, it feels a little off-putting. However, walking in the garden seems to be captured by the aura of a certain lich. These carnivorous plants are very peaceful. It seems that bullying is not just the nature of animals. The man who was holding his arms and having cold sweat on his forehead thought so. As for the reason for sweating, it was because the other arm was also held. By chance, I met two students who were also admiring flowers in the courtyard. And of course, the elf sword dancer, who helped them lead the way. Without a group of old men present, this good boy's character instantly collapsed. Like a challenger, she jumped onto a certain arena called Gablash Tripwood and challenged the former demon king, Fanatical, who claimed to be the master of the arena. It means that elves are not all environmental pioneers. How can they be considered environmentally friendly if they are clearly ready to tear down the arena and destroy the environment? What makes someone feel particularly baffled is that they experience the actual feeling of that idiom for the first time, a thorn in the back. The resentment coming from behind almost turned into a real knife, inserted into someone's back that was almost soaked. Do these two girls join in the fun at this time because they think their teacher's life is too long? Or do you want to test whether their teacher's life is tough enough? And the most unacceptable thing is that if you want to act coquettishly, please choose a better time and choose a more suitable occasion and clothing. What is Lyaina wearing? Elf armor. No matter how beautifully made that thing is, no matter how ergonomic it is, and how it fits the curves of the body, it is still made of metal. What does it feel like to have someone in full body armor clinging to your arms? The feeling of being held in the mouth of a Tyrannosaurus Rex and being told affectionately that I would never bite it. If there is a worse feeling than being held by a Tyrannosaurus Rex, it would be being held by two Tyrannosaurus Rex. Although Finn was wearing a magician's robe, the magic gun tied to her waist, the elf didn't recognize it, so she didn't ask her to disarm. Only the staff, machete, etc. were taken away. In the eyes of the elves, the real weapons were, the handle of the gun was stabbed into someone's body intentionally or unintentionally. Regardless of whether such an action was a warning, someone was likely to be torn apart by two Tyrannosaurus Rexes at any time. The feeling of being in two. If the two humanoid tyrannosaurs were to fight each other like before, then forget it. Someone could still find a chance to escape. The tit-for-tat issue between them now seems to have progressed to another level. From the moment they met until now, the two women have been glaring at each other silently. Some people feel as if the bottom of their pants is wet. but they are wearing a robe outside, so they can't see it. Suddenly, the fool-like laughter of a silver-bearded dwarf came from not far away, which was no less good news to someone in dire straits than the angels. He said, "Ah, it sounds like Germain's voice. I'll go over and have a look." He immediately escaped in a flash, but only appeared a few steps ahead. Lin added, "Ah, they seem to be being entertained by your royal family. Let's just break through. Okay?" The elf sword dancer once again confirmed that he really couldn't catch the magician who could move in such a strange way. He looked at his free arm with a slightly disappointed expression. But the person opposite him looked proud, and the lost corners of his mouth gave people a feeling of itching with hatred. However, when faced with the human magician's question, Lina still replied, "These few are also distinguished guests of our country. There is no banquet held for the guests that you cannot participate in. What's more, I am here, and that little guy has what audacity to stop us." "Hey, eldest sister, that's your king. Can you show some respect?" The elf sword dancer took the lead and walked towards the place where the banquet was being held lively. It was a courtyard with only bushes. The long table placed outside was filled with wine and food, and it was specially used in the way that the dwarves liked. I saw Germain holding a chicken leg in one hand and a large horn cup in the other, eating and drinking at the same time. He was so happy that his natural laughter was very heroic. Someone suddenly feels like they are the same person but have different fates. The dwarves are happy here, but they have to face a group of old men. The elven warriors guarding the outer circle saw the elven sword dancers leading a group of humans. Of course they knew where each other was coming from. It was just their duty. They cleverly served the wine in the crystal cup on a silver plate first, in addition to toasting. It also had the meaning of obstructing, with the special contact information of the inner and outer guards. They quickly received instructions from the king to let them go. In fact, just by seeing the elf sword dancer present, everyone knew this was the result. The king of the kingdom of Piajani is a very handsome young elf. The skin is so fair that you can see the blood flowing under it. The slender eyebrows and the long and curled eyelashes perfectly set off the bright eyes. With her red lips, pointed ears, and long pale blonde hair, this one would definitely take the crowd by storm if she appeared in women's clothing. It's a pity that he is a big boy and a king with noble blood. The reason why there is no mistaking the king's identity is because of the jewel-encrusted crown on his blonde hair. Although there are not many restrictions on clothing in Midi, there are still some clothing and accessories that cannot be worn indiscriminately, like the yellow shawl of the magician censor, the golden crown representing royalty or royalty. The man looked jealous and the woman looked crazy at the young elf king, and walked towards Lin and the others. He showed a hearty smile like the sun and greeted in the common language of Midi. "Your Excellency Tripwood, Lord Tikal, Miss Halloumi, Miss Kaya, good day. I'm sorry that I didn't invite you to the banquet first. It's because the Prime Minister told me that what he wants to discuss with you is very important. But now that you are here, the Prime Minister's matter must have come to an end. Please join us. Germain is talking about you. What happened after leaving the underground Iron City?" Use the etiquette of a magician to greet the king. Seeing the young king's unassuming and friendly appearance, Lin had only one thought: this is a good boy. Not at all as bad as a certain elf said. I saw this young elf king, blushing slightly, looking shyly at the elf sword dancer, and greeted in elf language. "Auntie, I finally see you. Tisk." I don't know whether it was an elvish or common language. Lina first had a blatant expression of disgust, but then instantly put on a formulaic smile, half kneeling, and said respectfully, "Your Majesty, you are in good health, and I am very happy about everything." Such a performance made the young king unconsciously show a disappointed expression. But he quickly adjusted his mood and personally supported the elf sword dancer, who was pretending to be respectful. And, as soon as Lina touched her shoulders, she immediately jumped up. But at first glance, it was just like an ordinary courtesy from a monarch and his ministers. But those little moves are very thought-provoking. Is this a bloody plot development like the Condor Heroes? The young king seemed not to give up, but went one step further and said, "Aunt, long time no see. I miss you. Why did you choose to guard the border when you came back and didn't want to see me?" "Yes, since the last time we met, you wet the whole bed. We haven't seen each other for a long time. You went to guard the border just because it was our family's turn to have someone. My younger brothers are even worse than you. If I don't go, can I count on them?" Well, this girl has her map cannon and Star Destroyer cannon fully activated. And she also uses common language, not even giving someone a chance to pretend they don't understand Elvish. Especially the several fierce elf warriors nearby who looked 87% similar to Laena. All of them looked like they were about to collapse. Seeing the arrogant elf sword dancer, they did not even dare to express any resistance. And after he finished speaking, he rewarded everyone with a skull and walked away without looking back, leaving only an embarrassed group of people. Except for the Lich. She looked at everything with a smile. This is probably the reason why Laena ran away. Looking at the back of the lonely young king, someone couldn't help but step forward, patted his shoulder, and tried to persuade him. Just look at it. Some people will talk about embarrassing things in their childhood as long as they see it, and no matter how long it takes. In her case, in my eyes, you are still the child who made the mistake, and you are younger than the other person. This was also an environment where people grew up in a small country, and it was an era where everyone was said to be equal. So he didn't realize what a rude thing he had done. And the person was a king. If the opponent is a competent king, such actions alone are enough to start a war. A bunch of elven warriors nearby looked like they were ready to rush up and kill someone. But someone's words touched the young king's heart. He didn't feel offended at all, but asked for a solution. After all, as a magician, it should be normal to be able to find the problem and find a solution. This time, Lin was confused. Are you kidding me? Asking a loser who has been a loser for most of his life how to pick up girls. If I were in the winning group in life, would I travel to such a ghost place? Has anyone seen the victory group time travel? Which one was either driven to the extreme by hardship, or was driven to the extreme by being confused like himself, and then crossed over? Chapter 405: The Genius Who Gets Into Trouble. As a fat nerd, his ability to pick up girls may be 0, but his ability to talk is definitely 100%. Based on the love movies and novels I have watched, and the various love games and age games I have played, I have excluded some of the gameplay that is too cruel, and I will not give you the entire 100 ways to hack a royal sister. It's not called a home, since you dare to deliver it to your door yourself. Don't blame me for being rude. So someone just thought about it for a while and said, if you want to pursue an older woman you know well, following in her footsteps is the worst thing to do, because no matter how you chase her, the possibility of catching up with her is very low. So what you have to do is not to blindly cater to or please her. It's about replacing the impression in the other person's mind that you are always chasing after her ass with a line of snot hanging from your nose, and make the other person realize that he is already a mature man. Of course, this is not about you. Speak in an old-fashioned tone, or do things that only old men do. The so-called maturity is not just pretending. It is a person's accumulated life experience, decisions he has made, and mistakes he has made. It is an attitude towards life that is accumulated bit by bit. So what you should do is to get out of the protection of others. But this does not mean that you should do something dangerous, but that you should treat those around you. Read more. Learn more. Ask more questions about everything. Ask why, and understand why things should be done the way they are. The accumulation of these invisible changes is called maturity, rather than just growing a beard and hoarse voice. When you can solve some things that she can't solve, this first step is considered a success. By the way, how old are you now? I am exactly 60 years old this year. Oh, wait, let me count it out. An elf reaches adulthood at the age of 90. But this guy is only 60. If we compare it to the age of 18 for a human being, that means I am teaching a guy of junior high school age how to pick up girls. After figuring this out, someone was suddenly stuck in his thoughts and couldn't continue talking. I saw this elf boy who didn't know that his spirit was contaminated, with his eyes wide open, looking forward to someone's next words. Suddenly Jermaine spoke Silverbeard dwarf language and shouted, "Hey, big brother, come and see if I'm doing this well." Seeing God's rescue again. This is the first time he has been rescued by the silver-bearded dwarf, who has no eyesight and specializes in destroying the atmosphere. At the same time, someone was awakened. The person in front of him was not the young boy next door who had just started falling in love, but a king. So Lin pretended to smile and said, "Your Majesty, please think about what I just said. I'm a little hungry." And Jermaine is still yelling over there. Although he felt it was a pity, he also felt that he had benefited a lot today. So the young king waved his hand and said with a smile, Of course. I hope the elves' food is to your liking." I laughed awkwardly a few times, but it seemed that I was still a little carried away. In the warm greeting of the young king, Lin noticed what a certain screaming dwarf was doing. And then, he was dumbfounded. In front of the drunken silver-bearded dwarf was a three-sided water mirror screen, and the content on the screen looked like a normal human's head-up perspective. It would be fine if it were static, but the scenery in the picture is moving, and there are ups and downs. It looks like the camera is used as an observation point, moving like a human being. Regarding the thing Germain showed, someone was wondering whether it was something imaginary. The drunken silver-bearded dwarf seemed to be showing off, shouting in common language, "Hey, big brother, come and take a look at this control system I designed. It is a combination of peaceful armed forces and robot programs. A remote control interface. It allows me to control the actions of the peaceful armed forces from a distance, although it only controls movement for the time being. All fighting actions can only be run by established programs, but there is no way to control precision fighting. I already have some ideas about motion control. Let's take a look at this system. It's wonderful. I'm controlling the peace arms, and there's no one inside. It's completely remote control." At the same time, there were some little elf girls surrounding Germain, shouting and screaming in an incomprehensible manner. Sure enough, as long as they master the technology, the imagination of the natives of Midland will never be inferior to that of the people on Earth. Just looking at a certain silver-bearded dwarf who had laid out all his old stuff and had a triumphant expression on his face, Lin turned to look at the other three dwarves who had given up expressions and asked in the silver-bearded dwarf language, "This what else did Big Mouth not say?" Marit said in a voice that was so plain that it could scare people, "He told everything I knew. And he even said some things that even I didn't know. So I don't know what else he didn't say. Didn't you consider giving him a sap? I saw before that you guys had perfected that move to the point of perfection. The guy who didn't take advantage of you. In addition, I thought he would be moderate. So I gave him some face. By the time I wanted to hit him with a chair, it was already too late." After Marit finished speaking, the three dwarves all looked regretful. But after all, this is the family matter of the silver-bearded dwarves. For some people, although it may cause some trouble to their fellow travelers, it is nothing more than trouble. And this also reminds someone that their secrets must be kept secret from this Big Mouth. If he knew about it, it would be the same as taking a loudspeaker and sending it around. But to be fair, Germain's mind was racing at the thought of remote control. It's just, regarding the issue of information transmission and control, has he considered all aspects of the problem? Although all the image-related accesses I have now have been castrated, the required capacity is not like the original MIDI video file, and the original format cannot be transmitted using magic stones. However, updating this kind of real-time picture, even using a new access format, should be very expensive. Just when someone was thinking this, he saw cracks like broken glass appearing on the three screens built using the water mirror technique, as well as the light-engraved keyboard on the plane. At the same time, the screen content is interrupted and becomes blank. Then under the eyes of everyone, the screen and keyboard dispersed into the most primitive magical aura, and then dissipated between heaven and earth. This is the breakdown of magic. At the same time, Germain, who was in control, also collapsed. He let out howls like a murderous pig, just like a white-eyed junior high school student who joined a group to fight a raid. However, because the time was up, the internet cafe owner disconnected the internet. The dwarf didn't know what to do, so he threw himself on Lin with snot and tears. He cried, "Brother, what should I do? The peaceful armed force is still walking. If no one controls it, it will not turn and may even hurt others. What should I do? I really want to kick this guy away." In order to meet these important figures among the elves, he had put on a clean robe that was only used on formal occasions, and now it was all stained with his nose, tears and saliva. A helpless sigh. Seriously speaking, Germain is a genius. Maybe not as good as that lich, but definitely better than him. Although he didn't talk about the related development of technology, he was able to think of those applications and implement them. The various inferences are really amazing. But just like those mad scientists, they don't care about the bottom. He often gets things out of control, and then he has no way to deal with the aftermath. So he can only ask others for help. This guy is so out of line. If no one helps him, he will kill himself sooner or later. It seems that we need to arrange a shock education to control his temper. But not this time. I don't know which street, but there is a peaceful armed force that is programmed to walk on its own. It is not a remote control car for children. It was a murder weapon. And it was a robot with a self-defense mechanism. Although it is still far from being practical, it is already lethal. Lin didn't want anyone to be harmed by this kind of half-finished product related to him. So he had no choice but to help. Considering that this is the capital of the Elf Kingdom, most capitals have regulations prohibiting magicians from flying in the sky. Of course, if it is just a regulation, it will not have much restrictive effect on the masters. There are large empires that directly turn the capital into a magic forbidden zone. But that is expensive and not something that ordinary countries can afford. Most countries play like the Earth. The Earth is detected by radar, and then intercepted by fighter planes, and directly served with more ruthless missiles. The Lost Land also follows the same method, but uses magic. But there are many kinds of magic, and each one has its own differences in how to use it. In my impression, the Elf Kingdom, which is dominated by druids and elf magic, is limited by insufficient manpower and confidence in magical attainments. So they have a method of detecting fluctuations in mana and power, as long as there is abnormal wind gathered by power, which is also the principle of magical flight. A warning will naturally occur. The main reason for such a distinction is to allow ordinary birds to fly in the air. In other words, after he appears in the sky, as long as he does not use flying magic, he should not trigger the detection of the elves' restricted air. This means there should be no chance of being magically focused and then knocked out of the sky. This question arises because someone is planning to search for the location of peaceful armed forces from above. Lin never thought of asking a sniveling dwarf where he had gone to control the peaceful armed forces. This product is definitely classified as drunk driving. And it is also the kind of drunk driving. He himself knows where he drove that big toy. And that's what makes him a ghost. Even if he really knows. According to Germain's expressive ability, if others can understand it, someone will probably find it by himself. So Lin flashed his identity and went straight to the sky, before the elves had time to react to the disappearing magician. The heavy iron armor appeared out of thin air in the courtyard and fell heavily to the ground. And someone appeared where he left, sweating profusely and panting. It is quite a heavy burden for someone to carry items safely, especially if they are so large. At this time, Germain, who ran to the peaceful armed forces to check, let out a miserable howl again. Why are all the programs gone? Chapter 406 So innocent. The screams of his family certainly attracted the attention of several dwarves. They all looked at the only person who could do anything. But Lin shrugged and said, "You don't even have a breakpoint or emergency stop function when writing a program. I just met the peaceful armed forces. And this thing is it was very ignorant. So I had to use my own method to stop it." Marit was filled with hatred and said, "Since the last incident, we have implemented the emergency stop function. It's not that we haven't done it." Remembering the last time, some idiot set up a timer function, which exposed the peace arms to the elves, in order to complete the program interruption and emergency stop functions. Several dwarves stayed up all night for several days before changing all the programs. Now, once she returns to before liberation, Marit can't tolerate it no matter how good her temper is. What's more, she has a bad temper to begin with. But someone still said it with confidence. "I don't know. What's the difference between not knowing and not knowing? We have no obligation to tell you. This is the most powerful weapon of the Silverbeard dwarves. How can we give you such authority?" "You're right. I totally agree. But I have to find a way to stop that thing. Or how to bring it back. Of course you can keep it a secret. But you want my help, and you don't want to tell me how to give the stop order. Of course, I can only use my own methods to solve the problem. Otherwise, next time this happens, please do it yourself." The female dwarf, who was choked by someone, couldn't change the fact even if she gritted her teeth. She had no choice but to admit it in the end. What's more, in this matter, it was my own person who did it from beginning to end. Not to mention that she couldn't win against this human being. Even if she fought, the chance of winning was still a bit high. Because if this human magician was determined to escape through the flash technique, she would have no choice. Being invincible before fighting is such a disgusting thing to say. As for Lin deleting other people's programs, he deleted them without any psychological pressure. Because someone knows very well that there are backups in the first coffin. Maybe it won't be the latest modification, but it won't completely ruin the martial arts. It just depends on whether these short people have good backup habits. It can be regarded as teaching them a lesson. But judging by how solid Germain is, he would probably forget about it the next day. After all this time, even if I wasn't hungry before, I am hungry now. So Lin walked towards the delicacies on the long table, ready to fight them. The appearance of someone's flash technique certainly attracted the attention of the elves. Perhaps because their king was present. They didn't dare to make a mistake. Few people grabbed someone's robe and asked for an explanation. But the reserve of those with lower status does not mean that their king is equally calm. The young elf king was asking questions like a curious baby, until someone's rationality was about to break. The elf warriors guarding him wanted to hold back their king. It is a pity that they are not qualified to stop or offend their king in situations other than immediate danger. So they could only wink at someone. But someone who was being annoyed couldn't care less about their expressions. And someone who is helpless clearly understands that these troubles are caused by themselves. It's not like Lin hasn't considered using the flash technique as a killer weapon. Of course, it should be kept secret in normal times. But this magic was originally designed to replace walking, which means it is a magic that is often used for the sake of confidentiality. All these conveniences cannot be used, which would be too painful, since flash is to be used as a regular magic. It is expected that people who don't understand will ask questions. However, most people are not as blind as the silver-bearded dwarves, who immediately said they wanted to learn. The special skills of mages have always been very expensive. This is a common perception in the world of Lost World. The curiosity of ordinary people is actually a bit of a spy. I want to know how far this magic can be achieved, whether there are any restrictions, and other issues. Regardless of whether you want to take precautions in the future, track or counterattack, or you are just simply curious, there is nothing wrong with knowing more about it. Of course, Lin was prepared with some excuses for men who had been at the bottom of the magic circle for long enough. Just like the Earth's diplomatic rhetoric. It sounds like it talks a lot, but in fact it has no content at all. The young elf king was not a person who didn't know how to wink. After a few words, he directed the topic to other places and just chatted. Of course, the main thing is that the king asks and everyone answers. After all, the young king had not experienced much. So the king was curious about the life of a silver-bearded dwarf, or the adventures of a certain magician who was so low-end that even the elven warriors next to him could not imagine. However, the performance of this elf king, written 3, left someone with a question. It may take 90 years for an elf to mature physiologically and grow physically. But the time and life experiences that have passed are real. If a human being lives for 90 years, he will be in the realm of an out-and-out old thief, with all kinds of cunning and cunning. And how many young people can compete with him? But what about elves? The king in front of him has lived more years than before, and after his time travel combined. Why is he still like a child? The short guys next to them, who have lived for more than 500 years, and are still getting into trouble, are considered special cases. Because the growth environment of silverbeard dwarves is too simple. And they are surrounded by masters, and ants who are older than them. Everyone treats them as children, who have not grown up. They will be like this. The appearance is not surprising. But what about elves? Of course, if you ask someone directly why you are so childish, you are basically here to quarrel. Even if you were a fat nerd, someone would never do this. So Lin bypassed the conversation and asked, "Actually, my experience is very ordinary. But your majesty, there are so many strong people around you. There should be a lot of people who can come up with more unique adventure experiences than otherwise. Let them take you on a journey that is too dangerous. Or even just walk outside the palace. See the scene in the streets with your own eyes. Listen to what other people are saying and thinking. And broaden your knowledge. These are better than listening to me tell you how to bully some puppies and kittens." The king who was asked was still thinking about how to answer, and the expressions of the elven warriors next to him changed greatly. Who is this magician looking for trouble? Actually encouraging their king to do such a thing. But they could only try their best to make faces, hoping that someone would understand. Some elven warriors even pretended to cough. Although it was rude to do this in front of the king, he didn't care. But the young elf king didn't take it seriously and replied directly, "I shouldered the responsibility of this crown a long time ago. I was still young at that time. And the minister said it was too dangerous to leave the palace. And my people need it. I protect myself and am also responsible for my people. So since I can remember, I have never left the palace except to meet with His Majesty Lottie." "Your Majesty Lottie? Oh, your world tree. May I ask, where are your father and mother?" Lin knew that this question might be a surprise, but Lin still asked it. After all, this is not our own country, and the history of this country is not told on the forum. So for such a young king, it would be a lie to say that one is not curious. As for the elf warriors next to them, they winked and winked to the point of twitching. On the one hand, the young king had no scheming, and on the other hand, the affairs of the previous king and queen did not belong to any palace secrets. Therefore, Written 3 ignored the guards' inexplicable little actions and said directly to someone, "My mother, Queen, after giving birth to my youngest sister, Princess Valeria. She unfortunately passed away in childbirth." The chirping little girls, who were originally surrounding Germain, were now surrounding the young elf king. The youngest one even leaned on the king's knee lovingly, letting their eldest brother caress her wavy pale golden hair like an obedient kitten. After losing his mother, my father has been very sad, and his situation is not as good as it was in his heyday. Later, in a war, he was attacked by an enemy and lost his life. So I succeeded to the throne, and I have been to this day. It's normal to have points in a war. There is no war without death. The problem is, Dystocia? An elf queen? Are there druids just for a living? In a magical world where people can be resurrected even after death, it is really unimaginable that a noble person would die because of giving birth to a child. So Lin asked in shock, "Didn't anyone save your mother? Are all of you elf druids useless?" Now it was someone else who fired the map cannon, but the elf warriors next to them were already paralyzed with expressions. Everyone looked at this bold human magician with dead fish eyes. The king looked confused and said, "No." The great druids of the kingdom spared no effort when assisting my mother to fight against the Abyss Lord, although she was not completely successful in the end. My mother still passed away, but at least my sister survived safely. Wait a minute. Dystocia is just a Dystocia. What does it have to do with the Lord of the Abyss? Someone asked with a confused look on his face. Well, that's normal. The young king tilted his head, wondering what was there to ask about this matter that was almost common sense. At this time, the lich who had been silent until now spoke. She said, "The soul that is still in the mother's womb is the purest. And of course, it will attract the covetousness of demons or undead. And some special talents or noble blood will increase the value of the soul a lot. And of course, it will be easier, attracting higher level demons or undead. And for demons, doing so is also a good thing. It is comparable to tempting a future king or queen to become his disciple, or even his own avatar walking in the world. 1,000 or even 10,000 civilians would be more advantageous. So it is not uncommon for pregnant women to take up arms to deal with these uninvited guests." Fun. The authoritative explanation of the undead only made someone have an idea. That is, the women of the earth are really happy. At least they don't have to fight the devil with a knife when giving birth to a child in order to have a child safely. Minnie's Dystocia is terrible. Chapter 407, Centaur Tribe. After roughly understanding the situation on his mother's side, Lin of course continued to ask the young king about his father's situation. After all, it was just said that the previous king died in a war, which means that the kingdom of Pia Jamie is not so stable. So if you stay here, who are the potential enemies you will encounter? Even if someone is not curious, he has to consider his own life. But which of the surrounding countries is powerful enough to shake an elf kingdom? Even kill the king? If that kind of thing really happens, it would be a shame if the whole country couldn't mobilize the strength of the whole country to fight a vigorous war. Compared to the outside world, the kingdom of Pia Jamie, which is relatively closed to information, makes some people feel quite unfamiliar. But I haven't heard such rumors in the past few years. Or should we say that this happened decades ago, and that country had been wiped out long ago. The current conflicts on the national border have nothing to do with what happened in the past. But the answer I got was surprising, but not so surprising. Ridden 3 solemnly said, "My father was killed by Khan Abdulkalik during the battle with a group of centaur bandits. If there is any race that can be immediately put into the evil camp upon hearing its name, the centaurs are definitely one of them. He is tall and strong, moves like the wind, has 5 senses better than humans, and is naturally resistant to magic, allowing him to survive in all kinds of difficult and dangerous environments. When these conditions converge on a race, they will come to the conclusion, instead of working hard, it is better to use robbery. But it does not mean that this race will not work. But in the case of low productivity, what they seek the solution is not to use technology to increase productivity, but to regard robbery as part of the labor to fill the vacancies needed in one's life. The biggest difference from the nomadic peoples in the north of the ancient Xia kingdom is that centaurs can show off their power not only on the grasslands, but also in forests, deserts, mountainous areas, and all kinds of terrain. They can display their terrifying combat power. It can be said that they have no shortcomings. A strong fighting race. Fortunately, the shortcomings are as obvious as the elves, whose fertility rate is not high. If one person accidentally kicks the iron plate, it is easy for them all to die. But this raises another question. How many people are there in this group of centaur bandits to challenge an elven kingdom? Is this a centaur tribal coalition? This question arises because the young king mentioned a term con. The pronunciation of the proper noun, midland, is quite close to that of earth, and the meaning is similar. This made someone unexpected and wary of the centaur with this title. The title con is not something that can be used by just any cat or dog. Their number is not necessarily certain. Sometimes there are more people to invade, and sometimes there are fewer people. According to my Minister of War, even when this group of robbers has the largest number, they are no match for the army of my kingdom. But they are elusive, and many times we can only spread our forces to defend key points in various places, and then delay the other side as much as possible, waiting for the encirclement and support of other reinforcements. There is nothing wrong with the tactics of both sides. Of course, the centaurs must rely on their mobility to manipulate the elven army at their fingertips. Moreover, the centaur race may have the best endurance among all creatures, but it is not something that ordinary cavalry can keep up with. The camel bird may be okay, but the cooperation between the knight and the riding beast is ultimately not as good as the 4 legs that others come with. I wanted to ask more questions, but then a low but hearty smile I had never heard before came from the side. Sir Tripwood, I didn't expect you to come to my king's banquet. Do you want to enjoy my elf? Delicious food. The Prime Minister of the kingdom, Luka Tidov, whom he had just met in the morning, came over not far away with a group of old elves. Looking at the formation, there were actually more people than at the morning meeting, and each looked dignified, not just an old man. Next to him was an elf warrior who was sweating profusely. Judging from its shape, it should be one of the king's guards. They couldn't resist the rude magician's random questions, and they couldn't stop their innocent king from answering seriously. The ministers who were supposed to accompany the king to entertain the ancient ally of the silver-bearded dwarves were also called away by the Prime Minister of the kingdom for discussion. As a last resort, they had no choice but to interrupt the minister's meeting. Compared with the friendly expressions of Luka Tidov and the other old men whom he had met before, the old elves whom he had never met had sinister expressions and looked at someone fiercely. It seems that there are hawks and doves among the elves. I wonder if there are some bloody palace jokes. Just saying, where did he offend them? Someone has no awareness that he is spying on national intelligence. Lynn felt like he was just chatting with the boy next door, asking about gossip related to him. So for a group of old men to appear out of nowhere and firmly dominate the discourse, someone doesn't have much resentment. Anyway, it's nothing to talk about. At this kind of banquet, eating and drinking are more important. The one person who didn't quite fit in with this banquet scene was Germain, who was dejected and sad as he watched the program being cleared. As he drank too much, his emotions expanded several times, and his chest was filled with regret, which made him feel like he was about to vomit. If someone knew, they would just say he drank too much. The elf's wine is sweet and delicious, but has a strong stamina. When drinking without restraint, it is very easy to drink to death for no apparent reason. As for the other 3 silver-bearded dwarves, no one sympathized with the guy who asked for it. In other words, now that they have no last hit, they are worthy of the friendship between the same clan. They also imitated someone, talking to those old elves who were good at dancing while working hard on the food on the table. In my hometown where resources are limited, waste is shameful, even when they come to the surface. The silverbeard dwarves are not used to a wasteful life attitude. After finally seeing off all the guests, the old ministers of the elf kingdom gathered around their young king, returned to the meeting hall, and sat down in their respective seats. The king, who was still quite new to his duties, felt a little uncomfortable being stared at by a group of old men. He felt a little embarrassed and said, "My lords, there is something to discuss." Although sitting on the most noble throne, the young king spent most of his time as a spectator, watching the ministers tit for tat. And in the noisy process, he came to a conclusion that no one was satisfied with. Of course, he didn't understand many things, which was the biggest reason why he, as a king, couldn't say anything. Maybe it's like what the human magician said. You should ask more questions instead of just being a spectator. But there was no time when the young king could stay out of the situation. When the ministers had a dispute, they would also ask them about the young king's opinion. This is not about understanding or not understanding. It is mainly about getting different perspectives on things, and seeing whether we can break away from the original debate and find a different path. Whenever this happens, Ridden 3 will be very happy, feeling that he can finally help. But such opportunities are rare, and these capable ministers can always handle things properly. The king is really dispensable. After obtaining the king's consent, the prime minister of the kingdom asked the royal guards guarding the surrounding area to retreat and guard outside the meeting hall. Tidov then said, Your Majesty, I am here to report to you about the information about the advancement of the World Tree that I received from the Tripwood Magician. The Prime Minister of the Kingdom spoke clearly and methodically stated the attitudes of other high officials in the Turtle Dove Alliance, the needs and actions behind the promotion of World Tree, and the risks and success rates. For the Elf Kingdom, the growth of the World Tree represents the improvement of the kingdom's strength. Maybe they don't deal well with the Wood Elves, and their attitude towards the World Tree is different, but they attach more importance to it than anything else. Therefore, they also have a need for the promotion of World Tree, and it can even be said to be a rigid need. However, the two groups couldn't argue over whether to upgrade the World Tree by oneself after obtaining the method, or with the help of external forces. There are certainly pros and cons to both. It is of course best if you can master the method yourself. You don't have to put your life in the hands of others, and you can make your own decisions when faced with various choices. Maybe that decision may not be the best, but after all, you made it yourself, and you can only bear the good or bad by yourself, and you don't have to shirk it. The shortcomings are also obvious. Either it takes time to master the method, or you can use that Your Majesty as experimental material to learn the correct method from possible mistakes. What a joke! If it goes wrong, Your Majesty has a 5 for 3. Who can afford it? This is not something that just one or two elves, or one or two families, can bear if they say they want to bear it. And with the help of external forces, not only the two magicians who are currently in the kingdom, but also other high-ranking members of the Ikaruga Alliance are also expected to help. Because according to the magician, all they can do is calculate, find a way forward from the fog. The more people calculate and verify each other, the more correct results can be obtained. But that's the old question. Can these borrowed external forces be trusted? Let's talk about the Turtle Dove Alliance, which has never been at odds with the Elf Kingdom. Just the Lich among the two magicians. She was the demon king who destroyed the kingdom of Pia Jamie once in the past. The elves never mentioned this. Not because they had forgotten that matter, but because they were unable to determine whether that person was indeed the legendary demon king. If so, what attitude should we use to face it? There were only a few great elders who guarded the World Tree who had experienced the hatred from thousands of years ago. The remaining people don't even have the grudges of their parents. Is it possible to use the excuse, "My father was killed by you a year before I was born," to challenge that person? The other party's attitude is also different from what it was 1,000 years ago. At least on the surface. That one didn't do anything aggressive. But with such a performance alone, can we trust the other party and leave such a major matter as World Tree's promotion in the hands of the other party? Just like the group that plans to mess around on their own, those who support seeking help from outside forces and seeking a better and more reliable way to advance to World Tree are not sure that those who come to help are completely trustworthy. Chapter 408 Kingdom Affairs. Ridden 3 was in a dilemma. Both sides' arguments had their own truths, and it was difficult for him to take sides. Suddenly a familiar figure appeared in front of him, and he called out, "Your Majesty." The only person in the Elf Kingdom who can be so honored by the king is the incarnation of that one. Luka Tidov and the others stared blankly at the calico kitten sitting on the long table. He tilted his head and looked at the other old elves. "Meow. Your Majesty, do you have a message to convey when you appear here?" "Meow. Meow. Meow." The kitten sitting on the long table meowed quickly, and at the same time, its short forelimbs kept tapping the table, as if it was saying something. "Your Majesty, don't be so excited. Speak slowly." "Meow." After calling out, the kitten stood up straight. The originally dark pupils suddenly emitted light, projecting a screen-like plane in front of Ridden 3, with countless words flowing out of it. Perhaps the Elf Kingdom is relatively closed compared to the outside world. However, the kingdom's top officials are still no strangers to forums that are very beneficial for transmitting information. Although what you see in front of you is not the water mirror screen used in the forum, it has the same purpose. Even though King Ridden 3 was not very interested in things used by humans, he only briefly looked at them and stopped paying attention to them. But since this was what His Majesty was showing, he still looked at it seriously, and then simply admitted that he couldn't understand it at all. For safety reasons, the young king may not have left the palace, but the education he received was a complete elf version of elite education. All the knowledge inherited by the elves, the knowledge of magic, the history of the elves, the history of the lost world, the spells of the druids, the traditional martial arts of the elves, archery, writing, etiquette, country governance, military strategy, all imaginable and unexpected things, all stuffed into the young king's head. The only difference is to use all these skillfully. But in this way, he could only recognize the characters in the content displayed by His Majesty, but could not understand the meaning, even if it was just a fragment. The young king, who had been thinking for a while, suddenly woke up and said with a wry smile, "Your Majesty, are you saying that we cannot learn these things?" The kitten stopped projecting and shook its head at the somewhat frustrated king. "It doesn't mean that you can't learn it." "What does that mean?" The variegated kitten used its forelimbs to dig on the table, then used the meat ball to point the area where it was trying to dig out, and patted it hard several times. Dig up? What to dig for? The young king was puzzled. At this time Luka Titov suddenly interrupted and said, "My king, maybe your Majesty means something deeper." "Meow! Meow! Meow!" The kitten meowed several times, and nodded with a satisfied expression, indicating that the old elf's guess was correct. The young king suddenly realized it and said, "It means that the knowledge required is actually something deeper than what you see now." The kitten nodded like a fool, and stretched out its forelimbs to point at the young king, indicating that what he said was very correct. Then his movements changed, and he made movements to push the door open with his left and right feet. But he continued to pace in place. "Are you afraid to come in?" The kitten shook his head and nodded again. Several elves guessed the meaning of several words in succession, but all got the same expression. In the end, Luka Titov guessed, "Does this mean it doesn't even count as entering?" When the kitten heard this, he nodded in agreement. The Prime Minister of the kingdom then said, "You mean that the knowledge we can know is not even an introduction?" After the kitten showed a satisfied expression and expressed approval, it tapped its forelimb in the distance, suddenly pinched its own neck, and then stuck out its tongue and turned its stomach. Then he named all the elves present, then opened the door and walked around. Now everyone can understand what their Majesty wants to express without any guessing. That is to wait until the human magician dies, and the elves might not even be considered for entry. This kind of naked contempt made everyone silent. If someone were present, he would never be surprised by World Tree Lottie's comments. The knowledge he has learned is the essence accumulated by many generations of scientists on Earth. If he teaches alone, how much can he teach to a group of people who don't even have the basics? Then, they develop on their own. And how long will it take to catch up with the Earth? Even if geniuses like Finn and Germain exist, they still have limitations. And not everyone can join in such a little game of gesticulation between a young cat and several elves. The few elves who did not attend the meeting with the human magicians in the morning looked blankly at their colleagues, and the king sang some incomprehensible things. Among them, Prime Minister Luka Titov's biggest political opponent, War Minister Maxim Stash, was the most disgusted with the scene before him, because he couldn't understand what the elves were doing. Always outspoken and not afraid of offending anyone, he directly shouted, "What are you doing with the king? Do you think we are fools?" The young king who was reprimanded felt a little aggrieved, and he flatly said, "This is because His Majesty Lottie." When the kitten's name was mentioned, the young king meowed, and the young king finally realized that something was wrong. He looked at his prime minister in surprise, pointed tremblingly, and asked doubtfully, "Can you also see His Majesty Lottie?" Although he was helpless, Luka Titov said on behalf of others, "We can indeed see His Majesty's figure." Yet he looked like a kitten with 3 colors. As soon as these words came out, not only the young king was shocked, but also several elves headed by the Minister of War Maximus Stash. Being able to see His Majesty's figure has always been a patent for the royal family, and an honor for outstanding members of the Divine Guards. How could other elves admire the Majesty's elegance, let alone describe it in such an unflattering way? A variegated kitten of 3 colors. Correct. But why? Before he got the answer, the young king thought of another thing first, and stood up excitedly and said, "If Titov can also see His Majesty, then I can give up the throne to you. Anyway, the reason why I became king is just to communicate with His Majesty. It's too late, but it's soon." The kitten, which was licking and grooming its forelimbs on the long table, suddenly jumped up and slapped the young king, who was eager to throw the blame back to his seat with a ball of flesh in his palm. Then the man stood up, with his forelimbs on his hips, meowing. Seeing His Majesty's reaction, Luka Titov could not be ignorant and said, "My king, His Majesty Lottie has always only been willing to communicate with the blood of the royal family. This is a responsibility that you cannot get rid of. It is purely an accident that I can see His Majesty's figure." It should be noted that the human magician Guy Black Stripwood is the other person who can see His Majesty's figure. This series of actions not only made the elves of the kingdom's prime ministers understand something. Even the elves from the war minister's line saw the calico kitten slapping people with its paws because of the young king's sudden movements. All the elves present gasped, as if he realized that he had been exposed again. The kitten shook his head dissatisfiedly, not even looking at a group of elves who were usually old-fashioned. The first person who couldn't sit still at the unexpected news and his unexpected development was Maxim Stash, the Minister of War. He asked, "What is going on? Why can that human magician see His Majesty? Why did we also see His Majesty?" Describe the meeting with the human magician in detail. Luka Tidov smiled helplessly and said, "I gave the human magician's explanation in full, word for word, without adding or modifying anything. Because to be honest, I didn't understand it very well. A group of elves tried to use their knowledge to explain the situation they observed. But most of the time it's just a matter of fact. Or it's all kinds of what do I think, and I think it should be." The calico kitten, who couldn't stand listening anymore, screamed in protest, interrupting the discussion of other elves. He immediately walked in front of the young king, turned to face all the elves present, and waved his right forelimb, just like a dictator delivering a speech, using exaggerated body language. But only a meow came out. The young king ridden 3 understood something and set the tone for the discussion, saying, "Since the human magician was appointed by His Majesty, I think we have no reason or qualification to object. So next, I ask you to continue this decision and contact the magician Tripwood. Let him be willing to help His Majesty Lottie advance." "Yes." "Meow." Several elves and kittens who were biased towards the kingdom's prime minister replied in unison. Although the elves of the other series had many doubts, they could not find any reason to object. So they had no choice but to agree. Summer nights are a bit boring. Heat waves may not be as brutal as during the day, but they can still make it difficult to sleep. In particular, the new body's perception in all aspects is very sharp, and the uncomfortable feeling will of course increase exponentially. Tonight, a certain lich rarely could sleep. Sitting by the window, the occasional cool breeze couldn't dissipate the irritability at all, making this person look lazy and not wanting to do anything. Even though there were footsteps outside that shouldn't be here, she didn't move her thoughts. When the door was opened, then didn't even bother to look back, but said directly, "Although you try very hard to hide your whereabouts and enter a state of stealth, to be honest, you are not suitable to be an assassin. Are you considering quitting? I'm too lazy to beat you up now. If you find another one, you can go there by yourself, and I'll pretend you've never been here." The female elf Laina Tidov was standing at the door of the lich's room, wearing cool summer clothes. She closed the door and leaned against the door panel. The same summer, the same night, the familiar weather in her hometown seemed to ignite the fire in her chest. And that inexplicable emotion was only guarded by the last line of rational defense. "But like this," she said, "how do you feel when you look at a country that you destroyed once? Do you want to hear the truth? The truth is that I don't feel anything at all. I have no memory of what I did to this place. I probably don't know which of my legion commanders did it. I have never led an army in person. To this point, fighting in remote places." The location of the kingdom of Pei Jamie was considered a barbaric area hundreds of years ago. The demon king who conquered many civilizations said he had never been here. But it was really possible that he had never been here. This is something one has to admit. But Laina still said unhappily, "It's really sad. You can't just admit your mistake readily. Because I lead a group of idiots, I have to bear the mistakes they made. I have already realized this. So, do you want to take revenge? Why not?" After saying that, their lips overlapped. It is more than words. Chapter 409: The experimental object delivered to your doorstep. The pigs and sheep changed color overnight. How should I describe this feeling? Seeing that the elder sister had an extra clingy follower. Someone was speechless, especially when he saw his 2 students looking jealous. He felt that he was still in a dream, and that all this was caused by his other 2 incarnations. So he planned to crawl back onto the bed, get some sleep. In the past, the 2 of them had been in constant tit-for-tat and sarcastic interactions with each other. Now he looks like a little bird, whispering to each other from time to time. And then, there is a chuckle like a silver bell. That show of affection almost blinded me. All I can say is that she is truly worthy of being a sister. For both men and women. The 2 people riding on a camel bird naturally became the focus of the team. This team set out from the capital of the kingdom of Pai Jamie to the location of the World Tree. Although the tree was within the borders of the kingdom, it was not located in the royal capital. Instead, it was carefully hidden. This is also the greatest reliance on the restoration of the elf kingdom, which was destroyed once in the past. Ridden 3, the young elf king, personally led the team. In addition to all the king's guards, 266. There were also 3 Windrunner squads assigned by the Minister of War, as well as the army responsible for protecting the accompanying ministers. Each Windrunner team has 10 people. This is an elite team with investigative capabilities. Lina Tidov's team is also one of them. And for an elf father, what could be more devastating than his daughter falling in love with a human man? Maybe falling in love with a female lich would be one of those things. So the Prime Minister of the kingdom fell ill to make his daughter angry. Otherwise, under normal circumstances, when the king goes to the territory of the World Tree, half of the ministers will follow him, and all the ministers will take turns. This time, the Prime Minister of the kingdom was supposed to follow him, while the Minister of War stayed behind. But that one fell ill. So the 2 people on duty had to switch shifts, and the Minister of War followed him, while the Prime Minister of the kingdom stayed behind. His father was already ill, but he was still hanging out with the lich. Was he deliberately trying to make his old man angry to death? A certain human male asked this question. Huh? The old man is just lying on the bed, pulling the quilt over his face, and doesn't want to get up. What's wrong with him? His brain? I lost it. Uncle, how old are you? And you are still so petty? In short, it is no one's turn to take care of the elf's housework. Lin didn't turn a blind eye. He simply closed both eyes. Anyway, the person driving the carriage was his student. If it weren't for the stuffy heat inside the carriage, he wouldn't want to come out and watch others act out. Turning around, the other side saw the melancholy atmosphere of the silver-bearded dwarves. Dwarves have poor backup habits when writing programs, and Finn made the last backup for them. After that, the lich temporarily turned his attention in other directions. The progress in the robot program was all the result of the dwarves. This is also the reason why the lich didn't know about it after they made the remote control interface. Otherwise, how could Finn not warn them about the consumption of power? The program that was originally being developed as a secret weapon was not only led by Germain, but also his good friends Riley. 2 fierce female dwarves, Marit and Freya, also contributed a lot. This is also the reason why all the Silverbeard dwarves almost went crazy when the Peaceful Arms was formatted by someone. Germain's reflection after the incident was also very strange. He directly found someone and said, "Hey, big brother, how about you send me back? Anyway, it's very convenient to use your flash technique. What are you doing back? Are you homesick? Stop making trouble. In 100 years, I won't think about that extremely boring place. I just want to go back and get something. What to take? Is there anything that I have to go back to your house to get? You know, the last time I remotely controlled the Peace Arms, I lost control on the way because the remote interface ran out of energy, crashed directly, and then lost control. I want to say that ordinary magic stones can't carry it. So of course, we need to use better magic stones. Stone. In my hometown, the Guardian's Soul Stone is of no use at the moment. I just want to go back and knock it off and make it into a device like a coffin. Then, I won't have to worry about the power being exhausted and it will collapse halfway." Germain's way of self-examination is very much like that of a silver-bearded dwarf. If a certain material is not up to standard, find better and more excellent materials. But when they hear it in other people's ears, they don't know how others will feel. Lin just wanted to curse Dog Tycoon. And at the Dream Magic Tower, a certain ferocious Lolita was locked in a birdcage, making the entire cage shake. He even opened his mouth and bit the iron railing, yelling vaguely, "Let me out! I'm going to bite that stinky dwarf to death." Next to them is a fat man and a short and thin man having afternoon tea. The avatar of Fat House sipped the black tea contentedly inside. "Ah, what a peaceful daily life." The second incarnation just pushed up his glasses and looked at the former dwarf guardian, who was about to explode next to him wordlessly. In reality, someone rejected the dwarf without hesitation and said, "I won't do such troublesome things. And have you ever thought about a question? The reason why you silver-bearded dwarves have not made progress is because of everything relying on better natural materials. There is no thought of using the things at hand to solve the problem. If you want to do the latter, you must use your brain to come up with better solutions, which requires breaking through the original ones. Only with technology and bottlenecks can we do it." You must know that during World War II on Earth, the 2 countries with the best science and technology were Germany and Japan. And the United States was not up to par at all. The reason why those 2 countries have the strongest science and technology is actually because they are forced by insufficient resources, forcing them to use all kinds of weird methods to complete all kinds of impossible tasks. But in the end, the strongest Krypton gold tycoon at the time and his younger brother beat 2 of them to the ground. So for the problems encountered by the silver-bearded dwarves, Lin gave a topic. Find a way to use wisdom to overcome the difficulties you are facing now. Whether it is to face the difficulties or to save the country through curves. No. By doing this, you're not really learning anything by being around me. Should I say simple? Or really inspired? Anyway, a certain silver-bearded dwarf returned to his post excitedly. A team of nearly 500 people walked in a mighty manner, passing through farms in various places. As a king, Ridden 3 naturally met with the druids stationed there, and the elves working here. This also gave Lin the opportunity to have a glimpse of the agricultural technology of Lost Land. To be honest, except for weeding, fertilizing, insect repellent, and watering, which are done by magic, there are not many chemicals involved. It should taste much healthier than the food on the earth. But other work still relies on human power. They are all one elf with 2 arms. Nothing surprising about them. But even so, the efficiency is not something that the farmers of the earth can imagine. Strength is also. The farmers of the earth, to put it bluntly, are like the cows of those in power. If the milk is not enough, just squeeze it. Anyway, if one cow is squeezed out, there will be other cows lined up, waiting to be squeezed. This is almost the same situation in other places in the Lost Land. But in the Elf Kingdom, no one dares to take care of a farm without the title of Archdruid. Those who dare to make trouble on this piece of land will only say that the land is huge and can be buried anywhere, if they meet someone more ruthless. They can process it into fertilizer and spread it evenly in every soil, and it will become a real thing. Omnipresence. Elf Druid has absolutely nothing to do with the word peace. This point is the same whether it is from the Wood Elves or the Elven Kingdom. In line with the principle of prudence and self-preservation. When someone sees those druids with the physique of Arnold Schwarzenegger in his heyday, he will hide as far away as possible. Are you kidding me? My small body is not big enough for them to deal with. As for whether he would simply appear in this team to help the elves of the kingdom of Pyajani and assist their world tree lottie to advance, it was not because they offered such generous rewards, or because I have the compassion of a saint, and I want to help the overall improvement of the Lost Land. Even if the original hypothesis was somewhat close to the truth, someone has only one purpose: to study the world tree. There are 2 target topics. One is to study the energy consumed by each upgrade of world tree, as well as the additional losses that may be faced in the process. The former is a topic that I did not expect to pay attention to at the World Tree Wadwo, and the latter is a question I hope to get more observation data. After all, until now, someone has only obtained 1 world tree, which is Waldwell's observation data, which is far from enough for a qualified experiment. This issue is not only related to whether Lottie can be successfully promoted, but other world trees are also very concerned. If the world trees hadn't interfered with each other, and the avatars couldn't be too far away from the main body, I'm afraid the leaders of the Turtle Dove Alliance would have wanted to come to Lottie to observe everything that was about to happen. Another subject is somewhat personal. The idea came from a casual comment I made when I saw the kitten not long ago. Maybe it came along the world tree and came from other worlds. In addition, the world trees that I saw in the High Seat Council all had bubble phantoms that connected different worlds. Let someone want to study what kind of place the other end of the world tree is connected to. Is there any basis for their connection to a certain world? Are they all high-dimensional worlds? Or is there a planet in the same dimension, but in another place in the universe, with life or the possibility of developing life? Among those options, is there Earth? These problems were not thought of when we were at Wadwo, so it was easy to leave at that time. Although thinking about these problems now, Lin believed that even if he returned to the Wood Elf tribe, he would still be welcomed by Walled Wall. But he couldn't muster the energy to go back. Now that another world tree has arrived at your door, how can you make sense if you don't make good use of it and solve the doubts in your heart? Anyway, everyone gets what they need in the end, just like helping Wadwo in the first place. So Lin doesn't have any psychological burden. Chapter 410: The Troublesome King. But before starting the research on World Tree, there is one thing that needs to be solved during this short journey. Just like Finn gained a follower who fell in love with and killed each other in the past, Lin also gained a little follower behind him. And that was the king of the Elf Kingdom of Pia Jamiridden III. Perhaps it was because his previous speech was too presumptuous, and because at that time no one was able to realize the fact that the sunny boy in front of him was the head of a country. So all kinds of speeches and bad ideas did not take into account the status gap between the two parties. Strictly speaking, someone's behavior is not uncommon in the Lost Lands. And this is also the main reason why the masters are not welcomed by the nobles, and some people who think that they have noble status and blood. However, the king who came to the throne too early failed to make a few true friends, and seemed to fall into this trap instead. Originally, according to someone's idea, the young king had some interest in his aunt, Lyaina Titov. But now the elf sword dancer and Finn are having a passionate affair, and they don't even have the slightest idea of hiding their relationship, with jealousy intertwined. How could an adolescent boy not fall into that inexplicable nest of troubles? The young king is not angry or immersed in sadness and sentimentality. This can be regarded as a very good psychological quality and good self-adjustment. If it goes according to someone's personality, even if he doesn't stab the adulterer and adulteress with a knife, he will definitely hide from a distance and stay out of sight. Unexpectedly, this person actually changed his target and got entangled with a time traveler who believed that his sexual orientation was normal. Could it be that elves like this from the bottom of their hearts? People of the opposite sex are only there to carry on the family line. But true love is for people of the same sex. If he hadn't been a king, he would have seen him once and kicked him away once. Someone is thinking this in his heart. However, since there was no way to kick the opponent away, unless he wanted to break up with the more than 500 elven troops around him, Lin could only find other ways to divert the king's attention again. From the conversation, it can be found that Xiao Ritten's focus is on some trivial matters in life, or some low-end adventurous life, which is completely different from Germain's focus on new knowledge from the earth. If you always talk about some of your own dark history, it would be bad if you tell others that you shouldn't. So of course someone had to think of some way to avoid having to think about things that he had almost forgotten, to satisfy the young king's thirst for knowledge. If it's professional knowledge in magic, or methods of running a country, picking up girls, etc., someone doesn't dare to talk big. But if you just want to pass the time and shift the focus, the entertainment culture of the earth will be impossible to catch up with if people from all over the world ride on dragons. As the saying goes, fullness and warmth lead to lustful thoughts, while hunger and cold lead to the desire to steal. Mitty is still in the latter stage, in a situation where most people can't even have enough food and clothing. It certainly won't be able to develop a booming entertainment industry like Earth. Simply put, there are too few people who have enough to eat and leisure to do. It is not difficult to find one of the many entertainment projects on the earth that can satisfy this young elf king, and is something that someone can do at this stage. It would be too unrealistic to directly release a set of Marvel movies for people to watch. A game of mahjong, poker or something like that is only suitable for the elderly nobles, who are hungry, and waiting to die every day. It cannot satisfy the young people's desire for adventure. So to satisfy that adventurous heart, what could be more suitable than an RPG game? MIDI also has a magic network with similar functions to a computer. It can write programs. So making a game is not a big problem. But even for small category games, it's a big project that can't be completed in a day or two. So Lin chose another easier path. TRPG, which is also very popular on Earth. The preparation is relatively simple, requiring only a rule book, a few character cards, and a storyteller. Of course, the most important thing is a dice. Maybe I am not a die-hard TRPG fan, but at least I have played enough RPG games, and I have not read the relevant rules. Even if you can't completely reproduce the AD&D rule book, you can still have a rough idea, and then add a few percent to it, which should be enough to satisfy the caged bird-like king, after a day or two of rough preparation. Although most of the time was spent on writing the rules. The more troublesome thing was making the fair 20-sided die. I don't want to get too many kinds of dice, and just making the 20-sided die by hand will make someone almost vomit blood. Originally, I found a piece of wood on the roadside and started carving it casually. The thing was completed quickly, and then when I tried rolling the dice, I always got 3 numbers: 2, 4, and 20. If any other number is thrown, it must hit some concave and convex place on the table to make it possible. This kind of dice, which could only be used for cheating, was directly thrown into the fire by someone and burned. Finally, I took out a piece of magic metal, used magic shaping techniques, and combined it with my own 3-dimensional design drawing production process. I also precisely calculated the slight weight loss after carving out the digital grooves, and then adjusted the center of gravity of the metal and revised it several times. I finally made a usable 20-sided die. Everything was ready. On a not-so-cool night, after dinner, Ridden 3 came to someone's tent to visit. Lin asked 2 apprentices to invite a few people. There cannot be too many participants in TRPG, So the TRPG that was launched for the first time in Midland. The sacrifice chosen by Lynn. The participants are the young elf king Ridden 3, the future leader of the Silverbeard dwarves, which will make people feel that this race has no future. Germain of Hope, the Lich Fenitiker who was resurrected in this world after 1,000 years, and the adventurer Laina Tidov, the elf sword dancer who retired from active service not long ago. Since everyone except himself was an inexperienced novice, Lynn found some time in advance to create some level 1 characters that he thought were pretty good. There are a warrior template, a thief template, a magician template, a druid template, and an archer template, one for each male and female. A total of 10 initial characters. And the character cards have been made. These character cards, including rule books, are stored in the form of 4 books. Moreover, the relevant probability calculation formulas are also programmed with special calculators to save calculation time. Of course, the formula is open and transparent, and the calculation results can be verified at any time, because the main source of probability is not the random number table, but the actual 20-sided die. After all, Middy's paper, ink, etc. are still luxuries, so don't waste them if you can. The Forum series of magic that utilizes the power of magic stones can be regarded as almost cost-free in terms of static and simple presentation. Someone just created a deformed product between a TRPG and a computer game. But so what? No one has seen the original version anyway. So before everyone gathered, Lynn next to the campfire used a green-eyed high-end magic stone as a carrier to use 3-dimensional imaging to project a map with a very exquisite real-life terrain. When the invited people and the young king came one after another, someone closed his eyes and said nothing, showing off to the extreme. "Teacher, everyone is here," Kaya reminded someone who had her eyes closed. This was what Lynn had confessed in advance to prevent himself from overdoing his pretense and being criticized. That lich won't be polite. The map in front of them is so detailed that you can see the treetop shaking. It still attracts a group of people who have never seen it before or who don't see it often. Except for the lich and his 2 apprentices. Everyone else was attracted by this beautiful map. In addition, I just can't figure out what medicine someone is selling in his gourd. And I'm making random guesses in my mind. Opening his eyes and looking at the crowd, Lynn spoke in a solemn and low voice. "Adventurers, welcome to my world, the continent of Faerun. I am the host of this game, and also the continent of Faerun, the gods of the mainland. A selected few of you will participate in this adventure." "Oh, are you a god? Great." The lich with a slight smile and the sword dancer clinging to her side looked like they wanted to test someone's strength. Someone quickly stopped them and returned to his normal tone and said, "Don't do it. This is just a role-playing game. You are not yourself. But these people." At the same time, someone showed the design character card. "You who participate in the game play these characters and embark on adventures in this fictional world. And I am mainly a storyteller." Except for Ridden 3, everyone else had little interest in the so-called game. After all, there are really not many entertainments that can be played in the land that are on the table. But they could also see that this was prepared for the young king. So everyone, including Laina, made up their mind to support him once or twice. And then everyone did their own thing. After roughly explaining the rules to everyone, this gratifying TRPG adventure is about to begin. The selection of characters is determined by participants rolling dice after numbering the 10 character cards prepared in the early stage. Anyway, no one understands it, so we can only let someone manipulate it. As for whether you are satisfied with the character card you got, it doesn't matter. The 2 apprentices each have their own tasks. Since there is only 1 dice, Halloumi holds a silver plate and takes it to the person who needs it to roll the dice. And someone also emphasized the way to throw the dice. Holding the dice in your hand, turning your palm over at a certain height, and letting the dice fall freely until it stops completely. I want to emphasize this point because there are many people here. It is not difficult for them to do some tricks with their hands to make the dice fall to the side they want. Therefore, it is necessary to emphasize the use of fair methods. Kai is responsible for recording everyone's adventure stories, although Lynn, the DM, was mainly responsible for calculation and judgment. Someone thought it would be interesting to record these things. So Lynn used that deep voice again to tell a story. An orphan saw an unexplainable sight in his dream. All stories begin in Candlekeep. 5 minutes later, Germain smashed the stone he was sitting on with one hand and cursed. "What kind of shit game is this?" Although I don't know when I said this term. Let the silver-bearded dwarf hear it. But unlike other dumbfounded people, Lynn held his head and asked the sky without words. He wondered what kind of event he had just hosted. There is a warehouse in front. Go in and take a look. There are rats and spiders. Looks like it should be easy to deal with. I'm on. Then GG. Chapter 411 The Running Group in the Lost Land. Why did 4 humans die at the hands of a bunch of rats and spiders? Someone also had a question mark on his face. In reality, this kind of thing is absolutely impossible to happen. At most, it will be a little embarrassing. How could it be possible to die like this? But this is a game that follows a rule book. And a level 1 character is a noob. A group of people didn't understand the rules of the game. So they rushed into the warehouse without lights or anything. Even if they are in a disadvantageous environment in the dark. Everyone has a blank slate and no equipment. So they can only rely on their fists. The most important thing is that these people have no sense of role-playing at all. And they have no idea that they are actually only level 1 characters. When it comes to talking about his actions, it's all over the place. And all kinds of legendary skills are thrown around without money. And as soon as the dice roll was made, someone felt that these 4 guys were cursed. Even this lowly spider can pass the poison test on them, directly allowing the 4 whiteboard characters to win the bid. In addition, Jermaine, who got the magician template, rushed to the front line and used his character as a human shield. Then got the warrior template. But he was thinking about possible tactics in the dark and did nothing. Laina is a character who uses druid. But her skill slot is all empty at once. And she is also useless. Another ridden 3 who got the female warrior template was successfully attacked by a mouse without knowing what he should do. After all his companions died, he was surrounded by monsters and quickly followed in his companions' footsteps. Amidst all kinds of negative judgments and disadvantages, the 4 martyrs successfully became heroes. Alright. It's too demanding. Maybe too much. To ask a group of people who have never played this kind of game and have no idea what to do. But someone still couldn't help complaining about them. Your series of choices are really disastrous. When normal people go to a strange place, what would you do if you just break into a locked warehouse without asking for any information? The mage is doing it with his bare hands. Fighting monsters in a dark place? What are you thinking about? Remember what role you play now. Even if you are a fledgling adventurer, you should think carefully about everything you do. Why don't you think more about whether this is possible in the game world? Or is it because this is a game? So you are quite dismissive. No. I also acted like this in reality. Is there anything wrong? The lich who was taught a lesson was a little dissatisfied and curled his lips and said. The elf sword dancer and the silver-bearded dwarf next to him nodded in approval. Only the young king looked a little confused and looked at both sides. Well, it's no wonder these people don't have a high sense of involvement. The main body is a guy who can walk sideways in the mysterious world. How can he understand the hardships of weak people like us? Anyway, someone clapped their hands, regaining everyone's attention. Said, don't think of what you are going to do next as a simple game, but as another period of your life. You are very weak there. But it is a novel world, and there will be novel experiences. That is different from reality. There is no difference. It's like you don't know what will happen in the next second. Whether it will rain later, or what you will encounter if you go down this road. Someone gave a nondescript description, and the serious king asked softly in confusion. Will it rain? The predictions of the druid masters are very accurate. Then if we go down this road, isn't it going to His Majesty Lottie's place? Anyway, in short, please think more carefully about how you are going to live in that different world. Of course, and most importantly, how to take risks and make your life colorful. Instead of watching it every day seeing the same scenery, meeting the same people, doing the same things. At least, in my world, you are free. Free? This sentence is very heavy. Are you ready to bear it? Then smiled slightly, but his words were threatening. A chill ran down someone's spine, and he looked at the lich whose smile never faded. Then stretched out his hand to signal the start of the next game. Lin was filled with doubts. And after briefly restating the original opening, he returned the focus to Candlekeep and Farron and asked, Then, adventurers, what should you do? I stood behind my adoptive father, picked up the hardcover book on the table, and launched a sneak attack on my adoptive father. The action Finn chose frightened everyone, not only a few participants, but also those watching the show, and the guards responsible for guarding the young king had dumbfounded expressions. With that enigmatic smile, she looked at the god in front of her and asked, Why? Can I act like this? Lin, who returned to normal, looked up the rule book he had written and said, No. Of course you can choose to act like this. I need you to throw a sneak attack check. Then a minute later, the group was destroyed. Wait a minute. What's going on with this random adoptive father on the side of the road who is a legend? Germaine asked in confusion. Don't you listen to my background introduction? Candlekeep is the place with the largest collection of books in Faerun. There are many scholars in it, and the environment is relatively closed. In a world full of dangers, a force that can do this. It's normal to see Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon. Okay, even if it's normal, what does level suppression mean? What is level? Germaine asked again. And then someone doesn't know how to respond. Yes, what is level? How to explain the super basic setting? It's like air and water. Most people don't think about the reason for this kind of thing. After thinking for a while, Lynn showed a level 1 character card that no one was using, and said, Look, this is your character active in the world of Faerun. In reality, people will undergo training or actual combat training. Then it becomes stronger. But how much stronger? Or is it actually getting worse? We can only verify it in the next battle. And then the next time. But it will exist in this way. It's impossible to judge characters in such a vague way. Pointing to the blank character card and the almost blank skill bar. Also displayed are chapters on levels, skills, etc. in the rule book. So the way to show the growth of these characters is that when they continue to use skills or certain technologies, the characters will accumulate proficiency. After fighting, they will accumulate experience points. When the accumulation reaches a certain level, use upgrade way to express the growth of characters. Therefore, the difference in level can be regarded as the difference in strength and weakness in the continent of Faerun. Of course, the victory or defeat in battle does not entirely depend on the gap between levels. There are other factors. Decide the outcome. Oh, how do you get experience points? Finn asked. Well, it's actually written in the rule book. In addition to getting different amounts of experience points based on the enemies you defeated after the battle. When you complete tasks entrusted by others, you will get certain experience points based on the difficulty of the task. Also, you can gain experience points if you get experience from some powerful people. Can you defeat any kind of enemy? Well, yes. As long as you start a battle and defeat the enemy, you can gain experience points. Okay, let's start the next one quickly. Finn's eyes were almost crescent-shaped, and he couldn't wait for the next one to start. Seeing that this lich had no idea what strange idea he had, Lynn looked at the others who were equally puzzled, but their expressions seemed to be looking forward to the next adventure. So it's a similar opening again, but this time with a little more description in the background. Adventurers, how will you act? Can I observe other people's strength? Finn asked first. Well, you can, but you don't have the relevant skills, and you don't have enough adventure experiences. Simply put, you haven't trained your eyesight yet, so you can only make a rough judgment. Then I want to observe my adoptive father's strength. Do I need to roll the dice? That's not necessary, because you are the family who raised you. From the friends you have with your adoptive father, and from hearing about his past adventures, you know clearly that your adoptive father is a very powerful magician. He also has extensive contacts and rich knowledge. Oh, that's great, Finn said with a face that was excited about the idea. Then I'll leave home and look for lone passers-by on the road. Well, I kind of realized that Finn had a crooked idea. As a DM, of course there is nothing to stop. So when Finn killed the first lone passerby, she got a lot of eyeballs that were almost bulging. At first, other companions were a little puzzled and even resisted such behavior. However, after Finn's character upgraded and the loot was found from the corpse, everyone became loyal believers in the chaotic evil camp. Like a mad dog. Kill everyone you see. Then, they were slaughtered by the guards from Candlekeep. Why do the guards guarding Candlekeep attack us? Germaine asked dissatisfiedly. You committed murders on the road in broad daylight. Although you selected some lone passers-by who looked easy to bully at first, you did not hide the bodies after killing them. If in reality, you think such a thing is impossible once you are discovered, everyone in the gathering place will be killed by you. Please help me. Even if you do bad things, you have to use your brain. Okay? Criticism is useful. And at least this group of participants learned something from it. Just like that all night long. A certain guy, who was the game host, saw these people annihilating them in various ways. But they did start to read the rule book during this process, and became familiar with how to play the game. Especially when I saw with my own eyes that they only spent a few minutes briefly browsing the rule book. And after switching back to the professions they were familiar with, they were able to take advantage of the attributes of these characters. All kinds of stealing, cheating, beating sap, dragging in dark alleys, and covering cloth bags are all very easy to do. Even the young elf king turned into a wretched man, relying on the skills of the druid profession. He became the main force in attacking the east and west and attracting the attention of NPCs. Then, there are the various unsavory actions of others. To make someone doubt yourself. Did you make some nasty games specifically to teach bad children? Chapter 412 Destiny Probability. After who knows how many times the group was wiped out. A group of people were excitedly waiting for someone to start the next round. But Lin's eyelids were so heavy that he could hardly open them. He steeled himself and said, "Hey, it's very late. Aren't you going to sleep? Hurry up and start. I just came up with another good idea." The high-spirited appearance of this group of people reminded someone of his own experience of staying up all night unknowingly because of games when he was young. But can the person I was then compare to the person I am now? He didn't want to accompany these people. After a big yawn, Lin said, "I can't hold it any longer. Please find someone else to host it. But we don't know the story of Candlekeep." Germaine, who also wanted to continue playing, said loudly in protest, "This is an adventure. People who are interested in hosting can bring their own experiences. Make some modifications. Use some imagination. And then let the dice determine the difficulty of everything. What's in it? Look in the rule book. As a host you can do it, too. Or find other people with rich adventure experience. They can do it too. And, seriously, can't you just take the adventure in a normal way? Do you need help? Help people. Do some small tasks that can gain experience points. Fight some monsters. And do some justice. Don't always do some petty things. Farron is a big continent. And you are all doing it again and again in Candlekeep. What's the point of playing to death? Anyway, if you are interested, please ask Kaya to copy the rule book and study it yourself." After saying that, someone didn't stop. After taking a sip of water, he returned to the carriage with a flash. Hosting a TRPG is not easy at all. Among various backgrounds, I would choose the Dungeons and Dragons series because it is most similar to life in the Lost Lands. The natives of Lost Land are the easiest to understand. And it is also easy to find adventure experiences that can be used as background from their respective stories. In this way, there is no need to tie someone up as DM for 10,000 years. As long as other people are willing to tell stories and let others participate according to the settings in the rulebook, anyone can be a game host. If you choose another story background in the Wasteland, just to explain what mutants are and what nuclear bombs are, I'm afraid someone will just tell some story settings that will make people sleepy all night long. Running a group. It would be even worse if it was a Cthulhu background, because previous experience would allow someone to know those indescribable existences. And to the Lost World, it was not something that only existed in storybooks. If he provokes those things again, his life will not be enough to kill him. So in the original consideration, the uncertain part was whether the natives of Lost Land would accept this way of playing the game. But it seems that they are very interested in living a new life in a different way. Not to mention the lich who misled everyone. She was originally from that camp. Where are the others? A king of the elf kingdom. A young patriarch of the Silverbeard dwarf clan. And a famous elf sword dancer. Look at what good things they have done in Candlekeep. If in reality, they are not paraded in pig cages, it must be because the local people have holes in their minds. Just being a DM can make someone's fists hard, but they never tire of it. However, another problem was exposed during the game. After all, this rulebook is something that has been rushed out in a hurry, and it is reasonable that it is not perfect. There are not enough types of dice, and some rules are contradictory, especially in order to match the cognition of the Lost Land. The basic attributes use 8 powers, but there are many flaws in the design. But let's talk after you wake up. Someone will become unconscious as soon as he touches the pillow. The next morning, I had a rare good sleep. Normally, the 2 apprentices would be on time to disturb people's dreams. But today they deserted? Climbing out of the carriage, Lin was shocked to see the situation in the camp. Most of the elves have haggard faces and 2 panda eyes. And they are very serious about carving dice? A group of people around the campfire. It seems that the participants have changed several times. And several people have taken turns as the DM. But now they are staggering around. Each of them looking like they just fell asleep, but fell into a deep sleep. Look at that position. It will be miserable when you wake up, with all kinds of aches and pains. If you think about it carefully, this seems normal. Although the rule book can be easily copied as long as you have magic stones, there is no way to do it with dice. So those who can play it have a lot of fun. And those who can't play it, of course, find ways to make props for the game. There are no gambling tools like dice and MIDI. Just pick up 3 or more terrains and guess which one has something in it. And you can bet that someone will go bankrupt. Of course, the most common thing is to guess the heads and tails of a coin. If it were the most basic hexahedron dice, it might be easier to make. But a 20-sided die? Even I hit the wall several times. And finally, I just use magic materials to make a qualified dice. Can other people use the engraved ones directly? Maybe the rule book is given away for free and just selling dice is a good business? It should be easier to make by opening the mold and casting it directly with metal. There is no need to use magic materials. Then the thickness of the paint can be used to adjust the center of gravity. But as soon as this idea arose, someone gave it up. Just kidding. The money earned by the forum is enough to bite people's hands. If you add some other sources of income, it doesn't mean that you have the golden word, fat sheep, hanging on your head. Moreover, this kind of TRPG gameplay is popular depending on the performance of the elves. But it is hard to say for people of other races. In addition, this is not magic knowledge. It cannot be sold through the channels of the Magicians Association. And of course, it will not be protected by the association. So after the gameplay is exposed and the rule book is online, it is probably still difficult to make dice. Other than that, if you want to pirate it, it will not be difficult. But no one thought about making money from this kind of thing. Because pure rules have never been the focus. The real value is the story world established by countless creators. Sometimes it's the story that attracts people. And people in turn establish rules for it, making it a world that can be played. This expanded business benefit is much greater than a simple rule book. Of course, you can also choose to establish authority in this field, suppress all possible signs, and monopolize this entertainment market. As a magician who wants to find a way home, doing those things seems a bit unprofessional. And that's not a simple job that can be done casually. Picking up the 20-sided dice placed on the silver plate. Lynn raised the dice to make it shine in the early morning sun. It feels weird. Things seem different? I picked up the dice and rolled them on the silver plate a few times. There was no abnormal bounce or only a few numbers. It seems that I am just too worried. Elsewhere, Mount Tharsis is a neutral sanctuary located between the Lost Lands, the Abyss, and the Kingdom of the Gods. This place was once the front line of the war between the gods of Midland and the outside gods. It was also the main battlefield where the ancient gods and the gods began to change between generations. The result of countless powerful forces fighting here is that the space here has become pitted and extremely unstable. Even for gods, it is very difficult to maintain their existence here, let alone fight. Such a dangerous place has a new function nowadays. That is, it is a place for peaceful meetings between the leaders of the various camps. Because the god who died here will not revive in his own kingdom. On the contrary, the god's kingdom will directly collapse after severing contact with the original owner, leaving the god dead and unable to die again. Even the evil gods of the Abyss, who are said to be immortal, have not appeared again since they came here to cause trouble. So everyone is cautious when they come here. Of course, other gods or evil gods are willing to appear in this dangerous neutral place, no matter who calls it. It is quite rare that a large number of gods have gathered today because since last night, there have been constant earthquakes in the kingdom of the gods and the Abyss. Although no damage was caused, this abnormality still attracted the attention of these beings. Today, Logothene, the goddess of fate, summoned the gods to Mount Tharsis. He is one of the few gods whose calls will be answered. In addition to his always maintaining a neutral stance, the concept he represents is also a destiny that makes the gods troubled. No one wants to go against him. When a golden chariot pulled by 2 8-legged horses rushed into this neutral sanctuary, the gods and evil gods who had arrived all trembled in their hearts. Wearing a dazzling golden battle armor, the guardian god Apollos entered this unstable space with the force of wind and thunder. He used his tyrannical power to stabilize the space he passed through, making it seem like everything was smooth. The first thing Apollos saw was the mischievous Lavaquito, the god of destiny, who had been beaten up by him a while ago. He frightened this usually carefree buddy and hid behind his elder sister. The gods gathered into groups according to their respective camps and friendships, and they were distinct from each other. Apollos drove his horse and chariot alone to the god, who was half withered and half cold. He made a deafening voice and asked, "Why do you look like you are about to die? Were you responsible for what happened yesterday? Are you here to deal with the funeral arrangements now?" Logothene did not answer the wasted face of this big boss, who could make a bunch of gods and demons angry to death just by talking. The goddess of fate just spread out her withered palm. And in her palm was a 20-sided dice. And this is the one that someone carefully crafted, and was secretly exchanged by the goddess for a fake one she made herself. As soon as the dice came out, there was another shock. This already shaky space seemed to be about to collapse at any time. Unlike the ancient gods who personified all things in nature, the new gods who have gone through the dark ages and grown up are gods who uphold various beliefs and concepts. Then when these concepts are shaken, it will affect their existence. When the belief does not exist, they will also disappear. As the history of civilization advances, concepts will change and beliefs will shift. These are normal phenomena. But there are signs of these things. When detecting signs, there are usually two options. Do you want our help to eradicate the root cause of this shaky concept? This is what most gods, and the so-called old school do. Stifle all changes, and stubbornly follow the same old path. But Lagasani shook her head. He flipped his palms, and rolled the dice. The dice landed on the ground, bounced a few times, but hit the chests of the gods like a giant drum and a bell. Everyone knows that this person's power has reached a new level. Another option: assimilate and expand your own concepts as times change. Although a little carelessness will result in the disintegration of the godhead. Those who can survive will usually become stronger. However, Klein, the mysterious lord hiding in the fog, disagrees with the choice of fate. Having abandoned the mystery, it is true that the power is more powerful. But there are traces to follow. Good or bad? Hard to say. Chapter 413 World Tree Lottie. Someone has no idea about the meeting between the gods and the evil god of the abyss. In fact, even if you know it, so what? The struggles of those big shots are not something that anyone can intervene in. For Lady Destiny, summoning the gods to make such a declaration was actually a statement, warning other gods not to overreact to the changes they will face, and that someone has his protection. In other words, a certain time traveler unknowingly became the chosen one of the goddess of destiny, which is how it appears to other gods. In fact, except for the fact that Luo Jacksani made a die herself to replace the first 20-sided die in Midland, no one actually got any benefits, and he even didn't know that he was related to this big boss. And although many words were not stated clearly during the meeting of the gods, such an announcement was very high profile. Considering what kind of beings are qualified to appear here, how could they obediently obey the statement of a certain god and not dare to go beyond the limit? Perhaps on the surface, they will not look for the source of all these changes. And of course, they will not use any drastic measures. But there is no doubt that someone has entered their watch list. Although everyone does not know who yet. She would do these superfluous things and cause trouble for someone in disguise. On the one hand, it's because that man's fate is worse than a mess. And the goddess of fate doesn't think it will make any difference whether she intervenes or not. On the other hand, compared to the life and death battle between good and evil, and the chaotic battle between order and chaos, there will always be people who can't stand the neutral camp watching the show from the sidelines, and will inevitably come up with some crooked ideas. Goddess of Destiny needs to take this opportunity to flex her muscles and warn all those who plan to drag her into the water in the camp melee. She has the ability to overturn the table and beat both parties violently at the same time. Last but not least, Lady Destiny's reason for roasting someone over a fire, even though he was a younger brother who sometimes even wanted to kick him a few times. He knew very well the real reason why Lavakito was beaten up by Fatty a while ago. He never told that troublesome brother about these things. If he told it, a series of events would occur, which would eventually lead to a term he didn't understand, Ragnarok. Although he didn't understand it, his intuition was very bad. So he had to suppress that fate from happening. He didn't mention these things to the Lord of Guardians, because that person didn't care what others said. Moving forward without hesitation in the direction you firmly believe in is one of the many concepts of this guardian. So instead of struggling to explain to him, it is better to stay away from such a lunatic, sitting on the throne of his own kingdom of God. He played with the 20-sided die that he had exchanged. From the moment the mortal entered his field of vision, the fate of Lost Land became somewhat unclear. He once tried to sort out everything about that mortal, but when he found a thread, he found that it was tangled with other threads. In the end, he had no choice but to choose the old method, which was to sit on the sidelines and wait for everything to be finalized. And the journey to the world tree owned by the kingdom of Pyadjani took longer than expected. This is not because of the distance, but because the marching team reached halfway and turned to other places without doing their business. The reason was of course what I had guessed before, the making of dice. Handmade dice need to be exquisite. and it is easy to carve out various flowers. Not to mention those ingenious elves. Even the 4 silver-bearded dwarves can complete various delicate tasks with the help of tools. But to make a fair and qualified 20-sided die, that is a college question. At least someone disclosed his own craftsmanship under the expectant eyes of a bunch of people. As soon as they saw the 3-dimensional imaging map, the silver-bearded dwarves raised their hands and surrendered. When someone finished explaining, the elves who didn't understand this craftsmanship were defeated magnificently. Just talking about mathematical problems such as calculating the angle, center of gravity, probability of impact, etc. This proud longevity race feels a sense of frustration that the silver-bearded dwarves also experienced. In this case, Lin decided to do the next best thing and told the elves about the casting process he envisioned. Even though the dwarves are the most famous for blacksmithing, the various skills of the elves are not inferior to the dwarves, who are also long-lived species. So when Lin woke up, they knew what to do, and the entire team took a detour to a nearby farm. Although the farm is called a farm, it actually has various living functions, including a blacksmith's furnace, because all they needed to do was make dice, and the amount of iron ore required was not large. The elves quickly completed many rough embryos of 20-sided dice. To be useful, in addition to polishing the corners, you also need to paint them to adjust the center of gravity of the dice. In addition to dice, Kaya, who has been studying the rule book recently, took a bunch of notes to find someone and discuss some flaws in the rules. Someone is going to help improve it, and Lin certainly has no objection. However, for this overly serious girl, Lin rejected many of the proposed plans and said to her sincerely, "Girl, it's a good thing to make very detailed settings that are extremely close to reality. But you didn't consider the gameplay. After all, this is just an entertainment game to kill time. Use your brain. Think about it. People who become DMs need to make various tests. So it can be a little more complicated, but it shouldn't be so difficult that even participants have to remember a lot of things. Otherwise they can't play the game. If you think about it, addition is okay. Most people can't do it. They don't know anything about multiplication. In this case, you have to teach them about probability. Are you sure you are not asking for trouble?" Of course, someone doesn't just criticize and doesn't give suggestions. The design of many parts of Kai is actually to give different weighting values after rolling the dice for attacks and judgments of different strengths. Lin directly gave the plan of using dice with different sides, and you can take one or multiple dice for rolling judgment. Just by mentioning this girl figured out a lot of things and started planning excitedly. The reason why someone did not want to improve the rule book personally, but allowed Kaya and several other obsessed fans to revise the second edition together, was mainly because he took out this thing just to distract the young man. The king paid attention to himself. Besides, Lin knew that the drama of this journey was coming. Just like the Walvor tribe of the Wood Elves, you cannot see the towering world tree until you enter a certain range. It is much shorter than it seems to be towering into the sky. Looking at the world tree in front of them, someone will inevitably compare it with another tree they have seen with their own eyes. However, compared with Waldwell's true form, the one in front of him looked like a malnourished little guy. The 500-person elf team stopped, and did not drive straight into the core of the world tree as someone imagined. The reason is because blocking the road, a group of masked elves wearing hoods formed a military formation. They bent their bows and prepared arrows, making no attempt to conceal their hostility. Highway robbery? Under the nose of world tree? Is this world too crazy? Or is someone just not imaginative enough? Faced with such a situation, naturally the leading elf general stepped forward and reprimanded, "Ronan, the members of the Shinmu guards dared to stop Wang Jia. We are not blocking the king, but the humans in the team who should not be here. It means, can you go home and wash up and sleep?" Lin, who instantly became the focus of all the elves' attention, had only one thought. Maximus Stash, the Minister of War, who was in the middle of the team, knew that the elf general could not suppress the members of the Shinmu guards. This group of elves who directly belonged to His Majesty Lottie have become more and more arrogant and indifferent to the royal power. They are quite independent from the kingdom. This is something that these old ministers cannot tolerate. Just when he wanted to come forward in person to scold these young people who knew nothing about heaven and earth, a meow of a cat disrupted Maxim Stash's plan. Meow meow meow. Seeing the familiar colorful kitten again, the war minister had mixed feelings in his heart when he saw this kitten in the grand meeting hall of the palace. Even though he called himself Your Majesty, he was not that simple to believe what he saw. He believed that this kitten was their guardian and the incarnation of the world tree. Prime Minister Luka Titov exchanged with him to accompany Ridden 3. and the opportunity to come to see Yggdrasil was actually brought up by him on his own initiative. As they reached their status, every move must meet everyone's expectations and requirements, and they cannot act as they please. This is why there are rumors that the Prime Minister of the kingdom fell ill and was actually angry with his daughter. In fact, those two items are not the real main reasons. It would take so much trouble because he had to confirm with his own eyes what the incarnation of His Majesty was. If, according to what Lucas said, as long as the connection is established, that person will no longer be able to hide his figure from his sight. If this statement is true, when he comes here, he can also see this kitten. To be honest, he didn't know whether he hoped that he really had this honor and could see the incarnation of His Majesty with his own eyes, or he hoped that what he saw was an illusion, that this human magician was a liar, and that the Prime Minister of the kingdom was deceived by a liar. Idiot. But in that His Majesty's territory, under his shade, even if the Sanhua kitten is not the incarnation of that person, it certainly has some kind of authority. And from the appearance of this kitten, the Shinmu guards no longer looked so arrogant. The powerful men who took the lead all looked at each other, and the tense bowstrings were a little looser. Even the members of the guard, who could not see His Majesty's figure, felt inexplicably flustered, and for a moment they were at a loss. Of course Lin also saw the appearance of the calico kitten, but he was a little unsure about this person's attitude. After deceiving people into his territory, he then lets them manipulate him. This kind of routine is not unfamiliar to him. The most important thing is, does Yggdrasil, who can't even communicate well with words, have the same code of conduct as humans and know how to be reasonable? From the moment he saw Lottie's sacred guards blocking the road, someone felt that he was still too naive, too optimistic, and too careless. If you fight it on the territory of the World Tree, you will have to peel off the skin even if you don't die. Just when I was thinking about how to escape, I saw this calico kitten stretching its short legs, climbing up someone's robe, and finally landed on the black-haired head. The kitten waved its right forelimb and meowed several times. No matter how unwilling the elves of the Shinmu guards were, they could only give way to the road and retreat to both sides to greet the king respectfully. Ridden three enthusiastically pulled someone and walked in together. Although as the person involved, Lin couldn't see his own appearance, but Lin just thought that this scene would be ridiculous. A handsome elf walked beside a rustic. He was wearing a dazzling golden crown, and he was wearing a cat hat. "Hey little guy, you're not going to pee on my head, are you?" The calico kitten was dissatisfied and scratched someone's face with its front paws. Chapter 414 Dreamlike Disaster. When they come to the territory of World Tree, the elves naturally have a set of entry procedures and routine rituals. Those rituals are not so much flashy etiquette as they are ritualized and grand formalization of some routine inspections. Afterwards, there were also a series of camps organized and temporary residences established. Here, there is no king's palace, nor a residence prepared to receive guests. If you want to stay here, except for the consent of the host, you have to do everything else by yourself. But none of this has anything to do with anyone. In addition to the two students taking care of the trivial matters, the kitten lying on its head made a nest, but it plucked everything it could, urging someone to quickly see its true form. Although he has no beard and his eyebrows are not long enough to be plucked by a cat's claws, his hair is not, since there was no guarantee that he would become stronger even if he was bald. Someone just followed the good example and left the trouble of setting up camp to the two girls with a look of regret on his face, and happily deserted. Within the scope of the World Tree, there is a very strange characteristic. That is, depending on the position where you stand. That is, the observation point is different. The scene you see will be different. The only thing that remains unchanged is the giant tree reaching into the sky. But even if one tree does not become two, the appearance of details will still appear as the distance gets closer, and more features that were originally unobservable will appear. This is also the reason why someone who walks under a tree and looks up at the tree will feel dumbfounded. Where do the sacred wood guards of Lottie live? Answer: in the tree. The huge tree was lined with high and low stairs, connecting single rooms dug into the tree with windows, balconies and doors. Others are simple wooden boards put together to build tree houses on huge branches. The hanging vines pull the wooden planks together to form crisscrossing suspension bridges, forming air passages. There are also many herbaceous plants that take root in the flower pots on the balcony, growing outward like vines on the body of the World Tree, and blooming beautiful flowers. In this summer, there are still red, yellow, purple and white. All kinds of colors are exciting. It looks very dreamy, without too many traces of chiseling. Very close to nature. That's weird. Forget it if you don't understand. Lin is very clear about the characteristics of a plant like World Tree. Regardless of such metaphysical things as consciousness and soul. The hardness and tallness of the World Tree is because it serves as a bridge that connects high-dimensional spaces to other worlds. At the same time, it is the first line of defense against the invasion of other worlds and higher dimensions. It can also be said to be the only city wall. Moreover, impacts from other worlds and energy tides from dimensional gaps do not come only occasionally. When I was studying the World Tree Wadwo, the energy peaks that appeared from time to time were terrifying to someone. If you make a magic apprentice make a fireball, it will probably cost someone the power standard defined by someone, which is 10 mana. The magic gun used by Finn has a normal consumption of about 1 to 1.5 mana per bullet. The energy tide that initially hit Wadwo was observed and recorded to be between 1 million and 3.7 million mana. This value means that if the World Tree is lost and that energy is allowed to invade the lost land, there will be no grass growing at least within a radius of dozens of kilometers. The World Tree that can withstand this kind of energy surge does not take the magic gun that someone is proud of and thinks is the crystallization of magic and technology at all. Then once baptized the body of the World Tree of Wadwo with a rain of bullets. But it didn't even scratch the bark, which shows its excellent performance in resisting energy. And to live in such a tree, in someone's mind, is like living in a house made of sand on the beach. I thought I lived in the front row with a sea view. A beautiful environment and a good atmosphere. In fact, when the waves come, it is not a big deal, and the house is washed away. It is not surprising that the wave takes away people with it. It is true that from the perspective of fellow Homo sapiens, someone would consider this a very dangerous place to live. From the perspective of World Tree, the elves living on the body are no different from parasites. Linka knows very well that the most important part of the World Tree is not the leaves, not the fruits, nor the legendary flower of the World Tree that only exists for a moment. Rather, it is the natural lines that cover the bark. That is the real secret of the World Tree's ability to resist energy surges caused by dimensional differences. In order to resist the impact from more dimensions, the World Tree had to grow taller and larger. Because of this, there is enough area to form the natural lines and strengthen one's ability to withstand energy impacts. This is another key point of World Tree's upgrade. What someone can help with promotion is to find the path to higher dimensions and the calculations required to connect to another world. But how World Tree resists the energy feedback after the attack is passed is more based on the inheritance of their race. And they provide targeted protection based on the target. Maybe someone can help with calculations and layout in this area, provided there is enough space for such planning. To do this, the dwellings of the spirits on the tree should not exist. And the gaps created by those treehouses are not entirely without side effects. At least in Lin's eyes. The area covered by the World Tree Lottie is full of gaps just like its tree body. The low-frequency energy surges coming along these gaps put this place in a chaotic energy vortex. At this time, the Lich came hand in hand with the elf sword dancer, who was fighting fiercely with her. To be honest, someone really can't be jealous of these two people. Although the cat lying on my head should be painted green, which is more in line with my current situation. Then stood next to Lin, looking up at the World Tree as well, and asked, "Did you see anything?" "Have some ideas," Lin replied. Turning around, he realized that both of them were staring directly at him. Of course someone knew that they were waiting for his thoughts. Lin thought for a while, and then asked, "Lena, are you clear about the situation here?" "Well, I once had the opportunity to become a member of the Shinmu Guards. What do you think?" Because of Finn, the female elf, who was relatively friendly to a certain man in the past, became closer to him. The conversation between the two of them was a little more casual, unlike before, which was more or less hypocritical. After receiving the female elf's answer, Lin asked, "I guess the elves who can live here for a long time must have a certain level of strength, which is not enough for ordinary elves." "That's right." "Right. Yes. This is common sense. Especially children who are too young will easily get sick when they come to the realm of World Tree. This is a rare phenomenon among elves. Then let me guess that the elves who can live here for a long time will accumulate and progress faster than other elves." "How do you know this?" "Although this is not our biggest secret, it is rarely disclosed to outsiders." In response to Laina Tidov's rhetorical question, Lin simply said, "Anyone who comes here to see the environment can probably come to this conclusion." "Let me guess again. In the realm of World Tree, there will occasionally be an unknown monster?" "Human. How do you know this?" The questioning voice came from the other side. The three people in the conversation were not too surprised. because the other party did not deliberately hide his whereabouts. And the three people in the conversation had already noticed it. It's just that most people don't know who the other party is. Except for the female elf. Emerging from the shadows is one of the current leaders of the Lottie Divine Guards, Ronan Peterson, an elven extraordinaire. The long bow and bowstring on his back seemed to be made of tree vines, which was a bit rough. But there was absolutely no need to doubt its power. Looking at the vitality that cannot be concealed, and the green buds sprouting from the bough, you know that it should also be part of the world tree. He held his head high and questioned someone in a rather stern voice. Lin shrugged and said, "It's not difficult to guess. After all, this place is full of holes. It wouldn't be surprising if a monster followed those holes and entered the land. Suppose this has never happened at all. The situation will surprise me." Lina was quite surprised by the conversation between the two. She had never heard of monsters appearing in the hinterland of the world tree. But someone can make such a guess just by looking at it. He must know the reason, and there should be ways to prevent it. So she asked, "Sir Tripwood, since you know this, is there any way to stop it?" After pondering for a moment, Lin did not answer directly. The simplest way is, of course, to wipe out the parasites on the world tree. This means that the sacred tree guards living above have to be driven out of their homes to give the tree a chance to return to its complete protective state. But considering this environment, whether it is the accumulation of martial arts or magic power, these elves will be faster than the elves in the outside world. How to convince them to give up such benefits is a difficult problem, and it should not be left to someone to do it. Of course, from the elves' point of view, the best option is to carry on with business as usual. World Tree advanced in a more difficult way, and spent most of its accumulated energy on protecting the parasites on itself. Then the elves continued to take advantage of this environment to improve their martial arts and various accumulations. No matter which option it is not the wishful thinking of the elves, or the decision can be made by just one thought. It also depends on the attitude of World Tree. The difference can be clearly seen in the attitudes towards the World Tree between the Wood Elves and the elves who founded the country. At least among the Wood Elf tribe, no one would dig a hole in a tree and live in it for a long time. So when you speak out your opinions, will it become the tipping point for the relationship between the two parties to break down? Or let things go in a direction that you don't want to see? After all, someone with a title like Guardian doesn't necessarily really have the best interests of that ethnic group in mind. Think of the Guardian of the Silverbeard Dwarves, who is still locked in his own dream, suffering the torture of those two incarnations. Thinking about the countless Terminator-type movies I have watched, Skynet has always had only one purpose. These concerns are difficult to express on the spot. Of course, someone also wants to do more observations and calculations to see how much consumption is behind each option. Maybe with the support of data, different options may appear. Chapter 415 Awkward Atmosphere. Because he had the experience of studying Waldwo, Lin quickly came up with plans and requirements and handed them over to the elves. After all, we are on other people's land, and Lin could clearly explain what to do. This is to avoid misunderstandings, and is also the key to making things easier for yourself. Furthermore, most of the equipment used to study the World Tree was left behind in the tribe of Wood Elves. Walwall personally taught the Wood Elves and made some routine records and continuous observation and research. In other words, except for the head coffin, everything else must be made and provided by the elves. This is similar to the time on Earth. Even if you don't really teach your knowledge to the donor, you still have to put some effort into convincing the other person to make the donor willingly spend money to fund your research. In the Lost Land, it is not difficult for someone to make money, but the difficulty is to replace it with useful magic materials and then make the necessary equipment. In a world where barter is prevalent and where rare materials are scarce, this is not something that can be done just by having money. As the saying goes, one thing has two masters. So the blame for such troubles will be directly passed on to the elves, causing them a headache. Of course, the elves are not just doing nothing, just sitting around and watching others do what they do. There are still a group of people working around Lin doing odd jobs and doing some simple calculations. And their most original purpose is actually to learn someone's knowledge related to the World Tree. At first, Lin planned to teach them seriously, but the physics and mathematics knowledge related to the World Tree, even the simplest introductory part, is like a Bible to the elves. So Kaya was sent out again to teach these illiterate elementary school students mathematics. To be honest, seeing such a group of elves can make someone feel a little more mentally balanced. Perhaps Jermaine's performance was not as exaggerated as Finn's, who could empty someone's belly of everything in just a few days. The performance of Jermaine, a silver-bearded dwarf, was not much worse. Lin had no more knowledge that he could continue to teach him about the part he was interested in. The rest is, at most, providing some research directions or general directions for solving problems. The behavior of the illiterate elves looked more like ordinary students on Earth. Maybe they are easier to learn and work harder. But at least they don't learn as fast as those two perverts. This actually confirms what someone has long suspected. The excellence shown by the elves is actually the result of their accumulation over a longer period of time. It is not that they are really talented and are higher than humans from the beginning. At best, they just live longer. However, judging from the efficiency of doing things, it can only be said that he is truly an elf. Although he handles things in an orderly manner, he handles everything in a gentle manner. The elves deal with things slowly and slowly. When the preparatory work is not completely in place, someone can only do it slowly. Of course, the most urgent thing here is Lottie, the world tree, the kitten lying on someone's head. No matter who it sees, meows in a cursing tone and dances its two short legs. It's a pity that not many elves can see him or hear him. And someone doesn't want to be a mouthpiece to scold a group of people who have nothing to do with him. Another person who showed eagerness was the king of the elves. Ridden 3. His pressure, of course, comes from the sandwalk kitten that appears in front of him from time to time. As a legitimate world tree mouthpiece, it is his duty to convey his majesty's will. But as a result of the young king's appearance, someone sensed an unusual atmosphere. Logically speaking, the king is the supreme leader of a country. The leaders gave the orders directly, but the people below were still eager to complete the tasks. But the elves still maintained their usual meekness, which was a bit abnormal. Of course, the guards brought by the young king did not have the kind of attitude that would make others anxious to death. The real problem lay with the Shinmu guards directly under Lottie. In fact, not only was he uncooperative in promoting the promotion of World Tree, but as a member of the Shinmu guards, one of the local masters, he was always picky and looking for trouble. Even if there is no place to receive guests, there are various regulations on where to camp and where to use the toilet. There are also various restrictions on cooking. And there are even restrictions on the use of open fires. Fires can only be used at specific times. This allows most elves with tasks to eat dry food after missing meals. Generally speaking, Lin's attitude as a guest is to do as he pleases. If the host has any taboos, of course there is no need to violate those taboos in order to live. Naturally, he should try his best to comply with them. But after these days, someone only has one feeling. This is not a problem of the other party having too many rules, but of deliberately looking for trouble. The people who received this kind of treatment were not just a few humans and silver-bearded dwarves who came from nowhere, including the young king, the accompanying ministers, and all the elven guards and elven warriors who protected the ministers. All suffered the same treatment. Perhaps the king thought it was because he was too young. So faced with such treatment, he chose to swallow his anger. Most ordinary elves are also attracted by the reputation of the Shinmu guards in their hearts, so they also choose to accept the situation. But not all elves are soft persimmons who can be manipulated by others. The group of people who were most dissatisfied with the attitude of the Shinmu guards were of course the ministers who came with the king. In terms of age and seniority, many people in the guards are considered their juniors. How could they allow a group of juniors to show off in front of them? It is true that they are all the best among the elves, but when it is time to scold them, these old elves will not be polite. Another group of people who were dissatisfied were a group of elves headed by Lyena Titov. Their common feature is that they have traveled to the lost world, and they have not stayed in the closed environment of the elves and blindly followed all traditions from ancient times to the present. In particular, many of them had the opportunity to join the Shinmu guards, but did not join due to various reasons. However, no matter how dissatisfied they are, the elves on the whole still know how to control themselves and will not conflict over trivial matters. In any case, the person who can protect the king here will not be a reckless man who ignores the opinions of the young king and goes to fight with others. What's more, the opponent is not the enemy, or the group of humans surrounding the kingdom, but the elite of his own country. Such tolerance is a dangerous sign in someone's eyes. Not only did Lin feel that the atmosphere under the shade of the world tree was very strange, even to some elves. It was like a pressure cooker that kept accumulating pressure, and it would not be a surprise when it would explode. The looming opposition within the elves has honestly made someone want to go home. As the saying goes, there must be a monster when something goes wrong. Because he had been unable to officially start observation and research, and could only continue to make meaningless preparations, Lin took advantage of this gap to secretly observe the members of the Shinmu Guards and Lottie, and record their every move. A few days later, he found an opportunity, lifted up the marching tent, and slipped into a certain couple's boudoir. Of course, the time was right, and nothing embarrassing happened. As soon as they saw someone's appearance, a lich, an elf, and someone's two apprentices who were secretly turning on a small stove all opened their eyes wide, with half-sucked noodles hanging from their mouths, looking like they were being sucked. It looks like grabbing a bag. This group of people who originally only ate bread had been trained by someone to be able to cook several dishes from the earth, not to mention eating. As a direct descendant from the great foodie empire, it is easy to conquer the stomachs of these people. The two girls continued to suck the noodles into their mouths heartlessly, but the beautiful elf sword dancer, with her pointed ears red, buried her face in the bowl and continued to eat. I thought that if I didn't see anyone, my conscience would be fine. Only Finn was calm enough, bit off the noodles, chewed a few mouthfuls and swallowed, then asked, "Why do you want to show up suddenly to scare people? Or are you finally brave enough to come and sleep with us at night?" I don't know how many invitations there were, but someone still shook his head like a weighty drum, even though the elf sword dancer graciously agreed and looked eager to give it a try. It's important for people to be self-aware. Someone knows very well that he can't even deal with a lich, and he still wants to fight too. Is it because my life is too long or my health is too good? So Lin quickly changed the topic back to his own goal and said, "I have something to ask Laina. You want to ask me?" The female elf, who was named, raised her head, regardless of the green onion stuck to the corner of her mouth. She asked, "What do you want to ask me? I won't tell you anything that is too confidential. With Finn, we have a tacit understanding, and don't ask too many questions. I have the same attitude towards you." After pondering for a while, Lin smiled helplessly and said, "Answer it as best you can. The first question is, how many people are there in your Shinmu Guards?" After saying that, he opened a standard water mirror. The screen displays densely packed pictures of faces. They all have pointed ears and wear hoods, but they do not deliberately hide their faces and features. Looking at the screen, Laina said, "They are all." Why do you ask this? Because in the past few days, I have confirmed the members of the Shinmu Guards. Excluding the suspected duplicates, there are only 73 in total. Is this your Shinmu Guards? All the members? This is very important. Please think about it. Please answer clearly. Although she was puzzled, looking at someone's serious look, Laina replied seriously, "No. As far as I know, there are a total of 213 people in the Shinmu Guards. Among them are 3 druid elders. There are 2 other extraordinary people. One of them you have seen is Ronan Peetson." Chapter 416 Confusion. Then do you recognize all of them? Are there any elves who shouldn't be members of the Shinmu Guards? Taking over the water mirror screen displayed by Lin, Laina recognized the faces one by one and said, "These people are all members of the Shinmu Guards. It's just that they have not returned to the city since joining the guards. So the young people will be very unfamiliar with him. Is there any other transcendent person besides the druid elder you mentioned and Ronan?" "No. What happened? Did you hear that the 3 elder druids, or extraordinary beings other than Ronan, went to pay homage to your king?" "No." Laina answered quickly. But as soon as the answer came out, even she sensed something was wrong. "I don't know the duty rules of your Shinmu Guards, so I'm just asking casually, and you can answer according to the situation. Assuming that World Tree is their base, can they leave freely?" "No. In essence, they are an army. Unless they have a mission, how can they leave at will? And becoming a member of the Shinmu Guards, this is their home, and they are brothers and sisters with each other. And the family has no relationship anymore. Their only mission is to protect His Majesty Lottie." After hearing this, Lin's doubts became somewhat clear. The Wood Elf Divine Wood Guards don't have so many rules. But they do. The reason behind them is certainly worth pondering. Because of Halumi's relationship, Lin also had some understanding of the Wood Elves' precepts. The rules that ordinary Wood Elves and their sacred Wood Guards must abide by are no different. The purpose of all precepts is actually to restrict one's own behavior. The reason for restraining themselves is that the Wood Elf will enter into a soul contract with the World Tree from the moment he is born. That is, the two parties have a certain degree of deep connection. So the behavior of one party will inevitably affect the other party. Just like for humans, behavior such as indulgence, overeating, staying up late, etc. will affect physical health. For the World Tree, of course, there are some behaviors that are not suitable for plants. which become the precepts of its contracting parties. After all, the soul has established a connection with the big boss. When someone makes the boss feel unhappy physically and mentally, how can that person make the other person too comfortable? Over time, this became something everyone said, "Don't do," which is the origin of the commandments. But no matter how restricted these commandments are, they will not restrict human relationships. Just like the members of the Wood Elf's Divine Wood Guards, they can also become husband and wife with others, have children, and even travel abroad. And when an organization begins to restrict the actions of its members, no matter what reason it uses, there must be some purpose behind it. It may be a noble and sacred goal, but it is more likely to be an ulterior one. However, when an organization within a kingdom ignores the royal power and says that there is no evil behind it, then it is really a waste to read so many years of works about various conspiracy theories. In particular, a few elves were missing, which made someone particularly worried. The 3 druid elders of the kingdom of Piajani are extraordinary beings, and they have also lived through the era when the Lich ruled the land around them. In other words, they were witnesses to the destruction of the elf kingdom once. All this time, Lynn was willing to take that Lich around because her time was too far away. Even if he had done something horrific, no one involved or the victim would come forward to complain. But someone also knows very well that it is not surprising that people who have experienced that era appear in this magical side of the world. But it shouldn't happen by chance. That kind of person can't be found on the streets. You can find them everywhere. And here are 3. Before coming to Yggdrasil's territory, of course someone first got the list of people who cannot be messed with from Laiena Tidov. After learning about the 3 druid elders, Lynn was still a little worried that when they saw the Lich next to them, a catastrophe would erupt like a comet hitting the earth. Fortunately, the worst thing did not happen, and the 3 druid elders were not even seen. I originally thought that the elves had already communicated with the 3 old antiques first, so that they could see out of sight and see out of sight. Both sides got what they needed, and divided things when things were done, maintaining a false peaceful situation. But now it seems that is not the case at all. The reason why the other party didn't show up was probably because there was a conspiracy behind it. Anyway, if you have free time in the past few days, go find your king and go on a few war tours. Don't let that sentimental young man feel lonely. Of course, don't leave the weapons and other things easily. This elf sword dancer is not a little girl who has never seen the world. How could she not understand the hint of this human magician? So Laiena Tidov put on a worried look and asked, "Do you have more clear evidence about these things?" "If there was clear evidence, I would have ignored the things here and run away first. I would still be telling you these things here." Then comforted his female companion at this time and said, "You have to believe that he is this kind of person. If something is wrong, he will definitely run faster than anyone else." However, the Lich at this time revealed that someone had not seen it. He smiled brightly and said, "Then what should we do? Strike first and catch them off guard." "My sister, maybe I just misunderstood. Don't mess with me." Then smacked his mouth with an expression of dissatisfaction and disappointment. Lynn directly ignored this Lich, who was afraid of chaos in the world, and told the others, "Girl, you also need to be ready at any time. Just like the standards of camping adventures. Even if you are not required to be fully armed, you should be. You have to carry all your little things with you. And you must be vigilant. This is no different than in the Tower of the Great Sage. And it is far from an environment where you can relax your vigilance. Also, the things on the carriage must be prepared at all times. I won't waste time packing my things when I'm leaving. You hear me?" Because the tone was a bit harsh, the 2 girls nodded seriously. Halloumi thought of another group of people and asked, "Should we tell Germain and the others these things? Telling that Big Mouth is no different from disclosing it to the whole world. Let's hide it from them first, so as not to overstimulate the other party. Maybe if we don't have this idea at the beginning, we will be forced to do it." After thinking about it, Lynn added, "After all, they are very powerful, and it is not good for them to be completely unprepared. Laiena, can I ask you to do something? Explain. Try to get the elves over there to ask the Silverbeard dwarves to compete in martial arts with the peaceful armed forces. The elves should also be interested in the strength of the silver-bearded dwarves' peaceful armed forces. Since I took them away from the dwarves' iron since entering the city, no one has made such a request. So I think there is little chance that Germain and the others will refuse, because they are also curious about the strength level of the peace arms in the outside world. The key is to keep one person equipped with peace as much as possible, armed. Otherwise it would take too long for the dwarves to put on their equipment, and they would not be able to cope with a surprise attack. I remember that armor. Can it move on its own? The female elf asked this. Lin didn't intend to save any face for the dwarf, and said directly, automated programs can only be used to do some simple tasks. Or simply walk. If you want to fight, it's still far away. Don't count on it. It's up to you to find a way to get those simple little guys to obey. Lina had no reason to refuse the human magician's request. What's more, such a request is also a good reason for the elves to maintain arms, in order to be able to compete with the silver-bearded dwarves at any time. It is only reasonable for everyone to keep their equipment. Then what are you going to do? Then asked someone. Me? I'm going to try to find the missing Shenmue guards. I have a feeling that they haven't left. I also asked Lottie about the whereabouts of these elves, but he doesn't know either. So I guess even within the scope of the World Tree, there are still blind spots that it cannot observe. What about me? Then was a little less interested because she had already guessed the possible answer, but she still asked. Lin didn't think too much about the Lich's arrangement. This was because he didn't think he could command the Lich. But since the other party asked first, Lin thought about it seriously for a while and said, if possible, I hope you can stay in a visible place, but not show your face easily. When Finn heard this, he knew what someone was up to and said, this is to use me as bait to attract other people's attention. Yes, there is such a plan, but we don't know whether the other party will act according to our wishes. By the way, try not to get too close to the young king with your words. Are you afraid of giving them an excuse? That's right. But I also hope that this is just me being overly concerned. But before finding out everything, there's no harm in trying to stabilize the other person first. As if he agreed with someone's reason, then curled his lips in disbelief. The female elf sitting next to her seemed to have made up her mind and said, can I tell Lord Stash about these things? The Secretary of State for War? He's open to speculation. All kinds of I think theories? Maybe that adult doesn't have a good deal with my old man, but he can still be trusted. Moreover, the attitude of the Shenmue guards is different from what I have seen before. I don't believe that the adult is completely unaware. Let me make it clear. Attitude. It shouldn't be a bad thing to let that adult know what other people are thinking. After pondering for a moment, Lin said, basically I agree. But it's good if these words come out of your mouth. And there is no need to talk about our affairs. To avoid sounding like me, an outsider, is sowing discord. That way it's easy to blur the original focus. I got it. Then I'll leave first. Lina Tidov jumped up nimbly, and then walked out pretending to be nonchalant. Lin took the opportunity to sweep away some of the remaining noodles in the pot. Looking at the leftovers in the pot, someone thought of a comforting thought. Maybe the other party simply doesn't welcome us, so maybe they send us off in this way. I just hope that all my worries are unnecessary. Chapter 417 Disguise Arrangement. Sometimes people are simpler, which can be considered an advantage. At least the simple Silverbeard dwarves easily followed someone's plan, put on peaceful weapons, and fought happily with other elves. But compared to the other three who were very interested, Germain lacked interest at first. Instead of engaging in a duel-style battle with the elves, he was more eager to complete the scheduled work in his hand. Because in his eyes, that is the research that can truly improve the overall strength of the Silverbeard dwarves. There's no point in beating up a few green-headed elves. However, Lin's words still made the dwarf happily jump into the pit. Instead of thinking about completing the uncontrolled combat mode, that seemingly far-off goal, have you ever thought about using the program to design some auxiliary functions to improve the combat effectiveness of dwarves wearing peaceful weapons? To begin with this, Lin made some comments, including strengthening the detection function of peaceful armed forces, Legion combat coordination mode, command transmission function, predicting threats and actions of the enemy, etc., and even assisting the movements of peaceful armed wearers so that they can wear peaceful armed forces like others warriors fight together. In other words, the peace arms will be built into a more powerful exoskeleton armor, rather than a program-controlled T-Series Terminator. After all, there are essential differences between the two, and wanting to build a robot was simply led in a wrong direction by the 3-minute Hot Lich. Among the original functions of the peace arm, the one that some people criticize the most is the view inside the full-coverage helmet. The peace-armed helmet has a large internal space. Not only can the wearer freely move his or her neck without restriction, but the magic function is also magically used inside, so that the outside world can be faithfully presented on the inside of the helmet, making the wearer's field of vision unlimited. Hinder. The advantage of this is that the helmet does not have two fatal gaps for eyes and neck, because to kill a warrior wearing full armor, You don't have to attack the opponent with a long sword or a bow, arrow, or axe, and forcefully split the armor. Instead, he inserted the dagger into the gap in the armor and directly killed himself, especially his eyes and neck. The peaceful arms of the Silverbeard dwarves do not give others such a chance at all, because there is no gap to insert the dagger. But with such an advanced helmet that uses magic to present real scenes, the way to detect enemies is still with the naked eye, including in a lightless environment. The dwarves still rely on their own weak dark vision. It feels like giving them a rifle, but they cutely use the rifle as a fire stick to hit people. Such a waste of natural resources. As for why there is such a large space inside the helmet, it is because the dwarves want to protect their hair and beards, so there is no need to emphasize it, in order to realize the automation of peaceful armed forces. Of course, there are certain requirements for external investigation, because the program must be able to know the external situation before it can take corresponding actions. Now someone's suggestion is to integrate such a function into the real-life presentation inside the peace-armed helmet, and change it into information that adults can understand, which will be of obvious help to the wearer. And in order to test whether these auxiliary functions can really help improve combat effectiveness, combat verification close to actual combat is needed. Of course, other functions need to be developed by the dwarves themselves. A person has no other ability except to speak. Then in terms of testing functions, is there any more suitable actual test object than elves? Or do they want to continue to experience how the peaceful armed forces were brutally tortured by magicians? Regarding Lin's suggestion, the silver-bearded dwarf, who was originally not interested in fighting elves, became the most active one, as long as it helps improve the combat effectiveness of the peaceful armed forces. Germain will work hard to practice and demonstrate. There is no other reason. The youngest generation of silver-bearded dwarves just want to prove that they can build on the achievements of their ancestors, instead of lamenting their own incompetence while looking at the achievements of their predecessors. After successfully getting the dwarves and the elf warriors brought by Ridden 3, both sides were fully armed and running around the camp all day long. The next thing Lin had to solve was the problem of the Lich. Although Finn agreed to someone's plan, it did not mean that she would act obediently, do boring things, and then pretend that she was busy to attract the attention of the person in the dark. So Lin's advice to her was to use the existing materials to start making preparations for research on the World Tree. It's barely serious. So Finn started tinkering to assist her elves, making things that the elves couldn't understand. Although she does not act in a high-profile manner, this Lich has a high and charm aura. As long as she appears, she will unconsciously become the focus of everyone, even if she leaves. People will never forget to look at her back or the direction in which she leaves. As for a certain person, he is a male, with an average appearance and low strength, according to the standards of the lost world. He is the kind of human being who will be quickly forgotten if thrown into the sea of people. So when the Lich made a high-profile appearance, no one paid much attention to his movements. That's certainly a good thing, and helps someone operate in the dark. After handing the kitten lying on his head to the young king, the first place he wanted to explore was the communication magic circle set up at the World Tree. This is one of the few magical achievements of the elves that makes humans covetous. In the past, the only way for people from all over the world to achieve instant contact was to use the energy pool of the magic tower to cast the Charles calling technique. It was the magic that caused someone to be frightened by the big face of the then president, Warren Jeton, appearing on the energy pool during his time at the Tower of the Great Sage. But the most basic requirement for that magic is to have an energy pool at the magic tower level. It feels like buying a Maserati to drive just to buy Yakult at the convenience store in the alley. In the human world of Lost Land, there is no other fast and low-cost means of communication except the Charles calling technique. But it doesn't exist in humans, which doesn't mean it doesn't exist in other races. One of the elven magics inherited by the elves from the old empire. It is a military communication magic circle that can realize simultaneous voice conversations between multiple parties, and is regarded as confidential. This magic circle doesn't have a special name, but it's not a small thing that spies can carry around. It is widely installed in various key points in the Elf Kingdom, and is used to convey emergency military information and government orders. Of course, in order to keep it secret, some means of self-destruction were also set up, which is why the human world has not yet been able to discover the secret of this elf magic, until the forum established by someone came into being. This magical communication circle of elves no longer became the target of the human world's efforts to spy on it. But even so, this communication magic circle is still the main means of communicating with each other in the Elf Kingdom. For example, this time when we returned to Lottie, the World Tree, After Lin transfers the list of requirements for all equipment and materials to the elves, he should convey it to their capital through this communication magic circle. The capital will then collect the necessary items and transport them over, according to the standard procedure of the elven army. When something is prepared and sent out, it will be reported that the thing is set off and when it is expected to arrive. This also makes people mentally prepared to receive the goods. And when the delivery team fails to arrive at the expected time, it will naturally make both the sending and receiving parties alert. Although not all of the list of demands put forward by someone have disappeared. Some of the more common magic materials had not received any news of delivery. Originally I thought this was due to the gap in material reserves between the human and elven kingdoms, or because the elves were slower. But when someone knows that all external news from the elves is transmitted by members of the Shinmu guards using communication magic circles, what made him unstoppable was doubting the location of the elves' communication magic circle. The location where the communication magic circle is set up is also a secret. It is inconvenient for someone to ask Lina directly, "Where is the secret location of your family?" Considering the possibility of losing the win, it is the safest approach not to let other people directly get involved too much. So someone identified himself and conducted his own investigation. After all, I have watched countless spy movies and played related games. Although Midland does not have the artifact of corrugated boxes, someone still understands some basic knowledge. Just hide your tracks and don't make any noise. Of course, for an untrained person, perfect stealth is not an easy skill to learn. Not to mention anything else. The sound of footsteps alone would stump a lot of people, even magicians. So someone simply used the flash spell to move. Without walking, there will naturally be no foot problems. In addition, choosing a hiding place to hide your tracks is also a skill. Mystery is similar to Earth, even more ruthless. On Earth, most of the time it might just trigger an alarm bell and bring in a bunch of guards. But in the Lost Land, deadly traps are waiting for uninvited guests. Flash may be able to solve the problem of footsteps, but the trap that should be triggered will still be triggered. So Lin still has to stay vigilant and not take it lightly. On Lottie's territory, the place where things can be hidden is, of course, the intricate, maze-like complex of buildings on his tree. There is nothing, and no hiding place on the flat ground. This was confirmed by someone who had explored it. He had to walk towards the tree without taking the local real owner. The kitten transformed by Lottie, because Lin was not sure what role he played in this incident. Do you really know nothing? Or is he being controlled without knowing it? Or is Lottie the mastermind behind everything? Either way, it's safer to keep it secret from the kitten. When no one was paying attention, Lin appeared in a flash and went directly to the highest point within his field of vision. It was a thick branch of a world tree, with a rather large tree house built on it, hidden among the dense branches and leaves. If you don't look carefully from below, it's easy to miss this big guy. Someone suspected that this was a place that functioned as a watchtower, like a monitoring center for some important facilities on Earth. In any case, it shouldn't be a big mistake to come here and take a look first. Chapter 418 Investigation. A major feature of Tripwood's version of Flash is that the source of this magic is the magic tower in someone's dream, and it has nothing to do with the power of the Lost Land. So there will be no magic fluctuations that can be detected by conventional detection magic. This is also the reason why someone can cast the Flash technique infinitely. It should be, at least someone still doesn't know where the limit of the dream magic tower is. If you use your power normally to cast this level of magic, you will probably drain someone dry within a few uses. It is precisely because the Flash technique is so convenient to use that someone developed the function of continuous flash to achieve the floating effect. Since your feet don't have to touch the ground, there are naturally fewer problems, such as triggering traps and alarms. But doing so is not without side effects. If ordinary items enter and exit the high-dimensional world too many times without protection, they will become rotten due to being too deeply polluted. In other words, if someone goes too far, it won't be long before they run naked. So after making sure that the place where he landed was safe, Lin landed on the ground obediently and pressed lightly against the wall of the tree house to listen for what was going on inside. If you were to follow the method of someone who ventured through a maze, he would have scanned it with a sonar for exploration without saying a word. But the shortcomings of that magic are also obvious when the enemy is discovered. As long as the opponent is more sensitive, he will also be discovered. Not to mention the various situations that trigger magic detection. It's no different than others telling me I'm here. Therefore, Lin could only rely on his own senses to collect intelligence. Fortunately, the auxiliary magic of improving the 5 senses can still work, but he would not use this body that has not been exercised to do the work of these professional thieves. Put your ear against the wooden wall and listen to the sounds coming from inside. A tree house made of World Tree boards does not exceed the limit of ordinary boards in blocking the transmission of sound. Someone could hear clearly what the elf inside said. However, the luck of the novices was not very good. At least they did not hear any valuable information. Only 2 members of the Shinmu guards were exchanging archery experiences. While waiting, the magic program related to environmental detection carved on the Dreamland Magic Tower also collected the surrounding materials and constructed a model of the surrounding terrain and scenery. This is a passive system magic based on the arcane eye. The difference between the magic performed by an individual and the standard arcane eye magic lies in the length of detection distance. The arcane eye used by the magic tower has an accurate detection distance of about 100 kilometers. The gadget mounted on the carriage has a detection distance of between 1 kilometer and 10 kilometers depending on the terrain. As for the living arcane eye used by someone through the Dream Magic Tower, the distance is between 1 meter and 2 meters. Don't look at such a short distance. Just use your eyes, and no magic is needed. The most valuable part of this detection program is that it uses many variables such as air flow, detectable sound wave feedback, light and shadow, radiant heat emitted by various living bodies, magical powers, etc., to construct an environmental model. To put it bluntly, as long as it is within someone's detection range, even if it is a place invisible to the eyes, he can construct an approximate environment model. Even in a completely enclosed place, it can build a rough model. It's just that it all takes some time to collect the required information. And the longer it takes, the more accurate results you can get. I was originally thinking about developing such an ability, but it seems useless in the wild. Of course, you rely on the arcane eye of the car. When you enter a building or a maze, you directly scan it with sonar and open the map first. I didn't expect that this seemingly useless detection method would shine brightly when doing such a trivial matter. At least this method will not cause any magical resonance like the magic of the Lost Land. Judging from the internal structure of the constructed treehouse, the layout inside is very simple. And there is not even a bed. There are several wooden racks against the wall. Judging from the outline, it is estimated that there may be spear-like weapons placed on them. It feels like I guessed. This is a sentry tower that can be used for monitoring and attacking the ground. But it looks like there's nothing else of value. So someone has another flash. Avoiding the movement method of using ropeways, Lin successfully explored the places where the elves did not want outsiders to enter while being patrolled by the members of the Shinmu guards. While someone was exploring the entire area, avoiding the patrol members, who were in groups of 2 or 3, Lin deliberately compared their appearances in secret. Although the members of the Shinmu guards all wear hoods and use masks to cover their mouths and noses, they can still be more or less identified and compared from the features of their eyes, eyebrows, bridge of nose, and occasionally exposed ears. Unsurprisingly, most of the patrol members who come in and out, climb up and down here have never been on the ground. In other words, in addition to the 73 elves that have appeared on the ground, there are 31 unrecorded individuals that can be compared here. But there is a big difference from the 213 people Laina reminded. Are you hiding somewhere deeper? Or are there other tasks that are not in the realm of World Tree at all? Just when someone was thinking, a warning window popped up in his field of vision, indicating that a high-level person was approaching around the corner behind him. It just so happened that the location he was in happened to be in a passage that looked like a tree hole, apart from the front and rear entrances and exits. There is no other hiding place as far as the eye can see. Should I gamble my luck and flash out of the passage, hoping that I will just hide in a hiding place? Or should I try that magic that I have only imagined but never tested? The footsteps were getting closer and closer, and someone couldn't help but jump into a higher dimensional world to hide. Because the flash technique was always random, Lin didn't know where he would end up. And this is also the first time that I jumped in without finding an exit to return to the real world. This time in this high-dimensional world, there is no color, only monotonous gray. To be more precise, they are various gradients from white to black. It will be interesting to observe reality from this high-dimensional world, because when you look at other people walking in reality, it is just a person walking. But when you look at reality from the high-dimensional world that someone is in now, you can see the afterimage dragged out behind him, and the people who will be in front of him. Moving footsteps. It's like watching an animation without clearing out the previous frame, and the characters are constantly superimposed. It is a pity that in the high-dimensional world, the sounds of the real world cannot be heard, because the 2 people walking side by side were obviously having a conversation. One of them, in particular, is the focus of someone's special attention. Ronan Peterson. The content of his conversation will certainly attract someone's attention. But before that, you have to pass a level first. Lin stood close to the wall, held his breath, put in his lower abdomen, and tried his best to let the two people walking side by side pass without touching himself. Although I don't know the reason for the interference between reality and this higher dimension, someone still hopes to reduce the variables as much as possible. Ronan, an extraordinary person among elves, unlike other members of the Shinmu Guard, would cover his face. The hood hangs behind his back, and his long wavy hair is tied up, giving this man, with a resolute face, a more neat look. According to someone's experience, people with this kind of appearance are the most troublesome. As the saying goes, physiognomy comes from the heart. Putting aside the part about predicting the future, the physiognomy passed down from our ancestors still makes some sense. The so-called first impression is actually just a summary of a person's overall life. What kind of personality a person may have, and whether they are compatible with him or not. The impression of this extraordinary elf in front of someone is that he is stubborn and will never look back until he hits the wall. To put it simply, it's extremely troublesome, whether you're a good guy or a bad guy. The elf walking side by side with him was smaller. Although he was not wearing a hood, he had a mask covering his face. But the look alone gives people a sense of shrewdness, making it unforgettable after seeing it. However, such an elf had an impatient expression on his face, as if he was complaining to Ronan about something. And this extraordinary person in the Shinmu Guard seemed to be persuading his companions. Unfortunately, I couldn't hear anything. Only when Ronan and his companions walked a long distance did Lin dare to jump out of the high-dimensional world. Someone doesn't want to test how sharp the two elements of extraordinary beings and elves can make their five senses at this time. Someone returned to reality and squatted on the ground, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. It seems that the application method of this magic can successfully deceive the elf masters of the extraordinary level. So it is worthwhile to do more research and improvement. As for the name, someone only thought of one, snake cardboard technique. Anyway, it seems that this magic has no reference value at all for people who can't use Flash. So it's okay to name it for fun. Suddenly, another bright red warning appeared in the corner of his field of vision, and Lin quickly jumped into the high-dimensional world again. At the entrance of the passage where Ronan was waiting for the elves to leave, the companion of the extraordinary person jumped in again, muttering something. Was this discovered? However, he still stood almost in the middle of the passage and did not leave. Although the other party jumped back to look for him, his eyes only glanced at that person's position. It seems that maybe the other party noticed someone, but still couldn't see it. This should be considered a good thing, right? I originally thought I could breathe a sigh of relief. But right before my eyes, the elf who ran back to search jumped into another world. This made Lin's heart beat up, fearing that the other party would see him. But the situation was just like the behavior of the two elves in the real world. The one walking in another world still passed someone without noticing it. After waiting for a long time after the fruitless elf left, Lin jumped back to the real world. Someone was gasping for air, and his chest was pounding. He was trying to think of where he had exposed his flaw. This made the elf become alert and turn back to conduct a more thorough search. He reached out and pressed his chest. His energetic heart seemed like it would stop beating suddenly within a few decades. But in this situation, it is too energetic. Sure enough, there is still a gap between professionals and non-professionals when it comes to espionage. Not everyone can become Ethan Hunt if they get the equipment from the movie Mission Impossible. And his excitement has been unable to calm down. And it seems that it is not the time to continue investigating this area. So Lin used a flash technique to return to the camp on the ground. Chapter 419 Review of Harvest. Kaya, who was staying in the camp, was slightly surprised by someone's sudden appearance. The girl was not frightened by her elusive teacher, but by the embarrassed appearance of the person in front of her. Has it been discovered? Kaya asked. The teacher in front of him was dressed in rags, as if he had been lost in the desert for a whole year and then got out by luck. The remnants of the clothes on his body also looked quite old. Not only were they swaying in the wind, but they also looked like they would be torn if pulled lightly. After the girl saw it, her eyes slowly drifted away, her expression looking extremely unnatural. Of course, Lin noticed Kaya's strange behavior. Look in the direction where the corners of her eyes were unconsciously scanning. Someone is shocked. It was a magic pendant hanging on my waist, because I had been brought into the high-dimensional world for too long. It was contaminated and turned into an evil spirit. Now it has become a strange creature like a worm, twisting and turning. It's a good thing that it doesn't have teeth. Otherwise, if it had a bite, the happiness in this life would be gone. With a twist of both hands, he tore the strange insect into 2 pieces, and then threw the remaining insect body into the fire pit in the middle of the tent. This made him sigh in relief. At this time, I saw the only girl present, covering her eyes with her hands, but she could see her wide eyes between her fingers. Lin said angrily, "Where did you want to go? Forget it. I'm too lazy to explain so much to you. Help me call Halloumi back. I have to ask her for anything. Also, borrow it from your sisters. Come over here." "I know." After the girl replied, she left the camp obediently. Someone found a new set of clothes from the suitcase to replace himself, and the old rags were thrown into the fire pit and burned directly. At the same time, I mentally reviewed this investigation operation and found many shortcomings during the process. Halloumi was helping their elder sister, so Kaya didn't need to notify both parties. After a while, they brought back the people and things, and at the same time, the Lich who was so bored was also brought back, without all the required materials. The work was done intermittently, which really made this person lose much interest. So when I heard someone was back, I followed him over to join in the fun. As soon as he entered the camp, Flynn immediately asked, "Did you find anything interesting?" Basically, apart from hearing their experiences in archery, or chatting about the East and West families, I didn't hear anything nutritious. But the layout above. Lin showed the 3-dimensional diagram again while explaining. Also make a note on the picture. This is suspected to be a sentry tower. This is a place where a person lives. This is a tree hole passage. At first, he was listening attentively, but less than halfway through, then became a little uninterested and said, "It's not useful at all." "That's right. It's too unrealistic to ask me to hear some explosive news on the first day I set out to explore the news." Someone's strange words confused the 3 lost land natives. However, this man from another world would occasionally say something that was incomprehensible, but with a little bit of coordination, he could still roughly understand it. However, compared to the bored Lich, the 2 girls were a little puzzled as to why someone wanted to call Harumi back. "That's all what I heard. But there are some things I saw. I need your help to look into the details," Lin said while tinkering with the coffin. "Since the development of my own whiteboard writing technique, it has many functions, one of which is that it can reproduce memories, and it is limited to things seen in the recent past. The longer the time interval, the easier it is for memories to be processed and distorted by people's subjective thoughts. Someone is still thinking about a solution to this problem. But if you are going to use it today, you don't need to worry about this aspect." The scene shown by Lin was after he hid in the high-dimensional world and saw Ronan, the extraordinary elf, talking to his companions. To make such a presentation, the help of the first coffin is indispensable. Although I have a special format for storing videos, the related magic cannot be cast by people alone. In addition, the source of the video is the memory presented by whiteboard writing. So many things need to be converted 2 or 3 times before they can be used. In Earth terms, it means that it needs to be transferred before it can be released. The Lich and his 2 apprentices have long understood these techniques, so they quickly focused on the content of the picture. There is no post-production technology in the current film industry. At most, it is just cut into clips. There is also no technology to connect different clips together. The reason is, of course, that there is no demand for the time being, so someone did not develop it. It is precisely because MIDI does not have post-production technology, and the memory content displayed by Lin now is exactly what he saw with his naked eyes. Everyone's first question is, why is it black and white? And during the course of the film, the 2 elves who were the focus of the perspective were once so close that they could even count their hairs. Why wasn't it discovered at such a close distance? The 2 apprentices didn't understand how it was possible for the Lich, who also knew how to use Flash, to know nothing. She quickly noticed someone's little trick and asked, "Are you jumping into a high-dimensional world to avoid other people's detection? Can you still use it like this?" "It's okay, but the side effects will be serious." Someone didn't think of hiding this Lich and just told the truth. "Of course, it's not the same for people, but it's an old problem with personal belongings. Just traveling through it many times will cause pollution of personal belongings. Just jump into that kind of place and stay for a short time, and it will feel contaminated. The speed is not just multiplied, it will be even faster. Well, that's a problem." They knew very well that the biggest problem with the Flash technique being unable to be used regularly was where it lay. Although a method of protection is found, the power consumption will increase several times. But those trivial details can be put aside for the time being. Finn asked, "What are you trying to do by showing this memory fragment?" because jumping into a high-dimensional world. Although you can see the real scene, you can't hear the sound. I want to see if Halloumi can identify what the elf is saying from the mouth shape. The apprentice, who was named, was refreshed and thought about what his teacher had told him. In fact, lip reading is not unfamiliar to Midland, although it is considered a very high-end skill. The reason for developing this skill is not to communicate with mute people, but because spies need to spy on intelligence. This skill relies not only on practice, but also on talent. Of course, there are also some auxiliary means to increase the possibility of identification. The most important issue is the semantic environment. The semantic meaning must be pieced together from the possible pronunciations before and after. Another difficulty for Halloumi is that the other party must speak Elvish, and that language is not Halloumi's native language. So there will of course be some obstacles in using it. But there is only one person to pay attention to. That is, the elf transcendent Ronan Peterson, because his companion was wearing a mask on his face. In this situation, being able to read lips from the changes in the mask is already at the level of a god. Of course, Halloumi, who has only come across this technology today, cannot reach that level. So she only paid attention to Ronan's lip shape. After watching the video several times, Halloumi could only guess 2 sentences. It will be over in 3 days. They should give up. As for other sentences, although I guessed some meanings, they were incoherent. Not being able to see the mouth shape of the person he was talking to, and unable to judge what the other else said, was also the difficulty in lip reading this time. At the end, Halloumi, who couldn't guess anymore, asked, "What do they mean by these words? Judging from what we already know, no matter what they are planning, they will see the truth within 3 days. And from the words they will give up, we can guess that this matter is not to force anyone to accept their ideas and practices. But there is no room for change. So the other side will give up and not continue to cause them trouble. So, if we don't care about anything, we will return without success in 3 days at most?" Halloumi asked. "There is also another possibility. Within 3 days, the Shinmu guards launched an attack on a few of us. At least they killed me and your sisters. At that time, if the group of elves wanted to conduct research on the advancement of the World Tree, they would not be able to do so. It won't be possible in a short period of time. It won't be okay if we don't give up at that time. Can this be done?" Halloumi was surprised. "Why not?" Finn interrupted at this time and said, "So, do we have to wait for them to make the first move? Do we also want to decide to take the initiative?" "No, of course not. All this is just my guess. After all, we only heard fragments of the statement without any cause and effect. That is far from the truth. The only thing that is certain is that they do have something to hide from us. And this them. I'm not sure if it's just Lottie Shinmu guards, or all the elves. The second thing that should be believed is that it will happen within 3 days. Other than that, it is just speculation. And more is needed. Only with more evidence and facts can we make a judgment. Then what should we do?" Halloumi asked. And this was also the question of the other two. "Everything is business as usual. I will continue to search their restricted area." "You too," Lin looked at the 2 girls. "Try to use program analysis methods to enhance the analysis of lip language." While someone was talking, he made some operations to capture the appearance of the elf walking next to the extraordinary Ronan Peterson in the replayed memory fragment into a picture and passed it to the Lich. Then opened the picture file that was sent to him. And after a quick glance, he understood what someone was thinking, and said, "It's not a problem for me to use this to find out the news from Laina. But why do you care so much about this elf?" Lin did not explain directly, but continued to play the replayed memories for everyone to see. The focus was of course on the elf he was paying attention to when he responded and detected the abnormality. And the other party jumped from the real world into another world. He then said, "Laina once said that there are 2 extraordinary beings and 3 druid elders in the Shinmu guards. I want to know if this elf is one of those 2 extraordinary beings. Or, this is a strong person that even they don't know." Chapter 420 Inside the Tree Hole. The so-called once born. The second time familiar. Although the last time they penetrated into the restricted area designated by the Shinmu guards, it was only an hour or 2 ago. But being able to calm down a little in a safe place and review the gains and losses is enough for someone to make more and correct preparations. At the same time, Lin was also checking the map to see the layout of the area. Generally speaking, the layout of a planned town will have a pattern to follow. Just like a metropolis on Earth, it will be divided into residential areas, commercial areas, industrial areas, etc. I'm afraid that the purpose planning of the houses here is just like the romantic nature of the elves. And there is no trace to follow. The first round of exploration was not a blanket search. It was just a deep dive along a certain route. Although I have roughly inspected all the tree houses and tree holes that I passed, it is still far from enough to determine the overall layout. So if someone gives up looking at the mostly blank map and wonders, and does not continue on-site exploration, he will not get other results. Because the places I have been to have been recorded on maps. So this time, he started to investigate again. Lin directly used the flash technique to jump to the nearest hiding place in front of the tree hole passage, where he met the two elf masters. Looking at the passage that almost scared me, but ended with a near miss. I now have two options. One is to choose the direction Ronan Peterson came from at that time, which is now behind him. The other option, which was the direction they were going, was to go through the tree hole again. Because we are within the scope of the world tree, the energy changes here are chaotic and disorderly, and it is difficult to determine the direction of progress using the perception method where a large amount of power is gathered somewhere. However, although I had only walked halfway through the tree hole in front of me, I could roughly guess that the other end was not like the passage or rope bridge I encountered before, but that it connected places in the same area that had no direct road connection. This passage is more like leading to the inside of the world tree. Thinking of this, Lin remembered that this passage was different from other passages he had walked through. Other passages are shorter in distance and are illuminated by natural light. That is to say, there are no common lighting methods in the interior. They rely entirely on the sunlight that can shine in from the front and rear of the passage. But the one in front of me seemed to have internal lighting. And although there was bright light at the end of the passage I originally saw, when I thought about it carefully, it didn't look like sunlight. At this time, someone thought of another possibility. It was originally thought that Lottie's sacred tree guards only lived in tree holes on the surface, or in tree houses on the branches. If they also build a bunker inside the tree, is there any place more suitable for hiding some important facilities or secrets that they don't want to reveal to others? It seems that it's not okay not to break in. He also used the flash technique instead of walking. After making sure that no one was around, Lin just moved himself to the entrance of the passage. After the probe checked that there was no one inside, he was about to move inside. Suddenly a window jumped out of his field of vision, which scared someone so much that his heart almost jumped out of his mouth. After seeing clearly that this was a message from the Lich, someone almost cursed on the spot. Take 2 deep breaths and read the message from Finn carefully. Vasily Petrovich, another extraordinary person in the Shinmu Guards, is a strong man who takes the assassin route. A rare outlier in the Elven Kingdom, because he is a believer in the god of deception. Generally speaking, it is quite rare for a god believer to become a member of the Shinmu Guards, because the world tree itself can also be regarded as a kind of belief. This means that this person is a rare dual believer, or in the sense that he believes in the god of deception. For him one belief is false, regardless of which one's beliefs are true and which are false. This person has outstanding military exploits within the Elf Kingdom. However, in such a tense moment, without good shelter in front and behind, someone did not have the time to read Finn's long explanation and understand how many great things this elf had done. Anyway, knowing that this is a real master is enough at times like this. Use the flash technique to reach the visible end of the channel in one breath, and condense a small water mirror on your fingertips. Of course, I am not going to the forum at this time, but I want to use the characteristics of the mirror to see what is happening behind the corner of the passage. Compared with having to expose half of your head to poke your eyes around the corner, the mirror is much smaller. The scene in the mirror was empty. It seemed that there was no one in the passage behind the corner. However, Lin did not turn around rashly, but carefully stuck out half of his head again to confirm with his own eyes. After all, there are blind spots in the mirror, and someone would rather make progress slowly than be sure. This is not a time-limited game, especially since there is no save and restart function. Lin doesn't want to mess things up. Someone just moved forward cautiously, step by step. But after passing this corner, after walking a few steps, Lin seemed to hit a wall out of thin air and stopped, reaching out and groping. There seemed to be a repulsive force in the void, pushing away those who wanted to move forward. Looking around the passage, I saw unknown magic circles drawn on the walls, ceiling and floor. Is this a force field type barrier? I have been in the magic side of the world for so long, and this is the first time I have seen something that appears in both science fiction and magic themes. Before he could even say a few words of praise, there was a sound of footsteps deep in the passage opposite the force field. Lin flashed out, returned to the corner to hide his figure, and also used the water mirror technique to peek at the situation. Walking across the aisle was a female member of the Shinmu guards. Although most of her face was covered, her graceful figure could easily arouse other people's imagination. However, Lin's attention was still focused on a talisman in the hand of the female elf. Print. I saw her holding the talisman in front of her chest, without chanting a spell or any delay, and passed through the force field barrier very smoothly, and the surrounding environment looks completely unchanged. Just when the female elf was about to turn the corner, Lin Yi flashed and appeared some distance behind her. He avoided face-to-face embarrassment, or his deeds were exposed. Before returning to the barrier of the force field, Lin recalled what he had just seen. The elf sigil is more like a pass than a key, and this force field barrier will exclude anyone who does not bring the pass. In addition, maybe the talisman will have other uses. Going to steal a piece? Or, with a change of thought and a flash of thought, someone appeared smoothly behind the force field barrier. Looking back, Lin reached out and groped again. And sure enough, the force field still existed, and there was no directionality in or out. It seems that the flash technique is unreasonable and can treat most access control as nothing. Even though he passed the first force field barrier, Lin did not act immediately. The doubt in his heart made him directly use 5 or 6 types of reconnaissance vision. As expected, he saw several magic traps in the vision of observing magic power. In particular, there is a magic trap that stretches across the entire passage and is much wider than a normal person's pace. It is impossible not to pass by it as long as you are walking. From this trap, Lin confirmed that in addition to passing through the force field barrier, the talisman could also walk on the passage without triggering the trap. Although it is unlikely to touch a talisman temporarily, they should be able to avoid most traps by relying on power vision, as long as they do not suddenly change the way the traps are set up, such as replacing the magic trap with the most common trap. And in the power vision, the existence of the force field barrier is quite clear. Speaking of which, being able to use power vision is quite a fluke. In the area outside the tree, various energy tides are raging. If you turn on your power vision, various colorful blocks will cover most of your sight, making it impossible to see anything clearly. But inside the tree, the environment is relatively simple, and there is no such trouble. This is why someone can see magic traps and force fields. After confirming the way to go, Lin naturally avoided the unnatural color blocks on the ground and took the path he was sure was safe. Originally, I would have been worried that man-made passages like this would not be as good as being outside in bushes, treehouses, and other places where I could hide. The passages inside the world tree are also intricate, and there are stairs connecting each floor. It is not a straight avenue that can be seen at a glance. Although this adds some difficulty to detection, it is very beneficial to hiding. When you see someone coming, duck around the corner and wait for the elf to walk by. If you really encounter the problem of being attacked by 2 parties, you can also choose to jump into the high-dimensional world for temporary escape. As long as someone doesn't rush into a blind spot recklessly, the chance of being discovered by the elves is infinitely close to none. The place being explored now is indeed an area inside the world tree, because door locks, barriers, etc. don't seem to exist to someone. So as long as he is sure that there is no one else in the room, Lin will go in to see what's going on. After reading it, I was able to understand that compared to other people's wealthy families, the little things I brought with me were really not enough. A full set of magic armor, various weapons and equipment, and different from the long bows favored by most elves. The magic short bows used by the Shinmu guards filled the entire shelf, and the bowstrings made of warcraft sinews filled the entire box. In general, the range and power of long bows are better than short bows, but using the world tree as the material and the elves' bow-making skills, no one dares to underestimate these short bows that are only as long as an arm. There are also rows of wooden armor. You must know that the hardness of the wood of the world tree is widely recognized. In addition, it is strong enough to resist the energy tied between dimensions, and it is easy to resist energy-based attacks. This means that if I want to deal with the elves wearing this wooden armor, I have very few means. At least the energy-type magic gun will not be of use. In addition to the armory room, there is also a room that is not sure whether it is a materials warehouse or a treasure room. There are all kinds of treasures inside. Just the parts that someone recognizes will make him salivate. Holding up the rough gemstone that was almost bigger than his own head, Lin seriously thought about whether to change his career. Being a thief seemed to be a more profitable way than being a magician who invented a lot of things. Chapter 421 The Mysterious Place. In the end, Lin reluctantly put down the gem in his hand that had not been polished yet. But the exposed part was sparkling. It's not someone's style to like shiny things. Maybe you will be obsessed with that value for a while. But after all, it is not what you are pursuing. So you will not get lost and forget the purpose of this trip. Having said that, if the red and white machine Gamario was placed here today, it would definitely have forgotten all tasks and gone home after touching something. Let's finish the game first. This exploration process went smoothly. But just because it went so smoothly, Lin became suspicious of something. Lina said that there are 213 members of the Divine Tree Guards. 73 of them have appeared on the ground. And a total of 55 have been identified in the tree body area. Where are the 85 elves left? The reason why Lin suspected this matter again was because he felt that there were too few elves encountered in the passages and internal passages of the World Tree. Maybe the Shinmu guards are quite confident and think that no one will invade such a place. So they don't need too many patrols. But they should have somewhere to go. Is it possible that the remaining elves who have not been seen by Lin also stay in their own rooms and never go out? Just as he was thinking this, the water mirror slowly stretched out around the corner and quickly retracted. Someone thought that his psychological adjustment had passed the test. But at this time, cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Carefully extend the water mirror again. The scene reflected in the mirror is a small square space, which is much larger than the walkway in the inner space of the World Tree. The key point is that there is about a small team standing here. 6 or 7 fully armed members of the Shinmu guards. All the elves hold bows in their hands. And they are obviously the guards here. Moreover, everyone's positioning layout was flawless. The elves' fields of vision complemented each other. And there seemed to be no blind spots. Even the treasure house I encountered before was not even guarded. What is the reason for so many people here? The shape and size of the door looked the same as those seen before. And there was nothing special about it in appearance. This made Lin even more curious about what was behind the door. But, how do I get in and find out? Making noises in the east and attacking in the west? There are no windows or anything here. Except for other rooms. It is a fully enclosed passage. Not even a ventilation pipe. Coupled with the good living habits of the elves, there is no debris stacked in the passage. It can be said that all the ways a person can think of to make a sound in the east and attack the west will not work here. Or there will be a great risk of exposing himself. In the midst of distress, another message window popped up in his field of vision. This is from Kaya, reminding her that it's time for dinner and to prepare for the meal. Before, Lin would have thought that if he missed it, he would just miss it, and it would be nothing if he was hungry. But now, if you don't want to arouse any suspicion on the other side, the best way is to carry out business as usual. So after confirming the distance and direction between his current position and the camp on the ground, Lin flashed and left the space within the World Tree. There was no one in the camp, because it was located under the dense shade of the World Tree. It got darker earlier than in the outside world. When I came outside and looked up, in addition to some dim light that could be seen in the shade of the trees, the Elven Army's camp had set up magic lamps for night lighting at certain points. To limit the use of open flames, dinner cooking is concentrated in one area. And since kitchen scraps and scraps cannot be thrown away, everyone has to come here if they want to eat. The members of the Shinmu guards were standing not far away, supervising. On the surface, it seemed to be to supervise the open flames and prevent sparks from flying around. But now Lin secretly observed each other and realized that the eyes of the elves were not just staring at the flames. They scanned almost the entire camp, seemingly nodding their heads secretly to see who was coming and who was missing. Is he overthinking it? Or are these elves from the Divine Wood Guard really supervising the actions of all outsiders? No matter how delicious the food is, it will become tasteless after eating it for several days, let alone dry food. Even a few hard-working humans and dwarves would find it difficult to adapt to food soaked in hot water until it becomes soft and rotten. Not to mention the squeamish elves. Although the elves did not openly protest, they heard a lot of private complaints. They even complained, consciously or unconsciously, why they had to follow this meaningless visit. Many elves want to go home. After all, after coming here, I had nothing to do for a few days. I want to explain to others that the work can't be started because the materials are not in place. And probably no one will listen. Fortunately, someone cheeky has gotten used to it going in from the left ear and out from the right ear. The two thin-skinned girls thought heartlessly that they were just following their teacher's instructions. So if they complained, someone should take responsibility for them. The two people who thought this way did not have any psychological burden. They were entangled in the emotions displayed by others because of their unhappiness. Fin has always been self-centered, and she doesn't care about other people's feelings. After swallowing the soft and tasteless dinner, Lin returned to the temporary cave. Due to the limited number of magic lamps used for lighting, and people not allowed to light bonfires here, there are no large-scale activities at the World Tree Camp at night. In the past few nights, the elves have gathered into several groups and started running TRPG groups enthusiastically. There are several elves with relatively rich experience, and they also have some storytelling skills. They are already impressive as game hosts, and they are not inferior to someone who is short-lived. Except for the first night when Lin took the king on a tour. He tried to find a way to decline the rest of the time. Originally, the Lich would join them and play together, but after playing a few times, she quit. Just as you have to choose your adventure partners carefully, the same goes for your game partners. A group of people who can get together are bound to have something in common. If they are in harmony, they will come. If they are not in harmony, they will go. This is true no matter what kind of life. Playing with the only dice made by someone, then followed Lin back to the camp. Also following back at the same time were the two girls and the elf sword dancer Lena Titov. The two girls were busy with the temporary tasks assigned by their teacher, although there was no deadline to complete it. Because it was a new topic, a sense of freshness pushed Kaya and Halloumi to plunge into this project topic that even on Earth would require a professional team and spend a lot of time to complete. As for the female elf, she should have been following their young king, secretly performing protection and vigilance work. But the photo that someone handed to her through Fin allowed Laina to investigate the internal affairs of the Shinmu guards. The progress, felt quite strongly, stemmed from worried curiosity. So she followed. Anyway, these days and nights, it is not news that she and the Lich are together, and it should not attract other people's attention. Laina didn't notice anyone else at all. When she entered the camp, she immediately asked, "What did you find?" Lin didn't say anything more, and once again used the coffin to play back his memories. Halloumi would like to look for any fragments that can be used as a reference for lip-reading analysis. It's a pity that everyone in the Shinmu guards wear their masks tightly and can't see the shape of their mouths. Naturally, there is no need to think about lip-reading. During the playback, Lin saw that Laina was watching very seriously and couldn't help but ask, "Have you never been to these places?" Basically, except for members of the guard, others are not allowed to enter the World Tree. Of course I have never been up there, and I don't know that there are other areas inside the World Tree. Not even your little king? As far as I know. No. In fact, in the past, kings came to the World Tree for the 8th annual hunting tour. They mainly came here to hold rituals to worship their ancestors. The process was very cumbersome. And other than that, they would not. How long do you want to stay? When she saw someone entering the weapons warehouse and treasure house, Laina's eyes drifted towards someone unnaturally. Lin had a clear conscience about this. Although he picked up some things to enjoy, he didn't take anything away. Anyway, the things wouldn't break if touched. If you can't even touch it, watch it more closely. It's been left there unattended for nothing. Why don't others be allowed to pass by and take a look at it? Because it is a playback memory. It can be played back and fast forward. Everyone will soon see the ending. The room with guards. The scene ended abruptly after someone repeatedly confirmed the strict protection of this place. Fin first asked, "What's in this room?" "I don't know. I couldn't go in. So I want to ask Laina. Where could this be?" The named female elf shook her head. Even the treasure house is undefended. What is more important than that place? She had no clue. "Could it be the location of your military communication magic array?" Lin asked anyway. Laina said with certainty, "The protection of the magic circle is very strict. But it is not to this extent. Especially since the forum you created has become popular in the human world. I don't know about other elven kingdoms. I dare say. But there are a lot less human spies sent by our Janie to spy on the secrets of the magic circle. And we have also reduced some of our already tight manpower." "That's right." Lin lamented that another answer option was missing. Fin asked at this time, "Then what are you going to do? Ignore this place? Or force your way in?" Forcibly breaking in is definitely not possible. Lin shook his head and said, "If there was no hostility originally, because we broke into an irrelevant but confidential location for them, we would become enemies even if we ignored it. Are you willing? Then what are your plans?" Facing Fin's question, Lin thought for a while, then pulled out one of the many design concept drawings he had left before and displayed it in front of everyone. It was an improved form of the arcane eye. The most important thing is that there is an experimental magic design on it. which can be positioned at a long distance and can be captured by the flash technique. When it reaches a fixed point, it will start to collect the surrounding image information. After waiting for recycling, it can extract and play the information of the target location. Lin named the design Spy's Eye. Chapter 422 Eyes of Spies. There is such a good thing. But if you don't create 180 of them to play with, wouldn't it be a pity for a time traveler who has the ability to attract money? Such an idea would be thrown right out the window before the flaws in Eye of the Spy. In order to maintain secrecy, the Eye of the Spy cannot be large. It is not that easy to complete the carving of 2 sets of magic array patterns, namely the Arcane Eye and Remote Positioning, in a limited volume. At least until now, Lin has not thought of a suitable and easy way to do this. It is precisely because the formation patterns that need to be engraved with 2 sets of magic are already quite compact. So there is no way to transmit image data over long distances in real time, like the satellites that were originally sent into the sky. It must be recycled before the materials captured by the Spy's Eye can be extracted. In order for the magic to achieve a certain effect, the material used as a carrier cannot be too bad. In order to be able to store the detected real scene, the magic stone must also be of high grade. However, the problem that has always existed has not yet been solved, and that is the high-dimensional pollution caused by the flash technique. In other words, no one knows how many times a good spy eye can be used. If it can be solved by spending money, then there is nothing wrong with just playing around with it. However, it takes a lot of effort to make it. The magic props that are created with great effort are not only expensive, but may also be just disposable toys. If it didn't have an extremely important special purpose, people wouldn't want to build this thing at all. This is also the reason why the Spy Eye has remained on the design draft and has never been materialized. The situation we are facing now seems to be that important and special purpose. However, someone now regretted that he had not made the Spy Eye before and actually tested it. Therefore, Lin Ku was not 100% sure whether everything on the drawings would work as originally envisioned. But there seems to be no other better option in sight. After asking the 2 girls to get the necessary materials from the cart of belongings, Lin began to make the Spy Eye for the first time, since he had hidden what he wanted to do from the silver-bearded dwarves from the very beginning. Lin had no intention of relying on their exquisite craftsmanship. Although there is a design draft, it is far from finalized. There may be modifications and optimizations during the production process, so it is impossible to leave it to 2 girls. This is because time is tight, and you have to hand over your ideas to your apprentices until they can understand and implement them. It is more practical to do it yourself. When Lin started working, he ignored the conversation and focused on the few materials in front of him that were no more than the size of a fingernail. When other people saw someone getting into a situation, they also lowered their voices and started doing their own things. Because the man in this state is immovable, and nothing can distract him. This can be regarded as the patience and concentration developed by observing and recording the stars day after day, year after year. When the thing was roughly completed and someone came back to his senses, the birds outside were singing softly, and the sun was shining in through the gaps in the tent. Only then did Lin remember to yawn. The sound of him standing up and stretching woke up the fallen person behind him. The 2 girls rubbed their eyes and said low. And for someone who had relaxed slightly, sleepiness hit his eyelids uncontrollably. During the time of the Tower of the Great Sage, it was normal to stay up late for stargazing operations at night. And now this time is just the time to catch up on sleep. But it's not yet the time to sleep peacefully. He held up his heavy eyelids and washed his face vigorously with the cold well water that Halumi had just fetched from the well outside to cheer up his spirits. Others looked at the completed gadget on the temporary workbench curiously. I originally wanted to make a few more backups, but after staying up all night, putting together this one was already someone's limit. And to have such a person, Lin felt that he had already performed beyond the ordinary. This is only possible with the help of a specially designed golem arm. It can completely imitate the movements of the user's hands, shorten the distance of arm movement in proportion, and also corrects hand shake. It is a dedicated tool for someone who is doing delicate work. Is this what you call the Spy's Eye? Compared to the others who were more cautious, then directly used his index thumb to hold the small thing in front of his eyes and examine it. This is a technique of inlaying stones within stones, which is commonly used when making magic props or weapons. This Spy's Eye is like a yellow eyeball with a red pupil, but it is much smaller. Does it work? It might work, I guess. I'm really unsure. As he said this, then wanted to throw away his hand. Lin quickly stopped him and said, No, don't throw it away. It's so small that it's hard to get it back. Otherwise, how can you test that you can really capture an object from outside your field of vision and change it back? Or are you afraid of breaking it? Taking back the hard-finished prop from his hand, Lin said, both the material itself and the method I used to inlay the two stones are not so easy to destroy. But it can withstand several transmissions of the flash technique. I'm not sure. So don't waste your precious opportunity on that. It's okay to test its ability to monitor the surrounding area. Okay. So how do you use this? Then followed suit and asked about another use. By reciting the incantation, Lin directly activates the secret command engraved on the spy's eye. This is also one of the many ways to use magic items. But there was no sign of whether it was activated or not. And there was not the slightest fluctuation in power. This is because the arcane eye, like the Earth sonar, has two modes, passive reception and active detection. The former is secretive and difficult to detect, while the latter barely announces my arrival with a loud voice. The spy eye, an ultra-small improved version of the arcane eye, does not have the ability to use active detection at all. On the one hand, the magic stone used as an energy source did not have enough power to do this. On the other hand, because the size and area were too small, Lin simply castrated that function. Various other setting functions can also be cancelled if not necessary to save space for carving formation patterns. After opening the spy's eye, Lin placed it near the head coffin. After some adjustments, the results detected by the spy's eye were quickly displayed. It was a scaled-down version of the three-dimensional image, and all the details were quite clear, no matter what angle you looked at. In fact, this is the most original detection result of the arcane eye. Although the name of the magic is eye, it has no direction of sight. Instead, it uses the prop or facility itself as the center point to collect all environmental data within a certain range and detail. It's just that in the past, the inventors of the arcane eyes used the crudest way to present these results. And as Lin moves the spy eye, the real scene shown in the first coffin will also move accordingly. After such a test move, everyone also roughly discovered that the detection distance of the spy eye is only about 5 meters. Compared with the standard arcane eye, the detection range can easily be several kilometers, which is completely different from the same level. But compared to someone's own detection ability, the range of only 1 or 2 meters is much better. The final test for the spy's eye is how long it can record the investigation results. To this end, Lin kept doing different actions to prove that every second of the clip was not a repeated or paused scene. When the investigation function was stopped, everyone played back the footage from the loop on the coffin and determined that the spy's eye could only retain footage for less than 1 minute. This is just like the Earth's monitoring system. When the hard disk capacity is limited, the software program will actively delete data starting from the oldest time series. The freed hard disk capacity will of course be used to store new monitoring images. Although it was only for 1 minute, Lin did not need to monitor the changes in a certain place or observe the people coming and going. He only needs to know the environment of the destination. So 1 minute is more than enough. When it was confirmed that all the tests had been completed, Lina Titov, who was more anxious than anyone else, couldn't wait to ask. It seems that everything is ready. There is no big problem. When are you going to set off? It's so urgent. Lin complained and then said, I can hardly open my eyelids now. Can you let me take a nap? You don't think that I would never put it down in this situation? Things are messed up. Teacher, why don't you have breakfast? Halloumi asked. The man who was already a little delirious scolded him directly. Eat his balls. That thing is no different from shit. I'll starve him for a few times. That's all. Don't eat. Anyway, what to do? Wait for me, let's talk after you wake up. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin fell on the homemade camp bed and immediately lost consciousness. And there were bursts of snoring. Several other people were also helpless about this. If they can do something for them, no one will refuse. Unfortunately, no one except himself has the means to take over what this human magician has done, unless he completely overturns everything he has prepared and uses his own method to proceed. Just like the Lich who can also use flash, Lina could not ask her to cast the Eye of Spy on someone's behalf and then recycle it. Regardless of whether Finn can understand the principles of using the spy eye without an instruction manual, if she were asked to take action, she would not be so troublesome at all, both probing and hiding, for fear that she would be exposed. Discover. The painting style of the Lich is always that I come gorgeously, and I leave gorgeously, leaving only death and ashes everywhere, looking for trouble out of nothing, turning small things into big things, and turning big things out of control is the aura of this Lich. So whether Lin or the two apprentices, they tried their best not to let this person take action, lest they have to spend more energy to deal with the aftermath. Lina also understands these truths, so no matter how anxious she was, all she could do was wait. Otherwise, what else could she do? Chapter 423 Action and Waiting. It was early in the morning after all. Everyone had just woken up. And of course, there were a lot of things to do. Take a shower, go to morning classes, and tidy up your temporary living environment. Especially the two girls. Most of the burden of chores falls on them. Therefore, it is not an exaggeration to say that the period after waking up is their busiest time. However, at this moment, something that no one noticed suddenly flashed through Kaya's attentive mind. Normally, around this time, her teacher would be singing a one-man show, talking to the spirit of the world tree that she couldn't see, and then making various movements like fighting a beast. In the end, he gave up and started doing his own thing. If their elder sister hadn't certified and confirmed the existence of the spirit of the world tree, she would definitely think that there was something wrong with their teacher's mind. But there is no such picture today. What does it mean? Two adults teamed up to lie to her? Or is it that the spirit of the world tree in their mouth sees someone sleeping to death and will considerately choose a day to visit? In doubt, Kaya silently did what those lazy people were too lazy to do. During this period, because a certain human magician was not seen at breakfast, the young elf king came to visit. In fact, there were quite a few people coming to visit, which surprised a certain lich who seldom cared about such trivial matters. So many people paid attention to someone's movements. It's just hard to say how much of it is goodwill and how much is malicious. When it was almost noon, Halumi happily followed her teacher's instructions, pulling off the quilt and kicking someone's butt until he got up. This is a request made by someone in order to prevent themselves from sleeping until their entire life routine changes and day and night are reversed. Otherwise, letting yourself lie in bed and sleep until dawn the next day is not something that has never happened before. As the two girls grew older, the force of their kicks became more and more severe. Someone holding a pillow looked sadly at his apprentice, who had a proud expression on his face. "Are you awake? Do you want me to wash your face?" Aspen said this. A water ball larger than a human head condensed on his fingertips. When someone saw it, he quickly jumped out of bed. "Are you kidding me? That water balloon won't fall apart if you drop it. Instead, it will cover your head inside like a helmet. You may drown." When encountering this master who cares about killing or burying someone, a certain person would not only give in, but also give in and not want to risk his life. After such a fuss, his mind, no matter how lucid, was completely sober. When Lin saw that a certain elf hadn't run away yet, he smiled heartlessly and asked, "Why? Are you really that anxious? I have a bad feeling, and it's getting stronger and stronger. The last time I had this feeling, I was involved in a war-level conspiracy and was forced to become the defender of the city. In the end, I took the city finally. I escaped with the remaining soldiers for a long time. This time, the bad feeling is no less than the last time. If the problem is not with us, it can only be them. You have so little confidence in your fellow elves? I think other elves trust the elves of the divine would guard more than their young king. Maybe noble people won't do bad things, but it doesn't guarantee that they won't do stupid things. Those elves who have lived in the kingdom all their lives will blindly worship those guys with honorary titles. But that doesn't mean what they do. They are all right. And the biggest mistake they made in my eyes was to hide the fact that there are no secrets in our kingdom." Seeing this beautiful elf sword dancer speaking so proudly, someone wanted to complain. Not long ago, he told those old men some unspeakable things, and he didn't see them spreading it everywhere. Maybe this is because the levels are different, so the views and cognitions are different. To put it crudely, it means changing your butt and changing your head. But this also made Lin curious about another thing and asked, "I remember that you warned your war minister about these things. So what is his attitude?" "That old man is as sinister as my family. I think he is interested, but on the surface, he remains calm. He didn't say a single word. He just asked me to continue to pay attention. So the way you pay attention is to come here and stare at me? At least none of us have discovered the things you found. So if we continue to search along your line, we have more chances than others. So, are you ready to set off?" Because he missed breakfast, and it was almost the time he was used to having lunch, Lin first sent the two girls to get homemade dry food from the carriage he drove. It was part of the dry dragon meat that had been treated with spices after the dragon was slain, because it can be stored for a long time. "I didn't eat it in a hurry, but kept it for emergency food. But he carefully looked around his camp, and after confirming that no one was nearby, he closed the curtain of the camp tightly and directly unfolded the topographic map of the world tree that he had discovered. This also includes the passage behind the tree and several rooms that have been identified. The Lich and the elf sword dancer who were still in the camp all looked confused, but then suddenly said, "Ah!" and figured out something. He showed a helpless smile and said, "I was misled by you. I also thought about invading again to reach the destination. I didn't think of sending the things directly. Just fine. Yes. After all, there are almost no guaranteed hiding places in the inner passage of the world tree. If you want to be safe, you have to start from the beginning and enter in sections, which takes too much time and energy. I was also worried just now, and the same road has appeared again. I have to go again. Is there any other lazy way? And then I think of just sending the things in. Anyway, the status of the destination is unknown. In this case, it doesn't seem to matter whether I am nearby. Relation. Have you considered the curvature of space near the world tree? There are a lot of wormholes and gaps here. If you make a mistake, you don't know where things will go. I'm sure I can deliver them. Destination? Don't worry. I don't dare to say anything else. This is the only skill I have. I dare to teleport myself. So what's the point of giving this gadget as a gift?" Smiling, Lin turned his attention back to his unfolding on the map. He muttered, "The thickness of the wall that the elves are accustomed to in the internal space is, the size of the room, the layout, the quarter should be, well, let's set the parameters like this." The elf sword dancer, who claims to be knowledgeable in martial arts, magic, and druid magic, feels like an illiterate whenever he is around this man. Although he would not respond in a sarcastic tone when asked these questions, it did not mean that Laina would like to highlight her ignorance. Anyway, whether she knew or not didn't affect the outcome. She simply didn't ask. He just pouted his mouth, puffed his cheeks, and watched the Lich and the man discussing happily. After discussing a bunch of questions that no one else could understand, the human magician held the Eye of Spy and threw it into the air. In just a flash, the gadget, which was so small that even the elf's eyesight could not easily see it, did indeed disappear from sight. Laina was very sure that this was not because she was dazzled and lost something. She couldn't help but say, "That's it?" She felt like she had waited all morning in vain. "No, it will only count after successful recovery." Lin and Fin also cast their sights outside the camp in the direction of the huge tree body of the world tree. To be honest, Lin was still a little uneasy, because the situation at the destination is unknown. There are many situations where the spy I sent out will not be able to receive any images, or even be damaged. But what can be said to be an advantage is that even if the spy's eye is broken inside, it will be difficult to detect, even if it is discovered. There should be no suspicion. Secondly, even if the Eye of Spy really fails, it is better than risking yourself and being left hanging in it. "How long do we have to wait?" "1 minute," Fin asked from the side. "Just to be on the safe side, wait for 2 minutes. I just hope that I won't be teleported into something and completely block my vision." The waiting time is long and excruciating, even if it is only a minute or two. Originally, Lin wanted to say something relaxing to lighten the atmosphere, but found that he couldn't think of anything to say. Firstly, he is not a talkative person. Secondly, he has full control over the operation of the spy eye, and he is more worried about gains and losses than anyone else. To say that he could relax completely would be a lie. In comparison, the two women beside him were much calmer. Unlike himself, who always acts like a clown. Even if he becomes a time traveler, he is still a salty fish, and nothing will change in essence. Secretly looking at the Lich's side face, the kind of beauty that only appears in movies and animations would stand beside him. It was really like a bubble, as if it would burst at any time. "Teacher, we are back." After shouting, Halloumi opened the door and came in. Not only did he bring back a few pieces of dried meat, but he also brought back a pot of clear spring. As if to relieve his inexplicable embarrassment, Lin was eating and stuffing. But how could the Lich make it so easy for him? When the time came, he urged someone to quickly recover the Eye of Spy. The principle of remote positioning of Blink is similar to tying an elastic rope to the target object. When you want to recycle it, you can pull it back to you with just a hard pull. The disadvantage is that the target must be tied a rope first. That is, some kind of marking magic must be applied before it is possible to use Flash to reversely recover it. But this magic is not perfect yet, and the part that has not yet been solved is how to define the volume of the returned items. bringing back things you shouldn't have brought back, or bringing back things missing some parts, have all happened during the experiment. The larger the items, and the weirder the shapes, the higher the chance of errors during the recycling process. Now I dare to use it on the spy eye because it is too small. It is so small that there is no need to consider the shape of the transmission target, and it can ensure that things are set back intact. Someone who confirmed that he wanted to recover the spy eye just raised his right hand, snapped his fingers, and the thing returned to his palm. While using the spoken command to stop the monitoring program, he watched with satisfaction as the little thing that was successfully recovered grew 8 legs, like a spider, and ran away in a hurry. Chapter 424 The Secret of the Room. When a small thing with long legs jumped away from his palm, someone was so dumbfounded that he forgot to catch his escaped spy eyes. The reaction of the few people standing nearby was not much better than that of someone else. Even because of the distance, they only saw something like dust on someone's hand. Then, as soon as the eyes are dazzled, there is nothing. Laina Tidov, who has the best eyesight, caught the escaping figure immediately. It's just that it's too small, and it moves quickly. By the time the female elf takes action, the spy's eye has already hid in a blind corner covered by the furnishings, and has completely lost its trace. Just when he was about to ask the human magician how to fix it, he heard another snap of his fingers. This time, Lin didn't spread his fingers to admire his work. Instead, the hands were arched and covered with each other, as if they were covering something. "What are you?" Laina asked. But someone didn't bother to answer seriously, but shouted to his apprentice. "Who come? Help me quickly get a beaker, test tube or something. A cork that needs to be sealed, or other box-like things. Anyway, it's airtight. Yes, as long as it can hold things." The group of people who reacted hurriedly rummaged through the things in the tent. In the end, Kaya took out the gem box she carried with her, emptied it all of the special gems with various magical effects, handed it to her teacher, and then closed the evil spy eye. The little thing who was locked up was not at all restless, and the huge force of the impact made it almost impossible to hold the gem box. Fortunately, this thing is strong enough. Otherwise it would fall apart sooner or later. When the killing move was ready, the lich was about to smack the little insect in one breath. When she saw that the situation had calmed down for the time being, she dispersed the magic gathered on the edge of her palm and asked someone, "Can this still work?" Of course Len knew what everyone was concerned about, but he had no idea. He could only take out the coffin and start playing with it. He said, "By the way, you can't guess right. You'll know after you try it." The connection between the head coffin and the evil spy's eye was completed smoothly without any hindrance. Just like the one before, the connection was mutated. The next step was to check all the original functions, and found that everything was normal. Even using the appearance of the spy's eye in the skinned box of the first coffin, all the magic array patterns carved on it remained unchanged and remained the same, except for those 8 legs. After confirming that everything looks normal, of course you need to check whether it has completed its original mission, which is to bring back the image of the room that was protected by layers of layers. Letting Halloumi hold down the shaken gem box, Lin picked up the images recorded by the spy's eye. Because the related operations have been performed several times, the image data was quickly transferred to the first coffin for processing this time. Soon, a 3-dimensional image was displayed in front of everyone. It was a solid dark brown mass with vague lines all over it. "Is this a failure?" The female elf standing behind someone asked with frustration in her voice. Teacher, but it looks like there is something here." Different from the disappointment of others, Halloumi standing at the other end shouted excitedly. Lin turned around and took a look, and immediately realized where he had made a mistake, because the layout and scale of the unknown room could not be determined. The planned teleportation position of the spy eye was at the edge of the room against the wall. The detection range of the spy eye is about 5 meters, and it uses the original detection method of the arcane eye magic. So even the solid part of the world tree is recorded, which is the brown thing in front of you. Looking from the direction of the Halloumi, it looks like a filled loaf of bread cut in half, with the inner part exposed in the center. Realizing his mistake, Lin immediately corrected the scope of the imaging, excluding the solid parts, and immediately revealed the current situation of the mysterious room detected by the spy's eyes to the eyes of those present. It was a sight that they had never expected to see in a place like this. The 2 girls suppressed an uncomfortable feeling of nausea, while someone rubbed his eyes, wondering if he was dazzled. Thun looked at everything with admiration, but Laina clenched her fists tightly, unable to believe her eyes, and her body was so angry that she was shaking unconsciously. In the detailed three-dimensional real scene, elves are hung like cloakworms, and every elf that was hung up had countless pipelines flowing with red liquid, connected to the magic circle on the ground. The entire magic circle was glowing with red blood, and every stroke in the words and lines was like a living thing, fluctuating with strange frequencies, sometimes getting thicker, sometimes getting thinner. The purple mist that filled the room was constantly changing and steaming. Not only did it make the atmosphere seem quite strange, but it also made the visible parts seem to be swaying, especially under the vision of the arcane eye. The soul figures that are occasionally captured are all showing signs of crying with blood and tears open. Although the image returned by Spy Eye has no sound, the silent scene is still shocking. Across the screen, it is difficult to confirm whether the hanging elf is still alive. But Lin felt that even if these elves were still alive, they might not be any better than dead. He pointed at such a picture and asked doubtfully, "Didn't you say that flesh and blood sacrifices are not popular in World Tree? Don't tell me this is something good for physical and mental health." Finn shook his head and said, "This is not a flesh and blood sacrifice. This is a very ancient magic circle. I am also surprised to see it here. Of course, I still miss it a little. Not a sacrifice? What is that for? Although it is different from what I remember, the core part will not change. I believe this is a magic circle used to kill gods. God Slayer." Regarding this somewhat sensitive term, Lin immediately thought of saying, "Is it going to be used against you? Deal with me? You are thinking too much. This is not a magic circle for attack. If they want to use it on me, they have to consider how to defeat me first and then lock me in there. Really? In terms of classification, this is a kind of magic circle for confinement. It imprisons those powerful souls that are difficult to kill, and then uses the tortured blood soul resentment to wear away that powerful soul bit by bit until it is completely destroyed. However, this magic circle is somewhat different. The detailed differences need to be completed before we can continue to study it. However, it is impossible to turn bad things into good things. In any case, this is a very evil magic circle. Even if it is, I rarely used it in my time. Of course, there were not so many gods for me to kill, which was also one of the reasons. And the most annoying thing is that as long as those old gods are still worshipped, they will use them in ways you can't imagine. Resurrection. This magic circle can't really kill those gods completely. So I won't use this time-consuming and laborious magic circle in the later period." Then mentioned that a complete magic array pattern is needed to make subsequent judgments. This also made Lin notice that the real-life picture of the room brought back by the spies was actually not complete. Only the edges were captured. This shows that the room is quite large. But even so, the viewing perspective of the entire picture is changing. This may mean that when the blink spell was used to teleport the Eye of Spy for the first time, it had already transformed into an evil spirit and had grown legs so that it could move. At the end of the real scene change, it seems that the center of the room is already included at the edge of the picture. At least Lin saw some elves in a posture other than being hung up. 2 old elves wearing druid robes were sitting around a place that looked like a blood pool. Because the scene was fleeting, Lin only noticed the 2 sitting elves after repeating it several times. However, the scene of being hung up one by one and bleeding out was really shocking. It's no wonder that someone didn't notice the scene at the corner of the corner. Compared to someone focusing on 2 sitting elves, Fun, who took over the control of the screen, no longer looped the playback, but fixed the part between the sitting elves and the blood pool, and enlarged it to a 1-to-1 life-size normal proportion. Seeing clearly the appearance of the 2 sitting elves, Lina said the names of the 2 people in a weak voice. Elder Taukach, Elder Rats. The reason why she was disappointed was because these 2 seemed to be still alive, and there were a bunch of half-dead compatriots around them. Seeing the Lich busy adjusting the parameters of the head coffin imaging, Lin asked, "What do you think is in this blood pool? Didn't I say it? This is the magic circle used to kill the gods. Besides me, is there any powerful soul here who needs to use this magic circle?" Lin was surprised by Finn's statement and said, "You mean?" Regarding the question that he had already guessed in his mind, Lin saw the answer before he had time to ask. Under Finn's adjustment, the imaging of the first coffin changed into several modes. The one that finally settled down seemed to be looking at a gray world. And above the blood pool there was a thick beam of light shooting into the sky. And floating inside was a kitten with obviously different patterns and colors. Is this Lottie? Except for Fun and Lin, the other 3 people present saw this incarnation of the legendary world tree for the first time. He looks just like a kitten that was just born, maybe even stumbling when walking, and still at nursing age. The kitten at the most lovable age was curled up and floating in the bloody light with a painful expression. Now Laena stopped asking nonsense questions and just said, "Say the image and give it to me." Then she walked outside the tent, took out a purple sleeve arrow, and threw it into the sky. It is true that the huge crown of the world tree blocks the entire sky, but it is tall enough in itself. Therefore, the magic sleeve arrows used by the Elf Sentinel team as warnings immediately exploded into a ball of fire with purple smoke at the end after flying to a certain height. Not only did they push the sleeve arrows to fly to a higher height, but they also emitted a high-pitched whistling sound. This happened several times in a row. Chapter 425 Showdown. The military system of the Elf Kingdom of Piet Janie. When hearing or seeing the warning arrows of the sentry, immediately put on full armor and assembled in the shortest possible time. Even if it turns out to be a prank by the sentry will be punished at that time, but those who fail to dress and assemble after seeing the warning will be considered as fleeing in front of the enemy, and the only option is death. But this time, the elves who followed their young king actually had military status. The difference was only between standing troops and reserve troops. Therefore, including King Ridden III himself and several ministers of the kingdom. After hearing the warning sound, no one asked why. They all put on their armor first and picked up their weapons. But when they were assembled, all the elves were at a loss. To warn enemies within the confines of the world tree, what kind of idiot would give trouble to an elf in a place like this? Echoing the phalanx of this group of elven guards are the elves of the Divine Wood Guards. The order to warn and assemble was also effective for the Shinmu guards, but they did not integrate into the large phalanx of the elf guards. Instead, they assembled independently to form another military formation that was distinct from the main army formation. At this time, they were also baffled by this assembly order. There have been many invasions of the Elf Kingdom, but no one has been stupid enough to invade the scope of the World Tree. Nor is it the tree-destroying war 1,000 years ago. All the elves looked at each other, wondering whether they should disband. In this situation, there was still a slight incongruity. That was the 4 silver-bearded dwarves, who were also rushed to the assembly point. Everyone still looked confused about the situation, but they still gathered around Riley, who was wearing peaceful weapons. At this time, the elf sword dancer and the 4 human magicians arrived belatedly. She did not enter the square formation of the royal army, but walked to the middle of the 2 sides. Looking at this appearance, many people guessed that the warning arrow might have been sent by Laena Titov. As a scout, she already has such authority and equipment. But the question is, why? Little girl. In the front row of the Shinmu guards, the oldest of the 3 druid elders said, "You must understand the seriousness of lying about military information. You don't need to remind me. Elder, I know it very well. Then let me ask you, where does the enemy's love come from? Just because there are no external enemies, it doesn't mean there are no internal enemies." Laena smiled coldly and threw out a magic stone. As the magic stone clattered to the ground, a huge water mirror screen unfolded, with only a static picture displayed on it. Those were the 2 elf druid elders sitting around the blood pool, while a grayscale picture of a kitten floated in the air. There are both pros and cons, so that all the elves present can see clearly. Linala asked in a loud voice, "Excuse me, Elder Taukaj, Elder Lat, what is your intention of placing the incarnation of His Majesty Lottie in the magic circle of the god slaughter?" Holy shit. This chick is just flipping tables. Someone behind me thought so. In fact, as early as when she shot a whistling arrow, Lin felt that something was not good. This kind of thing should not be done secretly. If it gets bigger, it is because we are afraid that the matter is not serious enough or chaotic enough. We are doing it for His Majesty Lottie's good. We will eliminate for him the parts that do not need to exist as the guardian of the kingdom and the world tree. Your Majesty, he will not do any harm, and everything will be as it was in the past. Like a guardian, silently and selflessly protect all the king's subjects. Humph! Is it under your control? What's wrong with being under our control? Or do we have to let the likes and dislikes of World Tree decide who of us deserves help and who doesn't? And the expelled elves can only face this cruel world alone. No! It absolutely shouldn't be like this. He's just a tree. The druid elders' excited remarks may not have been made very clear, but they raised a question from someone. There is also a world tree, but the population of the Wood Elf tribe is not at the same level as the population of a kingdom. When you think about the reasons behind it, it may make people feel chilling. The secrets among the elves may not be unfamiliar to Laena, so she stopped arguing with the other party about the right and wrong of this point. and said, "Well, I have another question. There are 200 Shinmu guards in total. 13 people. Are you all here?" Even the 3 elders responded to the call. Where did the people who didn't come go? Laina didn't wait for the few eloquent elders to argue with her, but threw out another magic stone, which was no different from H.L. A bunch of elves were wrapped up and hung like cloakworms to bleed. The real scene is presented to everyone. Or should I ask, are they still alive? The elf druid elder was speechless for a moment and could only change his focus and asked, "Where did you get these images? Ask me how I got it, instead of asking me whether it is true or false. It seems that the news is indeed correct. But I suggest you not to think about where my news came from. First explain the life and death of these elves clearly." Liana pointed at the group of elves who didn't know whether they were alive or dead in the image and said, as if he was angry, speaking on behalf of everyone in the Shinmu guards. Elder Caden, the oldest, cursed. "This is all the fault of that little girl Valeria. If she hadn't accidentally awakened the consciousness of World Tree, His Majesty Lottie, he will still be sleeping peacefully. During this process, we can naturally collect enough materials using a relatively peaceful method to allow His Majesty Lottie to continue sleeping, instead of having to use this crude method like now. Only by sacrificing our compatriots can we achieve our goals." Hearing his favorite little sister being named, Ridden 3 couldn't help but feel a little angry, especially when you listen to the meaning behind those words. It seems that all the fault lies with your little sister, who is still ignorant about everything. It's just that the other party's status is too high. If there is no good reason, even as a king, he can only be scolded in front of the 3 druid elders. Similarly, the furious elder elf druid actually suppressed all the elves present with his momentum. For a moment, no one could think about the right or wrong of it. They just habitually succumbed to authority and nodded submissively. "You are responsible for all this, human magician." As reprimanding his juniors was not enough, Elder Caden scolded several humans who looked like it had nothing to do with him. "Let World Tree advance. This kind of what's the use of doing something meaningless? Who do you think you are? Just because you hook up with the barbarian tribe of wood elves, what does it have to do with you whether they advance or not? Why do you interfere in the internal affairs of my kingdom? Have you ever thought about where you are now because of the demon king who destroyed my country once? Whether Lottie is promoted or not, or even whether he survives, of course has nothing to do with me." Someone's bright conclusion shocked not only his 2 apprentices, but also Laina, Ridden 3, and that the group of elven guards who followed the young king were all shocked. Seeing the surprised look of most people, Lin was a little proud, but he had to continue to explain. "I was invited here in the first place, but whether I do something or not, it doesn't make any difference to me. If I don't do it, everything will continue as usual. I continue my journey to do it. I can also get the parts one need from the research process. I am indeed not a friend of the World Tree, except for the friendship with Wadwo. I am not interested in anyone. No World Tree has any responsibility or obligation. What attitude you plan to use towards your World Tree is your freedom, national policy, and ideas. The same thing is that it is not my responsibility to interfere. Now that you understand this, you shouldn't care about these things, or even set foot here. But you help this group of elves who know nothing to create these slanderous images. What do you have if you do these things? Easy to talk about. Being questioned so unreasonably by an old man is a bit unpleasant no matter how soft-tempered someone is." Lin replied sternly, "I will investigate these things because you have things to hide, and those may have something to do with me. In order to confirm this, I tried to investigate. All this is to find out. You and them." Pointing in the direction of Ridden 3. "What is the position? Because I know very well that a group of people who claim to be chess players are not willing to sacrifice a few chess pieces that have nothing to do with them. Absolutely without hesitation. I don't want to be simply sacrificed or given up. So I can only take this step to find out the evidence of what you are doing. And I will leave open. There are broken sentences because the person who was stabbed in the back triggered the self-protection mechanism of the flash spell in order to dodge the backstab of the person who performed the backstab, allowing him to be behind the backstab in an instant." Lin Lung looked at the back of the elven transcendent assassin who missed a single hit, and Vasily Petrovich prepared to jump into the shadow world again. Before that, the hammer of the smith and Wesson M29 extended revolver in someone's hand struck hard on the tail end of the special magic stone ammunition. The protective gear made of World Tree is completely immune to pure energy attacks. Among the 7 magic guns made by Dan Lin, the big hammer in his hand is the only one that can shoot live ammunition. and its power is astonishing. As the magic stone bullets in the magazine were fired with an explosion that the elves could not imagine. The mass of the live ammunition at close range directly penetrated the World Tree plate armor and entered the elves' bodies. At this time, the power and magic in the magic stone bullet produced a disorderly interaction, then lost balance and exploded violently. In the eyes of others, he was an elf preparing to jump into the shadow world. A violent explosion occurred in his chest and abdomen, directly blowing him into two pieces. Moreover, the upper half of the body fell into the shadow world, and then suddenly appeared not far from the direction in which he was going, but the elf's lower body remained in place forever. Just like that, a transcended person, a strong one among assassins, not only missed, but also died under a strange weapon. I have no position, and I can leave at any time. But if you have regarded me as an enemy and put your life as a bet, are you ready for enlightenment? Chapter 426 Battle of Spirits. The scene of the tragic death of a supernatural elf undoubtedly shocked everyone. The dead elf also had a frightened and stunned expression on his face, until his eyes completely lost their luster. The miserable howl of a druid elder broke the silence after the tragedy. He asked loudly, "You actually killed an elf in front of everyone. Do you understand what this means?" At the same time, the members of the Shinmu guards were ready to move, and some even took out their weapons. The sharp blade. The person who reacted equally quickly was the young elf king. He shouted in Elvish, "Everyone in the Shinmu guards, listen to my order and put down your weapons. I don't allow it." The druid elder also yelled in Elvish language, "You are ignorant and ignorant about everything. How do you have the right to order us? Are you relying on you to stand side by side with the enemy who once destroyed the kingdom?" Demon King Tikal. "I will never forget the hatred that destroyed my country in the past. I will wait until everything is settled before I deal with you." However, the king chose to go with your enemy to destroy the country, and he is no longer qualified to be a king. Let's die together. Ancient vines, obey my orders, restrain my enemies, break their bones, tear their flesh, and drink their blood, followed by a long series of elven secret words that were incomprehensible. This is one of the famous spells of the druid, manipulating plants, within the scope of the world tree, even if it is not the world tree itself. It is the plants of the same level as it that can coexist with it. It can be said that in such an environment, the druid's simplest plant control spell has the same destructive power as a strategic level forbidden spell. So everyone braced themselves up and looked at the thin vines like earthworms, as if coquettishly smacking everyone's calves once or twice symbolically, and with great difficulty. Wrap it around your ankle once or twice. This kind of power is probably only slightly better than controlling plants in desert areas. This offensive, which was no different from peeing, not only targeted the 4 humans present, but also 4 silver-bearded dwarves and the Elf King's men. Originally, everyone looked like they were facing a formidable enemy, but now they were full of doubts, waiting for the second and third wave of attacks from the World Tree. Then didn't take it seriously. He shook his feet a little, and shook off the vines wrapped around his feet. All elven guards. It's different from the young elves, who don't know how to deal with things. The years that Maxim Stash lived through were not all peaceful ones. Although the king was by his side. As the Minister of War, he already held military power. He issued the order without any hesitation, hold the bow. Target. Shinmu guards. The elves who can join the guards will not have any new recruits. Obedience is a soldier's bounden duty. Not to mention the hostility of the other party is obvious enough. More than 500 elf guards uniformly raised their long bows at an angle, knocked arrows and stretched their strings. The majesty of the king cannot be insulted. There seemed to be only one sound of the vibrating string, although it was not enough to cover up the clouds and the sun. The sight of more than 500 arrows flying into the sky and shooting towards the target was still shocking. Rush! Ronan Pitsun, another transcended member of the Shinmu guards, shouted loudly. The Shinmu guards are not an army used to attack fortresses, so although they have a variety of equipment, they do not have shields. Faced with incoming bows and arrows, perhaps they can rely on their superb skills to dodge the arrows, or even catch them out of thin air. But the more correct approach is not to just stand there and be shot in vain. Being too slow to fight back with a short bow is no longer enough. According to the Elven Army's combat teaching principles, the distance should be shortened at this time, and the enemy should be dragged directly into hand-to-hand combat. There may be casualties, but while it can prevent the enemy from continuing to shoot arrows, the soldiers can also take advantage of close combat and teach the archers to behave well. Not only the Shinmu guards are familiar with the principles of teaching war, but the elf guards are also familiar with them. After they shot an arrow, they immediately drew the arrow and shot straight without waiting for orders. Then he threw down the long bow and drew out the elf scimitar from the sheath. The longbow is almost as tall as a man, which is extremely disadvantageous in close combat. Facing an enemy with superb martial arts, edged weapons will be more advantageous. Facts have proved that. Except for a few unlucky ones. No Shinmu guards fell to the two ways of shooting. Scimitar against scimitar. The two armies from the same origin collided fiercely, starting a fight that no one expected. Ronin and a few people walked slowly on the battlefield. Arrows were not a big problem for him. His red eyes only stared at one target, the human magician. Not only did the other party kill the comrades he could rely on, Basili even mentioned to him before his death that it seemed that a mouse had broken into the world tree. But he could never find the whereabouts of the other party. Now it seems that the mouse is undoubtedly the human magician. The source of all these mistakes has of course become his target. And an elf with red eyes walked towards him fiercely. How could Lin not notice it? Because of the preemptive attack by the elf guards. The Shinmu guards bypassed themselves and attacked towards the elf guards. I thought I could fish in troubled waters like this. Quietly leave the battlefield and hide aside to watch a good show. However, the actions of the extraordinary elf made someone's thoughts go to waste. He raised the big hammer in his hand and shot again. But this time Ronin ducked and dodged the shot. For pure energy shooting, you can also use mental power locking to adjust the trajectory, but for live ammunition shooting, there is no way. In addition, the opponent had only seen the attack method of the magic gun once, and knew how to hide from the gun. Lin couldn't help but hate these strong people among the natives of the Lost Land. Putting the revolver back into the holster under his side, the opponent was still coming slowly. At the same time, there were 3 elf druid elders, none of whom were missing, all walking towards him. It's no wonder that they look confident. For elves, they think dealing with a magician is a trivial matter. So, use extra-dimensional exile? As soon as someone raised his hand, a voice came from beside him and said, "No!" The lich who came to him smiled like a flower in bloom. So pretty, it even made someone shiver. Fin is not a cold beauty. On the contrary, she likes to laugh and has many expressions. But it's definitely not a good thing when she smiles very happily. Especially when she smiles like a child when seeing interesting toys. Every time I see this face, someone will be tortured until the top of their head is filled with smoke. In short, she will never stop until she is satisfied. Fin said, "It's rare to encounter opponents who can relax their muscles and bones. But you are not allowed to make them disappear again without authorization. And I want to try that magic. Don't you think they are good opponents for practicing tricks? That magic? You mean the magic whip? Well, speaking of which, I want to try it too. Hitting the divine whip? This is a good name. From now on, this magic will be called this name. Divine whip." After the two of them looked at each other, they clasped their palms together at the same time, and each chanted a different spell, so fast and urgent that no one could hear it clearly, and no one could possibly understand it. The palms of his hands gradually parted, and a beam of light that caught people's attention was connected in the palms, just as the two of them were using magic and pulling out 2 long whips. The 3 elder druids were also using magic. The tactics of the midi druid were similar to those of the magicians. They gave themselves a full set of supports and then faced off head-on like a warrior. So the elves were not in a hurry to attack. As an extraordinary person among the elf rangers, Ronin even protected the 3 people behind him, letting the elders bless him and accumulating his own strength as he advanced step by step. He wanted to stand out while the 2 human magicians were casting magic. But the elf sword dancer Laina Tidov, who was watching eagerly from the side, did not join the main battlefield. She had the same idea on the side, but wait for Ronin to leave the position of protecting the 3 elders. The 3 druid elders who had experienced that era would not think that the resurrected demon king in front of them was just a showman. Just like her appearance, one cannot be too cautious when dealing with such a legendary figure. Fortunately, the opponent lost the Dark Army, and now they could only fight against the elves who had the advantages of location and numbers alone. As for the human magician beside him, who killed an elf transcendent but still could not hide his weak nature, he was habitually ignored by the druid elders. In their perception, the weakness of a human being is like a fluorescent light, as if they can extinguish the other person's fire of life by clapping their hands at any time. The only thing to pay attention to is the strange weapon. But combined with the analysis of the curse power, Fenn's DNA double-strand research results. And all the magic the two have mastered so far. The destructive power of a mere whip of light is unimaginable in the eyes of others. You can get a clue from the fact that someone would jokingly call the magic used by Fenn the magic whip. And he could only use 2 whips. Although in my hometown, the term, God whip, refers to a hard heavy weapon rather than a soft whip. Someone couldn't find a better way to call it. The two sides continued to approach. And until the moment before the encounter, the 2 warriors could not find an opening for a surprise attack. But as the main force, the 3 druid elders and 2 magicians have already completed the preparations. And everything is ready to go. When each other crossed the imaginary line for launching an attack, the 3 elder druids moved faster than the 2 magicians and launched a thunderous offensive. After getting along for a long time, the tacit understanding between the 3 elders no longer required verbal communication. They used their strongest attacks one after another. Some turned into a bear while fluttering. Some showed their fangs and turned into a human wolf. The last one, he suddenly spread his wings and his feet were like the claws of an eagle, attacking the demon king, Tikal. The remaining people were controlled by Ronan alone. However, this extraordinary elf was not satisfied with just containing him. He did not dare to take action at first, just because he wanted to protect the 3 elders. Now that there is no burden, it is not a problem to ask him to fight 1 against 2. And Ronan made up his mind to concentrate his offensive on killing the human magician first. And as for the other elf sword dancer, he would capture him alive and deal with him later. Watching the long whip swing, it is not a problem for the magic scimitar to hold the soft whip formed by the magic. Ronan's left hand grasped the dagger on his waist, and with just 1 step, the sharp blade sealed his throat. The person in front of him was not the first magician to die at his hands, nor would he be the last. However, the reality is completely different from the imagination of the elves. The light whip, which is based on the flash technique, has a function similar to cutting off space. The powerful magical scimitar failed to stop the light whip, and could not even maintain its own integrity. The whip body was exiled to an unknown place, and the scimitar broke into 2 pieces without any accident. At the same time, the whip was swung down from the shoulder and out from the hip, and the wielder of the scimitar met the same fate as his weapon. Blood splattered on Lyena's face in front of her. Chapter 427. The outcome is decided. The elven extraordinary whose entire body was sliced diagonally did not die immediately. But the strong vitality only made him more painful. He had never seen or even heard of such magic. And then in shock, he watched his beloved knife being cut open, followed by himself. There was no fierce confrontation. Everything was completely different from my imagination. When his upper body fell into the dust, his eyes happened to be facing the battlefield where the 3 elders besieged the Lich. The same light whip looks different from the one used by human magicians. It is transparent and leaks out a faint multicolored brilliance from time to time. The light whip in the hand of the Lich is as black as ink, and it is frightening just to look directly at it. The Fenn version of the divine whip does not have the space-cutting function of the ruling version. This Lich ferociously integrated all the elemental attacks, soul damage, curses, and magic with negative effects she had learned so far into this light whip. The whip went down, and there were multiple tastes. Even the elder druid, who had tempered his mind over many years, still howled in pain. The soft whip is agile and has an advantage over long distances, while the magic whip is even more versatile under the control of Fenner's powerful mental power. Even if the elders saw Ronan's miserable condition and tried to dodge the whip's attack, they couldn't, as the whip attacks the body, poisoning, fatigue, blindness, confused thoughts, slowness, stiffness, and all kinds of negative things are superimposed. They don't even have time to feel regret, and they gradually lose consciousness and control of their bodies. For them, the most damaging thing is not the attack from the long whip, but after various magical powers enter the body, some will feed each other, and some will conflict with each other, and the chaotic and disorderly interaction will disintegrate their bodies, every corner until everything turns to dust. Not many people pay attention to this battlefield. Only a few people. But everyone who saw it watched helplessly as the 3 druid elders were whipped, their bodies losing color, their skin cracked, and finally they knelt on the ground like sand sculptures, making no more noise. Another hard blow from the whip, and the kneeling elf druid elder was smashed into sandy pieces, never to regain its original shape. After smashing an elf, the Lich showed a slightly disappointed expression, but he did not continue to smash the other 2 people, but dispersed the light whip condensed in his hand. The first thing I saw when I turned around was the magician with his forehead on his cane and gasping for air. Then returned to her smile as if watching a good show, and said, "How many whippings were just given? 1? Or 2? Are you exhausted like this? This won't work. I wanted to praise you. But when I saw this face, those compliments are really unspeakable. It's like a premature ejaculation, man." "Good morning." The person who had been insulted jumped up on the spot and spoke back to the visitor unceremoniously. "He is not a woman. He needs foreplay and tenderness. I am risking my life. Gambling its life and death. Of course, I'll use my best skills when I open the door. If I don't succeed, I'll run for my life. Do you think I'm capable of fighting an extraordinary person for 300 rounds? Finn tilted his head, pondered for a while, and said, "Well, you're right. But you don't practice more? Your 2 students work harder than you in their daily meditation classes. Master, the competition is not about who has more power, nor who is older or more senior. The real competition is here. Here." Someone pointed at his own brain and said excitedly, Okay. It feels like your tail has been stepped on. I really want to make progress. This damn talent is over there. If I meditate for a little longer, I'll still get dizzy and have vomiting and diarrhea. It's best if you can come up with some medicine and let me take it. It will directly add hundreds of years of skill." Someone who was slightly less angry muttered dissatisfiedly. When the Lich heard this, his eyes lit up, and he started to sell again. "How about changing your body? A perfect physical body. The magic talent is absolutely so good that you can't imagine. Just breathing can increase your power." Ever since a certain Lich successfully transformed herself and regained her physical body, she would incite someone whenever she thought about it. And Lin's ears became callous when she heard it. Although in his era, there was no longer the concept of the body's hair and skin are inherited from its parents. Even after traveling through time, it was not clear whether this body was still the same as before. But Lin really didn't have much interest in the transformation proposed by Finn, because he felt that the other party just wanted to find an experimental product or work. As soon as the excitement passed, Lin felt dizzy again, looking listlessly at the battlefield where the elves were fighting. He subconsciously wanted to stay away, but also felt the attention of his eyes and asked, "Want to join the war?" "No. Please don't." The one who rushed to say this was the elf sword dancer, who stood silently by and was spattered with blood. The situation changed so quickly that she had never imagined before, especially right in front of her. The most powerful warrior in the Elven Kingdom was being slaughtered like a pig or a dog without the ability to resist. She couldn't imagine how many regrets it would cause if they let these 2 people enter the battlefield. You know, there are resurrection potions and resurrection magic in Lost Land. But the premise is that the body must remain intact. However, whether the flesh and blood collapsed and turned into dust, or whether it was split into 2 pieces at the shoulder level, it was definitely dead and could not be resurrected. And this elven civil war is what Laena doesn't want to see. She wants to achieve what she wants, but she doesn't want to suffer too many losses. Under this premise, the first thing to prevent is for these 2 magicians to enter the battlefield. So she quickly thought of words to persuade the 2 people in front of her who didn't know how to comment, and said, "Without Ronan and the 3 elders, this war can be said to be over. All that's left is to stop it all and deal with the aftermath. I don't need to bother you 2 with these things." Someone who was feeling a little exhausted was happy not to join in the messy melee, holding the 2 apprentices who were looking at the battlefield eager to try. Lin walked towards a seemingly safe position, then glanced casually and saw that there was indeed no one else worthy of her action. So she followed someone and retreated, looking at the backs of the 4 humans. Laena's mood was complicated, but there is no time to think wildly now. The top priority is to stop the 2 sides fighting and stop this meaningless war. As the news of the death of Ronan Peterson, one of the leaders of the Shinmu Guards, and the 3 druid elders spread across the battlefield, the intensity of the battle gradually decreased. The Shinmu Guards, who were already at a disadvantage, were so demoralized that some simply put down their weapons and stopped fighting. Although being able to become a member of the Shinmu Guards is bound to be the best among the elves, this does not mean that those who can become the guards of the king and ministers are just a bunch of losers. The gap in individual strength between the 2 parties is not so great as to make people despair. In terms of number difference, almost every Shinmu Guard has to deal with 4 to 5 elf guards. If the protection of the World Tree is still there, and all the extraordinary beings in the kingdom of Pia Jamie are members of the guard. Therefore, even if their numbers are at a disadvantage, they are not without the power to fight. But the strong men they had placed high hopes on fell one after another, and could no longer lead them to victory. And the current protective mechanism of World Tree is no different. No one knew the reason. But the members of the Shinmu guards couldn't help but wonder if it was because of the ceremony. Disappointment and guilt, as well as countless fallen comrades, made them unable to persist any longer. The battle is over. But even though this battle, which was no different from a farce, was over, things were far from the end. After the young elf king quickly issued instructions on clearing the battlefield, he teamed up with a group of ministers and his most trusted elite guards to find a certain human magician who was hiding in a corner of the battlefield and resting safely. When passing the battlefield of the top duel, the elves certainly saw the fate of the 3 druid elders, as well as the tragic situation of the extraordinary Ronan Peterson. Before that, they were still unaware of the meaning of the name Demon Lord Tikal. But with people close to them as comparisons, they deeply understand the pressure that name brings. I saw the young king walking over with a group of people. Someone intuitively wants to turn around and run away. Did he kill too harshly? Someone came to ask for help. Just as he turned his head, he was pushed back by 2 balls, then stretched out his palms to support someone's back, not intending to let him run away. The ridden 3 who arrived in front of him did not hide under the protection of the guards. He said sincerely, "Your Excellency Tripwood, can you please take us to the place where His Majesty Lottie is imprisoned?" Oh, that's what happened. Only then did Lin see the elf sword dancer hiding in the team with a straight face, although there was no expression on his face. The only one who could point the king to him was Lina, who was informed. Knowing that this was an urgent matter, Lin, who had regained some strength, said without any hesitation, "Okay, please come with me." The environment on the World Tree is strange and novel to the elves other than the Shinmu guards. But now they have no time to stop and enjoy it. No one knows what kind of damage the magic circle used to kill the gods will cause to the consciousness of World Tree. But it never hurts to get that kitten out as soon as possible. Soon, under the leadership of Lin, the group passed through the passage inside the World Tree and arrived at the door where the god-slaying magic array was arranged. But even if there is a knowledgeable old horse to lead the way, this journey is not that easy to walk. The reason is that there are magic traps and force field barriers that must be passed. But the young elf king brought so many people here, and he didn't just do it for a living. Under Lin's reminder, several of them dispelled the traps and force fields in a targeted manner. Finally, we came to the door. Even though the rallying arrows was past, there were still 2 members of the Shinmu guards left to guard the place. They had no idea what the fighting situation was like in the outside world, and they just said rigidly and bluntly, "It doesn't matter. Leave as soon as possible." The anxious king didn't want to explain nonsense at all. With an instruction, a large number of guards immediately rushed forward and captured what seemed to be the last 2 Shinmu guards, who were stubbornly resisting. The door to the room with the god-slaying magic circle is right in front of you. With an uneasy mood, under the instructions of the young king, the magic and locks on the door were destroyed, and the door was opened. Chapter 428, The Overlooked Key. Although the scene in front of me has been inspected through the eyes of a spy, and the detail of the scene is as if it were immersed in it, actually coming to this room full of hanging elves is still shocking. There was no other reason than the strong and lingering smell of blood and the vague and non-existent groaning and gasping sounds. These are things you can't feel in the images brought back by spy eyes. Are there any elves alive? Under the king's instructions, the guards quickly launched a rescue operation and rescued all the elves who had been hung up and bled. And he and the ministers followed the human magician and the lich to the blood pool in the core. Through the eyes of a spy, the picture still needs to be processed to see some things that do not originally exist in reality. But most of the people present were people who could directly see the kitten. Just like the picture someone brought back, where the kitten was floating in the bloody red light pillar on the blood pool, suffering from torture. The young elf king wanted to rush in and rescue the spirit of the World Tree, but he was caught by his ministers and Lin. Are you kidding? This is magic. How does it work? How big is the scope? When you don't know anything, your reckless actions will not only trap yourself, but also implicate others. The purpose of letting the lich follow him into the World Tree is not just for her to understand the magic circle used to kill the gods. So everyone stepped back and let Finn inspect the core of the magic circle. Otherwise, at first, there were still some old elves who didn't want too many outsiders to enter the kingdom's secret places. Take out the prepared Alexandrite ball, which is an excellent material for psychic or undead magic. Someone suspected that this was some kind of jade from the earth. Unfortunately, he had no experience with such luxury goods before traveling through time, so he couldn't identify it. Fun, who was holding a stone ball, was about to start chanting a spell. But after looking around, he stopped again and said, "Rescue your people first and take them away from here. Otherwise, when I start casting the spell, I might even they can get hurt." As soon as he heard this, someone asked nervously, "Then what if we stay in here? There will be no problem. The circle you are standing in is the position of the host who controls this magic circle. As long as you stay within this range, you are safe. But if you are worried, you can retreat outside." After hearing this, Ridden 3 sent away the guards behind him and accelerated the rescue of the elves. Because during the previous rescue in a short period of time, they discovered that although some of the elves who were hung up had lost their lives, there were still some who were still breathing. After finding ways to treat and nurse them back to health, they should be able to recover. In addition to the elf guards who were sent away, several younger or lower-ranking ministers also assisted or commanded and dispatched. Lin also asked 2 energetic apprentices to help. Compared to himself and the lich around him, the 2 young magic apprentices looked less threatening, and it was easier for the elves to accept their help. In the end, within the safe area specified by Finn, besides her, there were only Lin, Kingsdawn 3, Minister of War Maximus Dash, and a personal guard of the king serving as the final escort. In fact, the young elf king wanted to send away this confidant, but the Minister of War and the personal guard himself did not agree, so he left the matter alone. Unlike the elves who looked worriedly at the surroundings and the kittens above the blood pool, the 2 magicians were studying the magic circle at their feet. Lin upholds the attitude that everything is reference value and does not look at the things under his feet with an evil eye. After being analyzed, Mitty's original magic circle is actually the same as a program. It is composed of various functions that are integrated together before it can work. In other words, even if the purpose and source of this magic circle are evil, you can still find valuable parts in it. However, in the process of extracting money from it, there is a question that has been lingering in my mind and lingering. Seeing the constipated expression on someone's face, Finn asked, "Why don't you ask me if something is bothering you so much? Do you still remember how those elders used to control plants at the beginning of the war? Even Halloumi would not behave so ugly in a forest, let alone the 3 druid elders. This is the territory of World Tree. It shouldn't be like this. So I'm wondering if there is any way to suppress World Tree's ability in this magic circle. There's no need to look for it. This magic circle doesn't have the ability you said. Then why? Remember what Wall told you about how the war between the World Trees was fought? Remember, I sent my warriors with items that can suppress the power of the World Tree. Throw it away. You mean the World Tree seed sent by Waldo in our car?" As soon as someone said something, the 3 elves next to him were stunned. World Tree seed is the rarest of all materials prefixed with World Tree. Nothing else is more precious than it, because that is equivalent to a clone of the World Tree, which can sprout wherever it is planted. As long as there are enough nutrients, it will grow into another World Tree over time. But living seeds that can grow trees are not so easy to condense. At least in the history of the kingdom, Their Majesty Lottie has never condensed even flowers or fruits, let alone seeds. The reason is unknown. But now it seems that it is probably related to the scene in front of me. To be able to compete with the power of a World Tree, there is only another World Tree. However, a tree is a tree after all, and it is impossible to pull out the roots from the soil and run to another tree's territory to fight one another. Therefore, the war between World Trees is more like a proxy war. The warriors who set off on the expedition wore various weapons and equipment made of World Tree materials, and carried items with considerable vitality to suppress the targets they wanted to fight, and then have a good time. If you win, you chop the opponent's World Tree into firewood, burn it to ashes, and bring it back to the heart of the tree to become your boss's promotion tool. If you lose, you shrink back and lick your wounds. And at the same time, you have to guard against others taking advantage of the situation. And enter. The use of such various strategies is difficult to describe in full. Among the many items that can suppress other World Trees, the most effective ones are the seeds of the World Tree. To use a saying that only fellow villagers can understand, it's like I'm here in person. But taking such a gadget out is not without risks. In addition to being robbed by envious outsiders, it has even happened in the history of World Tree that the expeditionary force carrying seeds rebelled collectively, went to another place to plant seeds, and formed an elf tribe of their own. Therefore, even the World Trees of other wood elf tribes rarely condense seeds, let alone hand them over to an outsider. When Ridden 3 and Maxim Stash learned that someone had a seed in his hand, they understood the knowledge this man possessed, and had a more real feeling about the meaning of the World Tree. to make His Majesty while willing to give away a seed. This kind of kindness is not ordinary. At the same time, I felt a little lucky. Without the suppression of the World Tree seeds, perhaps today's civil war would have been very tragic. And one's own side might even be the defeated side. Elves like them know the power of the World Tree all too well. But this is also wrong. Under normal circumstances, if someone comes to visit with seeds from other World Trees, it is normal for him to be treated as an enemy. Who told you to suppress my boss as soon as you come and make him unable to let out any farts? If you encounter someone more brutal, it is not impossible to kill someone and take possessions. The seed, which can be called the clone of the World Tree, is not only an item that suppresses their power to other World Trees, but also a tonic on their way to advancement. It is impossible to say that I am not jealous. Shidon 3 somewhat understood why his aunt, Lena Tidov, often showed a helpless expression when talking about this group of people. He felt that he must have looked like that one now. So he patted the human magician on the shoulder sincerely, and said, "Sir Tripwood, I think you should not tell others that you have that thing. Today I'll pretend I didn't hear these words. Okay." Seeing the attitude of the elf, and thinking about the various functions of the World Tree seeds, Lin quickly covered his mouth. The thief rolled his eyes, yelled ha-ha, and then said with extremely poor acting skills, "What did I say? I didn't say anything." "Are you afraid that your things will be robbed?" Lin is really not afraid of this. You must know that the seed is placed together with the egg, L. And the egg, L is the container that they originally created to contain the indescribable thing. The thing stored there will continuously release pollutants, distorting objects in the real world and driving people insane. But what it releases is a great tonic for World Tree. Therefore, in order to delay the corrosion of the egg, L container, after obtaining the seeds of the World Tree, they are usually in an unlocked state, allowing the seeds to absorb the pollutants released by it. This doesn't mean egg, LS are harmless. If you touch it casually, it will still cause someone to have a nervous breakdown. And this feature has become an excellent anti-theft method. Unless the thief is in the same realm as Fun, he can approach normally and steal everything of value. And this approach will bring a little panic to the two apprentices at first. After all, no matter how much the World Tree seeds are absorbed, some aura will inevitably leak out. Gradually, they got used to that aura and enjoyed the dividends from it. Don't talk about anything else. Just focus on the accumulation of power. Since the digitization of power, Lin has already digitized all the things and behaviors around him that can be digitized, including what kind of talent, the amount of power growth after daily meditation. There is also a set of formulas and judgment logic. The intention is to help two girls find the most correct path to accumulate power quickly. After the aura of fear became a daily routine and they got used to it, the girls accumulated power at a speed that was 120% higher than before. More than double the efficiency. Let their seemingly miserable magical talents become slightly less miserable. Although it is only a little progress in the eyes of outsiders, it is always gratifying. Unlike someone, the interference of his breath was completely useless to him. Thinking of this, Lin sighed in his heart. At the same time, all the elves who were hung up in the room have been rescued. Everyone was outside in the corridor, confirming the physical condition of the rescued person and providing treatment. And Fun once again held up the emerald stone ball, stood on the edge of the blood pool, and recited a language completely different from the spell. It was the voice of the dead, the whisper of the undead. Chapter 429, The War is Coming. Thin's method of dispelling the magic circle was crude, but effective. The god-slaying formation uses the power of resentful spirits to kill the souls trapped in it. However, the power of resentful spirits is limited and must be replenished at all times. Even for souls of different strengths and weaknesses, it is necessary to ensure that the power is above a certain limit. Otherwise, you will not be able to kill the god, but will be broken free by it. And it is not impossible to kill all directions. Occur. Then to dispel this magic circle, just drain it of its origin. Playing with souls, including resentful spirits and evil spirits, is a trick that Lich and other high-level undead are good at. Fun, being the best among them, was certainly familiar with these tricks. And that Alexandrite ball was the only magical material that caught her eye during the journey and had miraculous effects on the soul. So she bought it. Someone paid for it, and now it comes in handy. The deeper the obsession, the easier it is for masters of necromancy like them to manipulate the soul. Coupled with the Alexandrite ball in his hand, it is an excellent thing for storing souls. Therefore, in the sound of the incantation, the source of power of the god-slaying magic array, all the resentful spirits and resentment that were imprisoned in the magic array and were so rich that they formed a strange mist, were all absorbed by the stone ball like a bottomless pit. And it's not just the mist floating in the air that forms a vortex and is absorbed by the stone balls. The blood flowing in the dents on the ground continued to evaporate scarlet mist into the air. At the same time, it floated towards the stone ball, mixed into the vortex, and was absorbed together until the liquid on the ground returned to its clear and transparent appearance. At this point, the evil atmosphere in the room disappeared, and there was no longer that weird and frightening atmosphere. It can be said that the Shinmu guard's accumulation for who knows how long was all wiped out by Fun. He took out the spell seal that he had prepared a long time ago, wrapped it layer by layer in his hand, which was originally emerald green, but is now like a stone ball stained with strange dark red, and finally tied a bow on it. Ever since I met someone, this kind of bad taste has almost become my daily routine, and I never tire of it. Then threw the decorated ball of resentment into someone's arms, and didn't care that someone who was caught off guard almost dropped the thing to the ground. She lifted the hem of her robe and walked into the clear blood pool. The incarnation of the world tree had long since receded with the mysterious mist, lowered its floating height, and finally fell into the pool. The kitten's expression was no longer painful, but it still closed its eyes tightly and floated motionless on the water. Then gently held up the Sanhua kitten, and then it opened its eyes slightly with difficulty, and called out in that sweet milky voice, "Meow dot." Then he closed it again and fell into a deep sleep, leaving the original blood pool with only a pool of clear water left. Then handed the calico kitten in his hand to the young king of the elves. Ridden 3 carefully took over the spirit of the world tree, his frown not relaxing for a moment since the beginning of the war. He asked worriedly, "Is your Majesty Lottie okay?" "Well, to be honest, I don't know. I haven't seen the souls rescued from the god-slaying magic array. I can't tell what kind of changes there will be after that. But according to common sense, since the souls have not been destroyed, either he will be fine after a while, or the condition will get worse and worse, and he will probably die in the end." I said, "Sister, what's the difference whether you said it or not?" Someone wanted to complain, but finally endured it. In short, it should be gratifying that the matter is over, and I can breathe a sigh of relief and have a good sleep. At this time, there was a commotion outside, which attracted the attention of the 5 people in the room, because Fin's spell does not require the entire room to be sealed, but only requires irrelevant people to leave the scope of the magic circle. So for the sake of safety, the elf guards did not lock their king and the lich in a secret room. Therefore, the situation outside the room is easily noticed by the people inside. And because of the lich's previous warning about the magic circle, even if it was an urgent matter, the guards outside did not dare to let people in easily. And this was why there was this commotion. Although it looks like everything is finished inside, who can guarantee it? But if people outside don't know what's going on inside the room, why don't people inside know it? So Ridden 3, who was holding the kitten, took his Minister of War and a personal guard and walked out of the room. At the same time, he said in Elvish, "No need to stop him. The matter has been resolved and there is no more danger here." After receiving the order, the elf guards, who caused the commotion, were quickly released. He came to the young king and said in a panic, "Your Majesty, there is an urgent military situation." Just hearing those 4 words, everyone had a bad feeling. War Minister Maxim Stash was one of the few who could remain calm, and military information was already under his jurisdiction. So he asked directly, "What urgent military information?" "Reported directly?" "Yes, my lord. The Prime Minister of the Kingdom, Mr. Luka Tidov, informed that the Centaur bandits have invaded the kingdom again and are very close to the territory of World Tree." One word stirred up a storm. When Ridden 3 heard this, he almost made a mistake and let the kitten in his arms fall to the ground. Fortunately, Lottie was in a deep sleep and did not notice such small measures. He only shook a few beards and went back to sleep. Maxim Stash next to him asked, "What exactly is going on? How come you only know now? Say clearly." "Yes, my lord. When we were suppressing this small village of Shushen, we accidentally discovered that the communication magic circle was closed. When we turned it back on, there was a flurry of emergency calls. We immediately called for the communications officer accompanying the army, and after confirming the call signs from many parties, the Prime Minister of the Kingdom finally came forward to state the current situation. 9 days ago, the Inchi outpost discovered the whereabouts of a large number of Centaur bandits. After the first report, the Inchi outpost fell silent. The word silence means being destroyed or losing contact in the elven military context. Of course, sometimes it is just an emergency, so the communication magic circle is automatically destroyed, and the garrison personnel are fine. But now that contact has been lost, the details cannot be determined for a while, and Master Tidov said that he could not mobilize the army due to his power and responsibilities as the Prime Minister. Therefore, Lord Tidov could only convey to the armies everywhere that they should stay on standby. After getting enemy information everywhere, or important places under attack, they have been trying to contact Yggdrasil, hoping to get in touch with His Majesty and Master Stash to get orders for war mobilization. But we didn't get this news until just now, after the communication magic circle was reopened. What are the movements of that group of bandits? Asked Maxim Stash. 8 days ago, there was news that they were attacking the farm in Inxiao. But after only 1 day of siege, they gave up the siege and marched straight in. According to the report, the last report of sighting of the Centaur bandits came from the silent Shanling post last night. Hateful. They were already so close. At this time, Lin leaned close to the young king and asked in a low voice, "Is that mountain outpost very close to us?" Ridden 3 nodded and said, "That is an outpost about 2 days away from the territory of World Tree to the north. If it is the speed of a centaur and goes straight here, it was discovered last night that it will probably be there as soon as tomorrow morning. You'll see these bandits." "So fast?" Lin exclaimed and asked again. "Just looking at your appearance, it seems that the other party will run this way. Why is this? Most people would not choose World Tree as the target of attack. Then just like the nobles who have nothing to do and rush to the magic tower of the master. They do this because they think their lives are too long. There are rumors that the Centaur Tribe Alliance is the thugs of a dark elf tribe underground. Regardless of whether this rumor is true or not, what is certain is that they also have a way to inhibit the ability of the World Tree. So from 100 years ago, this sudden appearance of the Centaur bandits is a serious problem for the kingdom. And the conflict continues to this day. Moreover, regardless of their background, various materials from the World Tree can be sold at very good prices anywhere. His Majesty Lottie has always been the target. Not food?" Lin intuitively believed that the first thing that this nomadic-like race wanted to grab was food that could satisfy their hunger. But Ridden 3 shook his head seriously and said, "If you want to rob food, the surrounding human kingdoms are easier to rob than our farm guarded by the Archdruid." This is really an argument that is so correct that I don't know how to reply. But seeing the young king in sorrow, with a slightly angry expression, reminded someone that his father, the previous king, died at the hands of this Centaur coalition. Although the details were unclear, Lin had played so many strategy games and read countless war movies and novels, and he could roughly guess what the Centaur coalition was thinking. It was simply because the king and the Minister of War were unfortunately blocked by the elves of the Shinmu guards from communicating with the outside world, causing the command system to be paralyzed. The response to the enemy's situation in various places was not enough. After noticing the difference in the deployment of troops, the Centaurs gave up their plan of making a step-by-step plan and instead went straight to the destination in one go. It has to be said that the general taking the lead on the other side had the right timing. Or, did the Shinmu guards collude with those bandits? Asked the young king, as if noticing the anger in his tone. The surrounding elves fell to their knees. The guard who came to convey the military situation said in fear, "Your Majesty, judging from the expressions of the guard members who led us to the communication room, they were also shocked, and no one knew about it. I believe that no one in the guard betrayed the kingdom. This is just a coincidence." He wanted to reprimand him, but the young king restrained his emotions and looked at the highest-ranking and experienced minister beside him. Of course, Maxim Stash knew what the king's gaze meant. After thinking for a while, he said, "Master Pushkin knows the magic of affecting the mind, and no one can lie in front of him. I believe that if he interrogates, there will be a fair verdict. Okay, let's ask Prince Pushkin. But he might have to move faster. We're going to need all the hands we can get against those bandits." In addition, the use of all resurrection potions was released from the warehouse, and all healing potions were also taken out to allow everyone to recover from their injuries as quickly as possible. "Yes, your subjects will praise you for your mercy, Your Majesty. Then I will go down to convey your orders and make preparations for war." Someone was stunned by the young king's daily performance. "I always thought he was just a big boy next door, but I never expected to see such a scene today." Lin was impressed by the majesty that a king should have, as well as the extremely rare trait of a king, self-restraint. This also reminded him of one thing. After all, This young king was a 90-old boy. Chapter 430: The Secret Mission of the Shinmu Guards. As more and more information flows in, a tragic atmosphere begins to permeate the elves. Yes, no one is optimistic about the upcoming battle. As old rivals, of course, the elves have also thought about some tactical methods to restrain the centaurs. After all, the mobility difference between the two sides is too big. Even if they have full cavalry, they are still far behind the four-legged ones. The elves have found the best way to restrain themselves, which is to use fortresses to deploy small forces to slow down the enemy's mobility, and then encircle and suppress them with a large army. But to do this, a very flexible command and dispatch system is needed. In the past, when the commander's mind was clear, relying on the convenience of the communication magic circle, except for the first episode of the Centaur Alliance's debut. When they entered the hinterland of the World Tree, they were mostly fighting on the border of the kingdom of Pia Jamie. The so-called victory or defeat is just a matter of which side has more casualties. For example, the previous king was grieving for the loss of his wife, so he fell into a trap and was severely tricked. In the end, his life was also lost. This can be regarded as the biggest loss for the elves since the confrontation between the elves and the centaurs. But this record may be broken this time, because of the power and divinity of the World Tree. Any invader would be weakened by most of it before they started fighting. Of course, no decent fortifications would be built in such a place. It can also be said that this environment looks the same as other places, but contains hidden murderous intent, which is more conducive to the defensive side. This is also the reason why the Shinmu Guards do not need too many people to protect the World Tree. But as long as you encounter an enemy that can suppress the power of the World Tree, it will be like an irresistible little lamb encountering a big bad wolf. Now that the peripheral defense system has not worked, allowing the Centaur coalition to advance straight in, the elves only have two half-broken armies as a bargaining chip. And whether one of them can be used or not is still a question. Such a force has to defend the undefensible World Tree, and its opponent is a strong army known for its mobility. Moreover, according to intelligence inference, the opponent had about 2,000 people, 4 times the size of our own side, which made the elves even more desperate. If we follow the existing tactics of the elves and use the World Tree as a defensive support point, neighboring troops began to gather, and after reaching a certain scale, they surrounded the centaur's retreat, trapped the bandits, and then wiped them out. After all, a small force approaching from the rear of the centaur would only cost their lives in vain. In other words, reinforcements that will threaten the centaurs will be gathered in 3 days at the earliest. Did you survive 3 days? Not many elves were confident, but no one said the word retreat. In such a depressing atmosphere, they spent the whole night preparing for a war with no chance of winning. I just hope that before all our own casualties are exhausted, we can inflict serious enough losses on the centaur and make the other party feel so painful that they will take the initiative to retreat. According to the report of Pushkin, the kingdom's minister of intelligence, the Shinmu Guards, including the 3 deceased elders and 2 extraordinary beings, showed no signs of colluding with the centaurs. They were simply forced into the wrong civil war at the wrong time. As for why I say forced, it's because if Laina Titov hadn't directly revealed his past in public, leaving the Shinmu Guards with no room for change, they might not have been able to get to this point. Furthermore, the failure and death of master assassin Vasily Petrovich was also a crucial turning point. In response, Finn curiously asked someone why he didn't continue to give in as usual and spare the other person's life. It's true that the person who did it was an extraordinary person. Finn nodded. If I didn't kill him, what were the chances that he would later apologize and let the matter rest? Finn was speechless. You don't have to think about it to know that it's impossible. Anyone who can transcend the level of life by relying on his own efforts is not a proud and arrogant person. Apologize? Non-existent. Stubbornly insisting on their own ideas is what these people can do. Unless you meet someone today who is powerful enough to suppress someone to the ground, will it be possible for this kind of person to calmly accept other people's ideas? That is to say, if I don't kill him, the elves on both sides will have the opportunity to sit down and negotiate. And the final result is very likely that at the insistence of the assassin, both sides will choose to give up my chess piece. Then the enemies will start from the 2, with the addition of the 3 extraordinary druids. There are also 5 powerful elves, and there are an additional 600 to 700 elven veterans, who are accustomed to military formations and attack from both sides. Is it necessary to be so pessimistic? Thinking about the worst-case scenario first, and then thinking about how to avoid the worst-case scenario, is what I have always done. because I don't believe in my own luck. And I bet that I can meet the luckiest person without any effort. Situation. If I don't want to deal with all the elves present at the same time when one of the parties is at odds, the best way is to prevent both parties from sitting down to talk and cooperate. Anyway, get the matter done first. That's not the one I wanted to get to this point. To such an argument, the Lich just shrugged noncommittally. This little guy's thinking will probably never change in his lifetime. What's next? Watching a show? Or taking action? Is it possible for us here to stay out of this? It's quite difficult. If we really fight, the sword has no eyes. If you see a centaur and say we are human, the other side will jump over us and not attack us. If you want to leave now, it's probably too late. Just run away by yourself. I can't bear to throw away the pile of belongings again. And morally speaking, they will fall into this situation. How can I should take a little bit of responsibility? Well, just a little bit. Although it was because of his own appearance that the king came to the World Tree, which led to subsequent development. If not, the incarnation of World Tree will be obliterated again without anyone noticing. However, some people still care about the issue of more or less in a petty manner. Then, are you going to intervene? It depends on the situation. They may not necessarily need our help. I think if we don't help, they will die. You didn't see the whole camp. It's like they are preparing for a funeral. The two of them stood side by side, chatting while walking towards the command tent, which was operating at full speed. The guard guarding the door wanted to stop the two of them. Lin didn't say much nonsense, passed the guard in a flash, and walked inside. Fun saw this and immediately followed. The two magicians suddenly disappeared from sight. The elf guards seemed to be dazzled and were at a loss for a moment. They quickly looked around to find the two figures, when they discovered that two magicians had entered the tent and wanted to catch up and drive them out. The young king, who also discovered the two magicians, reached out to stop the guards' actions. In this upcoming war, they need all the help they can get. Of the elves rescued from the god-slaying magic array, only about 30 people were still alive. And even if most people use magic and medicine to rescue them, they still need time to recuperate their bodies before they can return to their full strength. Even if the elves who can still move are forced to participate in the battle, there will only be a handful of 14, and the rest will be a burden. The Shinmu guards who rebelled but survived were allowed to make meritorious deeds and get back their own weapons and equipment. But what makes people angry is that a lot of the resurrection medicine and various medicines stored in the World Tree have been consumed in the civil war of the Shinmu guards that no one outside knew about. It turns out that the tradition of erasing the consciousness of Yggdrasil was an act that started when the kingdom was established in the past, and was done every 100 years. During these 100 years, the elves of the Shinmu guards would regularly donate blood on their own initiative. Perhaps voluntary blood donation will not have the power of resentment in it, but it is enough to stimulate the ancient resentful spirits that have been imprisoned in the magic circle for a long time, allowing them to exert their ability to wear down the consciousness of the World Tree. If no accidents occur, the blood collected in 100 years will be enough to wipe out the newly sprouted and ignorant World Tree consciousness. The royal family who came here to receive the blessing, the little Princess Valeria, somehow managed to materialize the consciousness of the World Tree and appear in the eyes of a very small number of people in the form of a kitten. The most important thing is that this incarnation of the World Tree actually has wisdom. Although it is not high, it is not easily eliminated. In order to obliterate the consciousness of World Tree again, the three elders decided to perform the sacrifice and activate the power of the god-slaying magic array to a great extent. But not all members of the Shinmu Guard agree with such things, especially those young elves who have not experienced these things and have newly joined the Guard, not only to obliterate the consciousness of World Tree, but also because they have to hunt down living people to sacrifice. Therefore, a civil war broke out within the Shinmu Guards. The losers, that is, the elves who opposed the obliteration of the consciousness of the World Tree, were eventually hung above the magic circle to bleed, becoming a fuel to promote what they were unwilling to implement. Many precious secret medicines were also consumed in that civil war. Although the druids accompanying the army can do it for them, a big battle is expected tomorrow. If all the druids who know the resurrection spell are cured of collapse today, what will happen tomorrow? You must know that on the battlefield, how much magic the magicians or druids accompanying the army can use, and what magic they use are strictly controlled. Being able to maximize the potential of his subordinates is one of the criteria for judging whether a general is excellent. Therefore, the Minister of War knows very well what he can do with the power in his hands. Of course, being able to use it and squeezing it to the limit are two different concepts. Various potions are used to increase the magic usage limit of an army. Therefore, there is still a certain distance between the combat effectiveness of the well-off army and the poor. It is true that the main material of the resurrection potion is the leaves of the world tree. But it does not mean that the dead can be resurrected as long as there are leaves of the world tree. It also requires a lot of auxiliary materials and a tedious production process to make the potion have the effect of resurrection. If the body is somewhat incomplete, early repairs are unavoidable. It can be said that 2 civil wars that should not have happened have put the elves into a dilemma that is difficult to escape. Now their attitude is very simple. That is, to put everything to death rather than live. No elves want to go back alive. They just think about how to take away one more enemy before they die. To win this war, each elf must kill 5 to 6 centaurs before dying. Chapter 431 Opportunity for Victory. A last-ditch fight. When the elves have such an awareness, they will unleash unimaginable potential in order to survive. Even those sacred wood guards. As they spoke, their thoughts on wanting to eliminate the consciousness of the world tree did not change. Because this was the way the kingdom had always done it. But it was just not widely known to outsiders. But they never thought that such persistence would lead to the worst consequences at the wrong time. Therefore, compared with other elven guards, they are more determined to make up for this mistake, even at the cost of their lives. Well, this attitude and atmosphere are quite unfamiliar to someone. What should I do if the king's group is destroyed? Of course, load the save. Train him to level 10. Put on the best equipment. Prepare all kinds of props. And then go to abuse the king and avenge him for being destroyed by the group. As the saying goes, a gentleman's revenge is never too late. This is the experience accumulated from playing the game through time. However, this real-life RPG in front of me has no save disc to read. Although people can be resurrected after death, there is still the possibility of being completely dead and unable to be resurrected. Even if you survive in other ways, there will still be various problems. So the best thing to do is to survive in a humble way. If you are not 100% sure about anything, you have to be at least 70 or 80%. Or else you have to pretend to be dead and cower to the end. As the saying goes, a man can bend and stretch. Therefore, some people are completely unable to adapt to this tragic atmosphere of no return. Maybe this is a good time to sing a song. The wind is rustling and the water is cold. A strong man will never come back. When it's their turn, how many people can really sing the pride and ambition in it? Even among the protagonists at that time, Jinka had this awareness. But in the end, he was defeated because Qin Wuyong's hand shook, allowing Qin Shi Huang to see the flaw. And then the whole thing fell apart. Lin is not ready to sacrifice yet. Maybe I am not a young man who has just emerged from the society. And I still have a lot of youth waiting to be spent. But it does not mean that when I get older, I will not feel regretful when I die. It's better to live than to die. Not to mention that it's not even the worst case scenario. Well, that. Can I say something? Although they entered the command camp, Lin and Fen only stood on the periphery, watching the elves discussing matters and making decisions with the purpose of sacrifice one after another. Maybe there was no need for centaurs to kill all the elves. The elves had already sacrificed all of their own people in the retreating lines. So someone who still wants to live has to speak. Your Excellency, have you ever commanded any army and fought a war with more than 100 men? If not, please keep quiet. War Minister Maxim Stash taught someone a lesson. In his eyes, this human being is just a research-type magician. Judging from the attitude of other world trees towards him, it can be seen that the other person is a talent. But that's all. War cannot be won by magicians who think they are smart, nor by these short-lived humans. Germain, the silver-bearded dwarf, who was originally qualified to attend, came to Lin's side and patted his lower back comfortingly. This is because you can't take a photo on the back. They had gained the respect of the elves in their previous battles, relying on Riley, who was wearing peaceful weapons, and the perfect cooperation of the other 3 dwarves. They were able to rescue many elven guards, and kill the Shinmu guards to the point of fear. And the most surprising thing is that these 4 dwarves can also talk about the formation of troops. Secondly, the elves hope to make some articles around the resistance of peaceful armed forces. Of course, in terms of tactical arrangements, the opinions of several dwarves must be respected. Faced with a war, and a life-or-death war, even the young king had no say. So he could only nod towards the human magician with apologetic eyes. Although he agreed to let the magician in, it was only to let the other party know the elf's plan, and hope that the other party could help. Or to put it more bluntly, They just obeyed the instructions of the elves and fought a war that they also felt desperate. This battle requires all available hands, including human magicians and the Lich. However, someone came up with a different opinion at this time. Lina Tito said, "I think we should listen to Mr. Tripwood's opinion." "Why?" "I admit that he might be useful to Yggdrasil. But this is war. What does he know about war? Is he a famous general in the human kingdom? Or does he have any achievements worthy of praise? Even your good friend is nothing without the army of darkness, let alone help." Maxim Stash did not speak very loudly, but the sound coming from deep in his throat was like the roar of a lion. The pressure of being a superior almost made the young elves present breathless. But how could an elf sword dancer be afraid after experiencing all kinds of things in the mysterious land? She only mentioned one term, abyssal invasion. Immediately dispelled the war minister's momentum. The big news that has shocked the entire Lost Land in recent years is the invasion of the Abyss in the Southwest Peninsula. Because the location of the door to the Abyss was discovered before it was officially opened, the human side was given ample time to prepare for war. Not only was the entire Southwest Peninsula mobilized, the Magician Association also used its own network to ask for help, and also notified various places in advance of preparations. Even the relatively closed Elf Kingdom has received news of a request for help. Anyone who has doubts can go to the scene and take a look. If they still dare to insist that the hole was not dug by the devil, the monks from the Shijia district branch will happily stuff the person into the hole and throw him to the other side to take a look. Whose territory is it? Conclusion, after all, the folk customs of Midland are much simpler than those of Earth, and there are not many harsh words. The several abyssal wars in the mysterious land were fought on a 10-year basis, involving half or even the entire mysterious land, so no one would underestimate the dangers of opening the Abyss Gate. In addition, the forum has been around for some time, so the circulation of relevant information is even faster. During that period, even those who did not rush to the opening location at the first time were thinking about the best time to join. No one thinks they are lucky enough to stay out of it. The news that the Gate of the Abyss is about to open is as sensational as the way this war will end. A name destined to be recorded in history again: the Tower of the Great Sage. The 3-story magic tower built by the sage Adeli, one of the 4 brave men who ended the Dark Ages 1,000 years ago, has been reborn 1,000 years later. Fireworks celebrating the beginning of a new era. That's what everyone present that day called the unprecedented show. People with a sense of sacrifice survived, and the supplies they saved up desperately were not used, and all the preparations were in vain. But everyone still applauded. Rather than wasting a lot of manpower and material resources in vain, being able to survive and solve the problem is more important than anything else. The key to all this turning point is, of course, the magic tower blocking the Gate of the Abyss. At first, Shijia district deliberately blocked all relevant knowledge, hoping to keep everything about the Tower of the Great Sage secret. But in the end, it was all made public. To paraphrase the words of the current tower owner, Chuck Weiss, "No one can understand it anyway. Whoever can understand it, let's do it." The power of the Great Sage's tower is unquestionable, and it has even become the 6th tower besides the 5 united magic towers in the 5 united cities. Not only does the tower owner hold a seat on the 14-member council of the Shijia district branch of the Magicians Association, but the current president even intends to abandon the 5-story magic tower and move to the Tower of the Great Sage. Unfortunately, the current tower owner did not agree to the exchange, and with the relocation of the headquarters, the matter was of great importance, and ultimately nothing happened. As for doing it forcefully like last time, who would dare? The Lord of the Abyss is lying down. Who thinks he is tougher than the Lord of the Abyss? The Tower of the Great Sage has such great achievements, and the former tower owner who brought it back to life is rarely mentioned. Some people even fail to remember that there was such a person to Brash Tripwood. At the same time, he is also the founder of the Magician Academy, one of the 2 creators of the P language, and the creator of the forum. Any title would be unbelievable, although most of those titles are of little use in this moment of crisis. But the merits of the Tower of the Great Sage truly belong to the former tower owner, the human magician in front of him. It is very rare for MIDI to pretend to be a fake product. Whether it is genuine or fake, you will know the authenticity once you try it. Daring to lie and risking your life is a basic operation, regardless of whether the threat comes from a deceived companion or an external danger. What if it's true? Even if he looks down on humans, he especially looks down on magicians among humans. At this time, Maxim Stash also had the idea that it wouldn't hurt to let the other party try. Anyway, the situation at hand cannot get any worse. although he still behaved steadily. In fact, he still felt despair in his heart. So now he ignored his usual discrimination against races other than elves, and turned to a human magician for help. Maybe his own life was not enough to cherish. So he just threw it away without even a frown on the old elf's face. But he has to consider the king around him, the world tree behind him, the group of young elves, and the future of the kingdom. When the burden is heavy, dignity seems to be nothing. After receiving the temporary approval of the elves, Lynn came to the map where they were fighting. It's no exaggeration to say that Elf's hand-drawn map is a work of art. Just looking at the meaningless decorations on the edges and corners of the map, and the fact that there is a bird or a cloud painted on the map from time to time, it will make people confused. Know clearly how you should feel when looking at this picture. Appreciate? Or are you thinking seriously about how to win this battle? Putting aside useless thoughts, Len cleared his throat and said, "First of all, I need a forward army. I don't need too many people. 10 or 20 people are enough. The key is to be fast. I'll do it." Lina stood up and said, "Since I recommended you, then I should also contribute." With this small number of people, everyone felt like a death squad. How could they be handed over to a famous elf sword dancer to fight? Her strength should be placed in the rear to kill a few more enemies instead of dying in vain. So other elf generals and captains stepped forward one after another. However, Lynn stood alone and said, "Okay, then bring the people you trust. In the first battle, you are allowed to lose but not win." In one word, it scares everyone, whether they are elves or dwarves. As for the speaker, he was laughing secretly, and at the same time secretly regretting that he didn't get a feather fan and shake it out. I wanted to say that sentence and thought about it for a long time. Chapter 432 Lure the enemy into battle. As late summer turns to autumn, there is a slight chill in the morning. For today's battle, the elves had breakfast early. Unlike the previous period when there were many restrictions, this time you can eat freely. After all, war has always been unpredictable. After eating this meal, you don't know when the next meal will be or whether you will have a chance to eat it. So this breakfast is a rare and rich breakfast in recent days. Of course, there are also some people who can't eat. So they just grit their teeth, hold on, and feel sad secretly. The teammates chosen by elf sword dancer Lena Tidov are all rough-hewn figures who can eat and sleep, and regard death as nothing. In fact, in the current situation, this kind of person would be more trustworthy than those elves with high martial arts skills. At least they won't collapse on the battlefield and hold back other comrades. He picked off a mint leaf, put it in his mouth and chewed it. Lina stared closely to the north, which was the direction where the Centaur coalition forces might appear, rather than being worried and nervous. She was even more confused about the purpose of the man's order. It wouldn't be wrong to say that she didn't understand it at all. At least she understood that her mission was actually a bait. There is no too complicated operation. Just run back desperately after discovering the Centaur. There is no need to deliberately seduce the opponent. The Centaur's scouting level will naturally hang tightly behind him. Then he summoned a large army and drove himself in the direction of the brigade like a dog. This also has the intention of letting them lead the way, so that they can find the location of the main elf team faster. The elves are all familiar with these routines. But sometimes it doesn't work if you don't do it. Because if you find the enemy, at least someone has to go back and report it. And my own 2 legs can't run as fast as others' 4 legs. Who can blame me? Although the elf guards brought many camels with them, they also had a considerable number of cavalry. But in a horse fight, the elves are really no match for the centaurs. So no one ever thought of relying on a cavalry force that was far outnumbered by their opponents, hoping that they would be the key to victory. The greater possibility is that if you throw a stone into the lake, you will only hear a dong sound and nothing will happen. Besides, the llama has another purpose. When things got out of hand, a large number of camel birds were used to hide the young elf king and escape. The large number of unmounted camels were used to confuse the centaurs. Let them mistakenly believe that there is no important person in the Lu and Yao flock. So they give up the chase, thereby increasing the chance of ridden 3 escaping. Therefore, the elves who came out as bait could only rely on their own feet to escape. There were actually 6 or 7 enemy baiting teams like his own, not many in number, scattered on several roads to the north. In other words, no matter which direction the centaurs come from, they will definitely encounter one of their own people. Then follow the established plan to lure it to the target location. The originally planned defense line was pushed aside by someone. Not many elves had any objections to this, because even if they didn't eat or sleep for just one night, they couldn't build a decent fortification. The human magician suggested that since there is no city wall to defend, it is better to focus on street fighting from the beginning, according to what he learned when he contacted another His Majesty, Wadwo, to destroy a world tree. It was definitely not just a matter of setting fire and chopping down the tree, although it is said that it is that simple. The size of the world tree varies greatly depending on age and level. Even Lottie, who is called malnourished by someone, has a tree diameter of nearly 90 meters. Because it is not a perfect circle, the circumference is about 350 meters, and it is surrounded by about 200 people. A sacred tree of this level would have to be chopped down to the age of the monkey. Therefore, according to Wadwo, to destroy the world tree and obtain the essence, you must attack the heart of the tree. Generally, the world tree will protect that place very well. In a war between wood elves, the victorious party will also spend a lot of time digging holes into the tree body or roots, cutting off the connection between the heart of the tree and the entire world tree, and then setting a fire from the inside before lighting it. Got to burn. But if the elf kingdom wants to control the world tree, they will make a fuss about the heart of the tree, without others having to dig holes. They themselves expose the heart of the world tree. This also gives the enemy a chance to quickly enter and leave quickly. But the reason why the wood elves don't regard the kingdom's world tree as nourishment on the road to promotion is because the number of soldiers is too low. However, the implication of this communication is that Waldwo and other high officials of the Turtle Dove Alliance are very aware of the situation of the world tree under the control of the elf kingdom. And that is why they made those original statements. The centaur also understands this, so he has the confidence to move in and out quickly, executing this reckless tactic. Not to mention the right or wrong attitude towards the world tree. Since you know the opponent's offensive target, you can of course think of the corresponding defensive method, which is the street fighting mentioned before. Or should I say, taking advantage of the terrain of the small tree-shaped village to start a battle for every inch of land with the centaurs. Because the heart of the tree in Lottie is deep in the inner passage, deeper than the room of the god-slaying magic array. The reason why the elves didn't think of this was that at the beginning, all their tactics were designed based on the premise of not causing any damage to the world tree. And, of course, the king who protects their young. But since it would not be a serious problem to scratch the bark of the tree, why should we worry about not causing any harm to the world tree and then give up using this natural fortress? In fact, someone's awakening rekindled hope for the elves. They did not have no chance of winning. Moreover, various targeted arrangements and deployments can be made better than the suggestions of this human magician. The reason why this magician's plan is still followed is because his position is already on the front line, and all the elves need to pay is just a few bait teams. If this boastful human being collapses, the elves will not collapse yet. They only need to occupy the advantageous position on the tree and fight for every inch of it with the centaurs. Yes, as soon as he found an opportunity to win, the war minister returned to his old ways and discriminated against all ethnic groups that were not elves. Rena felt a little relieved when she thought about how the old man didn't care about it, but made the old man Maximus so angry that he didn't want to talk. She doesn't despise her own people, but living in her own little world and remembering the glory of the empire thousands of years ago. Is this really good? It is a pity that many elves only want to live in the past and do not face the present. Sister, someone is coming. The speaker was a fat elf. An elf who was a few years older than the young king. At a young age, he can become a guard of the king. In addition to the influence of his family, this chubby boy is not only smart, but also very talented. He is regarded as the next strongman who is expected to transcend the life level of ordinary elves. Such an elf took the initiative to join Lyena's bait team. In the first 5 years of his compulsory military service in the elves, he had many conflicts with the armies of the human kingdom at the border, but he never encountered a centaur. Some people say that in the battle with the previous king, although the centaurs cheated the elves, they also suffered considerable losses, so they have been quiet until now. He appeared here just to see for the first time what the elves' old enemy looked like. So when he discovered the centaur's whereabouts, he was quite excited to report it to the on-site commander, Lyena Tidov, the daughter of the kingdom's prime minister. Quantity? 3 cavalry. Run? Or swallow them? Do you look like you want to run? Lena looked at the young man angrily, rather than despair. There is a group of romantics among the elves who long for war. Moreover, this group of people are not young people who have listened to too many heroic poems and only know how to talk. In the border conflict, each of these people was a man of outstanding merit. There are many such people among the elves that I have chosen. Not only them, but even Lyena herself didn't want to do nothing and just be responsible for luring the enemy to the designated place. But that person's order was quite strange. Failure is allowed but victory is not allowed. The military order is like this. The elves have no tradition of going outside or anything. Obedience is the foundation of a strong elven army, especially this kind of tactical order. However, the specific operation is not something that the man who is not at the scene can control. It's not his style to run away with his tail between his legs as soon as they meet. Nor is it the style of an elf. She gathered the members of the team and said, "There are 10 of us. If we run away when we meet, we are afraid that it will arouse the vigilance of the centaurs. So we still find a way to besiege. But at least one centaur must be released. Let's go. So this is what I plan to do." After the explanation, all the elves became energetic and immediately acted according to the order. Although the temporary team leader said that at least one centaur must be released. But when it comes to fighting, who can say for sure? If you let go too deliberately, you may easily fall into a dangerous situation. A group of confident young people walked lightly through the woods and surrounded the 3 centaur scouts. I thought it was an easy encounter. But all developments were completely different from what the elves had imagined. Almost as soon as they got close to the effective shooting range of the short bow used by the scouts in their hands, the 3 centaur scouts on the opposite side noticed the clues and gathered together. The young elf, who did not believe in evil, took another step forward and shot 3 spears at him at the same time. He was forced to roll around and narrowly avoided the spear. But his whereabouts were revealed. Now that someone was exposed, the other elves didn't care and continued to move forward slowly. They all jumped out of their hiding places, shot with bows, and ran towards the centaur. All the actions of the elves seemed to have been familiarized by the 3 centaur scouts. They didn't stand around waiting for the elves' siege to be completed. Instead, he sprinted in the direction where he had just thrown the spear, because the elf who rolled away just became a gap in the surrounding net. The actions of being led by the nose have already caused the encirclement network to be in disarray. Only Laena did not jump out immediately. On the contrary, she climbed up the tree with great agility. And as predicted, the 3 centaur scouts ran past the tree where she was hiding, holding 2 swords in hand. Laena jumped down when the last centaur was about to pass. Chapter 433: Encountering the Enemy. The elf sword dancer's double swords accurately penetrated the gap between the collarbones from top to bottom, and penetrated directly into the centaur scout's body without any hindrance. But the centaur scout's physical strength was completely beyond ordinary people's imagination. After being stabbed with 2 swords, he grabbed his back and threw the elf riding on him to the ground. He rolled, got up, and narrowly escaped being trampled by the centaur. This was a matter of vertical leap. The 2 swords were inserted straight, not diagonally, and pierced directly into the heart. And it didn't seem to be very deep. At the same time, there was no time to draw out the sword, causing heavy bleeding to the opponent. If any point is achieved, there will be no chance for the centaur to be alive and well. Laena looked at the scout she had injured without fear. It was also at this time that I realized even more how tall the centaur was. Even if she stood up, she could only look up at him. Centaurs always only wear breastplates. This is because if someone wants to attack their backs, they have to get over the huge horse body first, which is not easy, so their backs are rarely attacked. The only exception is long-range shooting with bows and arrows. At this time, the elves who slowly took a step forward to surround them all quickly opened their bows and shot. And their momentum was about to shoot the centaurs into a honeycomb. The best way to avoid being shot is not to just stand there and be a target. The centaur scout knew this very well. He spread his hooves, waved his spear, and opened and closed his posture. No matter how skilled Laena was, she was still no match for a cavalry in a head-on confrontation, let alone with only a dagger in her hand. The 2 usual long swords are still stuck on the centaur's shoulders. Thinking of the man's advice before leaving, there were only 5 words: get to the ground and chop the horse's feet off. Even though Laena was a brave person, she was only thinking about what nonsense this man said. With the centaur's size and weight, the elf's small body can be stepped on by the opponent several times, rolling on the ground. Isn't this looking for trampling? But the changes were so fast, and her life was hanging by a thread. She no longer cared about what was reasonable or unreasonable. The moment before he was about to be hit, he rolled to the side, and at the same time, the dagger at his hand slashed towards the 2 horse hooves on his side. With the rapid changes, she could not guarantee how accurate her attack would be. But judging from the feel, it should have hit something. After dislocating its body, the centaur stumbled and fell down as if its feet were weak. The other elves saw this opportunity, held the elven scimitars upside down with both hands, and all performed jump kills. I saw 8 or 9 knives all thrust into the soft flesh of the centaur scout. But it only aroused his ferocity. He stood up bravely, and shook away all the elves pressing on him. The centaur scouts, who got up again, had a clearly visible green light on their bodies. As old rivals, even if these elves were young people who had never seen a centaur, they remembered from the information that this was a battle from a centaur druid. The emergency resuscitation technique is used to overdraw vitality and provide emergency treatment. Give it to every centaur warrior in the form of a talisman. Basically, using the magic of wartime resuscitation. This centaur is useless. To rescue him would only be to find time to give him a happy relief. Or else, he would remain disabled for the rest of his life. But for their opponents, it's not good news. The elves drew out their spare scimitars. But they still couldn't stop the centaur's big guns, and they were all driven back. The surrounded centaurs roared to the sky in grief and indignation. They originally made a large circle to maintain the charging speed. But the other two who turned back to support changed their direction, and ran back to the position of the main force to convey the information here. There are elves who want to catch up. But how can a two-legged one catch up with a four-legged one? Let alone a centaur present. He knew that he was too seriously injured, and would not be able to escape this obstacle. So he simply ignored all the attacks directed at him, and instead fired his big gun at the elves who were planning to pursue him. The 3 people who were unprepared were knocked down with one blow. Especially the first person, who was swept away, was the worst. His ankle was directly swept to the point where the bones were broken, compared to him. The other 2 elves were only brought down by him. After a hard fight and the siege of 10 elves, only 1 centaur was left. For the other 2 who were determined to run away, they were completely powerless and could only watch the others' horses but eat the rising smoke. The first fight reminded Laina of the record documents she had seen. If you use mathematics to count, on average 3 elves have to die to kill 1 centaur. The gap in individual strength between the 2 sides is so far. Then she experienced it personally today, which reminded her of the experience she had encountered a troll in the swamp. I was alone that time and almost couldn't make it out alive. Looking at the injured subordinates, Laina directly ordered, "You guys, go directly back to the camp and report that you have been in contact with the centaurs." "No, Captain. I can still fight." The lame elf stood up straight on one leg and said emotionally. Laina didn't talk nonsense to them and directly kicked the other person's other leg off. At the same time, he pointed at the other 2 elves who were knocked down by the centaur's spear during the battle. Although his legs were not broken, his movements were somewhat hindered. And he said, "You 2 send him back immediately and heal his 2 legs." Legs. While reporting back on the situation here, faced with this kind of temporary team leader who didn't talk much but was ruthless, no one dared to be tough and act directly according to the orders. Instead, the elf whose leg was kicked shouted loudly to stay and give him a bow. He could still stop 100 centaurs. No elf is listening to this nonsense. The named 2 people directly crossed his left and right arms and walked back, fearing that the elf sword dancer would hit their feet again. Seeing the wounded leave first, everyone knew that they might not be able to return to the camp. The next time the centaurs appear, the numbers will definitely make people feel desperate. At that time, I can only run wildly, praying that I can outrun 4 legs. If the centaur appeared too early and failed to buy much time for the injured, but was caught up by him instead, it would definitely be the end of the matter. Retrieving the weapon from the fallen centaur, Laina looked around, pointed to a tall but somewhat bare tree, and said, "Establish an observation point over there, and be ready to run away when you see the enemy. I hope those who left first will remember the previous instructions and go another way." Knowing that her mission was to be a bait, Laina of course focused on investigating several escape routes, and make plans for those who retreat first and those who retreat later to take different routes, in order to avoid the dilemma of those who retreat first being caught up. However, there are many centaurs in the main force, and they may not all be chasing after them. Everything just depends on fate. I encountered the centaur scouts. Are they still far away from their main force? Assign an elf to the tree, a young man from the scout team. The others stayed under the tree to recharge their batteries and reflect on the gains and losses of the battle just now. 10 elves faced off against 3 centaur scouts, leaving only 1 and 2 running away. 1 person on my side was seriously injured. 2 were slightly injured, and no one died. If this was repaid, it would be a credit. But those present were not ordinary elven soldiers, either the king's guards or members of the scout team, no matter where they come from. They are all elite. However, Jingli still achieves such results. Everyone's ears were red. This is shameful. But there's nothing we can do about it. The last war with the centaurs was more than 20 years ago. Military service in the Elf Kingdom is compulsory, lasting 5 to 10 years, and includes important troops such as the King's Guards. The first 5 years must be ordinary soldiers, and the outstanding ones can join elite teams such as scouts. After 5 years, and after proving that one is capable and trustworthy, it is possible to enter a special army like the King's Guards. But the total military service period will still not exceed 10 years. Except for the leading generals. Everyone else will be transferred to reserve service. In other words, none of the elves present had any experience in actual combat with centaurs. Therefore, this encounter not only gained insights, but also proved the power of centaurs in the elf collection. You know, before today, not many young elves were convinced by centaurs. Nowadays, it is not okay to be unconvinced. Sister, it was started by the fat elf. This temporary team called the Elf Sword Dancer. I saw a large number of frightened birds in the forest not far away, which might be the enemy. Well, come down. We're going to run. This is not good. If you haven't seen the centaur yet, aren't we responsible for luring the enemy? Some elves objected. Unlike the previous injuries, no one was injured this time. It is inevitable that some people will try again. Laena could only bother to explain, if they need to see people before they can catch up, then the centaur has no qualifications to become a serious threat to the kingdom. Besides, if you don't run now, you won't be able to run away. It made sense, and everyone no longer insisted. After a while, they were ready to leave. The fastest one was the elf boy who climbed up the tree. He was also afraid of being left behind by others. Based on this leader's personality, he probably wouldn't even look back. Just now Laena kicked someone's leg off with a kick, and her ruthlessness was seen by others. Before they could run much distance, there was a sound of ground roaring behind them. This was a phenomenon that only occurred with large-scale cavalry. Of course, a very large number of centaurs running around at the same time can also create this kind of momentum. Everyone knows that the critical moment has arrived. Fortunately, the injured people were sent back first, and our group took a different path from them. In order to achieve the effect of luring the enemy, the traces left by me on the road can only be roughly processed. It is very rough, but the traces can still be seen. But it soon became clear to everyone that these deliberate contrivances were unnecessary, because no matter what they did, the centaur behind them could still bite them accurately. With the centaur's tracking ability, the elves who were free were worried about the wounded soldiers on the other side. However, most elves still focused on escaping, traveling between the woods, taking the shortest path, sometimes lowering their heads to dodge tree branches, and sometimes jumping over fallen tree trunks or roots protruding from the ground. When the first short spear flew past, everyone knew where the centaur had reached without looking back. Judging from the sound, you can roughly guess the number of people chasing them. It is estimated that there is no need to fight, and they can crush their own side just by stepping on them. Chapter 434 M134. Laena can no longer remember how she escaped this way. All she knew was that she was running furiously, her legs not daring to stop even a step, although there is no smooth road in the woods. At this moment when they are focused on escaping, the elves seem to have divine help. And no matter how strange the terrain is, it is like flat ground and cannot be an obstacle in the slightest. Even if an arrow hits their shoulders, back, or even arms, they have no room to fall. No matter how strong the force is, they will lose their balance in an instant, but after taking 2 or 3 steps forward, they will resume their fast running speed and run desperately. But when the whistling sounds in their ears became more and more frequent and intensive, the feeling of not being able to outrun others or catch up with them only made the elves want to curse. Maybe if they survive, if they take some time to settle down, they will be afraid of what is happening now. But the only option is to run for their lives. Suddenly my vision cleared, and I suddenly became enlightened. Did he run out of the outer woods? Laena looked at the camp square where she had stayed for several days. Now it was clean and empty. The elves who served as baits planned to take shelter in a trench in front of the world tree. This was dug in the middle of the night by someone's apprentice with a group of elves. But now in the trench, many familiar faces poked their heads out. Laena's eyes flickered, and she recognized several people. They are all the same decoy team, but they are members from other directions. Are their feet faster? Of course not. In fact, this group of people ran back after the first contact. Laena's team fought with the enemy and killed a centaur scout. Laena didn't have time to think about the reason behind it. She just looked at the group of people standing in the trench. waving their hands anxiously. As if just doing this, the escaping elves would appear beside them in an instant. The chase in the open area can be seen clearly, so it is even more frightening, both for the parties involved and for the theatergoers. The centaurs were like a pack of hunting wolves, chasing after them from behind, and the distance gradually became closer, even getting close to the fleeing elves several times. The elf sword dancer ran at the end, and she was the only one who could fight off the centaurs that were chasing after them. But every time they fight, they will fall a few steps behind. Moreover, even if one centaur is knocked over, more will catch up. Her only chance was the human magician, but in Lyena's field of vision, she did not see that person. Is this being tricked? Seeing her companions all jumping into the trench, Lyena suddenly felt the wind behind her head. She subconsciously jumped up, and at the same time she leaned back, and the long-handled battle axe passed by the tip of her nose dangerously. Lyena remained in this almost lying position, and slid into the trench, falling at the bottom of the ditch and looking up at the blue sky. There was finally no centaur in his field of vision for a moment. Before I could rejoice for a long time, I saw a horse jumping over the ditch from its belly. It seemed that the centaur, who could not stop in time, planned to just cross the ditch and attack the world tree directly. As for the elves inside, there are naturally companions behind them who can take care of them. But he failed to jump over the narrow ditch. The energy barrage offset his impact, knocking the centaur backwards from midair, and also fell into the ditch. This incident scared all the elves hiding inside. The centaur who had been chasing him just now was now covered in blood holes. His eyes widened, and he had a look of disbelief on his face, which was very scary. The moment Lyena jumped into the ditch, Halloumi, who had been waiting for a long time, unveiled the curtain of disguise. Gabriella Ashlyn Tripwood appears. Do you want to use extra-dimensional exile to resolve this war? No. For Lynn, the extra-dimensional banishment technique can only target one object at a time. When encountering multiple targets, you can only cast magic again and again to throw the target to an unknown place. But when facing an army, there is no doubt that this efficiency is too slow. Moreover, someone had never imagined a plan in this regard, nor did he intend to improvise on the battlefield, but moved out a treasure that had been treasured for a long time. If there is a list of achievements in life, as a game geek, using unlimited bazookas or unlimited machine guns to defeat any game in the Castle of Evil series would definitely be a gold medal achievement. And as a time-traveling game nerd, how could I not think of recreating such a scene in another world? The handheld M134 high-speed multi-barreled rotary machine gun. Under the operation of the motor mechanism, the 6 barrels began to rotate at an astonishingly high speed. Seeing the scene of thousands of horses galloping in front of him, charging towards him, someone was not timid, but felt strangely excited. Lynn cracked a smile and once again remembered the lines he used only in his hometown, and said, "Let's _rock_and_roll. Mother hacker." Grab the handle trigger, and the machine gun muzzle starts roaring. Because it does not use gunpowder, there is no recoil problem. However, the 6 rotating barrels and the energy bullets in the barrel are affected by the magic circle. They are uncontrolled and randomly attached with various special attributes and interfere with each other. This makes this mysterious version of the machine gun still as difficult to tame as a beast. All these difficulties became no problem at all with the physical strength enhanced by auxiliary magic. Lynn steadily held the M134 machine gun at his waist, and the magical power extracted from the world tree was transmitted into the machine gun through the cable as thick as his arm. The disorderly arrangement caused the originally pure energy projectiles to fall into a state of violence and chaos the moment they were ejected. The random attributes attached to the barrel further increased the destructive power, forming the most efficient killing machine. The light bullets were almost connected in a line, sweeping across every inch of land pointed by the muzzle. Wherever it passes, blood splashes. Even though he was a centaur with a strong physique, he could only suffer from dozens or hundreds of bullets hitting his body. And this process only takes a moment. The machine gun, with a rate of fire of up to 6,000 rounds per minute, is like the giant scythe of death, harvesting the lives swept away wantonly. And no one can escape. No matter you are a low-level soldier or a tribal leader, you are all equal in the face of death. And the gorgeous flowers of life and blood will bloom in the same way. Even the huge impact and violent magic can tear apart the centaur's trained muscles without any hindrance and paralyze the tall body. The centaurs, who had never encountered such an attack, formed a dense formation. In their understanding, as long as they can increase the speed of charging, there is no enemy formation that cannot be broken, and there is no enemy that cannot be killed. Even the arrow rain offensive that the elves were proud of could not stop the centaur's charge. In the end, this group of fragile thin men with pointed ears could only fall under their iron hooves. But all self-confidence was shattered along with the body. Most centaurs still don't know why their comrades in front fell. And they experienced the answer themselves. There was no time to give a warning. No time to feel regret. No time to think about the reason for all this. The vitality disappeared in the blood flowers. The centaurs fell down one after another, and no one could save their lives from the barrage. Whether the equipment is good or bad cannot extend the time they live. Even since the machine gun opened fire, the centaur had not been able to advance much and died on the way to the charge. Their battered bodies, and the blood flowing out covered this large world tree square. The cover of the woods will prevent the centaurs, who have not left the woods, from seeing the situation in the square. So they can only follow the steps ahead and keep stepping out of the forest. Only then did he see the H.L.X. scene in front of him. And it was already too late. They were left with the only option of rushing forward with their heads down. Or they could choose to stop and collide with their comrades behind them. The worst case scenario would be to be trampled to death. As soon as you step out of the woods, someone blocks the road with a barrage and kills you on the spot. Then the accumulated dead bodies will become a warning for those who come after you, and will also be the best bunker. But the natural flaws of M134 solve this problem. The amount of bullets brought by the rate of fire of a multi-barreled rotary machine gun makes it impossible for someone to use mental locking to change the trajectory like other magic guns, or even fine-tune it, since it can only attack in a straight line. The flaw is that when there is only one machine gun, the killing efficiency has its limit. At least someone would have to move the muzzle of the gun to shoot centaurs from different directions. This time difference gives the enemy an opportunity to try to solve everything with a charge. There are also centaurs who choose to spread out to the left and right, trying to use encirclement tactics, and even hope to make someone lose sight of one thing and create opportunities for their comrades on the other side. But all this was in vain. Compared to the centaurs, they had to rush more than 400 meters away from the woods before they entered the attack range of their spears. How long would it take them to reach top speed to cover the distance? And how long would it take for someone to turn their gun? Just when someone is still unfinished, he suddenly finds that he has no goal. He grasped the handle trigger tightly and fired blankly from left to right. There was no centaur standing in the square in front of him. Release the trigger, and at the same time, the sound of the barrel rotating motor gradually slows down and finally stops. Lin asked about the apprentice staying beside him. "Where are the people?" "Teacher, the remaining centaur troops have escaped," Kaya said calmly while looking at the surveillance screen. The picture the girl saw was transmitted back from the remains of the evil satellite. Because the original function was not lost, Lin hoisted the thing to a high place and used it as a monitoring device, with the girl responsible for operating it. "Run away?" Someone was still a little confused for a while. With a flick of his hand, he put the M134 machine gun on his shoulder and rubbed his stubble-covered chin in thought. Seeing his teacher's slutty look, Halumi, who was standing on the other side, asked, "Do you want to pursue me? I'll go. How can I chase you?" Lin shook the cable connected to the machine gun. He felt a little angry and a little frustrated that his apprentice had no eyesight, due to the limitation of the length of the cable used to extract the power of the world tree. It is destined that it is impossible for someone to run around carrying an M134 machine gun. At this time, not far away, the curtain of another camouflage position was also lifted. Inside were a large number of camels, as well as the young king and his ministers. They didn't have any conversation. They just stared at the battlefield in front of them with their mouths open. Well, maybe a slaughterhouse would be more appropriate. Especially the Minister of War, Maxim Stash, who has his eyes set high above his head. He also ignored his image and turned his head with difficulty to look at the human magician. Recalling the previous comment from this person, Lin tried to put on a friendly expression and said with a smile, "I really don't understand war, but I know how to kill people. How to kill people in large numbers." Chapter 435, No Comparison. No harm. The war is over. No. Can this one be considered a war? Countless elves who witnessed what happened before and after asked themselves this question. When the first elf, who served as a bait, came out of the woods in the predetermined direction, all the elves deployed on the trees and in the outposts were all filled with fear. They adjusted their breathing, repeatedly clenched the longbows in their hands, and expelled some unnecessary thoughts from their minds. They knew that the war against the centaurs was unlike any they had ever experienced before. Whether it was driving away thieves or clashing with the human kingdom on the border, nothing could compare with what was about to come. As far as the results are concerned, What we were worried about before the war came true to a certain extent. It was indeed a completely different war than what I had experienced. The cavalry reaching charging speed had almost nothing to withstand it except the city walls. It's like a flesh and blood millstone. It can only use human lives and corpses to slow down the opponent's speed and eventually block the opponent. This is common sense, recognized by fans. But the lingering smell of blood on the tip of his nose, and the bright red everywhere in his eyes seemed to give this common sense a new explanation. Logically speaking, with a hearty victory, the victor should be rejoicing. Not only celebrating the victory, but also feeling happy that he could survive. But at the end of this battle, the elves all looked at the longbows in their hands sadly. And then a feeling of sadness filled their chests. A question that I don't want to know the answer to. But I can't help but ask myself, what would be the result if I was the one charging today? When I heard that the Centaur coalition was approaching, what I felt was not so much despair as a deep regret. If there was no civil war, if there was no problem with World Tree, if this, if that, for various reasons, I would have to face a hopeless war. Best of all, the reasons for these mistakes can be blamed on someone else. Facing the attack of this human magician, he also felt a deep despair. There are no ifs. Just that no matter how hard you try, no matter how unlucky you are, you can't find a chance to turn things around. Perhaps the only chance is to use various conspiracies, tricks, and surprise attacks to lure the enemy. In short, don't let the magician touch the weapon that can shake up an era. Those who felt more desperate than the elves were the 4 silver-bearded dwarves. They have always believed that the failure of peaceful armed forces was just the result of the opponent's restraint technology. After an in-depth understanding, they understood that this technology could be used in reverse to become a shield for defense and a spear for offense, allowing the peaceful armed forces to take their combat effectiveness to a higher level. At that time, the weak magician will still have to succumb to the power of peaceful arms. But what we saw today, if we put peaceful armed forces in an offensive position, would there be a different result? Maybe such an attack cannot penetrate the peaceful armed forces? Germain thought to himself as he tried to comfort himself. But really trying the waters of peaceful armed forces? Just thinking about it, without actually hitting him, the dwarf felt a shiver running from his tailbone to his forehead. But not everyone was so frightened that they could not speak. The calico-colored kitten ran out of nowhere, and stood at the bottom of the trunk of the World Tree. It patted the dead tree with its front paws and meowed in protest. Although the sweet milky voice has not changed, it is full of energy, completely unlike the sick and dying look yesterday. Only then did Lin turn his head and notice the condition of the World Tree. Although the M134 multi-barreled machine gun was completed a long time ago, the energy supply has not been finalized, and only the connection part has been reserved. As this situation was urgent, of course someone immediately set his sights on the super battery around him, the World Tree. If what you want is the energy tied between dimensional gaps, then it can be said to be inexhaustible here. However, the Midland version of the M134 is a weapon designed based on magical power, and it is impossible to directly access the energy tide filling this space. It's like filling a car with gasoline with diesel. Even if the car can be repaired, people may have a heart attack due to the bill. Before the car is sent for repair, people have to send it for repair first. Instead of trying to convert temporarily, it is better to directly draw the converted power from the World Tree and use it. So someone made a connection cable, one end of which was connected to the power supply center of the machine gun according to the 8 powers, and the other end, which looked like a giant earphone plug, was inserted into the tree. I thought it would be like installing a faucet on a bucket. When water is drawn, the water level in the entire bucket drops together. But now it seems that the power contained in the World Tree cannot flow around like water, or that its internal exchange and replenishment speed is not fast enough. The part of the tree trunk where the machine gun's power supply cable is inserted is dead gray, and there are serious cracks and peeling on the surface. It looks so dry that it seems like you can peel off a large piece with your fingers. In fact, this was the case. Lin just stretched out his hand and knocked, and large pieces of debris and dust fell down. Looking at the layer of dust on his hands, Lin dusted himself off. This thing seems serious, but it's not that serious. The necrotic part of the tree that had been drained of its power seemed to be completely dead and could not be saved. However, this part accounted for less than 1/1000th of the total area of the tree. According to the original plan, if street fighting really took place in the small tree-shaped village, the area where the World Tree would be hit by waves would definitely not be as small as the one in front of you. But it won't be completely necrotic like now. So it's really hard to say which one is better after coming and going. But is an explanation useful at this time? Instead of wasting your lips and tongue on reasoning, it's better to use coaxing. So Lin put the machine gun on the shelf, reached out and picked up the snarling kitten, and moved it along its fur. And this trick worked as expected. Lottie was so comfortable that she narrowed her eyes. Her beard trembled, and she even made a squeaking sound. Someone was just stroking the cat with one hand, looking at the person next to him, with an expression like, "Come on and praise me," then simply ignored someone's expression. Such achievements are nothing to her. She didn't want to say something against her will just to please someone. The two apprentices who couldn't escape speaking looked at their teacher helplessly. Kaya first reported a series of numbers. "Teacher, from the beginning to the end of the battle, it took a total of 11 minutes and 32 seconds to shoot 73,242 luminous bombs. There were a total of 2 attacking centaurs. Of the 1,126 people, 662 escaped and 1,464 died. An average of 17 bullets were fired per person, with a miss rate of 66%. It should be considered a failure." The brown-skinned and black-haired girl tilted her head and came to such a conclusion. Someone jumped up and said in an octave higher voice, "How can this be considered a failure? Is there a hole in your brain? But you spent so long and still missed so much." The victimized girl felt aggrieved and said with a flat mouth, "According to your statistics, I can kill an enemy with an average of 50 rounds. Do you know how high this number is? And what's the point of missing a target? This is a machine gun. It relies on barrages to make a living. How can it be? It's possible to hit every target. This is not a sniper rifle. Have you ever seen a weapon that is more efficient and more lethal than this?" "Yes, the Tower of the Great Sage," Kaya said confidently. "Big, as the saying goes, a man doesn't shed tears lightly, just because he hasn't reached the point of sadness." When I mentioned that familiar name, I don't know whether it's because I was slapped in the face by myself, which made me feel ashamed and sad, or it's because I couldn't grasp what I had in the past. And when I look back, I can no longer grasp it. Such a reality makes me sad. Unbearable. Someone could only cry and bite his lower lip. But the two girls above were not willing to give up. They punched someone in the face with one punch on the left and the other on the right. "Yes! Yes! Where did we need any targeting or tactical arrangements before? Once we locked them, they were blacklisted and they were reduced to scum. How can there be so much trouble? Locked is okay. I'm better. I missed the ability to adjust the attack speed in the past. If we attack at full speed, with the number of centaurs today, it will take 30 seconds? Well, 20 seconds. The range is better. You can see it. We can hit them all, and we can hit them accurately. Isn't this more terrifying? If we kill a little slower, can the enemy break through the tower's defense and threaten us? And the most important thing is the energy consumption. Right. It's useless to take 2 shots with magic stones. I still carry this space-consuming thing all the way. Do you want to be praised? It's so beautiful." In short, this weapon is difficult to use and has many limitations. It is really weak. Lame? This is the only question in the minds of the elves who heard the conversation. And someone at the center of the attack simply covered his face with a cat and burst into tears. The little guy who had been stroked so comfortably was now being pushed against his face. A pair of dead fish eyes and a world-weary face, just facing the wind. Messy. The two apprentices did not realize or feel sad about their teacher's anger at all, and began to clean up the aftermath. Kaya first used the flying technique to retrieve the eye of the evil satellite hanging on the tree. Halloumi untied the cable on the machine gun, rotated the barrel, moved a barrel with a special function to the firing position, and then tightened the latch to fix it, with one hand in front and the other behind. The girl held the machine gun on her waist and came to a large area of dead centaurs. As soon as the trigger was grasped, a blazing pillar of fire immediately spewed out from the muzzle, igniting all the corpses. When Lin was making this machine gun, he did not make it secretly. Instead, he asked 2 apprentices to do it. So operating this machine gun was not difficult for them. Some extra features, but certainly quite familiar. The machine gun itself has an energy storage design, but if it is used for shooting, it can only last for 3 seconds when it is fully charged, and then it will be useless. But it is still very interesting to use it to perform regular magic, just like it is used to burn corpses now. It was not the first time for fun to watch the 2 girls arrange things skillfully, but even handling corpses so skillfully, Finn couldn't help but ask, "Well, aren't you afraid?" "Afraid? Alumi thought for a while before remembering what the Lich was pointing to. She said, "This is not the first time I have seen this kind of scene. It will feel disgusting at first, but after a while, it will be nothing more than that. Just get used to it." Chapter 436, The Future of the Kingdom 1. It's not like there aren't elves who have some thoughts that they shouldn't have. But when you remember that the elf assassin, who was a transcendent, not only failed to succeed, but also lost his own life, all unnecessary thoughts immediately disappeared. Regardless of whether it was the elf guards, who had complained before and believed that someone was the source of all mistakes, or the members of the Divine Guards who were indignant that the elders and strong men they admired died at the hands of a certain magician. Now all the elves seemed to have collective amnesia, pretending to have forgotten everything that happened before. In the following days, whenever they see the human being passing by, the elves will stand on the roadside in fear, bow their heads and say Lo, Your Excellency Tripwood. Probably except for the kneeling salute. The elves probably didn't kneel down. They were more respectful when they saw this man than when they saw their king. He was still able to maintain his original no-nonsense attitude. Apart from the Lich and 2 apprentices, there was the heartless silver-bearded dwarf Germain, who had the tendency to evolve into a tech nerd. He sneaked into the camp tent, shook someone who was hiding on the bed sucking the cat, and said, "Hey, big brother, I have an idea. What do you think about letting the peaceful armed forces use your new weapon?" This stupid idea couldn't be more stupid, making someone's mood not sure whether to get better or worse. In this day's moment, my hand relaxed. The calico kitten felt like it was being forgiven. It broke free and jumped down. It slipped out of the tent and ran away without looking back. Grabbing his free hands, someone felt a little pity in his heart. However, looking at the dwarf who was squinting, Lin smiled angrily and said, "I want to install everything on the Peace Armed Forces. Can that little thing handle it? Not everyone can afford the energy consumption of the M134 machine gun." No problem. Don't you think the picture of the Peace Arms holding the machine gun you mentioned is very majestic? It must be possible. The most valuable thing about the Peace Arms is that it has a small energy pool. It provides power. This is not a big problem. As long as you agree to lend me the machine gun for research, I will figure out the complete matching parts and make sure the two are perfectly combined. Of course you can. Powered armor and multi-barreled machine guns are standard equipment. It's hard to find a more violent combination than this. But the question is, can the small body of the Peace Arms be able to carry this rather confusing version of the M134? That multi-barreled machine gun consumes energy at a rate that even a wealthy guy cannot bear. However, Lin has always been very interested in the energy center system of the peaceful armed forces. But on the one hand, it is because they are not familiar with the peaceful armed forces, and they dare not make rash changes. On the other hand, it is also because several silver-bearded dwarves often avoid talking about the device. Even Germain, a big mouth, is under the supervision of Marit. Be careful what you say and do. After going back and forth, Lin stopped touching the dwarf's sensitive nerves. Since it was Germain who made the request, Lin was happy to let the dwarf do the work. Although the multi-barreled machine gun is a big treasure that I value very much, it is not to the extent that no one can touch it. If you just want to show it off, no one will understand its value. Every time I wipe and maintain it, I feel a sense of regret. It wasn't until today that it really shined, without the words of those 2 annoying apprentices. After receiving the permission, Germain couldn't wait to get into the work of integrating the 2 systems. In addition, in the following days, there will be various aftermath work, including the Minister of War using the Elven Communication Magic Circle he regained control of, mobilizing the Elven armies gathered from various places to encircle and suppress the fleeing Centaur remnants. The elves staying in the territory of World Tree must of course clean up this messy battlefield, although Harumi set a fire to burn the Centaur's dead body. But corpses are so easy to ignite. After the power contained in the M134 is exhausted, there are still large areas of the battlefield that have not been cleaned up. Naturally, the elves will have to clean up the rest. There is also the screening of the group of members of the Shinmu Guards, who once faced each other with swords. Determine who can still use it and who cannot, how deeply involved it is, and what the corresponding punishment is. It was originally hoped that the Shinmu Guards could atone for their sins in the war against the Centaurs, whether it was the king's side or the side that had betrayed them. But all the credit was taken away by a certain magician who came out of nowhere, and others didn't even dare to say a word, so they could only choose other ways to atone for their sins. Another unavoidable question is the Elf Kingdom's attitude towards World Tree in the future. For someone It is whether his work of assisting World Tree to advance can continue. Of course, Lin still maintains his consistent attitude towards this. It doesn't matter to him whether he can continue. So during several days of discussions, he focused on the secret that the elves had not yet revealed. The communication magic circle. When investigating the small village of Shushan, the communication magic circle was originally the primary target. Unexpectedly, the magic circle used to kill the gods was directly found, which then triggered a series of events. Later, I thought that I would never have the chance to see this magic circle. But for a multi-party meeting, someone who was invited to attend saw the true face of this communication magic circle in Lushan. Although it only transmits sound, it can link communication magic circles in multiple places at the same time. And you can talk freely, without the one-way restriction that you can't talk when you're listening, and you can't listen when you're talking. Therefore, at the meeting, not only the Prime Minister of the kingdom who stayed in the royal capital attended, but also the 6 generals stationed at the 6 border fortresses, as well as the archdruids from the farms everywhere. It is not entirely unreasonable for the kingdom of Piajami to choose a completely different path from that of the Wood Elves. In the tribe of Wood Elves, those who do not receive the blessing of the World Tree are not qualified to live. The so-called blessing is the conclusion of a soul contract. In fact, just mentioning this part reminded someone in the audience of the eugenics and ethnic cleansing policies implemented by a certain nation in the history of the earth. Although the details behind it are not yet known, someone only feels that there is some kind of cruel behavior in the symbiotic relationship between the elves and the World Tree. The only difference is which party is the perpetrator, and which party is the victim. Maybe those speculations are not supported by evidence. But to use a sentence often seen in detective novels, when all hypotheses that are contradictory to the evidence are eliminated, no matter how bizarre the remaining ones are, they will be the truth. But even if someone doesn't want to go too deep, they are still found. The vast majority of ministers, generals and archdruids who were qualified to attend the discussion, after understanding the reason why the Shinmu guards had not been announced to the world for a long time, they all agreed to maintain the existing national policy and were unwilling to make changes. However, the weak king did not think so. He hoped to liberate the shackles of the World Tree and help it successfully advance and gain more power. If we go further, as Lin once mentioned, the growth of all the World Trees in the Lost Land also represents the inference of the overall growth of the Lost Land. The young king hoped that he could play his part in this matter. But except for the young elf king and the 3-colored kitten who was involved, almost no one supported such an idea. So Ridden 3 once again cast a look for help, hoping that the human magicians who should be on the same side as him could exert his influence. But when he met a man who had been pretending to be dead, Ridden 3 had to ask, "Sir Tripwood, what do you think about this matter?" The ministers present were quite dissatisfied with the king's behavior, not to mention that one is an outsider and should not express opinions or even appear in a place like this. But who dares to disobey him now? Maybe the elves on the other side of the communication magic circle couldn't understand it. But everyone present couldn't bring themselves to resist at all. As for the previous hints, someone can pretend not to see them. But since they were all questioned by name, it would be quite rude to continue pretending to be dead. So Lin had to speak. But before that, he held down the kitten that kept running to him and said, "If you want to ask me for my opinion, I agree with your ministers. Your Majesty." The first person to react violently to the unexpected speech was, of course, the most important person involved, the incarnation of Lottie, the World Tree. It's a pity that Lin held down the kitten earlier. No matter how hard it struggled, it was useless. Another young elf king, who was surprised, was dumbfounded and murmured, "But you?" I said, "I don't have any position. And to be honest, I don't know either of you very well. So if I have to make a choice, I will only choose the option that is less harmful. I believe everyone involved in the discussion. Not all of them agree to use that method to control World Tree. But why would you choose to maintain the past practice instead of trying to change it? Let me make a guess. Although you don't want to admit it, you are afraid. But I am worried that if the restrictions on World Tree are relaxed, the elves will pay the price for their past actions." "How could such a thing happen?" Ridden 3 exclaimed. "Isn't it possible? You can ask your ancient allies." Lin pointed to the silver-bearded dwarf standing aside. "They have experience in the rebellion of the Guardians and the desire to kill the entire tribe. Rich, in my opinion, the mistakes you have made are similar to those made by the dwarves. All judgments are based on your own thinking. You have never thought about what the Guardian or the World Tree thinks." At this time, the kitten, which had been struggling, calmed down, turned its head to the side, and looked at the deserted place, unwilling to meet the eyes of any elf. Seeing this, Lynn smiled and continued, "And judging from my experience of helping a world tree advance, the failure rate of helping Lottie advance is quite high." Not only was the young king interested in such a conclusion, but other experienced elves also wanted to know why, including the kitten in his hand. Although he couldn't turn his head completely, the kitten turned his head as much as possible and looked at someone with the corner of his eye. Chapter 437 The Future of the Kingdom 2. Seeing the curious looks of a group of people, Lynn did not show off and said with a smile, "To withstand the energy tide of the gap between dimensions, the most important thing is to rely on the natural magic array pattern on the tree. This is the talent of the world tree. And to advance, you have to the magic pattern on the body must be rebuilt so that it can adapt to the impact of higher dimensions." Pointing to the situation outside. That was the direction of the world tree. "There are holes in the tree, and there are even people living in it. When the promotion comes, do you think that dreamy-looking tree-shaped village will bring good things or bad things? I think it will happen first. The thing is, the people living inside can't withstand the impact, so they all die first. Then, because the world tree has many loopholes, it can't provide perfect protection. And with good luck, most of its lives will be lost. Unlucky enough, it just happened to be the coffin board of the spirit in my body, and I was buried with him." Looking at the unbelieving expressions of a group of people, Lin Yuxiao explained, "Don't think I'm talking nonsense. A metaphor can make you understand. Wearing peaceful weapons, like a silver-bearded dwarf, you can let the enemy shoot arrows, and there will be no problem. But if today's armor is missing an arm and a chest, if a piece of my forehead is missing, and there are loopholes everywhere, will it be completely fine if I am shot by the enemy? Or will something big happen if I am unlucky? So if it were me, I would not make a rash choice in this situation. The world tree is promoted." At this time, Lin relaxed his hand, and the Sanhua kitten ran out. Looking at someone warily, Lin also looked at the kitten and continued, "That violent energy is unimaginable for ordinary people. It is impossible for you not to understand. Then why don't you make full preparations and wait until you are more confident to implement the plan? Yours life is so long. You can't wait." "Then we can't do anything and everything remains the same?" the young king said bitterly. "Of course not." From the bag on his sleeve, Lin took out a magic stone that recorded some programming language, which really made the Sanhua kitten's eyes brighten. He smiled and actually started playing with the cat. At the same time, he said, "The way the wood elves choose to coexist with the world tree is a choice. The way you choose to coexist is also a choice. These can be said to be two extremes. But other than that, there can be no other options. If there is a way to treat the world tree so cruelly, and there is no need to worry about being retaliated against, or being restricted, I believe there won't be too many elves who insist on taking the old path. How can such a good thing happen?" Ridden 3 smiled bitterly again. "Try to find a way out. Young man, isn't this the responsibility of a king? Find a way to be fair and treat all citizens well. Or do you think that world tree is not one of you? So you can only accept that it is not fair treatment?" But, regarding the hesitation in the king's words, Lin probably knew what the other party was worried about. So he said, "It is difficult and very simple to resolve hatred. The important thing is to find a bridge to communicate between the two parties. As long as good communication can be maintained, differences between the two parties can be eliminated, and common interests can be found, no hatred will last forever. In this regard, I can recommend a candidate." "Who?" Except for the young king. This was also the question asked by most of the elves present. There was even an archdruid on the other side of the communication magic circle, who said in an unhappy tone, "Is it you, human being? How much price do we have to pay to allow you to accept this mission?" Someone ignored the sarcastic words and said directly, "The person you all know. Well, I guess, is the little princess Valeria. My little sister?" Ridden 3 asked doubtfully. "Based on the news I heard, if it's not wrong, the spirit of the world tree that was originally wiped out unexpectedly revived when your little princess came to receive the blessing. This means that there must be something between the two. There is a correlation. Of course, I don't know if it's good or bad, but it's always a breakthrough, which is much better than being in the dark." But the young king who loved his sister was still hesitant. Lin smiled at this. Using a quick technique that could not be seen by others, he grabbed the calico kitten in his hand again, holding his forelimbs under his ribs. He faced the sad-looking Ridden 3 and said, "Or are you worried that your sister will be hurt by this beast?" At this time, Lottie cooperated and tried to pretend to be very serious. With a fierce expression, his fangs were exposed, and he meowed in a milky voice. Seeing His Majesty's cute appearance, Ridden 3 also felt that he was thinking too much. As for my sister's courage as a newborn, she is not afraid of tigers, and she doesn't know who will bully whom. Although his frown was relaxed, he still asked again as if to confirm. Is this really possible? No matter what kind of creature, infancy is the time of greatest plasticity. If the kingdom of Piet Jamie is willing to find another symbiotic path with World Tree, now is the best time. Besides, no matter which extreme you plan to go to, it takes time to prepare, and it doesn't look like it can be done in a moment. So you still have plenty of time to argue. So there's no need to rush it. If he wanted to help the World Tree advance, Lin guessed that it would take at least 10 years to restore the tree to its best condition and rely solely on natural growth. Are there any other ways to speed up growth? Probably to grab other world trees to nourish itself. Although he had a world tree seed given by Waldwo on hand, Lin had no intention of contributing it selflessly. Maybe bringing back Earth species would be a good choice? If the elves choose to obliterate the consciousness of the world tree again, considering that the power of resentful spirits accumulated by the god-killing magic circle for a long time has been wiped out by a certain lich for public benefit. If you want to reopen the god-slaying formation, you won't be able to escape a very large-scale sacrifice. And that scale will probably not be enough to fill the entire Piet Jamie kingdom. What are your future plans? Ridden 3 asked about someone's future movements. And the elves present all listened with their ears straightened. The temporary plan is to stay for a while, and do some inspections for His Majesty Lottie according to the previous plan. Otherwise, I am just guessing about some things. Whether it is right or wrong depends on the final evidence. And the World Tree is not it can be seen everywhere. I have some research that requires the cooperation of World Tree. Of course, I will only do this with your consent. This is great. We will definitely try our best to cooperate with your request. Ridden 3 held someone's hand. The other party was so frightened that the magic stone in his hand fell down and was swallowed by the kitten. As if he didn't see someone's embarrassment, the young king stood up and said to his ministers, My lords, you have heard clearly what Lord Tripwood said. Regarding His Majesty Lottie's matter, we will postpone the decision. The centaur bandits are still within the borders of the country, and their annihilation is the top priority. Promise. After answering, the generals went back to commanding the encirclement and suppression of the centaurs. However, the news returned from various places all proved that this defeated centaur army was still quite organized and capable of action. Many elven armies that had not yet fully assembled collapsed at the first touch and failed to stop the opponent at all. This kind of contrast makes the elves with military backgrounds more enthusiastic about a certain weapon. Lin was a little confused at first about being left behind by both the young elf king and his old minister, who was not surprised when he kicked his legs. Maximus Stash, the Minister of War, did not have so many scruples about his king's cowardly appearance. He had dealt with many magicians and knew this kind of people. So he asked directly, Sir Tripwood, we want to buy weapons like the ones you used on the battlefield against the centaurs. I wonder how much you are willing to pay. Ha. Lin smiled lukewarmly. Of course he knew what the elves were planning. Perhaps the intellectual property rights of magic are protected by the Magicians Association. But weapons are not. Like the ship-cutting knife that was sold in the Tower of the Great Sage era. And then heard related news. It has become the standard weapon of an empire's elite troops. Who should I ask to explain this? Regardless of whether the elves intend to imitate it or treat it as a sacred weapon and collect it as a national treasure, Lin has no intention of selling this M134. Not only is it indeed an epic-making hot weapon, more importantly, the M134 is far from being a commercial product. It's like building an airplane. The airplane you build must at least be able to fly into the sky and not fall down inexplicably. Only then do you consider building and selling it while researching it, and using other people's money as your own research funds. If that kind of aircraft is sold before it even gets off the test bench, and you don't know whether it can safely fly to the sky, it will destroy your own reputation and credibility in the war against the centaurs. Regardless of the power of the M134 multi-barreled machine gun, it actually took advantage of Yggdrasil. The key point lies in the 4 words, infinite energy. The power utilization efficiency of the magic gun has always been criticized by the 3 women, especially the rough and high-speed M134. Its energy conversion efficiency is as low as less than 5%, and the rest is turned into entropy. For the magazine originally matched with the M134, the magic stone is placed as the main energy supply component. after being filled with high-quality magic stones. It can fire between 1,700 and 2,200 rounds, which means that if you hold onto the trigger, it will go soft in up to 22 seconds. Compared to its close relatives on Earth, a magazine can hold at least 4,000 rounds of bullets, which is really a big difference. With the same number of magic stones, you can buy so many things, cast so many magics, and do so many things. But it only lasts 22 seconds on the M134, let alone machine gun fire. Most of the time it is digging sweet potatoes. Someone's previous miss rate was only 66%. It was purely because the centaurs had no experience in fighting firearms, and charged with a phalanx. This was the result. If an enemy comes who knows how to attack with skirmishers, the hit rate will be even lower. These flaws are the reason why the two apprentices have always disliked this weapon. Such a waste. Knowing these shortcomings, Lin did not expose his shortcomings, but said, "The dwarves are also very interested in such weapons, and I also agree to let them try to integrate them into peaceful weapons. Maybe we can look at the achievements of the Silverbeard dwarves first. Let's talk about other things. How about it?" Old elves who are accustomed to the ways of the world probably know that this can be regarded as a way for merchants to raise prices. But so what? Do you have the bargaining power? I'm not afraid of this guy pointing his gun at me. Although Maxim Stash sighed in his heart. He said verbally, "Of course. As you wish." Chapter 438, When Powered Armor Picks Up Multi-Barreled Machine Guns. Regarding World Tree's attitude, even the radical elves agreed with the suspended death sentence. In addition to not having a handy tool, the god-slaying magic array dash, it was also because they wanted to see what the subsequent changes would be according to the king's plan. The decision made by the elf kingdom in the past was actually based on historical and environmental backgrounds, which were different from those of today. Therefore, today's elf kingdom does not necessarily have to follow the practices of thousands of years ago. Any stupid things that cannot be changed by the ancestral system will probably only happen in some tired old-time autocratic dynasties on Earth. In the Lost Land, if you don't change or fall behind, you will be eliminated. Therefore, Lin's material request was officially sent back to the royal capital via the communication magic circle. The other party also quickly sent back the message that the supplies had been sent. This is also due to the fact that the elf kingdom is now in a state of wartime mobilization. Someone's request has hitched a ride on this bus, so the processing speed is so fast. While waiting, a group of people who had nothing to do with the war focused on the silver-bearded dwarf. There are still many people paying attention to the project of integrating peace armed forces and M134 machine guns. The reason also included someone's previous excuse for wanting to buy a machine gun from the elf kingdom, which was to use peaceful arms as an excuse, because it was related to a very core component of the peace arms. Under the leadership of Germain's female companion Marit, Lin had no way to intervene in any research and design. The attitude of the Silverbeard dwarves is that as long as someone provides the M134 machine gun, don't worry about anything else. Even some suggestions or warnings were arrogantly ignored. As an ancient race and a powerful ethnic group that once dominated an era, the pride of the Silverbeard dwarves is always revealed inadvertently. Even if Germain is eager to learn from someone, as long as his tribe expresses strong opposition, he will follow suit and decline someone's help. In fact, he had a vague understanding in his heart that if he did it by himself, it might take a little longer, but the problem could still be solved. The pride in the bones here is difficult to erase. Just like this time. Although neither Lin nor Finn had any involvement in the design, Germain quickly came up with a feasible plan. He removed the cable that transmitted power, the huge probe that was originally inserted into one end of the world tree, and picked out the intertwined thin cables, and connected them to the energy center at the shoulders and necks of the peace arms. The two connected look very rough. Various exposed wiring, uncovered panels, and armor temporarily removed for integration. Because the first step was just to confirm that the two could be used together, Germain didn't put much thought into protecting the lines and appearance. When he completed his preliminary work, the cheers attracted the attention of the elves, who were cleaning up the mess within the world tree. The peaceful arms of the Silverbeard dwarves were all kinds of brutal elves some time ago. The king's bodyguards rarely failed to win in a competition. So when this powerful armor made by the dwarves appeared with weapons as fierce as a king-level monster, it once again attracted the attention of all the elves. Lin stroked the kitten in his hand, and watched the dwarves Zhang Luodong and Zhang Luoshi building some mounds as gun targets. During this time, he has been making preliminary preparations for the research on World Tree. But if you prepare for a long time, you will still feel bored. When doing things, You should do research while doing to be more motivated. So when he was free most of the time, he never thought about developing any other topics. It just so happened that this kitten, who was not afraid of death, came to the door by himself. So someone also experienced the life of petting a cat. He made His Majesty moan until he moaned and closed his eyes in comfort. But even with his eyes closed, everything that happens within the scope of the world tree cannot escape this person's perception. When the dwarf appeared with that hateful weapon, the kitten also raised its head and screamed in protest. Someone doesn't care about the protest of the kitten in his hand, or any other emotions. I pet my cat just because I have nothing to do, not because I want to be a slave. The life of a cat slave is not your own pursuit. Speaking of which, this is quite similar to the concept of a domineering CEO looking for a secret. I can just finish the job, regardless of your mood. Real life doesn't have so many happy endings. Lottie didn't protest twice, but when he saw someone didn't respond, he stopped. For the first time, the integration test of the Peace Arms and the M134 multi-barreled machine gun was carried out by Germain himself. Under the guidance of the surveillance video, he walked to the predetermined tactical position with the machine gun in hand. A center mark immediately appeared in the helmet's field of vision, indicating where the impact point of the bullet landed due to his actions. This is Germain's proud work among the tactical procedures of integrating peaceful armed forces with procedures. The main reason why dwarves do not use long-range weapons such as bows and arrows is that most dwarves are not accurate, and shooting requires talent. But using a program to predict the landing point can greatly make up for the dwarf's shortcomings in shooting. In order to adjust the relevant parameters, he spent a lot of effort. Even data analysis of environmental changes has been introduced. After 1 or 2 corrective shots, the arrow will basically shoot wherever the aiming point falls. The accuracy is quite high. The shooting auxiliary program, which was originally only applicable to bows and crossbows, can be well applied to machine guns after some adjustments. After all, this weapon is less likely to be affected by the environment. The user only needs to consider the angle at which he holds the gun. Just because Germain did the clothing test himself does not mean that there is no one to monitor it. Freya, Riley and Marit all stood behind the peaceful armed forces at a close distance, not keeping a safe enough distance at all. Someone looked at it and shook his head. If this was an explosion, it would take away 4 silver-bearded dwarves in one go. But considering their level of resistance to beatings, any explosion would probably be nothing to them. After this period of adjustment procedures, the dwarves also figured out their own set of procedures, the various tests and records beforehand, and then the formal experiments. Whether the results are good or bad, are almost as rigorous as Earth's engineers. If we really want to talk about the difference, it is that their experience is still not rich enough, and it is inevitable that there will be some omissions. However, once this set is made, it looks stylish and can scare elves who have never seen it before. Amid Marit's countdown, the M134 machine gun once again appeared in this strange world, making a roar that belonged to this world. Logically speaking, a pure energy shot without the explosion of gunpowder would not produce any obvious noise. In science fiction movies, the sound effects of light gun shooting are purely the sound and light effects of the movie. Of course, it is not ruled out that designers allow firearms to have shooting sound effects for certain purposes. Just like the Earth before time travel, digital cameras were used. Why do we need to simulate the shutter sound of a traditional camera when taking pictures? This is not for any sentimental reasons. It is simply to prevent criminal activities such as secret photography. Another example is electric vehicles. Obviously they can be completely silent, but in order to reduce traffic accidents, they have to deliberately make some noise. But in the early days of designing the magic gun, Lin did not deliberately do these things. When you can hide in the dark and shoot secretly, why should you stand in the open and engage in a duel with others? This doesn't match someone's style of painting. It's a pity that magic is not as obedient as science. And there are always accidents, because magic arrays that are too small and complex will interfere with each other. Pure energy bullets will have various attributes attached to them after passing through the barrel magic array, and they will be random. This was an accident in the design of the magic gun. Considering that it would increase the lethality, someone did not actively correct it. Another surprise is the production of sound, which is actually a byproduct of the former, because some of the additional attributes are related to air and sound. Naturally, these magic bullets will make a special sound when fired. If it were other magic guns, since they all fired single shots and had only a small number of shots, this situation would not be obvious. But the M134 has a firing rate of 6,000 to 7,000 rounds per minute. so the sound caused by this magic will be both obvious and harsh. It sounded like an unknown monster from the abyss, using its hoarse voice to make unexplained screams and roars. Even more shocking than the sound was the dusty mound. The dwarves didn't just dig up the soil casually and pile it up like a hill. Instead, they went through tamping and other processes to make the mound far stronger than ordinary people imagined. According to Lin's standards, the mound was only missing the step of being fired into bricks, and the mound could be treated as a city wall. But such a target appears to be in danger under the intensive attack of magic. Soon, a complete and compacted mound became dilapidated. It was also mixed with the high-pitched cheers of the silver-bearded dwarves. And then it was time to stop. It only took about 2 minutes. The peaceful armed forces lowered their heads, and the power mechanisms of their entire bodies were locked due to the loss of energy supply. It looks like the method used by someone to paralyze the peaceful armed forces when they attacked the guardian of the dwarven Iron City. Whether it was the dwarves who had experienced it personally or heard it from others, they all glared at someone angrily. Then he rushed forward and untied the peaceful weapons in a hurry. With a sigh in his heart, Lin just wanted to say, "Our family is innocent." However, the experimental results in front of me, combined with the knowledge gained from the dwarves in the past, also explains several characteristics of the peace arms in the energy center. First, the Silverbeard dwarves use small energy pool to call the energy center of the peaceful arms, which makes some sense, because after this thing consumes power, it will replenish itself to a limited extent. It's the same situation as ordinary magic stones that will recover themselves under low power consumption. The principle is unknown, and it seems that the degree of self-recovery is much better than that of ordinary magic stones. At least it can cope with the various consumption of the original state of the peaceful armed forces, forming a semi-permanent power mechanism. From Germain's description, he has never seen the peace arm shut down due to exhaustion of energy. Secondly, it still has an upper limit. Instead of an energy pool like a magic tower, it has unlimited energy. Well, that's not quite right. Maybe it's because the energy pool of the magic tower has not been tested to its limit by myself. Those who write programs can't say that they have written programs if they haven't played with computers to death. Even someone who is not involved in the research can easily come to the above conclusion just by observing. Chapter 439, Swearing. He looked at the few dwarves indifferently as they worked hard to rescue Germain. When all power is lost, peaceful armed forces are not so easy to dismantle from the outside. This is actually part of the protection mechanism. If the armor is too easy to be peeled off by the enemy, how can it protect the people inside? After rescuing the person, the matter is not over yet. We have to find out the reason. At this point, Germain did someone a small favor, because at first the Silverbeard dwarves thought that someone was causing trouble and used the old method. That is, the program paralyzed the peaceful armed forces. But as a trapped person, Germain knew clearly that this time was completely different from the situation where the program was paralyzed. The field of view inside the helmet, as well as the windows of all auxiliary programs, are closed for unknown reasons. The power mechanism that originally would increase the strength of the whole body along with the movements has now become a shackle that blocks his movements. No response to any calls, not even sound coming through. After being trapped in a peaceful armed force with program paralysis, the dwarves later recalled that the situation was different from the description. Judging from experience, this is more like a peaceful weapon that is completely unable to move normally after the energy center is unplugged for maintenance. Thinking of this, Germain, who had escaped, quickly checked the energy center of peace arms placed at his shoulder and neck. When he reached out to lift the cover, his hand was burned by the hot cover and he flinched. Germain felt that something was wrong. The dwarves hurriedly found thick cloth, soaked it, and cooled the hot device. Speaking of which, Midi's machinery is naturally more durable than Earth's. In addition to the excellent natural materials, the magic patterns, whether carved or simply painted, will not be easily destroyed by water. The reason why we don't water directly is just because we don't have the right bucket on hand. Seeing the unsatisfactory results of the experiment, Lin turned to the young king and the Minister of War who came behind him, petted the cat and said, "I believe that you who are interested must have seen the potential of this weapon. But in reality, it is far from being used as a normal equipment. I have tested before that about 1 kilogram of green-eyed magic stone can be fired at full speed for about 20 seconds. Well, that's about it. Most people count the time from I to XX. 1 kilogram. After hearing this number, and using a high-grade green-eyed magic stone, Maxim Stash couldn't help but ask in shock. Your Excellency, are you sure this number is correct? I don't need to lie about this kind of thing. And haven't you seen it? There is a painful lesson right in front of you. Since you saw the peaceful armed forces, have you ever seen it unable to move? And I suspect this is the result of that machine gun exhausting the energy center of the peace arms. That also once said that the efficiency of using this weapon is too low. It must be familiar to both of you how many things can be done with the same weight of magic stone. Do you think it's worth exchanging those things for 20 seconds of machine gun fire? Well, didn't your excellency use the world tree to achieve continuous shooting? Ridden 3 asked. There is nothing wrong with that. But such forced extraction also causes damage to the world tree. Even if such a problem can be solved, it means that the deployment of this weapon cannot leave the world tree too far away, or build it at the same level. The energy pool used by the magic tower can also solve this problem, but it becomes a purely defensive weapon, without the flexibility to attack or change the layout. If you are not willing to build an energy pool, it means you want to use it to deal with the enemy. You must let the opponent attack within the range of the world tree. Is this really good? Yes. Is this really good? There is nothing wrong with weapons being very powerful, but they have more powerful limitations in use. And the price they have to pay makes it debatable whether it is worth it. Thinking of this, Maxim Stash's mind became much lighter. The value of Icarlo's green-eyed magic stone can equip a large group of elf soldiers. Even all the equipment and various expenses of an elite team cannot be used for that much money in a year. And Ridden 3, a young king, had no blind superstition about weapons. In the final analysis, he was so anxious because of the old elf next to him. When Maxim Stash's thoughts dimmed, he naturally would not be too positive. While the elf's original eagerness gradually faded, the dwarf's anger was just about to ignite. The human magician used a nonchalant attitude in his conversation with the elves, since there was no evasion and his voice was not deliberately lowered. Of course, every word reached the ears of the Silverbeard dwarves. I hope that after the thing is drained, it will be possible to recover, Lynn said with emotion. As long as the magic stone in the lost land is not drained or over-extracted, and left in use for a period of time, its power will gradually return to its original state. But once it is drained and turned into a white crystal with no power at all, it will stay like that for the rest of its life. I wonder if the energy center of the dwarf peaceful arms has the same characteristics. But such a soliloquy, in a moderate voice, directly aroused the anger of a certain dwarf. As if her sanity was broken, Marit spoke Silverbeard dwarf language in her high-octave voice, scolded Quiqua, and came over. Human, are you doing all this behind your back? Of course not. Dwarf, I told you the warning that these things might happen. Faced with the unceremonious attitude, Lynn still turned back. At the end, he whispered, although I only spoke once. You are lying. Fraud. When did you warn us? When you were preparing to start integrating the weapons system. I wanted to join, and I also mentioned some things to pay attention to. But you refused and didn't even care about my suggestions. I remember your original words were. Lin Yong, the silver-bearded dwarf, said, it has nothing to do with you. Human. The secret of peaceful arms is the supreme knowledge that you cannot understand. Don't think that you can control everything with a program. How it is made. You have no idea. Okay. I admit that you were right. I really can't build this thing. But I built that machine gun. And you are not willing to listen to my opinion. So what can I say? This is sophistry. Please wait a moment. Is the sophistry you just mentioned the meaning I understand? Or does it mean something else in your language? This problem is actually a situation Lin often encounters when communicating with the Silverbeard dwarves. This is the gap where two languages meet. And usually both parties will try to explain it with other words until they understand. But at this time Marit only thought it was a provocation. Put her hands on her hips, and continued to curse like a shrew. Maybe she couldn't win. Or she couldn't catch up with him. But when it came to swearing, she had never been afraid of anyone. As long as you find a topic, no matter whether it makes sense or not, just yell at it first and overwhelm the other person before speaking. Moreover, all the old and new grudges were told. And all the complaints about the trip were told in an extremely unpleasant way. At the beginning, someone can reply a few words. By the end, someone had nothing to say. Because the other party is just like the professional internet trolls on Earth. They get into trouble and say anything without thinking. There is no point in scolding people like this. If the internet world on Earth, or the forums of Lost World, could close the window and turn out to be out of sight, the world would be peaceful. But people were right next to me. Not only did I cover my ears to no avail, even when I tried to leave, I was pulled back and pointed at my nose and scolded. Germain wanted to intervene to dissuade him, but Marit kicked him, and he retreated. The young elf king wanted to persuade, but didn't know how to intervene. The veteran war minister chose to protect himself wisely, and not get involved in such nonsense. The two apprentices seemed a little embarrassed. Along the way, they had a good relationship with the female dwarf, but Marit seemed to have identified her teacher, and found fault with her in every way. I have tried to persuade him in normal times, but it seems to be of no use. Originally, Ethan was still smiling and watching the show, but the female dwarf's uncontrolled insults and the man's silence made her feel something was wrong. When she was about to come forward, she saw someone staggering. Suddenly his feet gave out, and he fell down. For a moment, the whole place was silent. Only Marit remained unforgiving even when she opened her mouth. And even when she fell down, she cursed her. The watching liches were also stunned. But Halumi and Kaya reacted the fastest. They ran to their teacher and helped someone up. The two girls pinched her, pushed her back, and used all kinds of strange and useless treatment methods. Then flashed and came to someone. With a sullen face, she looked coldly at the female dwarf, who didn't know that she was in danger. Marit was not afraid at all and choked. What? Are you the only one who can glare at people? Is it my fault that he has no reason and can't stand a few words from others? Do you think you will be afraid of me if you grow taller? Or will I be scared if my eyes widen? In fact, Germain had already come to hold his female companion, but he was slapped by Marit and fell to the ground. He couldn't even remember who he was. The unbearable lich just stretched out his hand and planned to solve all this. When suddenly, there was a strange laughter around him. The man who originally fainted stood up straight from the ground without any support. It looked very strange. He looked down at the female dwarf, who had no intention of shutting up, and smiled contemptuously. Just this smile once again aroused Marit's anger, and she spoke in all kinds of ways. The most common thing is, what? Is it amazing to be able to use your nostrils to look at people? A bastard without a seed? If I look at you for another 100 years, you will still look like this coward. You know what? He spoke, but his voice was different from before. Slightly sharper. And his tone was also different from before. When teaching children, I support the use of corporal punishment, but it depends on the target. If the other person cherishes your tenderness, then appropriate spanking can help the child understand the right, wrong and seriousness of the matter. There is nothing wrong with this. Of course, it's hard to control that level, and once you get over it, it's easy to exceed it, which is why most people object to it. But if the other person treats you as an enemy from the beginning, then the effect of corporal punishment will be almost useless. No matter how you beat or scold you, it will only make the other person hate you more deeply and will not make people reflect on their own mistakes. At this time, the best way is to destroy the other person's will and make the other person afraid of you, and then obey your words without any disobedience. So, if you don't want to be a human, just be a dog. Chapter 440 I am. What nonsense are you talking about? Marit wanted to continue squirting, but the man grabbed her head. He said, I want to think about how to play. Well, welcome to my infinite space, a 24-hour marathon of classic horror movies. Unfortunately, I am not the main god, and there will be no reward points or branch lines. It's dramatic, but you can experience it all, up close and real. Are you happy? The struggling female dwarf wanted to wave away someone's hand on her head, but before she could succeed, someone flicked his finger and opened up a small world in the night sky with him as the center and full of stars. Like a frightened bird, the lich flashed out of sight and left the scope of the night sky. But Marit's body went limp, and she fell to the ground. But the instigator still made a harsh and strange laugh. Germain ran over first, picked up Marit, and defended his partner. Brother, even if she offended you, just say a few words. Is this necessary? Why did she fall like this? What's wrong? Will he die? She's fine. She should be. As long as you don't scare yourself to death, you will be resurrected indefinitely no matter how many times you die inside. So don't worry. But I see the look of disbelief on your face. Instead of saying 1,000 words, why don't you experience it yourself? Go ahead and play around, and we'll talk about it if you have any questions. Just by saying that, without doing anything or reciting a spell, Germain fell directly into Marit's arms. Both of them were unconscious. Now everyone knows something is wrong without anyone having to say it clearly. The two girls jumped up, drew their sidearms, and looked at someone warily. Then also drew the magic gun from his back and pointed it at that man. Compared to instant magic, guns can attack as long as the trigger is pulled. So they became her first choice. But instead of shooting rashly, she stared at the person as if she wanted to penetrate him. Who are you? Oh, I look different. I'm Chui, hee. Yes, you can all see it. So it's boring to pretend. Come to think of it, I haven't thought about my name yet. It's pretty boring to have the same name as that guy. After muttering to himself, the man dusted his robe seriously. Standing sideways, he lowered his voice and said, I am fat. James is fat. Quack, quack, quack. At the end, his eyebrows twitched. After finishing the pretense, his persona collapsed and he smiled happily. Where are the others? Then asked calmly and coldly. It's not because he was about to burst a blood vessel in his brain, and he suffered a stroke before he died. In addition, there were people on the other end who wanted to talk to him about their concerns. So I came out to catch him. No. It was to take his place and teach these guys a lesson. No matter how small a child is, I am pampered at home. And I really think that I must be cared for wherever I go. The movie, The Castle of Evil, is a classic. I have thought about it more than once. If you were caught by the Lord God of infinite space, how would you survive in that world? It would be a shame to be in such a boring place. While someone was still talking, the two dwarves who were lying next to Germain, stacked up in strange postures, suddenly began to twitch as if they had been electrocuted. There was also a weird sound in the throat, like drowning. At the same time, a lot of blood marks suddenly appeared on Marit's face and hands, and some even oozed blood. Someone saw it and said curiously, This is actually happening again. This is the first time I have seen it. But it is also my first time to let people experience a movie up close. It shouldn't be like this. Are you going to die? You really can't help but have such a bad mouth. I thought you had some ability. He didn't care about the situation of the fallen dwarf at all and continued talking. It's really stupid to say it. The original version was still concerned about the friendship with those male dwarves, so it tolerated this tigress. I never thought about this little kid. If he doesn't fight for 3 days, he will have sex. Chihuahua. Forbearance? It's his fault to have a stroke. Hey, little girl, go get a bag. Put some money in it, and give it to these 4. A short guy will go back to where he came from. Give them a horse and a carriage, and take that piece of garbage back. In my hometown, this is what the bitch said. That's right. They're the ones who should treat the dregs that are only worthy of being returned to the furnace. Let's take them all away, and leave nothing behind. I'm not a garbage collector. After instructing the 2 dumbfounded girls, the man said to the 2 silver-bearded dwarves standing not far away, who were still awake, but didn't know what to do. Hey, you 2, pack your things and get ready to leave. When the time comes, the 2 dead kids will be thrown into the car and taken away together. Hey, don't be dissatisfied. If you leave now, you can still have some friendship. Symptoms. Leave a message on the forum. Maybe the original one will say a few words to you once he is in a good mood. Although he doesn't like to go to that kind of place. If he just leaves a message, he probably won't get a reply in 100 years. If you don't leave, I guess a few people will die next time. If you don't say anything about your friendship, no one will go home to mourn your family. It's not worth it. Let's go while we still have life and can move our legs. Teacher, isn't this good? Our teacher agreed to let Marit and the others go together. After a slight hesitation, Halloumi chose the same title to call the man in front of her. And make the last effort for your good sister. James smiled fatly and followed the rules. And said, Since you said so, let's stay. Then, he ordered Kaya. Girl, go and get a bag and put some money in it. Me. If you don't want to leave, then I'll leave. Teacher. Hey. What? The mountains don't turn and the roads don't turn. And the roads don't turn and people turn. This is the simplest truth. You want to go with the short guys. And I won't stop you. You are such adults. You don't need others to mess with you. Damn it. If you run away with a man one day, do you want me to catch him and beat him up? Or do you think you can stop me if I want to leave? Do you think you can just leave if you want to? Fine. Standing outside the night sky, said bitterly. You think that without my help? This man. James Fatty pointed at the face that belonged to him, but did not belong to him and smiled. If he wants to run away, can you catch him? This reminder, like a flash of light, awakened things that the Lich had never understood before. The randomness and suddenness of flash technique. So far she has not found a reference. But every time Lynn used the flash technique, she felt like she knew where the other person would appear. It's very easy to catch up with the opponent. Just follow the feeling. But where that feeling came from? She couldn't be sure until the person in front of her mentioned it. Why? Finn asked. I just heard the other party say in that hateful tone. The reason why I do this is because I can't stand the guy always acting indifferent and shrinking when something happens. So I want to find someone who can suppress him and bully him well. But now it seems that it is a mistake to make a profit or a loss. But I like watching movies. But I don't like acting. And I don't have the same personality as you. It's no use to me if I come out. And if I run away, you will never catch me. The words he spoke made a certain lich itch with hatred. He put the magic gun back on his waist, gestured at someone a few times, and said, Come out. I promise not to beat you to death. If you have the guts, come in. And we promise not to take your turn. Oh, no. You are a woman. And it is normal for you not to have the guts. Hee. Angry. Come out. Don't come out. Furious. Come out. A man. If you can't say it, don't say it. James Fatty slapped the back of the lich's head unceremoniously and turned to look at the kitten on the other side, who jumped away from someone when he fainted. Even after the starry sky unfolded, the calico kitten even jumped outside the scope of the night. One person and one cat made eye contact. The calico kitten immediately lowered its front body, slightly bent its hind legs, and stared at the person in front of it. Fatty James smiled contemptuously, squatted down and stretched out his hand and said, Good boy. Come here. Meow. The kitten took half a step back warily. Come here, and you can eat some sweets. The magic stone used to tease the cat was held in his hand again, seducing the kitten. Meow meow. The kitten took 2 more steps back, baring his teeth and humming. His vigilance remained undiminished. The person who lost his patience put away the magic stone without interest, bared his teeth and said, You thought it would be useful to take a few steps back. If you let me take action and catch it, I will send it to Taishang Laojuan's alchemy furnace first, refined for 77 and 49 days. Don't think that you can be refined into a pair of golden eyes, like Sun Monkey. I will change your name to James Slim and start losing weight tomorrow. Meow meow dot. Although most people couldn't understand it, the kitten changed its original attitude. He walked leisurely into the starry night that he had not dared to enter before, and rubbed someone's outstretched hand affectionately. This change directly shocked a lot of people's jaws, especially the elves who could see the incarnation of His Majesty. With that look, even domestic cats are not that docile. In particular, this man was not flattering or seductive, but his words were threatening, and His Majesty just licked her. Then he caught the man who was stroking the kitten and said directly, After all, this is not my territory, so get a chair and sit on it. Standing all the time will make you prone to varicose veins. Meow dot. The sandwalk kitten meowed, and then the ground rose up, and several tree roots stretched out, coiled up like a beach chair. Someone sat on it as soon as he could, and twisted around to find the most comfortable position to lie down, with his legs still resting on the unconscious dwarf. Suddenly the person flashed out of sight, and when he reappeared, he had a cup of refreshing spring water in his hand, which was a welcome relief from today's scorching heat. In the eyes of others, the human magician in front of him was extremely arrogant, but in the eyes of the lich, there are different ideas. The flashing technique just now was indeed different from the past. She had no sense of where the other party would appear, then calmed down and rethought everything in front of her. Chapter 441 Fellow Taoist invites you. In a dream, the man sitting on the top of the 5-story magic tower was admiring the all-too-familiar starry sky alone. What was quite rare was that when I came in, I didn't see Fatty and Chuji myself, nor did I see the silver-bearded dwarf guardian who had appeared here for some reason. It's true that I need to be quiet now. That kind of sarcastic conversation that will only make me angry is not what I need now. Are you too tolerant of that female dwarf? Maybe after we get out, we should resolve this matter. It's just that the feeling is different today, as if something is quite active. Even why he appeared here, someone was a little confused. It was not him who wanted to come in today. Suddenly a burst of familiar music sounded. The brisk flute sound is paired with the guzheng. Although I haven't heard it for more than 10 years, I still remember it deeply. It's just that the Dream Magic Tower also comes with its own BGM. How come I only found out today? This melodious music is not some classical music, or a song by an idol star, but the soundtrack of a certain puppet in the Pili Puppet Show. A specialty of Onigashima. Just why? Half god, half saint, half immortal, all Confucianism and all Taoism, all sage. He has thousands of true books in his mind, and masters half the world of civil and military affairs. He has white hair, a lotus crown, a hairpin, hooked eyebrows, and a little red cinnabar on his forehead. He has an elegant temperament. He has a black robe with yellow silk thread, a sword bag on his back, a whisk in his right hand, and a gold leaf in his left hand. The real-life version of Qingxiang Bailianza really used her early appearance, chanting a poem, slowly walking out of the starry sky and heading towards someone. At the moment, someone has only one thought. Although the clothes are in the early stage, fortunately the face is in the later stage. Otherwise, it is really hard for someone to imagine what the early round face will look like after it is transformed into a real person. The nickname of vegetarian flatbread is not given casually. Fellow Taoist invite you. Someone who is still in a fugue only knows ah. Su Huanjun showed a narrow expression, bowed again and said in greeting, previously, alas, fellow Taoist. Fellow Taoist is fine. Fellow Taoist is very good. Please, please. Lin said in a panic. Are you kidding me? Su actually said the word senior. The book will be finished tomorrow. Maybe he didn't mean these two words. But someone wouldn't dare to bet. Just such a fuss brought him back to his senses. And he couldn't understand why the person holding the golden leaf appeared in front of him again and again, although he had not appeared before. The golden leaf that floated into his hand to remind him also indicated his identity from a certain angle. Just why? It seems that fellow Taoist disciples don't quite believe me. What about this one? As he said that, Su Huanjun stepped aside. Another person walked out from the starry sky. The same poem was sung. The merits cover 3 parts of the country, and the name is the 8 formations. The stone in the river will not turn, and the regret will be swallowed up by Wu. The person who came was 8 feet long, with a face like a crowned jade, a long beard under his chin, wearing a kudzu scarf on his head, a crane cloak, and a feather fan in his hand. He looked like an immortal. The man emerged from the starry sky, walking seemingly slowly but actually very quickly, in the blink of an eye. He had landed on the top of the tower, looking graceful and graceful. He first bowed to Su Huanjun beside him and greeted him. Su Xian, Prime Minister. Su Huanjun returned the favor. The visitor bowed to someone who was in a daze. Tower Master. Stunned, Liangwan Su Xian came on stage and opened the way with a poem, which is the imitation of Yidong Shi. Could this be offensive to the Tower Master? Someone finally remembered to shake his head, but he was still dumbfounded. Perhaps the weight is not enough. What about this one? As he said this, the suave middle-aged scribe holding a feather fan stepped aside. A person appears in the starry sky, riding a strange object. The face is like a horse. The antlers are like a deer. The hooves are like an ox. And the tail is like a donkey. The 4 hooves are self-generating clouds. And they are carrying a fishing old man to kick. He sang loudly. Tia has fallen into the mortal world at this time, and he is like a grumbling savage with a white head. He has become old and clumsy several times, and has become angry after 3 times of experience in the world. The Feng River has not entered the dream of flying bears, and the Weishui River is known to have Ruilin world. He founded the emperor's career in the wind and clouds, and lived in Changchun for 800 years. An old man with white beard and white hair, with a fishing rod hanging straight on his back and a fish basket tied to his waist, sat sideways on the 4 different figures and walked on the clouds to the top of the tower. The old man got off his mount neatly and came to Lin with his hands raised in greeting. Old Jiangshang, I have met the Tower Master. Someone knelt down. Completely knelt down. When things go beyond a certain level of weirdness, the first possibility someone thinks of is that the other 2 are teasing the person. You can change at will in your dreams, regardless of appearance, style, clothing, or even gender. But there is one thing that cannot be done, and that is the clone. Regardless of whether it is a mirror clone or a clone that can behave differently, neither one of myself can do it in this dream. In other words, when Lin saw the 3rd person appear, he knew that it had nothing to do with the other 2. So these are the real things? No. 2 are dead people who only appear in history, and 1 is a puppet who is not even a living person and will appear in front of him. Whatever the reason, he knelt down. On the top of the Dream Magic Tower, there was an 8 Immortals table, with 4 people sitting on each side. In addition to Lin, there are 3 other people. Old, middle-aged, and young. There is a pot of fragrant tea on the table. This is Tiguanyin. A pot of good tea that someone drank before traveling through time. Of course, it won't be top-notch, because I have never drunk that kind of thing and can't imagine it. So naturally, there is no way to manifest it in this dream. As a little tea boy, Lin helped the 3 masters fill a cup and said at the same time, in other words, you are actually you. But you are not you either. Although it's a bit convoluted, it's not wrong to understand it this way. Existing in a Leia consciousness, shaping one's body in the shape of his heart, enjoying collective memory, but having unique personality. So you will not be limited to the era or subject matter, as long as everyone recognizes it. It makes sense. This is the Eastern Order. Does the West have to fight for the reasons for belief in people's incense? Of course. The so-called gods are not just what people imagine, shape, and explain. So I used to be a god and enjoy immortality on the list of gods. But I still have to go through it, and I will not be willing to die. It's hard to be a fairy. But it's hard to be a god. Jiang Zia blew it carefully, took a sip of hot tea, and said with emotion, look at this picture. There are 3 black lines on someone's forehead. He asked, is the romance of the gods true or false? The truth is also false. And the false is also true. It depends on whether you believe it or not. The old lady smiled kindly, and said what he said was the same as what he didn't say. But this reminded someone of his previous plan. And he whispered, this means that if I find a way to bring the world tree back to the earth, there is really a lot to be done. Shaking his feather fan gently, Zhuge Liang said, that's true. But this is also something we don't want the Tower Master to do. Do not wish? Why? Lin asked. Lu Boing killed the dragon 700 years ago, and Sun Wen changed the Yuan dynasty 100 years ago. The Tower Master wouldn't think that these things were pointless. Su Huanjun said with a smile. The decline of martial arts, the rise of science and technology, and the end of the Dharma era ushering in the earth. Are there people deliberately controlling it? Is this what you want? Why? But it's just a matter of time, and I gradually move towards this path. Then what's wrong with returning to a world like that? It's not like now, when the East is suppressed by the West everywhere. Jiang Zia shook his head and said, Master of the Tower, changing the dynasty is not a trivial matter. With such a huge change, have you ever thought about how much it would cost just to let the East overpower the West? According to you, the government and consortium will not okay. What about sects and clans? In my opinion, there is no difference. As for coexistence, it is even more ridiculous. How can 2 tigers compete with each other in one mountain? That's it. If both sides suffer, then who's to blame? Hearing this, Lin could only smile bitterly. Many fairy novels and Western superhero comics do not depict a world of unity, but more cruel competition. Speaking of which, how is it different from reality? It's like sailing against the current. If you don't advance, you will retreat. But this makes people even more confused. If that's the case, then why did I come to this world? It is change in the midst of change. Su Huanjun said, the evolution of the world will naturally be promoted by smart and talented people. However, if it lags for too long or stops moving forward, a little change is needed. So the Tower Master was exchanged here. Exchange? After hearing this key, Lin's eyes lit up and asked, who was exchanged back? Su Huanjun pinched her fingers and said like a treasure. In the distant past, there are Wang Meng of the New Dynasty and Lu Xiu of the Eastern Han Dynasty. In modern times in the West, there are Evers Presley and Stephen Jobs. If we want to talk about the famous figures in the modern East, it is Mao Zedong. Stop. I probably know who you want to say. So stop here. Otherwise this book will not be finished tomorrow, but will be harmonious. So, can I achieve great things like those people? Not really. The old, middle and young people shook their heads at the same time and shrugged regretfully. Zhuge Liang even said bluntly, everyone is destroyed, and everyone dies. There are only a few outstanding people in the world. After laughing, Su Huanjun said again, Master of the Tower, please do not belittle yourself. Among the many people who have exchanged, there are very few who can see us. Those who can find a promising way to return home are even rarer. Treat this person if you are such a person. We will naturally not hesitate to help you. On condition that we do things according to your ideas? No. Zhuge Liang waved his feather fan again and said, lend us your power. It's easy. But where does the power come from? If the plank road is not repaired, it will be difficult to get out of the river. In the same way, without the help of the World Tree, we can't. It's hard to sit here and talk about it. The Tower Master should think about how to fix it. This was quite clear. Lin Xiren was thinking about it in his heart. However, being able to come into contact with them at such a high level does not really make people feel at ease, but instead makes them more confused and troubled. Lin asked, "Is there really no limit to borrowing the power of the earth? Why do you think this kind of thing is unreliable?" Of course there is. Su Huanzhen pointed to the sky with her right hand and the ground with her left hand, and said, "Where the starry sky is, we will be there." Then Zhuge Liang and Jiang Taiyong also pointed to the sky and the ground, and said at the same time, "Then," more of the same actions, and words came from all directions. The sound rumbled, like a roaring wave or the roar of the earth. Under the starry sky, there are countless figures. Chapter 442, Awakening from a Big Dream. Who will wake up first from the big dream? Throughout my life, I know that I have enough sleep in the spring in the thatched cottage, and the sun is getting late outside the window. When he woke up, Lin stretched out and chanted the Zhuge demon's poem about waking up when he was in Longzhong in the accent of his hometown. What I saw and heard in the Dream Magic Tower was really like a dream. So confusing and unbelievable. But it also explained some things that I couldn't figure out before. Those weird things are actually not too difficult to understand. The philosophical classics of the ancient Xia kingdom, Western psychology, theology, Buddhism, and Taoism have actually explained those metaphysical things very well. But if the strength or ability has not reached a certain level, knowing is just knowing. And if you can't do it, you still can't do it. It's like when you are on Earth. You can always hear how extravagant the lives of those rich people are. There are all kinds of weird ways to play, as well as all kinds of luxurious food and clothing expenses. It's not that most people can't think of it, and it's not that they don't want to use it. But if they don't have the money, they can't afford it. Thinking about it this way, it turned out that I had reached such a height without even realizing it. Just as someone was thinking about it, the two apprentices noticed that their teacher seemed to have returned to his original state. It seems that the worries of the past few days can be put down today. The other one really can't afford to serve him, just because they wanted to get closer. Someone flashed and disappeared directly from their eyes. So suddenly, the two girls felt their noses sore and couldn't bear the tears. So they fell down, impatient to see the guy who calls himself James Fat, that is quite far away, doing her own research. But she will still pay attention to the movements on this side. When the girls were sobbing softly as if they were abandoned, she also noticed it and came behind them in an instant. Halumi and Kaya were turned around and hugged each other tightly, burying their faces in their bodies and crying. At the same time, Fen looked helplessly at the empty bed. The thought moved slightly, and the feeling of flashing the destination came back. After comforting the two girls, Fen flashed and followed. The first destination is at the tree crown. This location is quite high, far away from the small tree-shaped village built by the original Shenmue guards. The thick branches of the world tree make it quite stable when one stands on it without feeling any swaying. But this is also a place where the elves try not to get close. According to the elves who guard the world tree, people disappear from time to time here. If you are lucky, you will appear in another location after a while. If you are very lucky, nothing will happen. If you are not lucky, you may suffer trauma or even mental trauma. If you're really unlucky, it's not uncommon for you to never come back. Over time, this place became a restricted area for the elves. Fen has seen many places like this. In the past, when she encountered such a place, she had some vague ideas about dating. But she could never calm down and do some research. At that time, I would only think about how to use such terrain features to trap enemies that I couldn't deal with. Now it seems that this is the weakest point that belongs to the singularity of space and overlaps with different worlds. That man must have come here for his own research and for the illusory dream of returning home. His space theory, and the teleportation and other magical theories that he had been exposed to in the past, can almost be said to be two completely different paths. In terms of actual practice, I used to teach space magic, which required a lot of talent and luck. If you understand something, you will understand it. And if you can do it, you will do it. If you don't understand something, it will only be the same thing if you ponder it for a lifetime. But after the introduction of physics and mathematics, it seems to be different. No matter how difficult the problem is, you can get the answer with the help of mathematics. According to someone, Many physical theories have not made progress because they cannot find observable phenomena and cannot obtain correct data, leaving many theories on paper. A world tree is like a treasure house of physics, where various phenomena can be seen. There are even many phenomena that even that man cannot understand, which shows that there are many mysteries that can be explored. So someone is always mumbling that if you can go back and get a world tree, the Nobel Prize in Physics will definitely not be a problem. But the more the Lich followed someone's research, the more he felt that his wish was difficult to realize. Compared with ultra-long distance teleportation at the astronomical unit level, it is much easier to kill gods and so on. However, random thoughts are just random thoughts. And there is no trace of the person who should be here. Did he run away again? Following the feeling and flash tracing, then came to the heart of the world tree. Someone was staring at the huge, black and strange-shaped tree tumor in front of him. Next to it, squatting, was the calico-colored kitten, and then quietly swung his tail feebly. The king's guards guarding the door wanted to come in and ask the uninvited guests without permission to leave. But not everyone could enter the heart of the tree. It's pretty normal when you go in and no one is there. If you take a step or move your hand, it's normal for some parts to be missing from your body. Unless you carry something with you that can suppress the world tree, you will be blinded no matter how skilled you are. However, this restriction was not an obstacle to the two people who were proficient in the flash technique. Then walked leisurely into the hollow in the heart of the tree. This is not an artificially cut space, but the tidal energy of all dimensions collected by the world tree will be concentrated here, and converted into the 8 powers of the lost land through the strange tree tumor. The whole is because the ordinary tree body cannot bear the raging free energy and gradually shrinks. It is said that the more powerful the world tree is, the larger the hole in the heart of the tree will be. This wasn't the first time Finn came to a place like this, although it has been more than 1,000 years since the last time a tree was set on fire. The memory is still fresh, because the heart of the tree itself is a space with chaotic energy. It only needs a little introduction to break the fragile balance here, and this huge violent energy will swallow up the world tree itself. This is also the main reason why strangers should not approach the tree center area. As for the node suitable for setting fire, then glanced around and saw several places. I couldn't help but sigh in my heart. The last time I set fire to a tree, it could be said that I risked my life and tried my best to light a fire inside, and finally succeeded. Unlike now, when a few fireballs pass by, this world tree is finished. Is this another step forward? As if he sensed the intention of a certain lich, the kitten looked back and his hair suddenly exploded. Arching your back and letting out a high-pitched cry also attracts someone's attention. Lin Hui glanced at it and said, "You're here." He reached out to pick up the kitten with fried fur, and Lin stretched out his hand to comfort it. This means that Lottie is so weak that he is easy to bully. How could other high-ranking members of the Turtle Dove Alliance have allowed him to enter such a place and look around? "Yes, ruthless man. I'm here. Are you disappointed? Heartless? Disappointed?" A strange adjective. Lin innocently looked at the lich who was in a bad mood and asked, "What's wrong? Don't you know what you've done?" "I must have been unconscious for a few days," Lin said uncertainly. "Faint? You are in good spirits. It doesn't matter if you go around causing trouble. Even those bad old men are being blamed by you, and they are about to lie down in the coffin. If you are left unconscious for a few more days, I'm afraid everyone here will die. What's going on?" Someone was quite confused about the situation that a certain lich said. "James Fat. Who is this? James Bond? Agent 007. I remember I didn't tell you this. It's not an intelligence agent. It's you who calls yourself James Fat." This is nothing. However, Lin was excited and thought of a possibility. He whispered, "Could it be that fat guy who ran out? James is fat and looks like that guy." But he didn't think much about it. Shrugged and said indifferently, "Forget it. It has nothing to do with me. Next time you see him, if you feel uncomfortable, just kill him." Then frowned and said, "Wouldn't it matter to you if you hurt him? I'll probably be buried with him. But it's okay. I almost wanted to commit suicide against that guy, let alone the others. So if I die because of him, I will definitely not have any complaints." "Who is he?" "It's me too. A different me." After hearing no response for a long time, Lin looked up and noticed that Finn had a serious and puzzled look on his face. He laughed and talked about Freudian psychology, an area he had never mentioned before. It is a subject that I have learned a little bit about because of my interest. I don't understand it deeply, but it's more than enough to scare some people who don't understand. In fact, For a person like Finn who is familiar with the world, she understands many things, but she has not organized them systematically. It's like a layer of window paper. It breaks when you poke it. And some situations that you have never heard of or seen are not so difficult to understand with a little twist of your head. However, Finn only noticed one important point about this theory that someone casually mentioned. She said, "That is to say, the decision made by you is actually your idea and your decision. You can say that." However, he only paid attention to this point with the lich in front of him. Lin suddenly thought of saying, "You can say that." "Is it the fat man who made any decision?" He asked the 4 dwarves to leave and go back to their hometown. He also threatened your 2 apprentices and said that he would leave them. "Yes, I said so." "Regret?" "No, it can't be called regret, because it's not your decision. But you also said that he is also your decision. So should that be considered your decision? This is really confusing. Let me ask. Is it your decision? What do you think? Every party in the world will come to an end. If you get along, you will come. And if you don't get along, you will go. It will be of no benefit to anyone if they are forced to be together. Those dwarves just want to learn programming language. Now that they have entered the door, they will not ask anyone to leave at any time. Accident. I originally planned to handle this matter. But since the other person took care of it, so be it. What about your 2 apprentices? They are older and no longer need anyone to take care of them. It is normal for them to pursue their own lives and pursue their true love. It is like the chicks will always leave the nest. At that time, in addition to watching them leave, what else can I do if I say, I am doing this for your own good, and keep them by my side forever? I hate being treated like this. So I must at least be conscious and not treat people like this. The bottom line. What about me? Is this a trap question? Looking at the smiling lich, someone sighed. I never expected to win your favor. If there is anything that attracts you, it is probably the different world behind me. One day, those things are no longer new to you. So I guess I can't stop you. Is this what you said? The reason why you understand my loneliness, but don't want me to enter your world? Coward. Chapter 443 Harvest from Pied Jamie. In the end, the Silverbeard dwarves stayed shamelessly under Germain's pleas with snot and tears. And their attitude is not like that in the past. Germain himself is often startled and looks around in fright at the slightest movement. No longer like before. No matter how big or small. I don't care about anything except my own ideas and research. Mara did not dare to appear in front of anyone. It is said that she is usually quite normal. But from time to time, she will be so scared that she shrinks up like a quail, and is often incontinent. It seemed that this had left a lesion. After hearing this, Lin sighed and felt a little guilty. But that's just a glimpse. In fact, if this matter continues to develop according to its original trajectory, if it is not resolved properly, it will either kill the other person or drive the other person crazy. Many family tragedies erupt out of this kind of bottomless patience and constant push for an advantage, and then get out of control. As for the female dwarf, it seemed that she was just overly frightened for the time being, and her psychological shadow was still there, as long as it didn't continue to worsen. There would be no big problem. As for if it continues to get worse, let's talk about it later. At this time, I had to lament that a certain fat man was too cruel. Be cruel to yourself and be cruel to others. The attitudes of the 2 girls also changed slightly. At this time, they looked like little followers 10 years ago, staring at someone from behind, which made Lin extremely uncomfortable. After reading a few words, my eyes welled up with tears, and someone immediately retreated, leaving them alone. The lich still went its own way, but Lin still felt that something was different. I just can't describe it myself. To say that the attitude change is particularly obvious. It is the elves with the largest number of people. After the battle against the centaurs, they had a little more respect, in awe, but now they are all in awe. When seeing someone, all elves will step aside, lower their heads, and dare not look directly at someone. This made Lin curious about what the incarnation of Fat Mansion had done to make them afraid like this. With the arrival of various magic materials ordered by someone, there is also Valeria, the little princess of the elf kingdom. As soon as she appeared, she held in her arms the calico-colored kitten, which was strutting with its tail in the air, patrolling its territory. It's like holding a doll, refusing to let go for a moment. Lottie, who was caught, had a world-weary expression, as if the cat had no interest in life. Without Lottie's entanglement, the required materials were in hand, and the plan had already been drawn up. A group of people quickly completed the construction of various observation equipment. Especially diligent were the 4 silver-bearded dwarves. Although Germain wanted to stay shyly, Lin did not give a guarantee, because they were afraid of being driven away. They could only work harder if someone took the initiative to help. Lin wouldn't hold back and insist that he wouldn't touch anything anyone had touched. Maybe I had such a temper when I was in the 2nd grade of middle school. But these years of experience have long since smoothed my edges and corners. And there is no need for many things to be so tense. With the equipment at hand, and the experience of the last World Tree Wadwo, the true situation of the digitization of World Tree Lottie was quickly revealed to everyone. After getting Wadwo's consent, using the data before his promotion as Lottie's comparison standard, Lin reported to the elves, mainly the young King Jidon III, on the current status of the World Tree in the elf kingdom of Pia Jani. Although it had not been done for a long time, the briefing method from the Earth still shocked the natives of the Lost Land. The conclusion is simple: Lottie's condition is not suitable for promotion. The first is that the accumulated power reserve is insufficient. Then, there are various states of imbalance, with power being lost at any time. And this was deliberately caused by the previous elves. The places where it is lost are the various residences on the tree, and the rooms inside. The power lost from these world trees nourishes the elves living here, and becomes their daily accumulation of meditation and martial arts practice. This is also the reason why after becoming a member of the Kingdom's Shinmu Guards, progress in all aspects will be faster than that of other elves. In addition to World Tree's physical examination report, Lin also suggested that they make some long-term observation records. It's as if Wadwo still sends some data to someone who has left as a tracking indicator. At first, Lin thought these things had great uses. But after receiving the same data for a while, this idea faded. It is a very obvious fact that the other person is a plant, has a lifespan of thousands of years, and changes every day. However, Lin is also very interested in what these things that cannot be seen for a short period of time will be obtained after a long time. Anyway, I am just giving a suggestion. Whether the elves do it or not is their own business. If you do it, then 10 or 8 years later, it will be okay for you to take a look at it. The results obtained by someone during this research will be disclosed to the elves according to the previous agreement. But no paper documents or other records will be left behind. This was an agreement before the official launch of the observation. Lin probably also knew that this was an opportunity for the elves to find out the secret of the flash technique, because I have never hidden it. The source of the flash technique was inspired by Wadwo. In fact, the origin of all teleportation magic in the Lost Land comes from the mystery of the World Tree. And it is not just Lin's flash technique. Therefore, it is not surprising that the elves would exchange the secrets of the World Tree. In this regard, Lin truthfully presented his findings. First of all, after leaving World Tree Wadwo, I thought of some data that could be used in research, but I had not observed and recorded related phenomena before. This supplement can be said to be the main reason why he agreed to Laina Tidov's invitation to see their World Tree in the first place. The second is the observation record in the heart of the tree. This part is a completely new topic. Lin didn't know yet which ones were useful and which ones were not. So he recorded all the observed data and phenomena in order to prepare for emergencies, where these data can be used, in what aspects they may be useful, and how to calculate them specifically. Lin will report them to everyone without any reservation. It is said that among the elves attending the meeting, there are elf magicians and druids who are proficient in teleportation and space magic. But looking at the confused expressions of the people listening to the lecture, he knew that all his hard work on the performance was probably in vain. Of course, this is not all a one-man show. The only lich who could talk to him in this regard did not hide it, but openly raised his questions and assumptions, and the two of them discussed it in public. If only one person speaks and others don't understand, then they can still criticize the other person for talking nonsense. But if someone can have a smooth conversation with the other person, but not only can't he get in a conversation, but he can't even understand, what does that mean? However, the younger and more knowledgeable elves hoped that a certain human magician could explain it more clearly and answer all their doubts. However, the former demon king directly threw a magic stone over, which contained some basic teaching materials that had been published for a long time, covering various subjects. Finn said, "Let's understand these first. If you don't understand, ask those two." The two people named by the lich were the two human magic apprentices standing at the end. The young elf scholar wanted to get angry, but his tribesmen took him away. The movements are extremely simple, crude, and not elegant at all. Lin noticed it. Although he was puzzled, He did not stop the elves' internal behavior. This made him wonder again. What did that fat man do? That's why the elves are so scared. But apart from the unexpected incident involving the young elf scholar, the performance of the elf was actually under someone's control. The reason why he dared to reveal all his achievements in public was because he didn't think anyone would understand. Except for the Lich. This has nothing to do with the level of attainment. It's just that the two sides don't have a common language. And the gap is so big that they can't even find fault. This is like two German physics professors and American physics professors on Earth who only understand their native language chatting together, no matter how similar their knowledge in the professional field is. As long as they cannot communicate smoothly with each other in language. One party wants to understand the other. One side's words are like a fantasy. If the master of space magic in the Lost Land wants to understand someone's physics, mathematical formulas and various proper nouns without any foundation, it is better to expect them to be psychic. Just put Albert Einstein on him, and you will be enlightened in an instant. In response to this point, Minister of War Maximus Tash made another request, hoping that human magicians could personally explain this aspect of knowledge. And then someone refused without hesitation. What a joke. How can anyone be a matchmaker and also give birth to a son? Moreover, the people who are coming to learn are not children with excellent plasticity and strong thirst for knowledge, but a group of elf scholars with definite opinions. Some are druids, some are magicians, and some are generals leading armies. The common characteristic of these people is that they have high ambitions but low ambitions, and they approach learning with a questioning eye. How crazy do you have to be to think of teaching these people? Not to mention that a group of people are not pure intellectuals with no hands. Even if it's an academic discussion, it's normal for people to disagree even if they don't agree with each other, and see the real chapter on their fists. It would be fine if these elves practiced the teaching ceremony and sincerely sought advice from someone. But they just wanted the human magician to explain what they didn't understand. They even felt that the other party's attitude was mostly doubtful, and just ready to kick the ball out. It seems that they were very dissatisfied with the contents of the previous heavenly report. But there's enough going on here that Lin doesn't want to stay long at all. So after completing the original arrangements, I was ready to leave. The elves who followed the young king had no objection to someone's decision. They even cooperated very actively, with the attitude of sending away the god of plague. The elves who came to the World Tree territory later had many different ideas. There are even many people inside, who are the great druids in charge of the territory. They are very dissatisfied that only humans have mastered the knowledge of the World Tree. However, when they want to provoke, they will be blocked by the elves headed by the Minister of War. The elves, who had just experienced a civil war, were unwilling to hurt each other again and reduce the strength of the kingdom. Therefore, their attitude towards the group of people who were planning to leave seemed much more restrained. In the end, the group of people were sent away safely without any conflict. Chapter 444 The Silent Journey. If someone pays more attention and looks at this journey from a spectator's perspective, he will definitely find that this journey is quite quiet. The silver-bearded dwarves who were driving the carriage and following them mostly only communicated with their tribesmen, except for their daily routine of eating, drinking, sleeping, and eating. If you have any questions, just ask two magic apprentices for simple subject questions. For more advanced questions, or those related to P language, please directly ask the former Demon King. As for someone you can avoid meeting without meeting, Germain, who was only sent to that place for 30 minutes, would shudder just by seeing that person and subconsciously wanted to take a detour. It was hard for him to imagine how Marit, who hid in the car all day and only got out of the car to meet her physiological needs, could survive 24 hours a day. I still remember that when he entered that world, Germain was immediately impressed by the vast sea of stars and the steel ship he was in. Then came 30 minutes of endless nightmare. There were strange bugs that would jump at your face, little monsters that would come out of your chest, and monsters that were agile and more terrifying than any monster he had ever seen. In this way, a hunting game between man and beast was played in a limited space. The saddest thing is that he has no peaceful weapons, no electric spears, or even some weapons he is accustomed to using. I can't remember how many times I died. I only remember that the last scene was the moment when the mouthparts of the monster's growing body broke open my forehead. Germain swore that he would rather lose the opportunity to explore the steel ship forever than face such a monster again. This is what happened to me. What about Maritz? Germain was curious to compare his experiences with those of his companions, but regretted it when he asked. The female dwarf, whose whole body was shaking like a sieve, screamed and shrank into the corner of the carriage. not only frightened the other humans traveling with her, but also frightened her tribe. After all the hard work, Marit was able to calm down slightly, and Germain could only sigh helplessly. Did that one go too far? Or did Marit ask for it? To be fair, I am not as capable as anyone else. I tried my best to twitch the tiger's beard and got bitten. Of course, I can only blame myself for my lack of eyesight. Look at how many elves were taught how to be human in the past few days. The human magician didn't yell, let alone stretch his arms to hit people. He just threw it into his dark field filled with stars. Those who could still stand and walk out were all heroes. How many elves entered and then crawled from? With this ability, walking sideways is the way to go. Those scoundrels deserve to be provoked. That being said, that's what I think. When my position is that of the one being bullied, I won't get used to it. When did the silver-bearded dwarf have to look up to other people like this? Looking at the carriage in front, Germain had mixed feelings in his heart. In addition to the dwarves being cautious in their words and actions, the two girls are not as lively and active as before. Maybe Kai is quieter. And to put it bluntly, she's a bit sultry. But even Halloumi doesn't run around all day long, but follows her teacher's butt and stares at her. Which is a bit strange. When things get to the point where people are following you even when you poop, it becomes a bit creepy. When someone has to use flash magic to move 100 kilometers away in order to poop, so as to avoid someone admiring his squatting posture in the wild from behind. The whole situation seems to have escalated to an unimaginable level. When someone came back after being liberated and saw the eyes of the two girls red from crying, he suddenly felt bad. This is shit. Those who didn't know thought it was a funeral. Is this necessary? After giving two yellow-haired girls a slap in the face, they actually laughed. Was this caused by your fat self before? Someone just feels baffled. As for one person and one lich, they are focusing on their own affairs. Lin was digesting and sorting out the data obtained from Lottie. And as the research deepened, the awe that he had not thought of for a long time returned to him. The more you know, the more ignorant you feel. The more I study the phenomena observed from Lottie, the more I realize my lack of knowledge in physics and mathematics. Although in the dream, Su Huanjun, Zhuge Liang, and Jiang Zia all warned themselves not to do that. But Lin still wants to bring the world tree back to Earth, which must be a carnival for physicists. But considering that this is a world tree, how long will it take for it to sprout after planting? And how long will it take for it to grow enough to be used? This is really nerve-wracking. While someone was thinking about it, the lich was meditating. She used an idea that came to her from nowhere to build herself a magnetic levitation seat cushion, maintaining a certain height, moving as the carriage moved forward, completely ignoring the bumps on the road and the discomfort caused by the hard wooden boards. Originally, he had always thought about using springs or hydraulics to make vehicle shock absorbers. But the man who had never put it into practice was completely reduced to ashes. What is high-end? Look at this shock-absorbing method that even the Earth cannot do. Some people can only complain that this kind of thing that cannot be mass-produced and commercialized does not have any value. This is definitely not because the grapes are sour because they can't eat them. It's not because of the resentment after the carriage bumped hard and hurt my butt. I am very focused on my own research and don't have any envy or jealousy. The reason why such a thing was created is because Thun was in a state of meditation during this period, in order to avoid unnecessary interference and keep up with the movement of the carriage. A magnetic levitation meditation platform was built. After completing it, in addition to necessary physical needs, she even used meditation to replace sleep. But the meditation rituals performed by Lich now look quite different from those used by ordinary magicians and magic apprentices. If you want to accumulate magical power, you must at least include incense in your meditation ritual. If you want to pay attention, there will be more rules and more requirements. But Finn has not achieved any of them. If it is not for accumulating power, meditation can help the magician quickly restore his spirit and power to cope with the challenges he may face next. However, there are limits on the number of times that can be done in a day and the time for meditation. And this limit is limited by everyone's magical qualifications. Beyond the limit, good things may be turned into bad things, and even cause mental harm. This means that it is impossible for ordinary people to meditate like this Lich, except for eating, drinking, and defecating. And ever since the Lich was resurrected, Lin and her 3 masters and apprentices could be said to be inseparable from her. When did this former demon king start meditating so seriously? That's something I've never seen before. As the saying goes, if something goes wrong, there must be a demon. If you meditate so intensively, it would be a lie to say that others are not curious. However, During this period of time, the two girls, who were like bored melons and gourds, did not pester their elder sister with questions, and this certain person had a consistent attitude of being indifferent to the matter. During the meal, we had a casual chat and asked about these things. Then the lich gave a very magical answer, which immediately confused someone. Alright. If you don't understand something, you have to give up. Life is short and there are many things that you want to do, should do, and do. It's not worth pursuing knowledge that you don't understand, and that is useless. Just the knowledge of my family makes me feel dizzy and dizzy. Lich's hundreds of years of accumulated knowledge cannot be summed up by the word erudite. One of the more surprising aspects of this journey is that the elf sword dancer Lina Tidov, who had a fierce fight with him before, did not follow. She stayed in her own country and continued her unfinished military service. Originally, Lin thought that the Lich Club would just stay in the Elf Kingdom, but in the end they followed. This is knowledge about the Earth. She hasn't finished squeezing it out yet. So does that mean she doesn't plan to leave? In short, amid this strange silence and intense research, the group came to the once prosperous coastal commercial city in the western part of the lost continent, Storm Bay. Wherever sea or water transport thrives, it brings prosperity. This is the same whether it is in the lost world or on Earth. Storm Bay is such a prosperous city. However, due to various reasons, it eventually declined, and its status was replaced by another coastal city. Storm Bay was not originally called this name, and the old name is no longer known. And this place will prosper from a small fishing village, because it has a natural haven and abundant timber resources for shipbuilding. There are many reasons for the decline. From various historical data, Lin saw that the most speechless thing was that the advancement of shipbuilding technology indirectly led to the decline of Storm Bay. Because of the advancement of shipbuilding technology, the people of Lost Land could build larger ships with deeper drafts. And then, there was no more. Storm Bay faces the sea, and the advantages of a large ship with a deep draft and a small ship with a shallow draft are quite obvious. Although there is a natural haven and abundant timber resources, it is a shallow waterport. Today's mainstream seagoing ships in Midland berth inside Storm Bay. As soon as the tide goes out, they will basically all be stranded. Therefore, if those large ships want to stay in the Storm Bay, they must be connected by small boats. And then the large ships will park outside the sheltered bay. This inconvenience will certainly affect the development of business. Secondly, there is no powerful lord here. Agents of neighboring nobles, powerful chambers of commerce, and local snakes form the city's leadership. Even in the most prosperous era, with the power of one city, he defeated the countries that wanted to take the city into their hands. After that, countries that wanted to get a share of the commercial interests of Storm Bay used various methods, such as supporting agents, buying off, and alienating people to successfully divide the city's leadership. Eventually, the city descended into endless chaos. Various assassinations and street fires occurred one after another, virtually driving away people who just wanted a stable life. Finally, what replaces the status of Storm Bay is Tranquility Bay, the coastal city of the Vader Empire in the west of the Lost Continent. There are also natural havens and timber resources there. It still belongs to the territory of a Grand Duke, and the powerful Duke's Guard keeps the city's security very good. The most important thing is that it is a deep water bay, and any large ship can sail directly into it and anchor safely in the bay. However, the foundation of past prosperity still exists, and Storm Bay has not been brought back to its original shape. Some ships with shallow drafts traveling on inland rivers will come here to do business along the coastline. Lin Hui came to the city and also took a fancy to these ships. I want to take a smooth boat ride and go directly to the center of the Lost Land via the inland river. Traditionally, it is the most prosperous area of Lost Land. Chapter 445 Beach. Because I was born on an island, I am no stranger to the sea. The first thing that awakens that familiar memory is the smell of the wind. Some people say it's salty. Others say it's fishy. Of course, some top academic figures will come up with chemical formulas and say a lot of things that no one can understand and that are quite embarrassing. But someone didn't do that. He just took a deep breath and let it out heavily. While living in the Southwest Peninsula, he had never been to the beach, because the terrain of the Southwest Peninsula of Midi is quite unique. It is a basin surrounded by continuous mountains. The only external roads are the passes opened by the dwarves on the Doomsday Mountains, connecting the main areas of the Enchanted Continent. During the development of the Southwest Peninsula, bold adventurers crossed the mountains and confirmed that there was the sea on the other side, and there was no other new world to develop. This was confirmed again after the airship was built in Leon District. In other words, from a topographic point of view, the Southwest Peninsula is indeed the border area of the midi-continent. When the familiar sound of waves crashing on the shore echoes in the ears, someone actually has the illusion of returning home. He rarely pulled himself out of his research, stopped the carriage, and followed the familiar feeling out of the woods to the edge of the cliff, when the endless sea came into view. And the sound of the surging waves was like majestic music. Lin couldn't help but raise his hands high and roar. At this time, other people came behind and saw this vast and magnificent beauty. They were all so surprised that they were speechless. Although the two girls had heard their teachers and the adventurers coming and going say what the sea was like. But seeing it with your own eyes and listening to other people's descriptions are definitely different feelings. Needless to say, there is no need to mention the dwarves, who have lived underground all their lives. The first time they saw the sky, they were so scared that their legs went weak. So for a long time, the two female dwarves who left their hometown for the first time had to cover their heads with an umbrella or something to cover their heads, so that they could feel at ease. But after all, the sky is not a place that can be climbed casually. No matter how vast it is, it cannot be touched. The sea is different. The dwarves never thought that when the water reaches a certain level, it will be so churning and make a deafening roar. And it looks like it can swallow itself up at any time without leaving any residue. The lich, who rarely escapes from his meditative state, also comes to the edge of the cliff. Her temperament seemed to have changed. Just by standing over there, the rough sea waves seemed to calm down a lot. If the former lich was like a knife that had once been sharp, and her arrogant temperament that ruled over all things in the world was still there, but it had been somewhat damaged, it would be easy for her to arouse some men's desire to conquer. But now Finn has a bit more ethereal flavor. A bit more divinity? In the past, she gave people the feeling that strangers should not approach her. To be more precise, it's like using hostility as a defense, stabbing anyone who gets close at any time, which makes people feel unapproachable. Now she still gives people the feeling that no one should get close to her, but she makes those who get close feel ashamed and dare not blaspheme. Although Finn didn't say it explicitly, thinking about the secret of divine power that she had glimpsed a while ago, maybe she was transforming the power accumulated in her body. Lin had actually had this idea before, but he had no idea how to operate it. Maybe only by reaching the level of the lich can we get a glimpse of the door. Well, there is nothing to envy. Everyone has his own destiny. Fun, who noticed someone's gaze, said unexpectedly, "What are you looking at?" "Me. Big girl." I don't even know how to respond to these words. Someone had to touch his nose, retracted his head, and said, "It's okay. I have a stiff neck recently. My neck is a little sore." A well-informed lich will certainly not kneel down just because he sees the sea. Looking at a few spar sailing boats in the bay, she asked, "When you get here, what are your next steps?" "Looking for a boat to take us inland along the river. We can pass through the Vita Empire and go directly to the central region of Midland, the city of Beoglu, known as the Golden Town. This golden waterway will pass through many important places. Of course, there are also many historical cities. Taking a boat is the most relaxing journey. I almost fainted while riding in a horse-drawn carriage." There was silence for a moment, waiting for someone to answer the question. Someone who was pretending to be coquettish turned around and met Finn's eyes with a smirk. He could only pretend that nothing happened and continued. "If we want to go to the same place by land, we have to cross the entire Vader Empire. Most places in this country are not so friendly to strangers. Even if you use the identity of a magician, you may not be able to go everywhere. If you take the water route, even though it crosses the empire, the attitude of the commercial ports toward strangers will be much better than when the nobles see strangers in their own territory. So, this is the way to go. It's the easiest way. You don't want to have to explain the same thing to the local lord every time you go, and then beg for the right to pass." No matter what, the level of culture and knowledge in Midi is still close to the level of the European Middle Ages and the Renaissance before the Earth. Most people are still in a state of ignorance, and the lords of various places have great power over life and death. That kind of thing where nobles have to pay compensation for killing common people. The real situation is that a certain noble killed common people belonging to other nobles. Because the labor force in the opponent's territory was reduced, the nobles who suffered losses had to pay compensation. If the person who kills is one's own people, those who want to save face will fabricate some crimes to accuse them. And they will die if they don't want to die. Those who don't care about face will kill. And whoever wants to die must die. If it were in the Southwest Peninsula, where the organizational power of magicians was greater than that of any other country, and the local nobles did not have complete control over the territory. This was why travelers, adventurers, and mercenaries were running around. However, the people of the Vader Empire prefer to call themselves the Vader military state. From their self-proclaimed name, we can see the characteristics that this country is proud of. Don't mistakenly think that the character of a martial country's people is tolerant and generous. Their tolerance and generosity are based on the little kindness they can give out while eating their guests and enemies to death. If you don't follow their wishes, teach them how to be a good person every minute. In addition, they are an old and powerful country, and the lords of various places have different control over their territories than the aristocracy of the Southwest Peninsula. The most likely result of strangers intruding in their territory is to be accused of being a spy and thrown into jail for a period of time. If you are lucky enough, you will ask about it. Ask what the purpose of visiting other people's territory is, and then make a decision based on the situation. Maybe it would be a matter of losing some money, or more likely, it would be throwing him into a mine and being a slave for the rest of his life. It is not impossible for those who are unlucky to be forgotten and rot in prison. As for the magician, there really isn't enough to watch. It's okay if it's a small lord. Big lords will have some methods of dealing with special people. Some of them even extraordinary people have to deal with caution. Killing a few magicians is really not too difficult. Of course, regardless of how one should evaluate one's own strength or weakness, the lich next to him cannot be dealt with by an elite army. Even if a bunch of extraordinary beings come to attack you, you may not be able to get a good deal. But no matter what, I have to play the trick of Guangdong passing 5 levels and killing 6 generals, and fight a bloody path. Is there a better way to go? But do I have to commit evil? Have you ever thought about going to Tranquility Bay and looking for some larger, more stable boats? Speaking of which, this was not the first time for the group to take a boat ride. They had taken a short inland river voyage before. At that time, someone did some popular science on the pros and cons of various ship types. That trip was quite comfortable because I was willing to spend money. After the previous experience, then naturally raised such a question. From that more prosperous coastal city, find a more comfortable big boat. In response, Lin replied, "The Bay of Tranquility is on the other side of the river. If you want to go there directly to find a boat, you will have to walk for several more days. And you will also have to find a way to cross the river. It is better to go directly to the storm. In the bay, we can find a boat that can carry all our gear. If it is really bad, we can just change boats at the next anchorage point. By then, we will have entered the Golden Waterway, and there will be many more boats to choose from." With an explanation, Then didn't continue to find fault. As for the others, they simply did not dare to speak out, because it is not their turn to make decisions, and no one asks them for their opinions. The group of people got back on the carriage and drove along the winding mountain road toward the city in the fjord. As the distance continued to shorten, the familiar sound of the waves seemed to have changed in Lin's ears. The sound of lapping the shore is like a ghost's roar, sometimes high and sometimes low, sometimes far and sometimes near. There was an imperceptible fishy smell in the air. It was not the smell of sea breeze, but the smell of rotting corpses, or the smell of a battlefield that had just experienced a battle. What is particularly frightening is the indescribable sense of oppression. Whether it is someone's research or the lich's meditation, there is no way to proceed smoothly. Lin was also thinking about whether his original wishful thinking should be changed. When they arrived at the city gate of Storm Bay, this feeling became even stronger. Under normal circumstances, cities in Lost Land will hang the flag of the Lord or the flag of the ruling family of the city at the city gate to show who the owner of the city is. But the flags hanging on the head of Storm Bay City were not only faded and tattered, but some of them were even indistinguishable from their original coat of arms. The city gate was also deserted, and there were no soldiers guarding it, allowing people to come and go. Such a scene made someone seriously consider whether to go in. Kaya, who suddenly had sharp eyes and careful eyes, pointed to a corner of the city gate and said, "This is the mark of the Han in society." Everyone followed Kaya's instructions and looked over. 3 parallelograms connected to each other were drawn on the corners of the city gate. "Well, maybe we can find other ways to cross the river, and then go to Tranquility Bay to find a boat," Lin said, and the expressionless lich just said, "Go in." Well, in fact, they may not be people, you know, and the girl has suffered a loss at their hands. Isn't this just to advise us not to provoke these blind lunatics? Go in. Maybe. Then glared over with murderous eyes. With an attitude that cannot be questioned, someone gave in. Chapter 446 Han in Meeting. Dusk has arrived, and darkness is coming. The Devil King from thousands of years ago has been resurrected. You can only survive by throwing yourself into the darkness. The light has passed, and chaos has arisen. Corruption and greedy nobles have filled the world. And we are walking with you. Is the only chance to correct the world and eliminate all injustices. Dusk has arrived. Not long after entering the city, I heard the missionaries standing on the high platform and shouting loudly. A group of people who looked like the living dead and had lost hope stood under the high platform, numbly listening to the passionate shouting of the people on the stage. Even 2 carriages entered the city without attracting anyone's attention. The people walking staggeringly on the streets seemed to be indifferent to everything. It was even questionable whether their actions had a purpose. Seeing this scene, even the Lich, who was quite angry before entering the city, calmed down. There was a strangeness everywhere here, which made her dare not act rashly. Of course, it's not that they're afraid of causing trouble, killing people, or making things worse, but that they're afraid of alerting the enemy and scaring the target away. From the missionaries' words, it was basically certain that this group of people wanted to cause trouble under their own banner. What they think and do has nothing to do with them. Then just wants to find Big Rock Han, who was once his most trusted person, standing behind this group of people, and then pay the price for his betrayal. Lin looked at the Lich, who was usually harmless to humans and animals. But when she met her old subordinates, she lost all reason. All he can think about is how to torture the other party and make them understand the consequences of betraying him. Linku was quite speechless about this. I think the other party may be working on converting power into gods recently. If this person ignites the divine fire and condenses the divine personality, I am afraid that the name of the goddess of vengeance will not escape her. As far as someone's current understanding is concerned, there is really no concept of revenge among the gods of Lost Land. But the god of justice is responsible for this. She would have done such a big thing in the first place. Wasn't it because she wanted revenge and chased the old gods all over the world to kill them? Thousands of years have passed, and I thought that all the love and hatred related to her would have passed away with time. But I didn't expect that there were still some immortals who were her contemporaries who remained. As soon as he heard the news about those people, the Lich's eyes turned red, and he was ready to hunt them down. Thinking like this, someone has an idea. Why were those people like chickens waiting to be slaughtered? Why was a monkey sitting nearby and watching? She just said that she was not a monkey king. And that person was not a Tathagata Buddha. No matter how hard she ran, she could not escape from the palm of her hand. What exactly is the problem? If something unexpected happens in the future, will I also be hunted around the world like this? No. It could be worse. If you master the method of interstellar flash, you will be hunted by the whole universe. Thinking of this, Lin shuddered. Oh my god. This is a big deal. Just when someone was secretly complaining that he might not end well in the rest of his life, Alumi led everyone into a tavern. In addition to eating, I also wanted to find out information. The reason why she chose this place was that the girl saw the 3-feathered bird logo of the Ikaruga Alliance in the corner. After a group of 8 people sat down, Halloumi stacked 3 gold coins on the table. Not very neatly. The top one is leaning on the table. This is a symbol used by the Ikaruga Alliance when they communicate secretly and do not want to be publicized. Not long after, someone took the initiative to bring food, ale and water. After receiving 3 KIR at the same time, he sat down and said, "You generous guest, what can I do for you?" The waiter who served the meal smiled happily. Generally speaking, most people use a few coins, copper coins, for joint symbols. And some use silver coins for better ones. Who would use KIR? However, whether the other party is genuine or just happened to place the mark requires more screening. However, after he saw the necklace pendant of the 3-feathered bird with red background and black lines, he did not doubt it was her and changed his name to Sister. Brother, let me ask, what's wrong with this city? Isn't it so crowded by Tranquility Bay that it can't survive? Anyone who has a little knowledge of the relationship between these two cities will understand the love-hate entanglement between these two cities. That's why Halloumi asked. The waiter in question was quite familiar with the local situation. He said with a wry smile, "If there were just 2 cities competing, it would be impossible to end up in this situation." Han and Hui? Halloumi interrupted and mentioned a possibility. The waiter nodded cautiously, looked around, and then said, "About a year ago, Han and Hui, which had been spreading underground, appeared on the table uncharacteristically and had a dispute with the ruling family at the time. After that, there was a period of chaos. Various assassinations and fires occurred one after another. In the end, all the ruling families died, and even those who were still alive fled the city. Storm Bay completely became the possession of the Han in society, and then became what it is today. Well, no one stopped me. Us? To prevent the change of regional power? The Alliance does not have such a broad control. What's more, today's Storm Bay is only a small place in the Lost Land. With the development of strange sects, killing a few people is nothing. No one will take it seriously. The focus is here, and looking at the entire land. None of the powerful churches were killed by the mountains of corpses and bones. This is the news that came out a while ago, that we have several missing companions who may be Zhejiang. The damage was in their hands, so someone started investigating. The Turtle Dove Alliance is not a just organization. Strictly speaking, it is just a mutual aid association of a group of people. It is not ruled out that there are some people who are nosy. But in most cases, they will not interfere in the battles between nobles and churches, or the battle for the dominance of the city. This kind of power struggle cannot be stopped, even if innocent people are harmed. Halloumi understood the purpose of the alliance. She also understands that even if they don't intervene, the alliance still pays great attention to this aspect of intelligence in order to quickly respond to any unexpected situations. It is this part that Halloumi needs help from. Is there anything I should pay attention to about the Han in society? Also, do you know where their lair is? The Alliance's connector glanced up and down at Halloumi, as well as several people around her. Except for the dwarves, several human features are quite obvious. He said, Sister and your companions are magicians. The main force of the original Han in society are demon breakers. Please be careful. The main force of the original Han in society? What do you mean? Since they started to actively spread the doctrine and recruit new people. Many strong people have joined them, hoping to have a place in the future Dark Legion. There are all these strong people. But the first group of people are all he is a demon breaker. He is a strong man who can deal with magicians without using demon-breaking weapons. Oh, are you familiar with these people? Halloumi was curious, because she and Kaya once searched the forum for information related to the Han in society. But very little was useful. The waiter was stunned for a moment when he heard this, and then smiled and said, I have fought with this group of people a long time ago. Oh, it's not a real fight. But they committed some things, and I found some clues. It was just at that time I didn't go into it. I just paid attention. They did a lot of human sacrifices. But the ones who died were bastards who didn't deserve to live. Or some poor people who were tortured and couldn't help them. A good thing can be regarded as a good deed. On the one hand, they are also very ruthless in their actions. If someone hinders them, they don't mind treating those people as living sacrifices. So I didn't pursue it too deeply to avoid exposing myself. Oh, are they good people? Oh, it doesn't count. Just kill those people, and no one will investigate the factors behind it. It is the least harmful approach. Halloumi thought about it seriously, and it was indeed the case. If the people who died were the ones who had done all the bad things, and those people disappeared inexplicably, I'm afraid there would be more people celebrating than those who wanted to be held accountable. Even those people's companions. It is estimated that they will only focus on fighting for the vacant interests that no one has control over, rather than revenge. As for the so-called poor people, there is nothing wrong with them. Even if they are dead and disabled, no one will care about them. But Halloumi thought of another thing and asked, what do they want to do with human sacrifice? Does it have anything to do with the person they said was behind it? Jianhan? Also, who is Jianhan? Is it genuine? The waiter was not very impatient with Harumi's many questions. As a member of the Ikaruga Alliance, although mutual assistance is promoted within the Alliance, some things still require a cost. It is an unwritten rule within the Alliance to pay hard work to those who have information. Because of this, there is no rule about how much you should give. It all depends on personal preference. In front of him was the master who was directly given to Kier, and the waiter felt that he really deserved to be a master. If those poor warriors took out 3 copper coins, they would be the kind of bad money with too many impurities in it, which would be disgusting. Thinking of this, the waiter smiled and said, I don't know what the real purpose of human sacrifice is. The gods are all talking about it. Who can figure it out? But what they said is that it is used to resurrect their ancestors. Juyanin. Well, after all, according to historical records, that person is quite heroic. But I don't know if the giant Han and they say is genuine. Only people of his generation can confirm it. But the Demon King can. In this era of resurrection, it is not impossible to resurrect some of the former generals of the Dark Legion, or even revive the Dark Legion as a whole. The speaker has no intention. The listener has intention. Lin shuddered subconsciously after hearing such comments. He turned to look at the Lich. The former Demon King was not crazy or furious, but his face was so cold that it almost froze. Someone couldn't help but wonder, if the old Dark Army really revived, would this one pull up another army and fight against the opponent? No. I guess this time I have to fight through it several times single-handedly. Ordinary armies, or even elite armies, are no longer an unsolvable problem for this Lich. Just those 4 magic guns, with the power of the Lich, if they are fully fired, no matter how many troops there are, it will be a waste. As for how far she has evolved today compared to when she was resurrected, or even before her resurrection, someone's poor imagination cannot imagine it. Chapter 447 Big Rock Han. By the way, you haven't said where the Han and Society's lair is. Halloumi asked the same question again. You don't want to cause trouble for them, sister. After the waiter said something, he continued without going into details. If I had asked this question earlier, I would not be able to give you an exact answer. But now just go to Sanso Palace to find it. Sanssouci Palace? Where is it? Oh, that's the biggest house in the city. It was originally the house of one of the ruling families, the Medici family. I heard that all the people in that family were killed, and no one was spared. The core missionaries of the Han and Society, where they stationed themselves in the Palace of Worry not long ago, and also integrated the strong men who have taken refuge with them. It can be said that there are many strong people in the Palace of Worry now. So you must not get carried away and rush in there. So tell me, where was the base of Han in Gil before this? Then interjected and asked. The waiter, who was familiar with the world, could certainly see that Halloumi was not the one in charge among this group of people. Judging by his age, he might even be just an apprentice of the 2 magicians, although he was connected to him through the Ikaruga Alliance. The waiter did not only talk to Harumi, who was also a member of the Alliance, because he had an intuition that if he put on too much airs, he might die in an ugly way. There are not many good-tempered masters. So in response to the question posed by the magician, who was too beautiful to look at directly, he replied, I don't have the exact location of their lair before they settled in Sanssouci Palace. I only know roughly that it was in the mountains in the northeast. I heard that it was also the location of the tomb of Han the Rock. And what they tried their best to do was to resurrect their ancestor. It's just that they didn't expect that the Demon King would be resurrected in other places. Probably for this reason. They felt that the time had come, and they were ready to do something big. Speaking of this, someone who had been listening felt that it was very reasonable, since the last time he met the people from the Han in Society, and Fengyi showed obvious disgust towards the people behind them. Lin also had some knowledge of this person's origins, even though it was only recorded in history books. Han the Rock, the first person in the Dark Army of the former Demon King Tikal. After the Demon King was defeated by the Brave Group, a civil war broke out among the Dark Legion for power. After destroying nearly 10 legions, the once trusted guard's commander was eventually surrounded and suppressed by 4 other legions and died on the battlefield. This civil war between the Dark Legion is crucial to Lost Land. It can be said that without this war, Midi would have to delay for hundreds of years if it wanted to completely get rid of the control of the Dark Legion. And the country established by the Dark Legion might even continue to this day. But the reality is that the army that once belonged to the Demon King has been wiped out until no one is left. All the forces in the Lost Continent today were formerly rebel armies, or were countries established later. According to records and research, Big Rock Han's final battlefield was located in the west of the Lost Continent, in a plain area not far from Storm Bay, within the territory of the Vader Empire. It was the territory directly belonging to the Emperor. The reason why it was not in theft was because the place was so weird that no one wanted it, and no one lived there. Even though it looked like it could become a good grain-producing area. There are legends that in the past, most of the troops of the Dark Legion belong to the Undead tribe. As long as there is an opportunity, they will return from death and conquer Lost Land again. If it were on Earth, a feudal superstition would probably close the case. But this is a mysterious place. This kind of thing is not just a talk, but has actually happened several times in history. It's just that the resurrected undead forces are small groups of undead natural disasters, and have nothing to do with the Dark Army thousands of years ago. But since that kind of thing has happened, who can guarantee that it will not happen to this most powerful undead force in recorded history? Although many of the Dark Legion are not undead, Who can guarantee that they will not return in a new form? Perhaps what happened in Storm Bay has not been included in the documents of the leaders of the kingdoms and empires. But from the perspective of this member of the Turtle Dove Alliance, the waiter could conclude that something big was about to happen in Midland, or that it had already happened. But the impact had not yet expanded. He could no longer imagine how things would change in the future. Knowing that he would not get any more answers, then did not continue to ask, because the other party has no reason to hide it. Halloumi asked again about the current forces in Storm Bay. Basically, the three major guilds of adventurers, mercenaries, and thieves are still there. The Thieves Guild is made up of local cowards, so there is nothing wrong with equating it with the Han Guild. Although the first two are also behemoths in the mysterious land, they are fundamentally service organizations, and will not easily choose to fight against the local lords. From a practical point of view, if the local lord launches an attack on the two major guilds' headquarters, he must be confident. After the people from the two major guilds sent out couriers assuming that the couriers could successfully send out the message for help when the reinforcements gathered and arrived, their bones might be used to play drums. Therefore, when the lord is strong, it is very common for the resident personnel of the two major guilds to behave with their tail between their legs. As for Storm Bay, its urban vitality has been sucked away by another city, Tranquility Bay. The number of adventurers or mercenaries coming here has been greatly reduced, and the resident members of the two major guilds have also shrunk, which makes it even more difficult. It is difficult to resist the strength of Han and Hui. After understanding the general situation, Lin and his party moved into the second floor of this tavern at the suggestion of the waiter. All the valuables on the carriage were removed. The empty carriage was parked in a nearby open space, and the horses were sent to a trustworthy stable for care. The group discussed their next plan. There's nothing to say. Find the betrayer and let him die again. This time he will definitely be dead. Then stated the goal directly, the kind that could not be questioned. For Halloumi and Kaya, it was just the right time to end their previous grudges. They have not forgotten that according to their teacher, during the battle in the sewers, several members of the Han and society ran away. How can I swallow such a big loss without retaliate properly and deal with the other party? This kind of thinking is terrible, and it was led astray by their elder sister. Someone thought so. On the contrary, the four dwarves didn't want to deal with this matter. On the one hand, no one can say for certain whether Marit's condition is enough to go to the battlefield. Secondly, the peaceful armed forces are still useless now. Although the energy center shows signs of recovery, it cannot even meet the minimum standards for driving peaceful armed forces. So it is naturally impossible to wear it on the battlefield. The silver-bearded dwarves had nothing to do about this. The energy center of the peaceful arms is in short supply even in the dwarfs' Iron City. It can be said that the number of peaceful armed forces is limited by the number of energy centers and cannot be increased. And this thing is not difficult to make. And the design and principles are still kept in the dwarf's secret vault. The problem is that there are not enough supplies. According to Germain's description, in order to ignite an energy center, the magic power required in terms of the amount of magic stone would not be better than when Finn reshaped his body and ate an entire vein of magic stone. Even if the whole vein is not eaten, half of it cannot escape. The silver-bearded dwarf has never seen the energy center recover on its own after it is exhausted. Because in the past, if you ran out of money, you could just replace it. So there was no trouble. But today's silver-bearded dwarf doesn't have the confidence to do such a thing. But even if they don't want to interfere. So what? The attitude of a certain human magician was obvious. He was eager to get rid of the entanglement of the dwarves. To another lich, a few dwarves are like air, and are not in her eyes at all. If the silver-bearded dwarf wants to keep up with them, he must identify himself. When a fight like this happens, as they are warriors, if they don't stand in the way, it's possible that a few small-bodied magicians will get involved. The advantage of the Demon Breaker is that he can bring Master back to his original form, and all dialogues are purely based on physical strength. Magical assistance and the like can be eliminated once cast. So there is nothing to consider. As for someone who was caught on official business, it seems that it would be okay if he didn't go. Moreover, Lin's position for himself is very simple, which is to prevent the person next to him from losing control and running wild. If this lich goes crazy and engages in another dark age, I won't be able to withstand the torment of whether Mystery Land can withstand it. That kind of troublesome revenge is still going to be a big deal, and someone would rather commit suicide. As for staying out of the matter, looking at the lich who has entered an unreasonable state, if someone is not discerning, it is not surprising that this dissident will easily beat down the dissident. However, Several people who were discussing how to do it specifically did not have a good idea. If they rush in and kill people on sight, or knock them out when they see them. This is a good idea that they came up with after serious discussion. If you don't want to be dragged into the ditch by this group of people, someone still has to help with an idea. He doesn't say what he thinks first. Anyway, only he can do the preliminary work. Open the window and look around. After confirming the commanding heights of Storm Bay, he grabbed the evil satellite in his luggage and flashed it. When he returned to the tavern upstairs again, Lin had placed the evil satellite on the cliff wall that had overlooked the sea before coming to Storm Bay. With just a few operations, the aerial panoramic view of Storm Bay is displayed. There are also footprints of all pedestrian movements. Girl, go ask your brother to come up and identify which side is Sanso Palace. Halumi was stunned for a moment, and then said angrily, "This is cheating." Because she remembered her previous failed experiences, she tried her best in this discussion and summarized her previous experiences in order to win back the victory. Of course, this was not the first time that their teacher played the game of opening a map. However, in the past it was only used in underground mazes or inside buildings, and open terrain was only used as a map guide. She never thought it could be used in such a place. Magicians use this place to fight. Lin pointed to his head. You don't want to be so wild that you only have muscles and no ability to think. If you are still so brainless, you will encounter a bad situation again. Demons are still being bullied. You don't just think that being a demon breaker can only dispel other people's magic. Chapter 448 Advanced Surveillance Technology. A waiter in the tavern and a member of the Turtle Dove Alliance. His name is Yuzov Gontia, a native child of Storm Bay. After he became an adult, he traveled abroad for a while. And it was during that time that he hooked up with a few like-minded companions and was pulled into the Turtle Dove Alliance. His mother died young and his father returned to his hometown due to poor health and took over this tavern, relying on the savings from his travels. Even if the business of the tavern is poor, he can still survive more or less. And he can also help some members of the Alliance. As the meeting point of the Alliance, it was not forced by anyone, but he was willing to do it. So he drew the mark of the three-feathered bird on the corner of the wall. When did I get tired of being treated in secret? I erased the mark. Probably no one else would know my past identity except my allied brothers, who were familiar with me. But before he got tired of it, he got tired of the life in the tavern, coupled with the recent death of his father, and the fact that Storm Bay was in a state of chaos by the people of the Han Society. He had the idea of leaving, just waiting for an opportunity that he could not name. This feels wonderful. The reason why he didn't leave was because he felt that he still had something to do. So he stayed. This feeling had saved him several times in the past. So he would rather wait and see what the opportunity was. What he saw now, he believed, was the destined opportunity. An ally sister wishes she could point out the location of Sanssouci Palace. He thought he was going to draw a map of the city by himself. But when he came up to take a look, he realized that it was really just a matter of pointing it out by himself. A reduced panorama of Storm Bay, with people moving above. Every building, every inch of city wall, and every corner is so lifelike. No, that must be true. Because he could even see the rag-like flag swaying in the wind. How was this done? Yuzov said in amazement at this thing that completely subverted his outlook on life. In a word, magic. The principles behind it are very deep. Even if a formal magician comes to ask, I would have to talk a lot. So you might as well understand it simply and know that this is done by magic. Then, where's the Palace of Sanssouci? Lin explained in what he thought was the most approachable way, not knowing whether the things in front of him could be touched. Yuzov weighed his feet, bent slightly, stretched out his hands, pointed to a rather large group of buildings, and said, This is the scope of Sanssouci Palace. There are 5. It is a building with 3 courtyards in the front, middle and back. But it is a quite luxurious residence in the city. I am not sure where the important people of the Han and society live. But in the past, the most important members of the Medici family live there. In this building, Yuzov pointed to a 2-story gray-white building with a protruding spire in the center. Girl, Lin called out. This map that the 3 masters and apprentices were accustomed to playing has long been taken over by Kaya. Without explicit instructions, she knew what her teacher was thinking, and directly controlled the zoom of the map, focusing the panoramic view on Sanssouci Palace, making the overall scale much larger. Yuzov whistled in admiration. Not only could he zoom in on a specific area for what was in front of him, but he also noticed the moving human figures and could vaguely see their faces. The disadvantage is that there is no way to see what's going on inside the building. And of course you can't see the people inside. Lin was a little dissatisfied with this performance. Frowning, he said, "Expand the surveillance area to include the first row of houses outside Sanssouci Palace." Although she didn't understand her teacher's intention, Kaya still did it. However, she did not adjust the proportion of the real-life image. Instead, she controlled the first coffin, slightly expanded the scope of the real-life image, and included a surrounding circle of houses. Lin took one look and circled some people standing on the roofs of the outer houses and said, "This should be their lookout post. Record the range of their movement. Keep their walking footprints. And change the lookout post time for things they don't understand. The two girls will not question their teachers. At most, they will ask why. The dwarves wanted to question it, but thinking of someone's attitude, they shrank back. On the contrary, Yuzov's eyes lit up after hearing this, from what he saw in the real scene, and compared with his own past experience. The figures on the roof were most likely the secret sentry of Sanssouci Palace. It's just that most people move on the ground and subconsciously ignore the situation from above. If you look from top to bottom, these secret whistles can be seen clearly. But even so, even if the average person has such a perspective, they will have no relevant experience and ignore these threats on the rooftops. Then noticing these, and the man who could use this strange object in front of him, Yuzov Ganch's interest was aroused. Yes, teacher. Kaya didn't have so many psychological changes. She just followed the instructions, pulled out a small record board, and quickly wrote down the relevant information and her teacher's requirements. After catching the person on the roof, Lin looked around at the figures appearing on the windowsill. After confirming that there was no watcher on the windowsill, he looked inside Sanssouci Palace. Girl. Thermal imaging. After receiving the instruction, Kaya immediately changed the observation mode of the real scene. Infrared thermal imaging can distinguish between high and low temperatures, which cannot be blocked by the brick walls in the maze area. Suddenly, all living and moving people inside Sanssouci Palace are revealed. As for the shortcomings, it is that the face cannot be seen clearly. However, you can roughly determine whether the other person is male or female, and the size of the person based on their body temperature. Girl. Record the number of people and types. The procedures for making various statistics and targeting the crowd have been completed a long time ago. Therefore, Kaya only used those completed functions at this time, and quickly figured out the number of people inside the Sanssouci Palace. However, Lin has not issued other instructions for a long time. After thinking for a while, he said to Fin, "These observation modes of mine have not been used for the situation of the undead. What do you think your old subordinate will be like? Will he have a body temperature? Are there any other characteristics that can be observed?" Although she had not actually done any relevant research in the past, based on Lich's current understanding of creatures, she thought for a moment and then said, "That guy is a stitched corpse. When he is quiet and motionless, he is just like a dead person. But as long as there is activity and muscle bundles are contracting, there will be a difference in body temperature depending on the activity. This is because the body's circulation function does not exist. So there is no temperature regulation function." After pondering for a moment, Lin asked, "Girl, can you observe that there is a corpse or that the body temperature is different from normal people?" "No, teacher. Judging from the body temperature characteristics, there are no Homo sapiens species outside our records. The existing record samples actually include most of the races in the Lost Land. Only some very rare ones are missing, including the vast majority of humanoid creatures such as orcs and half-dragons." "What other creatures are there?" Lin asked about creatures other than humans. 14 creatures that look like dogs, 63 rats, not counting ordinary insects, and one suspected medium-sized monster. I heard that they have a thunder leopard. Maybe the monster you saw is that one. Well, does this count as sighting?" Yuzov added on the side. Kaya has recorded several operations, and probably all the information that can be recorded. She turned around and asked, "Teacher, do you want to scan the target with ultrasound?" "No. Demon breakers have a very keen sense of magic. That kind of large-scale active exploration may alert the snake. I won't consider this approach for the time being." After Lin pondered for a moment, he asked again, "Can you try to collect the sound?" "Still yes. How is the progress of your lip-reading project?" "The propagation of sound depends on the vibration of air. In other words, as long as you can observe the changes in the wind element, you can actually find a way to restore it into sound, or even further convert it into words, and keep it as a record." Lin had worked hard on this aspect of research during his time at the Tower of the Great Sage, especially for the hidden stakes hiding in the crowd and inciting the crowd's emotions, the relevant voice positioning and speech content. And as long as you speak, no matter how loud or loud your voice is, you can perform programmed restoration from these subtle signs. Someone will never admit that this is the result of the perverted gossiping and voyeuristic character in his heart. The way these things are expressed reminds someone of the feeling of watching a bunch of NPCs with dialogue boxes on their foreheads while playing video games on Earth. The advantage of textualizing dialogue is that it is easier to record and review than the original sound source. In the processing of this large amount of text content, the forum index-related program written by Kaya in the past can come in handy. She even wrote a triggering alarm mechanism. As long as certain nouns are mentioned, the relevant dialogue will be stored separately, and a prompt window will pop up in a prominent place. However, it seems that a lot of things have been done, but they only look high-end. And in fact, there is no real progress. Lin also knew that if he continued to monitor patiently, he would be able to find the target or relevant clues sooner or later. But he did not want to spend too much time here. The only reason the Lich stayed was to get rid of the traitor Big Rock Hand. With Lin's current strength and the use of flash technique, he can implement decapitation tactics. But only if there is sufficient intelligence support. If you don't even know where the head is, how can you talk about decapitation tactics? So he kept thinking about whether there was a faster way to determine the opponent's position. Well, girl, can you enlarge the faces of all the people you can see? The reason why I didn't mention the analysis is because the resolution of the original surveillance screen of the Arcane Eye series of MIDI is really not a problem. Although Kaya didn't understand the purpose of doing this, she still obeyed it. Enlarged human faces replaced the dialogue boxes and stood on the head of every walking figure. When Lin saw this, he said to Fin, "Look, is there anyone who looks similar to your old subordinate? What to do?" The Lich was equally puzzled. "If they look alike, maybe they are related. You didn't hear just now that the Han in society wants to resurrect their ancestors. If there is a blood relationship, maybe we can use traceability prophecy magic to find the person you're looking for. Then go over there, slap him, and call it a day." Chapter 449 Evil. TSK. 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 Tisk. Fin shook his head and said, "You have a wonderful idea. But that is impossible." "How is it impossible? Is it possible that you don't know prophecy magic?" "I can, although that's not the direction of my specialization. But it's useless anyway, because that guy can't have descendants." "Why? Did you castrate him?" Suddenly someone's heart was burning with gossip. No wonder the Lich was betrayed. "Unfortunately, no, but it's not much different. As I said, he is a stitched corpse. My earliest work, from the very beginning. Originally, he would only act under my control. Then inexplicably, he had his own in any case. I did not add the parts that ordinary people should have. So he will not have any sexual intercourse. Except for those who recognize relatives. It means recognizing the original owner of a certain part of that guy as an ancestor. Otherwise, a dead person will be a dead person, and there will definitely be no descendants. It turns out he is an evil dot. Evil. A very special branch of the undead in the Lost World. There is no theory of reincarnation of the soul in Lost Land. So there are still different opinions on the origin of the soul. After the death of some powerful creatures, their bodies may not necessarily rot. And the powerful bodies may even maintain a certain level of activity. When a certain opportunity is triggered, it is possible that this physical body will become conscious and live again. In the form of a dead person. This kind of dead person is born from death. And his behavior is naturally different from that of normal people. And he often causes great damage. This is why evil is directly classified as an evil creature. And strictly speaking, evil has nothing to do with the original soul of the body. Even if there are fragments of memories, they are just a certain sense of familiarity that remains in the body. The most common ones, who create evil, are all kinds of necromancers, who mainly play with corpses. If Nya is effectively controlled and guided, or taught, at the beginning of its awakening, Nya, a pure undead creature, will become a very good and loyal helper. If you really want to say it, it feels similar to the zombie in ancient Xia Kingdom legends. But if you come into contact with enough people and things, it is possible for you to be infected by evil habits, and have all kinds of emotions, desires, betrayal and calculations. Maybe that's why Fin was betrayed. But when she said these words, she wanted to emphasize that the sutured corpse named Big Rock Hand would not have any descendants. So naturally there was no way to trace any traces of his bloodline. Ah, I know this person. Yuzov, who had been watching the surveillance scene of Sanssouci Palace, suddenly said, "This is a wanted criminal wanted throughout the Vader Empire. A very vicious person. I heard that he killed several leading members of a certain noble group." It was his speech that made someone aware of the existence of this unrelated person. Lin was a little dumbfounded and said sarcastically, "Well, do you know that you have heard too many things that you shouldn't have heard? And are you mentally prepared to be killed and silenced?" Yuzov Gontia didn't take it seriously. He stood up straight and said with a respectful smile, "His Excellency, Tripwood Magician, has a good reputation that is widely spread among the Turtle Dove Alliance. He shouldn't be fighting and killing for such a trivial matter." Does this count as being given a good guy card by a man in another world? Why do I feel like I want to die? At this time, Thun was standing aside and said with great interest, "Oh, now that you have recognized us, don't you think you should be more worried? Your Excellency, Great Magician Fanny, are you referring to your former identity? Since you did not meet those people at the first time." "I don't need to worry too much. What's more, I have seen a lot of reasons for various reasons. The boss who ran away dangerously. But when they came back after all the hard work, they were killed by their trusted younger brother who was already in power. Instead of being killed by outsiders, he died at the hands of his own people. Think about it. It's also quite sad. If you really had some thoughts about the Dark Legion in the past, you would probably be worried about this issue. If it's true what you said, are you really not worried at all? If it is really the latter situation than I guessed, then I think a capable helper would be more valuable than keeping a secret that will be disclosed sooner or later." Then narrowed his eyes and said, "A capable helper? Who?" "Yuzov Gontia, a born treasure hunter, is here to serve you. I would like to be your follower, swear an oath to protect you, and be your sword and your shield for the rest of my life," he said. Yuzov lowered his head and knelt half on the ground. Lin was shocked when he saw this. Could this be the legendary scene where the tiger's body shakes and the younger brother comes to throw it? However, Fun, who was involved, was dismissive and said, "What a pity. I don't have the habit of accepting weak people like you as my subordinates." "Did you just reject it without even thinking about it?" Lin was surprised. What made someone even more unexpected was that the person in front of him was not discouraged. He directly changed his angle and said to Lin, "Yuzov Gontia, a born treasure hunter, is here to serve you. I am willing to become your excellency. As a follower, I swear an oath to protect you and become your sword and your shield forever." I said you didn't even change the lines. You just had someone copy and paste them. Okay. Do you dare to say that we, the great people who have traveled through the world, are only worthy of being others' backup tires? Lin, who thought this way, suddenly felt uninterested. He waved his hand and said, "Hide your smiling face. I don't think you have much sincerity. So you might as well get up and talk." "Oh, did I show it so obviously?" Yuzov immediately stood up and said with a wicked smile, "What do you want to do?" Lin asked. "I really want to help. Please don't doubt it." "Help with what?" Pointing to the surveillance scene of Sanssouci Palace where Kaya was taking notes. Yuzov said, "If you either want to seize power or want to destroy them, you have come up with such high-end magic. You will not come here to see it. Look, prepare to leave after that. If you want to cause trouble for the Han in society, there is absolutely no problem with it." This time it was Harumi who was confused and asked, "Why?" "No matter what. This is my hometown. Seeing that it has been ruined like this, I can't possibly have no ideas. Unfortunately, I can't make any waves by myself. I am also a partner in the alliance, and I have always ignored this kind of thing. Their idea is that there are so many unfair things in the world. Why should they interfere too much? Protecting your companions is enough. I also agree with this. But it may not happen when it happens to you. I can accept it, although I have the idea of leaving. I also hope to restore peace to this land before leaving, instead of being controlled by others. So I have been waiting for an opportunity and like-minded companions. Get up and prepare to make a big fuss, regardless of whether it is as I imagined. Please let me join. Anyway, I think no matter how bad it is, it won't be worse than it is now. So, please don't refuse my help. I am very good. Useful." Seeing the person in front of him trying so hard to sell himself, someone suddenly thought of himself when he was on Earth, during the job interview. However, Lin still asked curiously about the help Yuzov thought he could provide. For example, what kind of help? Pointing to the faces standing on the heads of a bunch of human figures in the surveillance scene, Yuzov said. I recognize many of the people here, including what they are good at and what they are not good at. Also, in your shrunk Sanssouci palace, there was no sign of anyone entering the palace. And I knew there was a tunnel leading to the interior. Although I did not enter the Sanso palace through that tunnel after the Han and Society's people moved in. There was no sign of anyone entering or exiting the tunnel exit. I believe that the group hasn't discovered this secret yet. Of course, there are some secrets inside Storm Bay that I know a little bit about. Yes. In terms of information, the more the better. So Lin did not refuse Yuzov's Google offer. And from the other party's point of view, it is only natural that he would want to help his hometown. Lin also asked Kaya and Yuzov to cooperate and make a list of the people he recognized. However, as a teacher, you have not forgotten to send a private message to the girl who is overly serious. Don't use the forum index as a killer in front of others. Lin still had reservations about this man. According to Hollywood movies, the helpers who come to your door are 9 times out of 10 undercover agents of the enemy. I can only secretly hope that the people here in MIDI have not taken advantage of those bloody screenwriters in Hollywood. After watching a group of people working around the three-dimensional image of Sanssouci Palace, and starting with Yuzov, discussing how to sneak into or storm Sanssouci Palace, even the dwarves, who were not interested at first, also participated in the discussion. Lin just watched without saying a word. Not to mention the Lich. From time to time, she would say something that no one else could do, but that only she could do. Like, force attack or something? Just walk in. There won't be any trouble. Yuzov mentioned all the ideas that Lin could think of. Although he has been trained in countless video games, it turns out that as long as he is given the same investigation platform and tools as the professionals in Midland, they can also make impeccable plans. Even better, when he realized that he had nothing to do if he continued to stay, Lin ran to rummage among the luggage and took out the arcane eye for cars. Someone's action certainly attracted the attention of others. When he giggled while holding the ruby as big as his fist, the 2 girls became nervous again. Halloumi grabbed the hem of her teacher's robe and asked, Teacher, where are you going? Me? I'm going to find someone's grave to burn incense and open a map. Although someone's answer was weird, at least everyone could understand the word grave. As for opening the map, this is also a commonly used term for this guy. Halloumi said hurriedly, Then I will go and help. You? If you want to keep up with me at your speed, you can practice for another 100 years. Just go back and don't make trouble. After saying that, someone flashed and disappeared from everyone's eyes. Sister. Teacher. Don't worry. If he dares not to come back, we will hunt him all over the world. Faced with the girl's complaint, Finn said that if someone heard it, it would definitely make them pee. Chapter 450 Looking for Clues. How much can a mobile arcane eye with an extreme detection range of 10 kilometers, combined with a violent combination of flashing techniques, accomplish in half a day? Answer, it is the territory of several nobles, big and small. This is to avoid missing areas. After all, the detection areas of each circle have a very serious overlapping phenomenon. Lin did not cross the limit range, so that the detection areas were only connected at the edges. Because this time it's not just about recording the map you've walked through, but about searching for something on the ground with a purpose. In order to avoid that the target we are looking for exists in the blind spot of detection, we can only use this stupid method that is half the result with twice the effort. While someone was lamenting the inefficiency, Yuzov Gantia, who was once a professional spy, began to doubt himself. As if he had lived like a dog for the first half of his life. He watched someone suddenly disappear. After going out for a walk and coming back, he used the same method as Sanssouci Palace to zoom out and restore the real terrain of the surrounding area, 100 kilometers, to his eyes. Even if the terrain direction is correct, there are many places that are dangerous areas that ordinary people cannot enter. Either there are ferocious monsters occupying it, or there are many rumors that people cannot come out after entering. But that's not all. After dinner, Lin began to process the captured real-life terrain map of the surrounding area. Because it was a method that had never been done before, he had to do everything from scratch. First, remove the tree as an object that occupies the largest amount of the surface. It's just that it's not that easy when actually dealing with it. Because at first, I could only remove one leaf after another. After only playing with 2 leaves, someone went crazy. Just kidding. If you look around, more than 90% of the area is covered with woods. And you can play with the leaves one by one for as long as you want. Try to see homogeneous things as a whole, and then remove them in one fell swoop. After working for a while, All the green objects on the real scene were removed as expected, leaving the tree body and branches. Well, at least that's progress. Once you have experience removing leaves, removing the tree becomes much easier, because in terms of quantity, the number of individual trees and the number of leaves are not on the same level. The latter can handle it, and there is no reason why the former will be stuck. And this operation process inexplicably reminds me of the time before traveling through the P-picture. It's a sigh of relief. After all the trees were cleared and the bare real scene was looked at, the troublesome part began. How to identify whether there are man-made structures on the ground with a radius of nearly 100 kilometers. Using human eyes is undoubtedly the most accurate, but also the least efficient method. What Lin thought of was to use machine learning methods for image recognition to identify. As for how to use images to identify man-made traces, it is a topic that has not been carried out yet. And of course, there is no accumulated data in this regard. Therefore, Lin could only make a rough identification based on the two conditions of abnormally flat planes and right angles. And the result was as expected. It was nothing. I have been thinking about several geophysical methods that can be used to detect information on the surface. There is a theory, but the specific implementation is unclear. Conclusion: non-undergraduate majors. If the scientific method doesn't work, then use magic to make up the numbers. Similar to some special materials on the Earth that emit magnetism or radiation. Some special materials in the lost Earth will automatically emit a certain proportion of power, especially various magic materials, and some that were very powerful in life. Corpse. Ordinary substances will not react to the detection of magical powers. Use this idea to change the way the real scene is presented, and quickly display all the abnormal points of magic power. And that number is more than imagined. It makes sense if you think about it carefully, because most of these abnormal points come from creatures or Warcraft. The image capture of the arcane eye is not limited to terrain features. It is normal for creatures to exist in real-life images. After thinking about it, Lin directly removed the power feature points existing on the ground. The rest is buried underground. But the source is quite powerful, and the power will shine through the surface and be observed. But these things don't seem to be of any use. Someone who realized that his progress was stuck crossed his chest with one hand and pinched his chin with the other hand, thinking deeply. Hey, big brother! Germain, who had been watching from the side, finally couldn't help but ask, "What are these colorful things you show?" After hearing the question from the silver-bearded dwarf, several people who had gathered around the Sensusi Palace to record and observe curiously turned their heads to look at the person working alone. Regarding the question, Lin subconsciously wanted to give a more correct answer, so he took out the original material database for comparison, pointed to a few places and answered, "This should be pyrite. This should be lapis lazuli. And this it may be some kind of mineral associated with metal or copper. As for the other ones, I don't know." "Brother, you mean this is a mine?" Germain's voice was an octave higher, and his eyes were shining. However, someone did not see the expression of the silver-bearded dwarf, and just said with a bit of resentment, "Yes. Judging from the scale of the area where the power is emitted, this is a useless mine. And it is not the location of the tomb we want to find. Unless the grave of the dead person is not a small tomb, but a whole mausoleum with a bunch of powerful magic weapon holders. Really, all the time spent on it is in vain." Someone's complaints are unimaginable to a silver-bearded dwarf who is used to living a life of limited resources. In my hometown, as long as I find a mine other than stone, it is a major event that can be celebrated for 7 days and 7 nights. Where could there be so much disdain? Hearing the same complaint in Uzaganch's ears also made him feel crushed. If the location of these mines is known to the noble lords, even if they drag a group of farmers with pitchforks, no matter how dangerous the destination is, greed will be enough to drive people to set fires while advancing to a location where the mines can be mined, and burying them in all the resources under the ground were excavated. Even if the person who knows is not a noble lord, with such information, he can still sell it for a good price. And such a place is actually near my hometown where I have lived for most of my life. During the hundreds of years of development in Storm Bay, no one discovered it, and a new visitor went out for a walk and found so many minerals in less than half a day. Yuzov felt like he was going crazy. But for a certain lich, whether it mines or not is not her concern either. Instead, it was someone's unseen operations that made her curious. She asked several technical questions in succession, and also put forward her own opinions and ideas. After opening the conversation, Thun remembered what happened before and couldn't help but ask, Why didn't you show this trick when you were at the World Tree? This way you don't have to sneak in by yourself. I think so too, Lin replied smoothly, just like he answered Finn's question before. I have tried it. But when observing the World Tree, what I see is a bunch of dimensional windows, or a blind spot without any images. As for the inside of the World Tree, not to mention all the set observation modes, none of them can function normally, and are completely blocked by the protective formations of the bark. Cannot you see? Yeah. I still can't figure out what exactly the arcane eyes observed. Lin, a little frustrated, simply closed the surrounding terrain map, walked behind the two girls and asked, You guys, is there anything gained here? Kaya shook her head in recognition. Harumi seemed to want to show off, but when she opened her mouth, she had nothing to say and could only lower her head in disappointment. When he couldn't get an answer, Lin didn't continue to ask. In front of the two girls, apart from the actual picture of Sensusi Palace and a bunch of human figures with people standing on their heads, there were a bunch of windows recording memos. Kaya also recorded different messages in different memos in different categories. Lin glanced at it for a few times, probably a little concerned, and asked, Have you found the original core members of the Han in society? Yes, teacher. After a few operations, Kaya not only highlighted specific characters in the real scene, but also displayed the information she learned from Yuzov in front of Lin. Pull out all the conversation records related to them and give them to me. Kaya followed the instructions and quickly pushed the window with several pages of records in front of Lin. But before he even started looking, he noticed the man born and raised in Storm Bay, shaking his head with a wry smile. Young man, what's wrong? Do you think we did something wrong? Isn't that right? No, Your Excellency. I just think that people like me will be useless in the future. Yuzov looked at the actual scene of Sensusi Palace lonelily, with an indescribable bitterness. For this person, who may be only slightly younger than himself, Lin still put on a mature look and said with a smile, Young man, don't belittle yourself. You see, this set seems to be very powerful. And in fact it is. But like this after all, intelligence collection is just a passive form, recording and waiting for the target to reveal it. But if you have been busy for a long time today, do you really get any useful information? This method is only suitable for long periods of time and is not so urgent. You can hide in the dark and take your time without being known. And the information collected may not be useful. If you have the skills to be a spy, it will still be useful for many things without taking the initiative. What useful information will be obtained, especially when the other party is tight-lipped? While comforting Yuzov, Lin also quickly browsed the records made by Kaya. The conversations between the core members of the Han and society were recorded in minute detail. But unfortunately, the progress in voice-to-text or lip reading has not yet been perfected, and the content of many conversations is confusing. It's like watching a foreign movie before time travel. But the subtitles turned out to be Google Translate. I obviously recognize the translated words, but when they are put together, I can't understand them. The greatest blessing among misfortunes is that if you have to guess, you can more or less understand the intention of the person you are talking to. Suddenly a piece of text fell into Lin's field of vision. He thought about what he meant, then suddenly clapped his hands and said, The opportunity is here. This is it. Seeing someone so excited, others naturally came over to see what happened. It's just that most people don't understand how a conversation about going on a long trip can become what someone calls an opportunity. Chapter 451 Plan to take the initiative. Although most people don't understand the conversation that excites someone, there are still people who understand it quickly. Yuzov's eyes lit up first, and he slightly understood the meaning of what the magician said to him before. Despite this, most people were still puzzled. Halumi asked, Teacher, this pandas, whether he can travel far away, what does it have to do with us? As a core member of the Han and society, one of them, the conversations between the two do not use their real names, but pseudonyms. And according to what Finn said, those fake names were all the original names of the Dark Legion. In other words, this small organization and a group of people want to replace the entire Dark Legion. For an apprentice who is not enlightened, someone would like to use a drill to make a hole in her head. However, someone who thought he had a good temper still endured and explained, Everything we are doing now is just collecting intelligence passively. The advantage is that hiding in the dark can prevent the other party from being wary. But sometimes we need to cooperate and take the initiative. Pry open other people's mouths and get the information we want. But the prerequisite for this is that our existence will not be exposed for the time being. Whoever is more or less will arouse their vigilance. But what if someone takes the initiative to leave at this time? With a rhetorical question. Everyone instantly understood the intention behind it. Kaya quickly found a few key words from the conversation. The destination of Pilsen City will be accompanied by a team of guards early tomorrow morning. The purpose of which seems to be to investigate the murder of a high-ranking priest, Halloumi, who originally controlled the real-life map and expanded its coverage to include the entire Storm Bay, and even expanded it further to include the surrounding terrain and roads. Was stunned after hearing Kaya's report. He stopped what he was doing, looked up and asked, "Is this something related to us?" "Well, probably. Unless they are so weak that they lost their manpower twice there. But how long has it been before they think of investigating now? Are they too confident and think that others will just wait for them to come to them? Or are they? Is there another way to track us?" Lin said. But he still changed the subject, regardless of the group's intentions, and said directly, "We cannot fully grasp the situation in Storm Bay City, so it would be more appropriate to set the interception point outside the city. Then, there are several ways to Pilsen City from here. Is there a way to go?" Maybe his programming skills are not as good as Kaya's, but Halloumi is also quite skilled in controlling the map. She quickly pulled out a map between Storm Bay and Pilsen City, and marked all the roads connecting the two. After taking a look, Lin said, "The roads are concentrated at the end of Storm Bay. It is impossible for us to run to Pilsen City to intercept him." Ignoring Yuzov, who was stunned by this fancy operation, the map controlled by Halloumi shrank again. Lin looked at the several routes extending from Storm Bay. The one starting from the south of the city was actually the road he took to Storm Bay. Just go directly to Pilsen City. There is no need to deliberately take a detour through the Elf Kingdom, starting from the east or north of the city. It is actually just a big circle. No matter what, the other party will pass by the forest road on the cliff. Although there are many options for paths in the forest, the range is much smaller for those who plan to intercept the opponent. Lin watched for a while, and stopped worrying about how the other party would go. Instead, he asked, "Can you confirm how many guards they will have?" Kaya repeatedly read the conversation about traveling, and shook her head. Lin then gave another instruction and said, "Search everyone's conversation content. Keywords, pandas, guard." "Yes." Although the girl with black hair and brown skin had the same expressionless face, there was a hint of excitement in her voice. She quickly brought up a conversation, which mentioned that she would serve as a guard for pandas, a core member of the Han Society, and the speaker said that he would bring his trusted companions and travel on horseback. Based on the person she spoke to and the face Yuzov recognized, Kaya quickly compiled a list of a 6-person team. This is a group of robbers who are notorious in nearby towns and have committed many heinous crimes. What's even more frightening is that the people who die in their hands rarely remain intact. It's not difficult to imagine what kind of cruel abuse those people suffered during their lifetimes. To deal with such an opponent, a group of people certainly don't have any psychological burden. They can just fight to death. However, Lin arranged everyone first and said, "For tomorrow's affairs, Kaya will stay behind to monitor the other party's movements and report back at any time. The rest will go to this part of the woods to ambush." As he spoke, Lin pointed to the map, in a corner of the woods. "The rest, well, we'll talk about it later." "Ah, that's it?" Yuzov asked in astonishment. "Shouldn't we plan how to attack and what tactics to use?" "Yes, that's good." Lin yawned loudly and said, "The tacit cooperation between us is not enough. No matter how we arrange our tactics, we may not be able to cope with emergencies. If we really want to say it, it will be at least everyone has one person to deal with them. Use their best skills to kill the opponent as soon as possible, and the rest is to adapt to circumstances. Then, do you still need help? I can help. And I can also find some more people to help." Yuzov asked casually. "No. The more people there are, the easier it is for unpredictable changes to occur. If you are willing to help, you can be alone." With that, Lin stood up and prepared to walk out. Seeing this, Yuzov also stood up and asked, "Your Excellency, are you now?" Yawning again, Lin said, "I've had a lot of trouble during the day, so I'm going to sleep. I have to fight people early tomorrow morning. It's not good to lose energy. This has something to do with my own life." What he didn't say out loud. The second half of the sentence is, if you are not in good spirits, even if you are not killed by the opponent, you may escape because of a mistake and be killed by the angry lich. Besides, although the flash technique seems to be cost-effective, it still needs to be kept in midair. After a certain period of detection by the arcane eye, The next moving location is selected. These are not done by program judgment, but are completely controlled by the human brain. Every time it flashes, it will take at least nearly a minute for the arcane eye to complete the preliminary scan. The time spent in these fragments is all about patience. Someone suddenly remembered his second grade self. Where did he get the patience to practice in a video game RPG and have to reach level 99? Yawning again, Lin ran to the empty bed in the next room. As soon as he fell down, he fell asleep until he was unconscious. A certain person who was the backbone left first, and the rest of course went to sleep. As the man said, there is still work to be done tomorrow morning. However, the two girls consciously took charge of the vigil, because Kaya would stay behind tomorrow and would not have to go out to fight. Therefore, Halumi will stay for the rest of the night, and then Kaya will stay for the rest of the night. At the same time, they will monitor the target person and have made some necessary arrangements. And late at night, the tavern owner Yuzov Gantia had just finished writing a long letter in his room, and sent it to the forum through the same email system created by the forum, but less used by people, his former comrades. What I saw and heard today proves that the one created more than just the things that are made public. If any one of them is taken out, it may be a big killer weapon that can shake the whole world. It happened that such a man followed the Demon King. In this situation, to say that everyone can feel at ease is just self-deception. Therefore, he felt the need to supervise all of this. Even if it happened, he would not be able to stop it. But at least someone would be able to warn him first. The price is that you only have to sacrifice one person, which is quite a bargain. Looking at the starry sky outside the window, Yuzov smiled. That man didn't expect that the things he created were, to some extent, a weapon for spying on himself. Really? Is that so? Kaya, who had just taken over her shift, was sitting in a room showing a zoomed-out scene of Sanssouci Palace, and realized that the coffin had intercepted an abnormal packet sent from a short distance. Without thinking, she opened it, took a look at it, made a copy, and forwarded the packet. Everything is as if it never happened, except for the copy of the email that is stored in a specific folder in the folder. Early in the morning, the group arrived at the planned ambush location early, but there was no sense of nervousness. If not for everyone being heavily armed, one would have thought that this group of people were just here for an outing. The four silver-bearded dwarves currently don't have, or may never be able to use peaceful weapons, so they are now traveling lightly. A piece of chain mail, a small buckler, a horn helmet, and a hammer suitable for striking both iron and nin. After all, when traveling, you can't be too particular about many things. Being able to use something for multiple purposes is the best choice. So the dwarves chose a hammer that was handy. Halumi is a short shirt and breeches, not a magician's robe. Her golden neck-length hair is tied into a ponytail, and a long whip made of twisted world tree vines hangs around her waist. She also selected some stones suitable for throwing with a sling, and put them in the waist pouch on the other side. Although the sling is also made of world tree material, it has the additional effect of automatically replenishing magic stone bullets. But according to my teacher, it has some functions. If it is not necessary, don't show it in front of others easily. It can be used as a trump card in the future. It's just that the man who said this kind of thing always exposed new technologies in front of others, which made the girls hate him. Yuzov Gantia put on equipment that had not been used for a long time, but was still well maintained. Leather armor, wrist guards, a pair of very flexible and silent boots, a short sword, and an armed crossbow are all made of exquisite craftsmanship and high-quality materials. And each piece has a magical effect attached to it. Just with such a wealth, I don't know how many soldiers and thieves would die from envy. And these things are not just fancy, but actually useful and companions who have accompanied Yuzov through life and death many times. However, compared to Master F.A., this is not considered poor. So what does it mean to be poor? Chapter 452 Ambush. Thun's robe is woven from silk spun by a special kind of magic silkworm. The manpower and material resources required are unimaginable to those who have never been exposed to it. Just such a thing can cost someone several months of income during the Tower of the Great Sage era. To this day, Lin still complains from time to time. Why do you make such a floor-length robe? One-piece mini-skirts are not very good. They are half the price and can be found. And the ones that reveal long legs are eye-catching. Only those who know the truth can see the ship-cutting knife on Nathan's back and the machete on the waist. Even the dullest person can feel that the weapon itself exudes a frightening aura of power. It all shows one fact: I am hacking deadly. However, Thun did not bring the magic gun that was about to become a regular weapon. Maybe he thought it was better to use a knife to relieve his anger. But he didn't feel anything at all with a gun. In comparison, Halloumi stuck her imitation PPK magic gun on the holster of her ankle as a secret weapon. The last experience taught her a lesson, and she understood that it was difficult to travel all over the world with just one move. So she carefully thought about strategies and methods to deal with various situations. The magic gun, which was not favored by girls because of its abnormal energy consumption, became the final means to save her life. Although my teacher emphasized this requirement in the past, my feelings were not that strong until that failure. As for someone, he was leaning lazily on a tree trunk. He didn't bring any exaggerated equipment, and even his robe was just ordinary linen that felt cooler. He was playing with a flying knife in his hand. It was slightly smaller than a palm, with a short and thin handle. The center of gravity was entirely on the central axis of the front end. It could be regarded as a masterpiece of MIDI craftsmanship. Not far away, a rabbit ran out of the grass. Looking at someone with red eyes reminded Lin of the scene when he first arrived in the Lost Land, when he was extremely hungry and was caught by a rabbit. As a modern person, it is normal to be indifferent to small animals larger than cockroaches. But being knocked down by a herbivorous rabbit is still unimaginable. If the old magician Charlie Richard hadn't saved him, as a time traveler, he would have died on the roadside before he could become powerful. Throwing the flying knife into the sky, the rabbit he noticed seemed to be making a mocking expression, laughing at the fact that the throwing knife shot randomly by someone was not threatening at all. The next moment, the flying knife appeared in front of the rabbit. The blade, which had reached its peak speed, penetrated directly from the eyeball, killing the rabbit with one knife. In another flash, Ling came to the rabbit, picked up his prey, and inspected it. Supporting tactics based on flash technique was actually something he had been thinking about. Although it is very simple to directly use the extra-dimensional exile technique, this magic has an uncontrollable hidden danger. That is, there is no guarantee that the exiled people and things will never come back. Although the probability is slim, it is not zero. If the exiled people are lucky enough to come back, and unpredictable changes occur due to high-dimensional pollution, it will always be a trouble. And it may become an uncontrollable trouble. Therefore, Lin defines the extra-dimensional exile technique as the last resort when there is no other means in an emergency situation. It's impossible to disable it. Your life will be at risk. Who can control the consequences? It's just that the various routines designed around the flash technique always make someone feel that there is still a layer of membrane that has not been broken through and cannot be truly useful. Flash seems very convenient, but it is not like DC Flash's speed force after all. Under the formula power of F equals ma, let's not discuss how hard Barry Allen's bones must be to allow him to punch and hurt people without being hurt by the reaction force under the speed force. The flash technique just keeps the object in its original state and appears in another location. There will be no bonus during the flashing process. If the pollution from higher dimensions can also be counted. In other words, if the object itself does not have acceleration, there will be no so-called force, and it will naturally not be able to cause any harm. Lin actually tried it, using the flash technique to teleport the sword into the creature's body. But in the first time, it will not cause any harm to the living creatures. It was like having a foreign object in the body, without any sense of disobedience. Until the creature starts to move, the hard sword in the body will not change position with the moving body and internal organs. On the contrary, its sharp blade will cut through all the flesh that comes to the edge, and only then will the damage begin. And this process is quite painful and cruel, compared with the torture of Ling Qi in ancient Xia Kingdom. It was even worse. Lin only tried this once. After dissecting the unfortunate experimental animal and seeing the messy internal organs, this method was permanently sealed by him. Killing people can only be done with a nod of the head, and there is no deep grudge to destroy the family. So it is better not to play like this. Today's flying knife experiment can be regarded as his latest attempt. The previous method was to flash to the blind spot of the enemy's sight, and then use weapons to stab or chop. The entire attack process is 3 steps: flashing, using the weapon, and causing damage, instead of causing damage directly after flashing. The bad thing is that there is also a link to using weapons. Although running to the blind spot of the enemy's sight can bring about unexpected effects. For a real master, the time it takes for him, a halfway monk to become a magician, to travel through the crowd and swing a sword, enough to kill yourself 10 times. As for the gameplay of this flying knife, it looks pretty good. At least the suddenness and destructive power are enough. so there is no problem in dealing with a rabbit. Well, it looks like there's a long way to go. Teacher, the weasel has come out of the hole, Halloumi, who had been turning on the water mirror screen, suddenly said. Everyone immediately guessed that this was the latest news from Kaya, who was left behind. Lin walked slowly to the bonfire where breakfast was being cooked. He didn't mean to hide anything. Instead, he slowly skinned the rabbit, bled it, and asked, "Where did you go?" "Well, we just left the south of the city." "Understood. Pay attention to their direction and path, and report back at any time." As soon as she got the news, Halloumi started to prepare to clean up. She looked at her teacher in confusion and asked, "Teacher, aren't you going to hide and ambush the other party?" "Yes, you hid. But the other party doesn't go this way. What are you going to do?" When asked like this, the people who were preparing nervously were dumbfounded. "Yes, I haven't determined which path the other party will take yet, and I want to ambush them all the way to the horizon. If you can confirm the opponent's only route, then a sudden attack from the hiding place should be the method with the highest success rate. But the reality is that it is impossible to guess which way the other party will take so easily. Unless you really know the other party's walking route today, it is possible to truly wait for work." So Lin said to people who are in a nervous mood and don't know whether to be nervous or relaxed, "Just be prepared and wait patiently for the notification. And we are also under Kaya's control. She knows better than us how to block the other party. And she just reminded the other party that they are leaving the city before. And she didn't ask us to move our position." "That's not true," Halloumi said with some uncertainty. "So, be patient. If you are as restless as you, a few lives won't be enough to kill you." After understanding the next arrangement, everyone calmed down a lot and gathered around the bonfire. Lin was roasting rabbit meat. Although he didn't sprinkle a lot of spices on it like he did before, it was still roasted until it was fragrant and mouth-watering. A group of people went out early in the morning, because they expected there would be fighting. They had eaten early, ate something to fill their stomachs, and waited. Now when someone smells the aroma of meat, their stomach growls unsatisfactorily. If it had been before, Germain might have reached out and tore off a rabbit leg and gnawed on it. But now, he only dared to look at someone with tears in his eyes, while wiping the saliva that was about to drip. Lin said with disgust, "Go away! This is not for you to eat. Hey, big brother, I only eat a little bit for breakfast. It's not enough. Even if there are no rabbit legs, just a piece of meat will be fine." "Shush!" Lin waved his hands, trying to drive away the dwarf in front of him. "Teacher!" Halloumi shouted suddenly, then seemed to sense something was wrong, and lowered her voice and said, "Teacher, Kaya said that the weasel is approaching. It is coming in our direction." Germain, who was next to him, also followed Halloumi's example and lowered his voice, and asked, "Hey, big brother, how did you know the path the other party chose? And how did you guess so accurately?" Lin found it interesting and imitated everyone else's appearance. He stuck out his head and said in a low voice, "It's just because the distance is the shortest if you walk from this way." Then he stretched out his hand and pushed the silver-bearded dwarf's bearded face away. He said in a normal voice, "They say the other party is coming this way. Aren't you going to hide?" "Yes. Yes. Hiding." "Well, where?" The silver-bearded dwarves, armed with peaceful weapons, are running rampant in the underground world without any need for ambushes or surprise attacks. Always draw A on the head. Never lost before. So when they temporarily said they wanted to ambush the enemy, they didn't even know where to hide. Reluctantly, Lin pointed to the densely packed area of trees beside the forest path and said, "You spread out and lie down here." Finally, the lusty power from before is still there. Although he wasted his words to explain a few words, he still let the dwarves lie obediently in the pile of dead leaves. Lin also scattered a few more dead leaves to confirm that they could completely cover their figures, leaving only the sight range of their eyes. Without being prompted by others, Yuzov ran to the other side of the road and hid himself tightly. Halloumi had no choice. Lin stood at a location that was suitable for an ambush and waved. The apprentice lowered his head in recognition, walked over, and was pushed into a pile of dead leaves by his teacher. Everything was handled as if it were a dwarf. The only one left standing stared at someone angrily and said, "What? Are you going to press me into the dead leaves too? Well, you use Flash to move to another location. When the fight breaks out here, just ask Kaya to notify you and flash over to join the battle." After Finn gave him a fairly sensible look, he disappeared from someone's face. Lin wiped the non-existent cold sweat from his forehead. This former demon king was really difficult to serve. Chapter 453 Ambush. Arrange everyone and ask them that no one should make a move rashly before you send a signal. Lin then returned to the campfire and continued roasting the rabbit. In fact, I chose this place to wait, and I didn't pick it randomly. Although there are many roads to choose from Storm Bay to Pilsen City, the distance is always longer or shorter, and some are easy to walk and some are not. So which way the other party will take? In addition to guessing, you can still make an inference based on psychological judgment. First of all, the other party is an evil organization. It should be classified into that category. If this is the opponent's incubation period, then under the principle of keeping a low profile, any action must be as secretive as possible. But they had turned to the bright side more than a year ago, and with the recruitment of people, now they are in the limelight. How can they keep a low profile? In addition to the manpower brought by the opponent, they are a group of arrogant and dangerous elements. These people don't even know what it means to be a low-key person. This means that even if the person taking the lead does not have a flamboyant personality, due to the intersection of external factors and internal factors, he cannot choose any low-key style that may be looked down upon by others. With such a premise, it is not difficult to understand that when choosing roads, they will choose long roads that are safer and safer but longer. Sometimes they will even go to dangerous areas in order to hide their whereabouts. Or they will take the shortest and best route, especially since they are still riding horses. The suitable options are reduced a lot. Based on the above points, Lin judged that the place where pandas from the Han and society would definitely pass by was the place where he was waiting. Even if there is an error, it is not to the extent that I have to travel long distances to chase people. The reason why I didn't tell others about these things was because I couldn't tell whether the other party was really going in this direction. If my half-assed reasoning ability is overturned, then I don't want this old teacher's face anymore. So Lin simply didn't say anything to anyone and just dragged people here. In terms of results, this first level has been passed. Then the next question to consider is how to stop the other party. Especially the group of people on the opposite side should all be on horseback. Traps such as mixing horse ropes and falling into horse pits will not be considered, because there is less layout. It may not be effective. There needs to be enough layout. How many manpower are needed to complete such a project? To stop the opponent, you can first speculate from the current time point. The time now is 7:19 in the morning. More than an hour has passed since sunrise. In other words, the other party may have eaten some breakfast in a hurry and then went out. And it is impossible to be full. Otherwise, he would be vomiting to death before he reached his destination while sitting on the horse. As long as you are not full, the fragrant roasted rabbit meat is a good inducement. Someone would never admit that this was a remedial choice made after casually hunting a rabbit and not knowing how to hide the smell of blood. Roast rabbit on a whim as a means to attract the other party. When the sound of horse hooves sounds, the rabbit meat is roasted to perfection and is fragrant. Except for important matters, most people ride horses only for transportation and will not run wildly. So of course a man grilling meat on the roadside was noticed by the men of the Han and society. It was impossible for the group of people who served as escorts to say that they had no complaints about having to go out half full early in the morning. Joining an organization is not just to enjoy life easily. Just like an aristocratic gentleman, someone will take care of everything. Not to mention the half-full condition, which makes people feel even more hungry. So when you smell the smell of barbecue, no one's eyes will light up. One of the guards rode ahead of the team, came to Lin's campfire, and said condescendingly, "Traveler, this is a roasted rabbit. It looks good. Tear off a leg and give it to me to try." The rule of thumb for traveling in lost places, mutual assistance. Sharing food and water is normal. But there is no right to be picky about sharing. Saying what you want as soon as you meet can be classified as a gangster's behavior. And it is normal to disagree. So Lin looked up indifferently, glanced at the other party, then lowered his head and continued roasting rabbit meat, and said at the same time, "Friends, there is no door to HL. Only people bring it to themselves. If you don't want to die on the roadside without any value, then leave alone. Some people are not good partners in the same industry. Some organizations are not worth selling their lives for." The group of people who were originally displeased with their companions who left the group also stopped. They all looked at the pretentious person with disgust. And some of the greedy people said loudly, "Don't worry about what that human said. Bring me that rabbit, and half of it is mine. Hurry up and deal with that person. We still have to go." Listening to the yelling of his companions, the first person who came to Lin pulled out his sword and said with a helpless expression, "It's a pity. Boy, but I have to say that we are not friends. So we can only blame yourself for your bad luck today. Lin lowered his head. Although he didn't look at the situation on the field, he could probably guess what the situation was. There was no obvious and intensive sound of horse hooves. So his purpose was considered successful. The words he said were not really meant to admonish the other party, but just to make the other party feel impatient. Stop and look at this self-righteous guy, creating opportunities for his own people to attack. What someone didn't expect was that his words aroused the vigilance of this group of people. Although a group of people stopped, a few more astute people had already begun to look around and investigate the surrounding situation. But what happened next was so fast that no one could react. Han En, the first guard to ask for rabbit meat, stabbed out with his sword, but it hit the empty space. This is not a situation of being avoided or blocked. It is a situation where the person is completely missing. So of course the attack will miss. For a moment, he thought he was dazzled. But the burning bonfire and the roast rabbit falling to the ground showed that what he just saw was not false. Enemy attack! Lin, who flashed to the front of the team, looked at a group of warriors who had a perfect tacit understanding. Weapons in hand, riding horses, forming a faint circle formation, protecting pandas within it. He didn't care about safety. So he grabbed a throwing knife in each hand and fired without any accuracy. This kind of non-threatening flying knife will certainly not be looked down upon by this group of people who are accustomed to death. They did not shy away from him and stayed close to their superiors. The next moment, the tip of the knife was actually in front of you. A strong man who is used to seeing life and death is different from a rabbit after all. Maybe they didn't have time to swing their weapons to block the flying knives, but they tilted their heads backwards and used various strange postures to avoid the flying knives at the critical moment. A few people were highly skilled in martial arts and could still stay on the horse, but they also lost their balance. The rest were more unlucky and even fell off the horse before the Han En Society's guards had time to regroup. Halumi's long whip had already wrapped around someone's neck. Riding on a horse, a guard who is high up and loses his balance is undoubtedly the best target for the whip. The blonde girl only tugged, and with the blessing of giant strength, she immediately pulled the person off the horse and dragged him back. Yuzov Gantia also didn't talk nonsense, and fired his armed crossbow at the fallen Han Enhui guard. The next moment the opponent was in pain. The dagger had already used the speed of the charge, and the weight of his whole body to pierce the enemy's neck through the gap in the armor, pulling it further to the side. The severed carotid artery spurted out a large amount of blood. The legs of the four silver-bearded dwarves are a bit shorter, and their movements are not as fast as humans, but their ferocity is definitely as good as that of humans. Mari was the only one who launched an attack amidst the screams. She smashed the head of a fallen guard with a hammer, and then, as if she was upset, she hit the head again and again, until the head could no longer see its original shape. Germain, Riley, and Freya also didn't hold back. Those who fell off their horses had their heads smashed open. Those who were still riding horses were directly bumped into by the silver-bearded dwarves, knocking both men and horses to the ground. Immediately afterwards, the last three guards were eliminated with a hammer blow. Lin, who threw the flying knife, was not idle either. Putting his palms together, the magic words condensed into a line of light between the palms. Then he opened the palms and pulled out a magic weapon that was no different from a rope or a long whip. As the core of Han En Society, Pandas, as a demon breaker, chanted the spell to dispel magic as soon as he noticed the fluctuation of power. It's just that his psychological quality is not strong enough to remain calm despite the collapse of Mount Tai. The guards around him fell down and died one by one, making Pandas, who was already mentally fragile, chant several wrong spells in a row. The victory or defeat between the demon breaker and the magician actually lies in the difference between these two words. The condensed light whip was one step ahead of Pandas and wrapped around his body. This is not the magic whip that killed the elf elders at Lodi, the World Tree, but a downgraded version of magic that can block the enemy's abilities and restrict their actions. Lin also gave this magic a name that fit his own cognition: immortal binding rope. It can be said that from the launch of the attack to the completion of everything, it only took a few breaths. At the same time, the Lich arrived belatedly after being notified by Kaya. She saw the Tide Man at a glance, drew the ship-cutting knife behind her back, and was about to strike at Panda's head. Stop! Stop! Can't kill! Can't kill! Lin quickly stopped the irrational Lich. Finn, on the other hand, looked someone straight in the eye and said defiantly, "Oh! You think you can snatch someone out of my hands? In response to this harsh tone, Lin raised his hands in a gesture of surrender and said, "To be honest, whether he dies or not has nothing to do with me. Listen to my reasons first. If you really think it's unreasonable, just follow yours. Here's a method. First of all, he is not the target you really want to kill. Your emotions are actually just anger, which is unnecessary. Secondly, I hope you don't alert other people in his organization. Then the problem comes. Is there any magic or magic item that will notify the person behind him in various forms and methods as soon as he dies?" Suddenly, a strong heartbeat of the target person aroused Lin's alert. He squinted his eyes and looked back at the man he was temporarily protecting. He stuck out his tongue and licked his lips, and said with a sneer, "There really is such a thing." Chapter 454, The Lost Edition Lie Detector. Although it is not as convenient as the arcane eye, Lin has already integrated the relevant magic principles into his own magic system. Although the detectable distance is not long, only 1 or 2 meters away from you, all kinds of environmental information can be observed and recorded in detail, including of course various vital signs within the range. As for psychology, perhaps in-depth knowledge is not my major, but at least I have watched so many movies, and I understand the principles of the polygraph machine. A more advanced method than the polygraph machine is to judge what nouns and things the other party reacts to from subtle changes in physical signs, so as to guess the secrets that the other party cannot tell. As for my previous speculation about the fact that the death of specific people will proactively remind certain groups, I have actually only seen it in some anime and novels before time travel. After arriving in the Lost Land, Lin had not seen any knowledge similar to magic, but there is no published magical knowledge, which does not mean that there really is no such research. Speaking of which, most necromancy magic has not been disclosed by the Magicians Association, but liches and necromancers are still everywhere. So to be on the safe side, Lin stopped the lich from further action. There was nothing I could do about it. I had seen her questioning method in the Pilsen City Thieves Guild before. If I didn't have some ideas and preparations, then that experience would have been in vain. Then, as luck would have it, the other party really had a secret trick in this regard. If he hadn't stopped the lich, he would have alerted the enemy. But just based on someone's words, how could Finn accept it unconditionally? So she still held the ship-cutting knife in her hand without putting it away, waiting for someone to explain. Of course, Lin also knew the posture of the person in front of him and what he was waiting for. So he grabbed the person trapped by the immortal binding rope from the ground, raised it in front of him, and tied Pandas tightly behind his back with the real rope. He held up his hands and said at the same time, "Remember the psychology I told you. People can tell lies easily, but there is also a difference between lying skillfully and skillfully. Some people can tell the same lie without changing their expressions. Some people stutter just at the beginning. So, are there any more subtle characteristics that can be observed to indicate that a person is lying? Of course there are. And there are many. Zooming in and out. Night sweats. Involuntary trembling of the body. Drifting eyes. Changes in the corners of the eyes and mouth. And any unusual features all indicate one thing. Of course, there is nothing wrong with asking the soul directly like you did. Not good. But if you really encounter an innocent person, it seems quite troublesome to find a way to resurrect him. Well, if you say these words in front of others, is this still useful? Here's the interesting thing. What I'm talking about are the neural reflexes of the human body. Maybe talented people, after a lot of training, can consciously control these reactions. But the vast majority of people, I mean 100%, even if people over 99 know these contents, they cannot prevent others from observing their own psychological changes. Prove it to me. Fun, whose attitude softened slightly, stopped sawing the ship-cutting sword and lowered the blade without holding it up. Prove it. As he spoke, Lin pinched Hanhua Pandas' fat cheek from behind and asked close to his ear, "You just listen to me talk so much. I think you should know what I want to do. So, the question is, does the ability to notify your companions come from the magic you actively use? Or is it a prop?" Well, it looks like a prop. So what is it? He took a look at the parts on the opponent's body. A damaged piece of clothing? A denture made of magic material that can be broken? You told me it was a necklace. Many. Someone was talking to himself. The battle was over, and everyone watching felt ridiculous. In fact, what Lin said was very simple, but the content was unbelievable. But these people do not include the lich. Being familiar with someone's magic style, She has some level of understanding and application of everything Lin has mastered. Fan was also able to observe the changes Lin mentioned, so she counted them one by one. Cold sweat breaks out on the forehead. The heartbeat suddenly accelerates, and the pupils instantly dilate. Of course, what is more obvious than this is the sudden widening of the eyeballs, and the sudden stiffness of the body muscles. These are what you were talking about. Is it characteristic? I also noticed that his anus suddenly tightened. Does this count? Chrysanthemum, let me ask. How did you observe this? There is an abnormal flow of bioelectricity all over his body, which can be observed from the changes in his own weak electromagnetic waves. According to my previous experimental experience, the generation of a large amount of bioelectricity can be understood as a manifestation of muscle contraction. Then the bioelectricity, the point with the densest growth is. Although Fan didn't finish her words, she pointed at her buttocks. At the same time, he put the ship-cutting knife back on his back and didn't hold it in his hand anymore. As for the observation of a certain lich, a certain time traveler was speechless. Sister, your research is so advanced that even my hometown can't imagine it. Who would throw people into the machine and do MRI for lie detection? With a shake of his head, Lin stretched out his hand into Panda C. dug at his collar. If you don't talk about this, how do you want to solve the necklace issue? Well, you don't have the necklace. Right. Just when he was doubting himself, Lin pulled out a wooden sign tied with a string. Because he didn't understand its principle, he didn't dare to take off the necklace rashly. Instead, he asked the lich, who was more knowledgeable than him. Fan was not so cautious. She pulled off the necklace, looked at the wooden sign from side to side, and said, "So that's how it works. This can be considered a trick." Tricky? What do you mean? Holding on to the broken string, people can clearly see the hanging wooden sign. Fan said, "This is the method of concluding an abyss contract to achieve the purpose you mentioned. The characteristic of this contract is that the soul is used as a bargaining chip, and the soul will be handed over to the other party of the contract after death, usually in the hands of demons or devils, as a carrier of the contract. It will burn, proving the final fulfillment of the contract. This is one of a pair of wooden cards. The content of the contract does not involve selling the soul to anyone, but it will still burn the carrier after death. Maybe this is the warding method you mentioned. Well, then, can it be broken? This kind of contract seems difficult to make. Do you know the difference between a contract signed with the devil and a contract signed with the devil? One is with the devil, and the other is with the devil?" Fan decided to ignore the man's answer and said directly, "In the devil's contract, they will try their best to sneak some clauses you don't want into it. Those seemingly meaningless patterns may be the text form of a certain race. As long as they can explain it, they will treat it as part of the contract and require the person who signs the contract to abide by it. I can talk about the various tricks of the devil for 3 days and 3 nights. However, the devil is different. They will use it. They try their best to misinterpret the meaning of words. As long as there is some connection and there is no explicit prohibition, they will choose interpretations and practices that are beneficial to them. If you want to play word games with them, the devils have another one. The trick is to tear it up one-sidedly on the grounds that you have violated the contract. In other words, there are ways to break up contracts that use your soul as a bargaining chip. And I am familiar with this because I have often done this in the past. Play. Because tearing up a contract is like choosing to go to war with another party. It is very common for demons to be swallowed to the point of being swallowed to the point of not being strong enough. This is also the reason why demons dare to unilaterally tear up contracts. Because most humans cannot play. But if you are strong enough, they are pretty useful coolies. Regarding this person's speech, someone always thinks of the ancient famous saying of Emperor Hui of Jin Dynasty, "Why not eat meat, elk?" Talking to this kind of person will really make you so angry that your brain blood vessels will burst. In order to prevent himself from actually having a stroke, Lin brought the topic back on track and asked, after talking for a long time, "Can this thing be removed?" "Okay. Simple. Do you want me to burn all similar contract carriers related to this contract in one go?" "Sister-in-law, what's the difference between doing this and directly telling the other person? I'm causing trouble, so please help me. Just cancel it, and don't let anyone find out." "Yeah. What a pity." With an exaggerated expression of disappointment, Fan waved his hand, and the wooden sign started to burn, turning into ashes out of thin air in the blink of an eye. Watching the wooden sign burn up, Lin didn't care whether there were any sequelae. "Anyway, tell this lich everything you need to pay attention to. If there is still a problem and the other party discovers it, then make plans to be discovered. This is okay. It will just cause a lot of trouble. He picked up the frightened core member of the Han in society and asked, now that the crisis is over, how are you going to question this person? Kill him and ask him directly about his soul state? No. Let's use your method. I want to observe more and accumulate some experimental data. By the way, do you always look at us like this in normal times? Suddenly there was another trap question, and Lin hurriedly laughed and said, it's rare to be confused. It's rare to be confused. I don't know how to distinguish between true and false in everything. That would be too tiring. And there is no benefit in listening to the truth. Besides, this judgment method will vary depending on the individual, and it is difficult to generalize. Because of this, it is necessary to observe many indicators, compare the difference between truth and lies, and then find a unique judgment method for each person. It's possible to tell the truth from lies, no matter how easy it is to collect relevant data. It's not that easy. Then put on an expression of clear disbelief. Lin Qian laughed a few times and quickly changed the subject and said, don't you want to know the whereabouts of Big Rock Han in? Let's go to the side and ask him. Slowly. Until we are satisfied. At the same time, Lin turned around and shouted, hey, girl, you guys have tidied up this place. After all, it's a road where people come and go, so it doesn't matter if so many people die. Also, the horses are also killed. We can't let them go. They ran back. If they had gone straight back, even if they didn't know there was a problem, they would have discovered there was something wrong. Chapter 455 Attack Plan. Han the Rock has been resurrected. Or it should be said that since the first generation of Han and Hui people discovered him, he has been alive, but only incomplete. All the time, what the members of the Han Society have been doing is to find suitable limbs to replace the limbs of Big Rock Han, so that he can restore his normal mobility and even improve it to the next level. After all, the strength of a stitched corpse largely depends on the integrity and strength of its limbs. If you don't mind the appearance very much, you can sew the limbs of a monster onto it. This process was actually completed a long time ago, at least before pandas joined the Han in society. However, Giant Rock Han never came forward to directly direct the actions of Han Hui. Most of the actions were decided by a few elders of the Han in society. At least in Panda's memory, he only met Rock Han once, and the only response he got was the word him. It was obvious that the other party's attitude was lukewarm, and Pandas thought it was because his level was not high enough and his relationship with that person was not close enough. But after staying for a long time, I realized that this was not the case. That big boss always had such a cold attitude towards everyone. However, the group of people in charge of the Han in society would not care about such a trivial matter. They only need a flag and the final life-saving measures. Big Rock Han doesn't care about anything, which is just fine for them. If they encounter an enemy that they cannot deal with, as long as they are led to the location of Big Rock Han, the big boss will not hesitate to take action to deal with the opponent. But he would never stray too far from his coffin. The two parties have used this strange relationship to coexist to this day. As for the location of the Han in society's current base, it is right in Sanssouci Palace in the Gulf of Storms. The original base area was expanded from the cemetery of Han in the rock. Although it had become quite large after a long period of operation, it was not comfortable at all. So when they obtained the new base of Sanssouci Palace, they sealed the original place as a backup option, and all members of the Han in society moved to Sanssouci Palace. After all, everyone joins this organization not for ideals and ambitions, and no matter how much hardship they endure, they are not afraid of it. If you have the conditions to enjoy it, how can you not enjoy it? Now for the people of Han in society, it is the time for them to reap the fruits. The most important Giant Rock Hanin and his coffin were also moved to the underground palace of Sanssouci Palace, and continued to be their last life-saving measure, as well as some new members. They were able to witness the Tianyan place, except for the one person that been paid attention to. Pandas of the Han in society was very bachelor. He would answer whatever Lin asked, directly leaking everything he knew about the Han in society. After all, one has a lie detection method that he cannot understand and cannot prevent, and the other can directly extract his soul for questioning. It seems that there is a way to keep the secret without being tough. So it is better to be happy. And all this is just for relief. Of course, it was impossible to let him go. Lin casually threw a detect evil onto the other party. The red light representing evil was so rich that it shone brightly. So there is only one choice how to deal with pandas. Even so, there is still room for discussion on how to operate it specifically. In the past, most of the guys who provoked the former demon king next to them would have been slaughtered, and their souls would have been taken out, made into eternal fire, and put into an oil lamp for appreciation. But for pandas, who had already explained everything, then lost interest. So in the end, it was up to Lin to end the other party's sinful life. The most innocent people this time are the horses. But the 4 words, "an old horse knows the way," can be used as a guide in a confusing place. So even if Halloumi was reluctant to give up, it would be difficult for her to intercede for those horses. When everyone returned to Yuzov's tavern, it was almost noon. The girls prepared lunch, but Lin plunged into the room with a worry-free contraction chart, thinking about the next move. Knowing the location of the target, the easiest thing for Fran to do is to walk in, kill it, and then walk out. But doing so has an unpredictable side effect. That means the decapitation tactic is successful, and the remaining minions will disperse and live their own lives on their own hills in the future, or they will keep an eye on themselves, like maggots attached to their bones, causing trouble for themselves from time to time. I had just settled the situation before, because I was jealous of the interests of the browser and had a bounty on my head. Now do you have to watch yourself get a few more tails? Although the previous situation did not cause much real harm, the trouble was real. It's a good road, but it's like a scene in Raiders of the Lost Ark by the group of people who are looking for trouble for me. It would be fine if there was any treasure at the end, but in fact there is not. And real life is not like movies, where you always encounter critical moments. Not to mention that everyone in his group was disgraced. But Halloumi was injured and kept quiet for a long time. Well, this should be considered a good thing? In any case, Lin didn't want to live that kind of life anymore. In the past, I was not capable enough, so I could only give in and hide away. Today, I have the strength to fight hard. So this time, I have to choose between bitterness first and then sweetness, or sweetness first and then bitterness. After making up his mind, Lin raised his head and looked around to find the figure of the Lich. As soon as he turned his head, he realized that the other party was staring at him intently. That look makes me hairy. Recovered? Then asked. I'm not thinking about something. I'm thinking about how to solve this trouble. What's the trouble? Go in. Kill. Come out. Finish. And continue traveling. I really don't want to continue discussing this matter with the Lich. So Lin simply ignored the other party's conversation and asked another question. Do you have any way to restrict the entry and exit of people? To put it simply, it is to prevent anyone from leaving within a certain range. Fin's thinking was not inflexible. When Lin started talking, she immediately thought of the reason and asked, do you want to catch all those people in one go? For that ridiculous justice? Justice? It's okay to talk about it to the outside world. But I will tell you what I think in my heart. There is a saying in my hometown. If you don't cut the grass, it will grow again. Besides, the opponent is not a good bird. The girl was tricked by them before. You have taken a lot of revenge and haven't collected any interest yet. According to your approach, it is definitely not possible to deal with only your old enemy this time. If you encounter someone who is short-sighted on the road, you won't just accept it. Anyway, there is no plan to solve the problem peacefully, and we are going to take action. So it is better to avoid the trouble in one go and avoid being worried about the thief in the future. It is not that scary. It is just annoying. So, I plan to use a sealed barrier to prevent people from entering and exiting. And then kill them all. Yes, that's it. Do you have this kind of magic? Yes, but it won't be of any use. At least I don't want to use it. Then simply refused. Of course Lin asked in confusion. Why? It is a fixed defensive magic array. Its main purpose is to prevent enemies from entering easily. It is usually placed in important places such as palaces. To put it simply, it is not a magic that can be arranged with a snap of your fingers. Besides, even if you want to spend time, the other party will not let you set up the magic circle on their territory. As for the cost of materials, there is no need to mention it. Right. Well, if that's the case, then the first plan won't work. Oh, you still have plan number 2. Let's hear it, Fin said curiously. Since we can't block the other side by ourselves, let's find foreign aid. Ling came to a conclusion very simply, turned his head and said to Kaya, who was sitting aside and monitoring the situation in Sanssouci Palace. Girl, go and invite Gandhi come here. Mr. Yuzov, who was taking care of matters in the tavern, soon followed Kaya's invitation and entered the temporary war room again. As soon as he entered the door, he bowed and said Hello. Your Excellency Fanny. Lord Tripwood. I wonder if you want me to come here. Do you need me to do anything? Finn did not turn his head, but looked intently at the linearized architectural structure of Sanssouci Palace, using arcane eyes to detect from the outside. There is no way to see the part of the underground palace, although the location of the entrance to the underground palace was obtained from pandas. Where that location was on the map still required some elaboration. The lich looked like it had nothing to do with him. Lin, who invited people over, certainly couldn't have the same attitude. He said politely, Mr. Gontia, you said that if you need manpower, you can also find people to help. So how many manpower can you find? How long will it take? Can you give an overview? Oh, we need manpower. In the city, there are 2 people I trust and can fight. As long as the reason is right, they will help and they are available at any time. If the time can be extended a little longer, I can gather them within 3 days. A team of 10 warriors and magicians. You can safely leave your back to them. If the time is longer, I should be able to pull up dozens of people. Well, the number of people is still too small. Have all the local snakes in Storm Bay been absorbed by the Han in society? If you don't mind whether they are trustworthy or not. Those people who were originally suppressed by the Han in society are number 10. In addition, some of their old subordinates and people who were also excluded by the Han in society. Put together hundreds of people shouldn't be a big problem. Well, then, let's do it. Tell those people that we are going to deal with the Han in society. If they also want to, they can attend a meeting in the evening and discuss the content. And you also do your best to find a temporary solution. The attack is scheduled to take place in 3 days. I don't want to wait too long. I will launch the attack when the time comes, regardless of whether the person you are looking for has arrived. Yuzov was stunned by such news for a moment. With his eyes widened, he gradually regained his composure and regained his shrewd appearance. He asked, Aren't you originally worried that too many people would cause unpredictable changes? Why are you not worried now? Instead, you look like you are ready to make a big splash. Chapter 456 Conspiracy. Because you said that you don't want to see your hometown being messed up by a group of outsiders. So you want to help. And I also believe that there must be many organizations that originally lived at the bottom and were suppressed, and want to challenge Han, and I will give you a chance to overthrow the Han in society. Oh, what can you get? Yuzov asked, having experienced all over the place. He certainly understands that no one does anything without a goal. For us, there is only one target: Hand the Rock. The reason why we didn't want to make a big deal out of the matter before was because we didn't know what the other party's possible reaction would be. If there is any trouble, the people of Hanhui will hide in the open again. In the dark, I will have to work harder to find the other party's whereabouts. But from the news we have received now, it sounds like the other party will not do this. And our target is deep in the Sanso Palace. We're not afraid of being beaten, but our opponents won't be stupid enough to wait in line to die. That's why we ask you for some manpower. Wrap them up in one go, and try not to let anyone go. Or do you think some people are worthy of death? Since that does not lead to death? How many good people can there be among those who left because of the name of the Dark Legion? And as far as I know, if you are not capable enough and have not done anything big, you are not qualified to enter the Han in society, and you will at most become a peripheral. The members of the outer circle are not qualified to enter the Palace of Worry. So there are no innocent people in that palace now, Yuzov said with disdain. Yes. In short, what I want to say is that the remaining people are not important to me. No matter what the final outcome is, we will leave, and it is you who will stay. So tell me who you are looking for think about it for yourself. If you miss this opportunity, you may have to pay a higher price in the future. So please try to find someone. Okay, Your Excellency. Yuzov Gansha left simply and began to contact people who might be able to help. Just as he was about to open the attack plan recorded by Kaya and discussed by a group of people before to see if there was anything suitable for execution, Lin found 2 pairs of strange eyes staring at him. It was the Lich and the black-haired brown man. Skin girl. Not only do their eyes look weird, but their expressions are also quite weird. Lin said, What's wrong? You've never seen a man as handsome as me? Then glanced at someone up and down and said, No, I just kind of admire your ability to distort the truth. I didn't distort the facts. I told the truth, Lin said dissatisfiedly. Obviously you need manpower and kick those people in the pot. But as soon as you said it, it seemed like you were pitying them and giving them a hand. You asked them to seize the opportunity and so on. It made me laugh when I heard it. Goosebumps. Am I wrong? From the demand side, those big ones must be taken care of. The remaining minions are more trouble for them than the trouble they cause us. So they want to get rid of them in one go if we want to avoid future troubles. There's nothing wrong with doing something. Of course there's nothing wrong. It just sounds weird. Sighing, Lin added. Besides, asking for help and being asked for are two completely different things. If we shamelessly ask them for help today, even if the outcome is beneficial to them, if we don't pay some price, how can we still expect them to do it? It's all in vain. So I just changed my words and told them that this is something that is beneficial to them. If they want to achieve perfection, of course they have to contribute. As for us, do we have to wipe out all those people? It can only be regarded as the icing on the cake. Even if it is not done, it will only cause some minor troubles in the future. The entire organization is still intact, and we are not afraid of it. Let alone the situation where there are only a few left. It's not a distortion of the facts. At most, there are some things that were not said, and some things were said from their standpoint. Yes, if this is not a distortion of the truth, the god of lies will fall. Lin's eye sighed and said with emotion, It doesn't matter if it's just someone the Gantia trusts. Today we plan to find a group of jackals to hunt a group of lions. If we don't pay attention, the jackals will bite us in turn. It's not impossible. Do we need to worry about people who will allow Han to expand to the extent it is today? Of course it's not necessary. But they are temporary allies after all. I hope they can clearly see the gap in strength and not make some regrettable choices. After saying this, Lin launched Kaya's Sensusi Palace attack. Make a planning memo. Start selecting. And think about the various options in it. At night, the tavern with closed doors and windows welcomed many guests wearing large cloaks and covering themselves tightly. They had to knock a signal on the door, as agreed before they could enter. As soon as they entered the door, everyone pretended to greet each other, as if it was an exchange between a group of upper-class people. To be honest, after seeing this scene, someone already regretted it. To deal with this group of people, it seems that it would be easier to just fight into the Sanso Palace and fight out again. But we have already invited people here, so it doesn't seem good to see them off directly. Then didn't intend to deal with idlers, so he had no choice but to accept his fate, bite the bullet, and, under the introduction of Yuzov Gantia, sit at the same table with a group of bosses from the countryside. Yes, this is a certain person. Human feelings. But here, Lin also made an unexpected discovery. That is, Yuzov Gantia's status among this group of people was quite high. Whether he was introducing himself or scolding some different forces that were about to start a conflict, he could always control the situation. Of course, it is also possible that those who were too tough in Storm Bay either joined the Han Society or were punished. The rest are weak persimmons. Suddenly I feel like my future is hopeless. Because it was only the first day. There was no formal battle plan involved. Everyone was just exchanging information and discussing the possibility of besieging the Han and Society. In fact, most people who came here did not really agree to join the fight, but just came to listen and evaluate. The most important thing is to see what confidence Yuzov Gantia has, and to challenge the people of Han and Hui. It turned out to be just two magicians. Little Yuzov, the longer you live, the more you go back. There are a lot of demon breakers in Han Guild. You told me that your support is two magicians, and I only see one here. You can't be they just want to trick us into playing, and it will be a lose-lose fight with Hanan. Another little old man with a shrill voice smiled and said, Could it be that you are just helping Han in as a spy to see who else dares to fight against them, and then report the news? Being spies of the Han Society? They are not qualified. What about the demon breakers? They will definitely beat the magicians? If this is the case, then everyone should stop fighting and just play chess. Anyway, whatever chess pieces can be captured in each chess piece, as long as it conforms to the rules of chess. It is an iron law. Yuzov shot back unceremoniously. Once someone raised doubts, others would not hide their doubts. And one question after another was thrown out, making Yuzov exhausted to deal with it. Suddenly there was a crisp sound of footsteps stepping on the wooden stairs. Although the sound was soft, it still attracted the attention of most people present. Everyone turned their heads to look at it, and just one glance seemed to have caught their souls, and they could no longer look away. Them was dressed in a pure white silk magician's robe, which seemed to sparkle in the dim light of the oil lamp. With each step down, the spread black hair seemed to be dancing, jumping gently, Halfway through, she stopped on the steps and looked down at everyone. It was like a god looking down at all living beings, with no emotion in her eyes, whether it was pity or anything else. She just watched. The red lips parted slightly, the teeth slightly exposed, and Finn said, "If anyone still has doubts and doesn't want to join, let them leave. Maybe it will be a good thing for us to have a few less cowards." When he opened his mouth, he was sarcastic without mercy. The people who were originally fascinated also woke up and looked at the beauty walking down with mixed emotions. There is no doubt that the other party is another magician who did not appear. And compared to her towering breasts that bulged out her robe, more people noticed the pair of golden tassels that tied up the shawl. This is a great magician. Perhaps Finn's appearance was too confusing. The one who was not afraid of death laughed and said, "Yuzov, this big magician, could he be your trump card? He planned to make her strip naked and attract. Let's take the opportunity to kill the enemy. If that doesn't work, our eyes will probably freeze when we look at her, and we won't be able to fight at all." Finn turned a deaf ear to such rude remarks. He walked directly behind Lin, who had never spoken a word from beginning to end, and asked, "How many more lying liars have been discovered?" Lin said helplessly, "My method can only be to observe the other party's emotional changes and make judgments based on this. Now all of their emotions are ups and downs, and all indicators are high and low. How can I figure out the reason for this? Come! Oh, this method is really useless." Then turned his back to everyone, sat next to Lin, leaned back on the table, and then saw the man's face. "But it's not like there's nothing gained." Lin was chatting with Finn indifferently, and said, "I just mentioned that everyone is very excited, and various indicators are ups and downs. If there is a person, there is no change in the indicator, just like a bystander. Guess what's behind it?" Finn didn't even guess and asked directly, "Who?" "Him," as Lin stretched out his hand and pointed. Everyone present looked over, regardless of whether they understood or not. That was a local vigilante whom Yuzov had found. He was the big boss, who once ran most of the brothels in Storm Bay. The thin man frowned and said displeasedly, "Friend, there are some things you shouldn't say, so don't say them easily. Have you ever thought about the responsibility you have for these words?" Chapter 457 Brewing. Faced with the questioner's rhetorical question, Lin said, "Oh, that's interesting. When we were discussing the siege of Hanin society, your mood didn't change at all. On the contrary, after you were named by me, your mood began to fluctuate. Look, I can eliminate the option that you are naturally calm. Then I am even more curious. Since the previous discussion did not arouse your interest at all, what is your reason for attending? This is our city. Faced with this kind of thing, what's wrong with participating in it?" The man tried to explain. The voice was as smooth and calm as ever, and there was nothing unusual about it. But such a performance could not fool the only two magicians present. "It's really interesting." Then chuckled a few times and said, "As you said, in addition to expressions and voices, there are many indicators that can reveal other people's emotional changes. However, that's all it seems. I can only tell that he is quite nervous about this topic. But I don't know what he is nervous about. Do you have any other methods?" "This is too difficult. Eldest sister, psychoanalysis is not mind reading, and I am not a tapeworm in someone's stomach." Although he wanted to complain directly like this, Lin still endured it. He said, "Your Excellency, someone couldn't remember the other person's name at all. As the saying goes, you will be lenient if you confess, and you will be strict if you resist. Whatever you decide, just say it yourself. Otherwise it's the person next to me who will ask questions. I can guarantee that you will never want to encounter this kind of thing. Should I be afraid of a woman? Actually, what I want to say is, if you are interested, feel free to come and work for me. With your beauty, you can definitely become my red card. Yeah. And then let the people from the Han and society dance on my belly. Is this a slander that I am a snitch? Woman. Oh, aren't you?" Finn smiled contemptuously. The man became furious, slapped the table and stood up. The two guards behind him also drew their weapons at the same time. He pointed at the female magician in front of him and said viciously, "Do you want to die? Woman, you should apologize. Otherwise, I will let you lose the opportunity to apologize forever." Then stood up slowly and looked at the man who was arrogant but did not dare to step forward. Then only felt a sense of amusement. She said, "Don't just bark. If you have sharp teeth, you should just bite down. Only then will others know whether your dog is ferocious or not. You, In full view of everyone, the two magicians disappeared without warning. Everyone thought they were dazzled for a moment, rubbed their eyes and looked carefully. But the person was nowhere to be seen. Give me a reason why you stopped me. Well, let me think about it. The sudden conversation made everyone look around in a hurry. The two magicians who were finally found were standing behind the man who stood up angrily. The female magician, with a broad-faced machete, almost struck the brothel owner on the back of his head. The person who grabbed the deadly weapon was the male magician, but his other hand was scratching his head. After thinking for a while, Lin pretended to be serious and said, "There is actually no harm in letting him live. Let him snitch. Why not? Looking at how this group of people despise us. Do you think the Han in society people would be afraid of us? If it weren't for the lack of access, I would have informed them myself when we would arrive and when we should assemble. The people who should ambush are all ready. But if you do that, you will probably be regarded as a liar or a fool. It's just a good thing that they have worked hard to let you do it. Solved it once. How much trouble this saves." Finn's eyes widened, and he said with some surprise, "You can still think about it like this. Of course, doing good things doesn't necessarily bring about good results. And similarly, doing bad things doesn't necessarily bring about bad results. It just depends on what angle you look at it from." Putting away the machete, Finn said, "Okay, if what you said makes sense, I'll spare this guy. But for the rest of the people, if they still have too many opinions and questions, even if they don't kill them, they will don't use them. Anyway, I don't think these people can accomplish anything. So don't ask me to help save people. Let me tell you, I will never do this kind of thing." As soon as he finished speaking, Finn left immediately. At this time, Lin replied, I know. Well, he has left." Looking in the direction of the room on the second floor, someone was a little confused about the meaning of this person coming down to disrupt the situation. Lin patted the right shoulder of the man who was originally a little angry but was now stunned, and said, "I'm happy to have saved my life." The brothel owner came back to his senses and waved away the magician's hand. But it was all in vain. When he realized it, Lin returned to his original seat as if he had never left. Lin, who returned to his seat, asked Yuzov, who had a dull expression next to him, and said, looking at their performance, "Is it possible that they don't know our identities? Your Excellency, this is not because many things have not been finalized, so I have not revealed too many secrets to others," Yuzov said with a wry smile. "If I had known that this group of people who were greedy for life and fearful of death would cause such trouble, it would be better to raise the banner of the former Demon King from the beginning." He reached out and patted this local snake on the shoulder. Lin smiled and said, "If they are all such crooked melons and cracked jujubes, it is really not worth counting on. In short, you can figure it out. Talk to them carefully first, and then report to me. The number of people is good. I will arrange the attack tactics according to the situation. If there is no one, I and the other person will attack according to the original idea and go straight in to kill her opponent." Without waiting for Yuzov's answer, or even saying hello to the others, Lin walked back to the room on the second floor to rest. A group of people were left looking at each other, and no one spoke first. The brothel owner, who almost died, looked left and right in embarrassment. After seeing no one who supported him, he wanted to take his people and leave directly. Only then did he realize that the two guards were still holding weapons and standing behind him, pretending to be very loyal, thinking that the magician had touched his back just now, and a knife was about to cut off his head. But the two bodyguards didn't react at all. He couldn't help but said angrily, "Everyone is gone. Why are you still holding the sword in your hand? If I really need to rely on your protection, I don't even have enough life. Why don't you put the sword away?" Although they reprimanded, the two subordinates did not respond. He still looked like he was holding a weapon, and his eyes were glaring fiercely at the empty place. Only then did others realize something was wrong. Someone even pushed the two guards, but they remained motionless and showed no reaction at all. The group of people who were looking at each other were now stunned. They all turned to look at Yuzov Gantia, the only one who knew the inside story, and only wanted an answer. The tavern owner who gathered the crowd said with a helpless smile, "The male one is the magician guy Black Stripwood. If you don't know this name, you must have at least heard of the forum. He is the creator of the forum. As for the other one, you must have heard of her name. Even recently, she has been mentioned by people, including the people of Han Society. She is the great magician Fanatical. a lich with the body of a demigod, who rules the darkness, the demon king of the era, and the true master behind the Han in society. Everyone was shocked. Someone asked, "What? How could it be her?" That night, everyone was speechless. But the calculations in their hearts became complicated again. All kinds of speculations are made undisclosed to people, and everyone thinks that their own guess is closest to the truth of the matter. The greed in his heart sprouted again. Most people don't want to join the Han in society, but they just suffer from the lack of a chance and no tangible achievements, so that the people inside can recognize them. There are some people who have thought carefully and used the news they heard today as a bargaining chip for the Han in society. But most people are just in the thinking stage. They are not like the brothel owner, who may have made up his mind to rush to Sanssouci Palace immediately after finishing here. However, these calculations seem to have changed. From being unfavorable at the beginning, everyone now wants to take a gamble, even if that person is really not the person in the legend. The magic of suddenly disappearing and appearing is enough to amaze everyone. There were 2 other big living people who were immobilized like this without even realizing it. Such a skill may not be something that the demon breakers can handle. If that one is really the demon king, then it would be better to surrender to the real creator of the Dark Legion than to be the captain of the guards in the Dark Legion. No matter whether all the members of the Han in society are killed or incorporated in the end, they can in turn achieve a status above those of the Han in society. In the next 2 days, some people who had been hiding deeply came out. There were even a few people whom everyone thought were dead. These people were once the hegemons in Storm Bay, but in the process of fighting against the Han society, they ended in failure and death. But no one thought that this was just a cover-up for them to turn from light to dark. Although some people clamored to see the devil and were even willing to express their loyalty, they never showed up again. Anyone who breaks into the 2nd floor of the tavern without authorization will slow down their pace until they can no longer move their feet. Finally, they thought that they would attack Hananhui in 1 or 2 days. So people did not make a big deal out of the matter immediately and insisted on completing the distribution of the spoils after the victory. Although there is no guarantee of benefits, it seems to be a good idea to determine the status of everyone based on their contribution to the war. Some people even firmly believe that this is the test given to them by the devil. So everyone is gearing up and waiting for the war to begin. Within the palace of Sanssouci, the strange signs in Storm Bay in the past 2 days have certainly attracted the attention of the members of the Han Society. After all, they are the current ones in power, and there is no way they know anything about the city under their control. Even what is the reason behind it? Various rumors have spread to their ears. In the underground palace, the core elders gathered around a thick copper coffin and said, "Are we just going to let those traitors go?" The man, who looked nobler than the other elders, smiled confidently. "Of course I won't ignore them. But rather than encircling and suppressing them one by one, they will come to your door tomorrow. Let one of them wait for work and wait for us to arrange it. A good place to fight. What's wrong with that?" The battle is about to begin. Chapter 458 Attack. In the early morning, the clouds were thick. The sun could not be seen, and there was drizzle, making the atmosphere of this early morning seem much depressing. The streets around Sanssouci Palace were deserted. Even beggars and orphans did not spend the night in their usual place of residence, but chose to stay away from this place. An expected war is not only known to the party preparing to launch the attack, those being attacked, and even those not involved. All know that the upcoming battle will determine the future fate of Storm Bay. No one is surprised by this situation. If we don't make it known to everyone, we will be sorry for our reputation as a rabble. So he simply set the time for the attack during the day instead of attacking at night. Let's all sleep well and eat enough to refresh ourselves, and then come back to fight to the death. However, Lin also estimated that if the signs were wrong, it would probably be like a tree falling and the Hosen scattering. No matter which party it was, the Han and Hui people chose to rely on geographical advantages to hold on, rather than spreading their forces to annihilate the rebels scattered throughout the city. As if they consider themselves the masters of Storm Bay, they really don't think that the other party can cause any waves. The original members alone were able to defeat all the forces in the past. Not to mention that today, strong men from all over the world come to surrender, and their troops are strong. As for the rumored Demon King, they were even less worried. After all, even the Hand of the Rock is under their control. What is the Demon King who doesn't know whether he is real or fake? Forum time is 8 o'clock in the morning. All offensive organizations and individuals saw an offensive plan they had never imagined, and even participated in it, because everyone's actions are not caused by a leader raising his arms and shouting. and the minions rushing forward screaming. Instead, they are distributed in different directions around Sansuchi Palace, according to organizations or familiar people. Although foreign browser magic stones are not yet common in Storm Bay, several leaders will have one or two, based on the time displayed on the forum. Everyone launched attacks at the same time according to the plan. The first wave of offensive was the hidden sentry on the roof outside Sansuchi Palace. The sound of rain confused the possible sounds, and the biting autumn wind also numbed their alertness. Although the people of Han and Association paid great attention, extra manpower and warning props were sent to each sentry point. But the local snakes in Storm Bay still used various methods to sneak into the house, with a sentry point on the roof, before the time expired. Some of the people living in them were peripheral members of the Han and Society, and they were all taken away first. When the time came, all the Han and Society's outposts were attacked at the same time. If you are confident, a single person can remove the sentry point from behind. If you are not very sure, maybe 2 or 3 people can remove the sentinel point by working together. Even if it is a double sentry, it is not enough for a group of people to make a surprise attack. No sentinel had time to issue a warning, even if some sentry posts have the function of keeping watch on each other. In the drizzle of autumn morning, when a group of hazy people are attacked at the same time, the cross-watch sentry posts cannot play a role at all. The surrounding area of Sansuchi Palace fell silent almost instantly. In the second step, some experts, who are good at bow and arrow, occupied the original sentry position on the roof. The target is the group of people who are also sentry on the roof, within the Sansuchi Palace. There aren't many, mainly because Sansuchi Palace was originally the residence of the ruling family of Storm Bay, and the rooftops were built into gardens. As a place of enjoyment, there weren't many places to stand guard. There are a few spears with people inside, but the view is limited and the attackers are paying attention to them. The masters who are good at using bows and arrows, almost as soon as they are in position, open their bows and look for opportunities to shoot their targets. Because everyone already knew the target's patrol location, the lookout posts inside Sansuchi Palace were quickly removed. Rather than hindering this group's performance, the drizzle made their targets even less alert. When this fortress-like palace became completely blind, the people inside were still unaware. All attackers came to fix positions according to the previously assigned areas and prepared to launch a formal attack. Although Sansuchi is named after a palace, in fact it is just a luxurious mansion for wealthy people. Although there is a wall and a moat, in fact the wall is just a brick wall as high as a person, and the so-called moat is just a ditch with a distance of several steps. There are doors in the east, west, north and south. The south is the main door. The side doors on the east and west are for business purposes and may not necessarily be opened. The north is the back door, which is basically used by women in the inner house, regardless of whether the door is open or not. Han and Hue has personnel stationed outside, and there are even sentry posts and secret posts. But in Lin's plan, he didn't think about leaving the house properly, because the number of people joining far exceeded his estimate. Instead of concentrating on 4 doors for entry and exit, it was better to spread out in more places and attack at the same time. So at the moment when the planned attack time arrived, a group of archers appeared on the building in front of the 4 doors and shot all the unsuspecting guards. Only a few lucky ones on guard posts escaped this first wave of attacks. Alarm bells immediately started ringing. It was like the official start of war. On the street in front of the 4 doors, a group of people with small battering rams rushed out, and there were more warriors with various weapons. In the area beyond the 4 doors, the attacking party carried a long ladder, crossed the ditch, and placed it diagonally on the brick wall to enter the Sansuchi Palace. The light rain could not dampen the high morale of this group of people, but instead calmed the mood above them. The whole set of tactics is completely siege tactics, not the usual gangs fighting for territory. And compared with the surprise felt by the party being attacked, the person who made the plan was even more surprised. They were obviously a group of hooligans, and there were quite a few people among them who were good at archery. When talking about siege tactics, there are still many people who can come up with a set of tactics that even make up for the shortcomings of the original plan. This is not an ordinary street fight. The skills and knowledge that people at the level of fighting and causing trouble can possess. However, this also illustrates from the side the danger of the lost land itself, and how common the martial culture among the people living on this land is. Although there has been no large-scale war in Midland for more than 100 years, small regional battles have continued one after another. Whether it's people versus people, or people versus monsters, attacking in a warlike manner was like destroying everything along the way. And the Han and Hue people failed to organize much decent resistance, no matter which direction it invades from. Sporadic counterattacks are like a drop of water dripping into a lake. Apart from causing slight ripples, it will not have any impact on the entire lake. Morale waxes and wanes. The attacker seemed to be venting the resentment he had accumulated recently. Not only was his expression fierce, but his attacks were even more ferocious. When an enemy appears, 4 or 5 people will come forward to greet him. Even if the person who appears is fully armed and can't be harmed by a sword, there will still be someone with a war hammer who will smash the person to the ground. Another round of random stabbings ended his life. There is no duel. No so-called rules. On the battlefield, there is only the difference between life and death. However, just looking at the situation at the beginning of the war will make people wonder how Storm Bay was captured by the Han Society. But when they were about to break into the 5 mansions, the offensive was blocked for the first time. No matter which mansion it was, the people of Han seemed to be waking up and gave the attackers who broke into the mansion a head-on blow. For Han, his true power was only now beginning to emerge. People poured out of the mansion and fought with the attackers at the door. Archers from the Han Society also appeared on the windowsill, raining arrows down to their heart's content. Before this wave of blows destroyed the morale of the attacking side, the leaders of all the organizations finally remembered the original battle plan. The direction of the attack should not stop at the door. The advantage of Han is that their high-end combat power is more numerous and stronger than the attacking side. So just a few of them can hold a portal. Due to the limited battlefield area, the attackers have no other advantage that is sufficient to win except that if one wave dies, the next wave of manpower will be available to make up for it. However, Lin had made such a prediction as early as the beginning of the war. Therefore, the battle plan for attacking the mansion is the same as when attacking Sansuchi Palace. It should be carried out at multiple points, and is not limited to the existing portals. Breaking windows and smashing walls should not just line up at the door to die. When the battlefield entered the heat of fierce confrontation between the two sides, a certain group of talents arrived belatedly. Lin, Fun, 2 apprentices, and 4 silver-bearded dwarves followed the direction of attack and headed towards the mansion at the entrance of the underground palace. In the haze of drizzle, the courtyard that should have been beautiful now looked like bloodstains. Corpses and groaning wounded were everywhere, friendly and enemy alike. For the silver-beard dwarves, they could never get used to the fighting between Homo sapiens. The civil war we encountered before happened at the right time. We were forced to fight, and had to fight. But this time, it was entirely caused by the 2 magicians. When they ask for help from others, they also have to fight. The mentality of the 2 apprentices cannot be said to be compassionate or cold-blooded. But they were already used to the killing before them. Before suffering a loss from the Han Society, they might say they were righteous and rationalize their actions. But this time, they came back with more elements of revenge. They don't shy away from their thoughts, so they can look at it all more calmly. With his enemy in front of him, Fun, who should have been in a high mood, was looking at the man walking at the front with complicated emotions. The ship-cutting knife he borrowed from him was dragged to the ground with one hand. This means that he has given up the advantage of the flash technique. After all, if someone brings the magical material of flash, it can easily become an evil spirit. This is a flaw that has not been improved yet, although there seems to be nothing unusual around him. If you look closely, you can see a little light surrounding him. In someone's words, you may only be able to see the starry sky at night. But this does not mean that stars do not exist during the day. And that was why the Lich didn't want to walk side by side with that man. For the first time, Lin fought with the starry sky spread out, leaving aside the special cases of losing consciousness. I thought this battle would be no different from the battles with uncivilized goblins in the past when I was weak, or the dangerous battles when I was led into a pit several times after walking with a Lich. But when I was in the starry sky, I felt a mysterious and indescribable feeling. It was as if his consciousness had been pulled away and he had become a bystander. But the distinct feeling in every inch of skin and every muscle in the body is clearer than before. As soon as the thought moved, it seemed that even the hair was under his control. And everything was under control. The pace seemed slow but actually fast. And the figure seemed reckless. But he didn't bump into anyone. Holding the ship-cutting knife upside down, Lin silently walked through the crowd and came to the door of the mansion. Several warriors with huge shields and armor blocked the door. Like a copper wall. No one could step in. The hand rises and the knife falls. With just one move, the road ahead is open. Against the sky full of blood. Chapter 459, Entering the Underground Palace. Maybe the soldiers in the fierce battle wouldn't think much about it. But the leaders in charge had different thoughts. As for the man who planned all this, He has not appeared for a long time, and everyone is criticizing him. Some people even began to wonder if all this was a trap to catch them all. Such doubts disappeared until the scene happened. No reason. Just because this man killed too hard. The huge broad-bladed sword was like a hot knife cutting butter, splitting 3 fully armed warriors with giant shields, and their shields in half at shoulder level in one breath. For a moment, the originally noisy battlefield fell silent. The magician's side was like a field that no one should approach. No one dared to enter the distance that the broad-edged long sword could reach. Finally, there are still a few Hananhui archers awake on the windowsill. They opened their bows and shot arrows. But the arrows deflected just before they hit the person, and landed crookedly on the unlucky guy on the side. This is an apprentice-level magical wind barrier, specially used to defend against long-range weapons. At this time, several archers also noticed that the man wearing a magician's robe and holding a giant sword was actually a mad warrior, the most troublesome among all possible opponents. Now they no longer even have the desire to continue attacking that target. The arrows deflected by the wind barrier will lose their original strength. Even if they hit other people, they will be soft and will not cause much damage. Instead of staring at this one, why not attack others? The members of the Han-In society in the house should have rushed out to fill the gap the moment their comrades fell, and continued to block the enemy at the gate. But the scene in front of him made the commander make a different choice: close the door. Although it is not a fortress for war, rich people still use excellent wood for their facades for the sake of style. Thick top-quality mahogany, iron skin, and copper rivets are all in place. Anyone who knows the goods knows that this cannot be kicked open with your feet. Just as he was about to greet the people behind him, he took the battering ram over again. I saw the magician holding the long handle of the ship-cutting knife with both hands, pulling it up and down a few times, and simply broke the door open. Regardless of friend or foe, he made everyone look stupid. Ah! That seems to be the ship-cutting sword of the Karlsruhe Empire Dragoon. Some knowledgeable people have some guesses about the weapons in the magician's hands. Some people couldn't understand why an empire's most secret weapon would be in the hands of a mere magician. But most people held their weapons high and cheered loudly. There is nothing more exciting than a situation where the strong one belongs to one's own camp. Under Lin's leadership, everyone rushed into the mansion. The ship-cutting sword cleared the way, and Lin could not meet any enemy who could fight him for the second round. No matter how good the armor is, no matter how thick the shield is, they will all be cut through with one strike, without exception. Such achievements have also allowed those who have only heard rumors about the ship-cutting sword but have not had the opportunity to see it with their own eyes to understand that there is a reason for this weapon to be classified as a siege weapon by the Empire, because it is too cruel to use it against people. Entering the mansion, the number of people dispersed again. Some were heading towards the east and west corridors, and some were searching above the second floor. The Hanhui side also tried to drag the fight into a small space rather than fighting someone in the open. Generally speaking, when fighting in places with limited space, especially those who use long weapons, they need to be most careful not to let their weapons get stuck. If someone accidentally cuts his sword on a pillar and cannot pull it out, it is very likely that he will lose his life just because of this negligence. The ship-cutting sword is definitely a long weapon. The hilt alone is as long as a forearm, plus the sword body. It is taller than a person. However, wielding such a weapon, the magician still opened and closed the door, as if he was in a deserted place. This is because regardless of the wall or the pillar, this weapon cuts through it with one strike, splitting even the room and the people in half. And this is not about smashing open the building with brute force. It is just the sharpness of the weapon that easily cuts through everything. Although someone was in a rather strange mental state, Lin was not carried away by the killing. He still remembered his purpose. So even if there were enemies fleeing above the second floor in front of him, he did not pursue them. Instead, he was on the first floor, searching for the entrance to the underground palace in the information. There are fewer and fewer comrades around me. It's not that who died in battle, but that there were those who were brave enough to kill in a different direction from the human magicians. Some saw enemies. Some guessed that there would be valuable trophies in different directions, and various reasons made people not to continue to follow the humanoid beast. In the end, those who were still with Lin, in addition to his original companions, were Yuzov Gantia and his 10 comrades, as well as leaders of some organizations and their cronies and guards. The companions Yuzov found were all good with bows and arrows. The sniper killings at the beginning of the war were most likely carried out by his people, because they were scattered. Most people had not joined him until now. As for the leaders of those organizations who would still follow, except for a few who wanted to gain some presence in front of the Demon King. Others wanted to follow someone to see if they could get more benefits. As for the plundering of loot everywhere, he left it to his subordinates to carry out separately. Anyway, those treasures are indispensable for them. But if you want to get some benefits from the magician in front of you, you can't trust anyone. At least they knew what the two magicians were going to do. To achieve that goal, they must first find the location of the underground palace of Wusho Palace. And that underground palace may contain more treasures. Finally, in a collection room, Lin saw the lion specimen in the information. The habit of making specimens of ferocious creatures you hunt to show off to others, or to remind yourself of the past, seems to be a common practice no matter where you are in the world. The method of making lion specimens is much better than the biological specimen someone has seen before traveling through time. The lion's body was still soft, and the warmth could still be felt in its fur, just like the creature had been in life. Is this the necromancer's technique? Lin didn't insist on finding the answer to the question. Instead, he looked for a scepter near a stuffed lion. The scepter was held in the hand of a knight in armor. The crystal handle and the head of the staff are a star sculpted in gold. They look rough and vulgar in workmanship, compared with the other collections in this room. It is something that after taking a look at it, you would not want to touch it, lest you think you have poor taste. But Lin still grabbed the head of the stick and pulled it down hard. Silently, a storage cabinet moved away, revealing the stone steps going down. There was no surprise in the crowd, but a matter-of-fact expression on everyone's face as they filed in. The lighting in the passage is a magic lamp, powered by magic stones. It casts the most basic light spell, emitting a faint light. The passage is very narrow, only wide enough for two people to walk side by side. And one person, uncharacteristically, took the lead, as if he didn't know what fear was. He had the feeling that everything was under control. Faced with any unexpected situation, his body would naturally take action and use the most efficient way to deal with it. This strange feeling was unprecedented, and Lin even had the illusion that his brain was running rapidly. All changes in the environment are like a bright mirror in his mind. Even if the person behind him made any expression, even if he raised the corner of his mouth or flickered his eyes, it would be as clear and impressive to him as if he saw it with his own eyes. It was because everything was clear in his heart that Lin walked down the stairs very quickly, completely without the cautious look he used to have. This is also because he knows very well that there will be no surprises along the way. As for this dim vision, it is not an obstacle at all. When everyone walked out of the stairwell one after another, they did not walk recklessly to other places, but just gathered at the exit of the stairwell. Because it was pitch black in front of me, and I couldn't see anything. There was a vague scent of people in the darkness. The number was unknown, but the footsteps of people were extremely clear. Just from the echo of footsteps, you can guess that this space is very wide. In such an environment, Lin could still identify objects with his reconnaissance ability. But the distance was not very long, and it is obvious that there are many things beyond the distance that one can discern. To confirm these, apart from walking over, Lin has another simple way, which is to use his best magic, Bright Light spell, as the most basic magic for constructing a star map. Lin's use of the Bright Light spell now costs almost nothing, and does not require any cumbersome incantations or gestures. The thought comes together, and he opens his mouth. But everything you see is unimaginable. Everyone's first thought was that the word underground palace was misnomer. It was actually a large underground cave. Considering the geographical location of Storm Bay, it is not difficult to infer that behind a certain rock wall, there is actually a large amount of sea water. This is an underground space under the sea level that may be flooded by sea water at any time. As soon as I had such an idea, the sound of waves crashing on the shore seemed to be heard in my ears, making my legs weak. Some people already want to leave. The second thing I saw was that there were an incalculable number of people from the Han-In society gathered in the underground palace. The outermost group is a group of warriors, exuding a powerful aura from their bones. In the center, surrounding a huge sarcophagus, were a group of men in black robes. They covered their faces with hoods and put their hands in each other's sleeves. Their numbers far outnumbered those who followed the magician to the underground palace, and they seemed ready to attack. For the attackers, if they want to escape, the only way to survive is the narrow and lengthy stairs behind them. Who runs first and who runs last becomes the key to survival. The leading magician remained silent, and those who followed were inevitably flustered. The two sides were in a stalemate. Suddenly there was a sound of gold and iron coming from nowhere. It wasn't loud, but in such an environment, it knocked down the line of defense of panic. and the attacking party scrambled to escape from the stairs. But with a bang, a huge boulder fell, blocking everyone's escape route. The situation of catching a turtle in an urn is very obvious. This is a trap. Chapter 460 Commander of the Guards. The local snakes in Storm Bay, who were a little skeptical at first, were even more convinced that this was a conspiracy to catch them all. A conspiracy between this magician and the people of the Han Society. Their expressions were sinister, and they were plotting ways to escape. Now that we have reached this level, it seems we have to give in. Maybe it would be a good way to kill the magician before he reveals his identity, and thus show his loyalty to the people of the Han Society. Even if it was later revealed that the magician was one of theirs, he could still push back and forth, venting his anger and saving his life. Someone secretly hid the poisoned dagger in his palm, walked forward slowly, and said, "Your Majesty the Magician." Lin, on the other hand, swung the ship-cutting sword horizontally and threw it behind him, scaring the group of people, regardless of whether they had evil intentions in their hearts, to retreat out of the attack range of the brutal weapon. However, someone just temporarily shut down the sawing operation and put the ship-cutting knife behind his back. This position ensures that the first strike forward with the sword has the greatest power. He remained silent because the huge sarcophagus surrounded by the men in black robes completely caught his eye. The sarcophagus does not have any unnecessary carvings. It is just a very ordinary stone box, the kind that can hold a person. But the chains and hemp ropes that tied up the sarcophagus one after another were not that simple. We know that the core of the opponent's members are all demon breakers. But demon breakers are not a professional system that appears out of nowhere, but have their origins. It takes at least a group of strong and powerful warriors to think about how to deal with the magician, which is a very paradoxical thing in itself. The only thing that can deal with knowledge is knowledge. The origin of the demon breaker is actually the same as the astrologers in Lost Land. People who are determined to move towards magic, but have no talent will choose to become astrologers, because they had no choice but to take a different path. Astrologers were born with a sense of inferiority and an antagonism towards magicians. So what will people who have magic talents but don't like magic groups do? Resistance within the system? Or challenge the entire system? A group of people whose research focuses on anti-magic appeared in the history of mystery. They are the origin of the demon breakers, whose original name was spellcasters. When seeing this period of magical history, someone feels like they have seen the love and hatred between the Jedi and the Sith played out in this different world. The difference is that the opposition between magicians and conjurers is not as clear-cut as the good and evil between Jedi and Sith. They just restrain each other in skills. If you really want to say it, magic and anti-magic are actually quite similar to the relationship between firewalls and hackers. There is no one who can restrain the other. It is only a matter of who is more skilled. However, magic is the mainstream of Lost Land after all, and the few spellcasters are even more declining. However, their research has not been lost or interrupted. The demon breakers actually take the scraps of the spellmaster's research and use the simplest parts to teach a few talented warriors. They can be called the spellmaster's apprentices. The chains and hemp ropes binding the sarcophagus in front of him looked like the work of a conjurer. Because it is rare, someone started to observe something they had heard about but never seen with their own eyes without considering the occasion. At the same time, he was also thinking that according to rumors, the core members of the Han Society were all demon breakers. Now it seems that the other party should be a higher-end existence. Just because someone is thinking wildly doesn't mean others have to keep quiet. In fact, from the moment a certain soldier subconsciously wanted to scratch an itch and make some noise, the intruder tried to escape, but was blocked by a mechanism stone. And everyone's loss of composure was clearly visible to the members of the Han Society, including the way someone tried to assassinate the magician from behind, but failed. Several people noticed it. The regretful and frightened expressions of these people naturally became the laughing stock of Han and Hui. They laughed at this group of people who overestimated their capabilities, and at the same time waited for the elders' next move. Just like the magic ceremony, the elders who were magicians gathered around the sarcophagus and chanted ancient secret spells. The seals on the chains and hemp ropes were untied one by one, and they retreated from the sarcophagus like living creatures. As the sealed things were unlocked, the cold atmosphere in the underground palace became more intense, and the sense of oppression became heavier. Is this a scam? The leaders of various organizations who were still harboring some luck suddenly remembered the rumors about the Han Society. All the powerful enemies that were difficult to deal with were finally dealt with by their ancestor, the legendary leader of the Dark Legion Guards, Han the Rock. Although there are characters from thousands of years ago who are still alive today. Few people believe that that person is really Hen the Rock. Some low-level organizations often advertise that they are descendants of a certain hero in order to attract some good players to join. This is a normal method. But what if it crawled out of the coffin? Would it be genuine? Or fake? Thinking of this, everyone's scalp went numb. The elders of the Hanan society knelt half on the ground and called out, "How great! How great! Ancestors of thousands of years! Praise your honorable name! Protect us! Kill our enemies! Be majestic! Wait for my king! And open the dark moment again!" The sarcophagus lid suddenly sprayed upwards, flipped several times in the air, and fell far away, killing several unlucky Han society members along the way. The hearts of everyone on the attacking side were tense. In fact, even the people in the Han society were startled. Normally, the person inside wouldn't show up at all without urging him a few times. Nothing like this time. As if he was impatient to get out. A solid white cold mist spread from the coffin toward the surrounding ground, casting a shadow over the hearts of those who had never seen the scene. When a brown spotted hand stretched out from the coffin and placed it on the edge of the coffin with a snap, everyone's hearts felt like they were about to pop out of their mouths. Suddenly, the cold mist in the coffin bulged upwards, and then dispersed around, revealing a human figure. He looks very strange, with scars left by stitching all over his body. And the color and size of each part of the body are quite obviously different, as if they were pieced together. Even his face seemed to come from 3 different parts. Not only was it incoherent, it even had a rather weird shape. Existences with such characteristics are not unfamiliar to people in the Lost Land. They are stitched corpses among the creations of the undead. Many people think that the stitched corpse is not even a living creature, and the gap between its strength and weakness is quite extreme. But is it possible for a stitched corpse to be powerful enough to become the legendary leader of the guards of the Dark Legion? Such doubts have diluted the nervousness of many people. Undead creation, no matter how powerful it is, has its limits. Unlike living creatures, he has room to exercise and grow. If the stitched corpse wants to become stronger, it must find the limbs of a more powerful creature in life to replace them, of course. If it wants to become weaker, it just needs to do the opposite. The stitched corpse in the coffin stood up and looked around. He had an impression of the people around him. They used weak limbs to replace the already damaged parts of himself, thus saving him. But why should we save ourselves? Now that the meaning of survival has been lost. People around him told him before that the devil was rumored to be resurrected. He didn't believe it. But the familiar aura appeared again, and he couldn't wait to confirm whether it was just a dream or something else. Following the feeling, he looked towards where the familiar aura was. He saw a human with a female appearance. It was somewhat similar to what he remembered as the master before he gave up his human appearance. Bend your knees and kick. Even though it was an unfamiliar limb, he still accurately landed in front of the human woman. The cold eyes were exactly the same as in the memory. Even before he knelt down to greet him, he was kicked away. Even so, he got up. But this time he no longer jumped, but walked forward slowly and respectfully, knelt down on one knee again, and said in the ancient language, "Your Majesty, traitor, you are begging for mercy. I don't remember you being so useless." Then used the modern MIDI common language and cursed in a bad tone. "Your Majesty, corpse has never betrayed you. How do you explain before letting 4 mice touch my throne? This is not called betrayal." "So what is it called betrayal, Your Majesty?" "This is Xi's mistake." General Black Dragon conveyed His Majesty's order to Xi. It is suspected that a god has been resurrected in the Jingyuan area. Xi's task is to kill the gods, and the defense of the royal city is handed over to General Black Dragon. When Xi arrives in Jingyuan, all over the place when the trace of the old god could not be found, news came that His Majesty was being attacked by 4 humans, and Xi realized that he had been deceived. In order to take revenge, Xi killed all 10 legions and 8 generals. Unfortunately, he was finally killed by 4. Kor besieged him. "So we can't kill all the traitors for Your Majesty." "Drink. That sounds nice. Do you think I will believe it?" Holding the machete in his hand and holding it flat to the side, Thun was about to chop down his former subordinate, who was kneeling in front of him with his head lowered. "Wait a minute. Maybe what he said is true." Lin stopped him, but Thun glared angrily. The man who returned to his original appearance felt a chill in his tailbone and his neck shrunk. "Tell me why." "I wanted to just shut up." But according to his knowledge, half of the words would annoy the Lich even more. So Lin could only organize his words and said, "Actually, looking at the history after your death, I don't understand something. I have read it all records say that after the Demon King was defeated, the Dark Legion fell into a civil war for power. Especially the fact that the Guards Corps destroyed 10 Dark Legions was regarded as a major historical turning point. In the end, most of the Dark Legions destroyed each other, and mankind benefits. If the issue is a struggle for power, then the various forces should not be able to completely destroy each other. But if the reason behind this incident is revenge, rather than a struggle for power, everything will be consistent. Excuse, Flynn yelled angrily. But you want to believe it, don't you? This sentence was something someone was thinking in his mind, but didn't say it out loud. If according to this person's past personality, when the enemy is in front of her, she doesn't use all her strength to kill him directly, then the name, Demon King Tikal, will be in vain. But this time, someone observed that Flynn was not as decisive as before. Therefore, someone boldly guessed that the former Demon King was actually hesitant about killing the person in front of him. In addition, I have a different interpretation of that period of history. So I had the previous scene. Now! Flynn crossed his arms over his chest and tapped the ground with his right toe. The sudden change caused the rest of the people in the underground palace to remain silent regardless of whether they were friends or foes. The atmosphere was eerie and inexplicable.